From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present The Comedy Theater, the only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight, The Palm Beach Story, starring Claudette Colbert and Robert Young.
Now we have the honor of introducing... Oh, I beg your pardon, Claudette. I thought that was in my script.
Oh, that's quite all right, Bob. You've stolen my lines before.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, darling. It's just that my eyes, sometimes in this light...
I know. You have double vision.
That's right.
I remember that time you tried to play both ends of the love scene and also the dog that was sitting on my lap.
Well, now, wait a minute, will you?
And then be the husband who came in and found us.
Listen,
Ladies and gentlemen, looks like I'll have to introduce myself.
Oh, no, now you're almost as bad as Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the greatest honor tonight of introducing to you for the first time on the air a man who has rocked the world with laughter, whose name is as familiar in Zanzibar as it is in Zanesville, Ohio. The inventor of the horn-rimmed spectacle, the director and host of the Old Gold Comedy Theater. He was born a number of years ago in the town...
No. Excuse me, Claudette. Now, I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm really not running for the presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Harold Lloyd. Thank you. I'm delighted to be here, and thank you, Claudette.
All right.
Now then, let's get down to business. Bob, in the Palm Beach Story, which we are doing tonight, you play Tom Jeffers. Claudette plays Jerry Jeffers. You and Claudette are married, very broke, and having a little argument.
Was that unusual?
We find you at the beginning of the story browbeating your wife just because a nice old man gave your wife $700.
Huh. Did a nice old man ever give your wife $700?
We'll disregard that. Claudette, as Jerry Jeffers, what did you do with that $700? Now, don't answer if you don't care to.
Well, I paid the rent, and I paid the grocer and the insurance, and had my hair done, and bought this gold lame dress, and had $14 left, which I saved for my husband. Isn't that wonderful?
That's all very well, Jerry Jeffers, but there's just one little question you haven't answered.
What question, Tom?
Why? Why this alleged nice old man gave you $700?
Oh, no reason.
Is that so?
No.
He just... $700, just like that.
That's right. Oh, it was charming. You have no idea how it makes a girl feel to have a man say, "Here's my roll, peel yourself off something nice."
Is that so? I suppose sex didn't even enter into it.
Oh, of course it did, darling. No, I don't think he'd have given it to me if I had hair like Excelsior and little short legs like an alligator.
This is very illuminating.
Well, you don't have to get so rigid about it. It was all perfectly innocent.
Yeah.
He was just a very nice, kind, rich, generous old man.
Where did you meet him?
You'll die when I tell you.
Well, go ahead. Kill me.
In the bathtub.
In the bathtub?
Yes, isn't that a scream?
It's a yell. What were you doing in the bathtub?
I was hiding from him.
Hiding from him? What kind of games do you play around here when I'm out? How much water was there in the tub?
Well, I was standing in it, you idiot.
Standing in it?
In my pink negligee. What's the matter with you?
Well,
now, look, he was just a funny little old man the manager wanted to rent our apartment to. And as I wasn't dressed yet, I hid in the bathroom. Then he walked in. Some people have no sense of privacy.
what did he do then? Take a bath?
No, he was just terribly sorry to hear we were losing our apartment. He said he'd been young and broke, too, a long time ago. And then he gave me $700 and left.
And that's all?
Well, I did kiss him goodbye.
In the bathtub?
On the cheek. I half expected him to sprout some wings and fly out the window.
Yes, it does sound like a fairy tale. So you just tell me where this kind, rich, generous old man lives, and I'll take him back his $700 and thank him in my own way.
I don't know where he lives, darling. I don't know his name or anything about him. And I don't think they'd give the money back. I mean the grocer and the butcher and the drugstore. And you really couldn't blame them after they'd waited so long.
Yeah, that's right. Rub it in.
Oh, I didn't mean to. But it's such a wonderful feeling to have all the bills paid and be able to look everybody in the eye. I like that feeling. It's like a fresh start now that we're all paid up. This is much too expensive for you, Tom, although I know you just wanted it to be nice for me.
Where would we move to?
Well, I wasn't thinking about me. I just meant you.
Huh?
Look, darling, I'm no good for you. Honestly, I can't cook or sew or whip up a little dress out of last year's window curtains. I'm just a millstone around your neck.
Just when did you get this idea? This afternoon?
No, I've had it for a long time. Now, don't you see? By yourself, you could live in a little room somewhere or even move in with your brother and pay your bills and maybe even get ahead a little.
Yeah. Who would you be moving in with?
Oh, well, that's no problem. You can always find a good provider if you don't care what he looks like. I'm tired of being broke, darling.
Oh, Jerry.
Oh, no, don't talk to me in that tone of voice. If you hadn't done it a long time ago, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Jerry.
What?
Sit on my lap.
No.
Well, sit on the arm of the chair, then. There, comfortable?
No, take your arm away.
Well, can't I just hold your hand?
Oh, I have a feeling this is all going to end very badly.
It's all going to end very well. I've got a man interested in my invention. He's already got $50,000. And if we can just raise the other 49...
I know, but they never raise the other 49, and then they go away, and then you start looking for a new one.
But I'm bound to crash through someday.
But I don't want it someday. I want it now while I'm young and can still laugh and dance and enjoy myself. Oh, darling, I'm sorry to tell you this, but men don't get smarter as they grow older. They just lose their hair.
Thanks.
No, you don't have to thank me. I'm not being so nice. Don't you see, I could be so much more help to you as a sister.
Oh, shut up.
Now, as your sister, if anybody wanted to go out with me, I'd naturally...
Shut up.
You just aren't practical. And take your arm away.
Oh, Jerry.
Oh, stop it. Darling, something has to be done. The terrible trouble with us is that we're in love. And every time I try to be sensible, you put your arm around me and breathe Jerry in my ear, and my knees start to turn to water. And
Jerry.
Oh, shut up.
Where are you going?
Going downstairs to see if they have any cigarettes.
Well, I'll go for you.
No, I'd like to get out of the apartment for a while. It smells too much of love.
Well, what are you taking your coat for?
The lobby's a little drafty.
Oh, then why don't you let me go down for you?
No, I want to go by myself.
Hello?
Tom, I'm in the phone booth in the lobby.
Oh, what's the matter? Didn't they have any cigarettes?
I didn't come down for cigarettes. I lied to you.
Huh?
I'm sorry. Darling, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to divorce you.
But, Jerry, you can't get a divorce. They cost a lot of money.
No, the next husband always pays for that.
Oh, you have him all picked out, have you? Suppose I won't give you a divorce.
Well, then I'll become an adventuress.
Oh, you stop talking like an idiot. I can just see you starting for China in a rowboat.
No, you're thinking of an adventurer, dear. An adventuress never goes on anything under 300 feet with a crew of 80.
Jerry, for heaven's sake, please.
Goodbye. Oh, goodbye, darling.
And so the curtain falls on... Hey, wait a minute. What? That's not a cue for a sound effect. Sound man, come here, please.
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, I'm Harold Lloyd.
I know your sister, Celluloid.
Wait now, never mind the jokes. Let's just get the sound effects right.
Look, mister, I only got 2 hands. You guys don't care how many sound effects you write in. Why, in 20 seconds, I got to open and close 8 doors, break 10 panes of glass, wreck 2 trains, make the sound of 6 guys walking with rubber heels on gravel, and if that ain't enough, before the story ends, I gotta lay an egg.
Well, why be irritated? Light an old gold. So, Jerry Jeffers, you went to Palm Beach. How did you get there?
It was really very simple. Any girl could tell you how to do it. You just stand in front of the gate marked Florida Special.
You mean any pretty girl?
Well, thanks.
You're welcome. And what do you say?
You say you lost your ticket.
And that your grandmother's dying of pneumonia, I suppose. To whom do you tell this whopper?
I happened to tell it to the Ale and Quail Club, a group of rich millionaires who were going hunting.
What were they hunting?
Quail.
Well, I could have guessed that.
Well, frankly, yes.
And did they treat you nicely?
Well, I got there
Without mishap?
without my clothes.
What? Now, look here, young lady.
Now, will you stop misunderstanding me? I just happened to be in the car ahead to get away from Sweet Adeline and a little shooting when the conductor got a little irritated and disconnected the car.
Oh, so you were left on the train without any clothes?
Yes, all I had was a suit of pajamas.
Well, you had me a little worried there for a moment. And then you met...
John D. Hackensack III, the richest single young man in the world.
What was he doing there?
He was traveling in a lower berth.
And how did you meet him?
I stepped on his face.
Excellent. Yes, sir. I've often wanted to myself.
Well, he turned out to be a very nice young man. He bought me $38,000 worth of clothes in Jacksonville.
Oh, he did he?
Mm-hmm. And by the way, how did you know I'd gone to Palm Beach?
Don't get off the subject. $38,000 worth of clothes. I thought those millionaires were very careful.
He was. He wrote it all down in a little book. It was quite romantic, as a matter of fact. His yacht was beautiful.
Oh, we're on a yacht now, are we?
Yes, we yachted the last leg of the voyage.
I suppose it was all very proper.
Yes, he was a perfect gentleman.
Yeah. Anyway, you're on the yacht with John D. Hackensack III, who was no doubt gazing into your eyes.
Tom, you have an evil mind. I told you he was a perfect gentleman. Do you write everything you spend in that little book, Mr. Hackensack?
Well, it isn't really as bad as it looks. It's just something I learned in childhood. It pleased my grandfather. I write it all down, but I never add it up.
Oh.
You know yachts are very dull.
Yes, I can see what you mean.
They are less dull, however, with you aboard.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hackensack.
Please don't misconstrue what I said. I assure you that I didn't mean anything in any way out of the way.
Oh, I trust you, Mr. Hackensack.
Your trust is not misplaced, Miss... Miss?
Jeffers, Mrs. Geraldine Jeffers.
Oh, yes, what a beautiful name. You have left your husband, I take it?
That's right.
You know, I really don't approve of divorce.
Oh, well, isn't the Princess Gentimelia your sister?
I was afraid you'd bring that up.
Hasn't she been divorced 5 times?
No, thrice. She was annulled twice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did he beat you?
Who?
The brute you were married to.
Not often. No.
A drunkard, I presume.
Not a congenital one or anything like that.
Are you going to marry again or give up the whole distasteful idea?
Oh, I might weaken again if I found the right man.
I see. And what would he be like?
Well, just somebody who was reasonably well-to-do so that I could give Tom the $99,000 he needs for his airport. You see, after all, he fed me and clothed me and was very sweet to me.
When he wasn't beating you?
Huh? Oh, he didn't beat me very hard, just normally. And if I could give him a sort of going-away present, I'd feel better about the whole thing.
I see.
I'm not quite sure that you do, but...
You're protecting this man again.
What?
He wishes to sell you for $99,000.
What?
The man is a vermin. Of all the filthy things I've ever heard of, he should be incarcerated. No court of law would even... How does he want it?
In cash, I think, would be nice.
So I won't stop the check. I understand. There is a name for such reptiles.
Oh, I don't think he'll ever get it. It was just a kind of an idea.
No, but I'll not sully the sweet ocean breeze by mentioning it. I'm not in the best of shape, but if I ever meet this Mr. $99,000 Jeffers, I'll thrash him within an inch of his life.
Well, then I hope you'll never meet him.
I suppose he's large.
Well, he isn't small.
Ah, this is one of the tragedies of this life. The men most in need of beating up are always enormous.
And so they came to Palm Beach. As they came up to the dock, Jerry noticed someone, a familiar face. She turned to John D. Hackensack III.
Wait a minute, John. Wait, you wait right there. Tom, why did you follow me down here for anyway?
Well, you're my wife, aren't you? You're making a fool of yourself, exposing yourself to all sorts of dangers that I promised to love, honor, and protect you from.
Oh, look, don't you understand? I've left you. I'm not your wife anymore. You're not my husband.
Oh, Jerry, darling.
Don't, stop it. Now, don't put your arms around me.
Oh, honey.
Tom, don't kiss me.
Well, I must say you do know the best-looking men on the pier.
Oh, Princess, this is the Princess Gentimelia. My brother, Captain McGlue.
What?
Captain, we should have met sooner. And if I'd seen you around, we would have. This is my brother, Captain Hackensacker. Captain McGlue. That's an odd name.
Yes, isn't it? How do you do, Captain?
I'm not a captain. That's my sister's joke because I own a yacht.
Well, that's my sister's joke because I don't own one.
Well, I'm very glad to meet you. Your sister didn't tell me that she had a brother here.
No, I just dropped over and...
And of course you're staying with us.
No. We wouldn't want to inconvenience you. We'll go to a hotel.
Inconvenience us? Bubble puppy. We practically run a hotel anyway. This'll give the servants some exercise. Your brother's a very fine-looking man. You know, you look exactly alike.
Really?
I suppose he's married.
No. He's entirely free.
Oh, you don't tell me.
Now, look here.
Don't pay any attention to Maud, Captain. Her bark is worse than her bite.
Yes, that's what you think, Snoodles. And now, Captain, you take my arm. What did you say you were captain of?
I didn't say a word about it.
Oh, how wonderful it is meeting a silent American again. All my husbands were foreigners, and such chatterboxes. I could hardly get a word in edgeways.
They certainly must have been.
You know, Captain, I have a feeling that I'm going to like you.
They make a handsome couple, don't they?
Pardon?
My sister and your brother. It would be nice if something came of it.
Oh, yes, wouldn't it? Be wonderful for him.
The captain's a big fellow, isn't he?
Yes, isn't he?
You look exactly alike.
Oh, yes, don't we? You know, people always tell us that.
I am not grousing.
You are too.
I am not. I'm being very reasonable. I merely want to know why the Captain McGlue of all the idiotic names.
Because I want him to finance your invention for you. He seems to have something against my husband, but as my brother...
I wouldn't allow him to finance a pack of gum for me. I still would like to know why I'm to be called Captain McGlue.
But wasn't that your mother's name?
What, Captain McGlue? Oh, really, Geraldine, her name was McGrew.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, darling. I remembered it as McGlue.
Well, what am I supposed to be captain of? A garbage scow?
Couldn't you have been a captain in the last war?
Sure, I was 11 years old at the finish.
What about the Boy Scouts?
Wonderful. I could go around building bonfires on the drawing room carpet.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I really meant it for the best.
Well, I suppose you did, but why did you ever do it in the first place?
Because you had your arms around me.
I just suppose this Captain Hackensacker, this Snoodles, ever put his arms around you?
Of course not.
Then yachts must have changed since the last time I was on one. That's what they build yachts for.
Now, just a minute. What about your friend, the princess, that you're cutting such a groove with?
Princess?
And how did you get down here?
I flew.
Well, where'd you get the money?
Same place you did.
The cute little old man?
Yeah, well, he isn't cute. He has a wart on the side of his nose.
So he came back.
Yeah, he rented the apartment next door and came to see you. He wants us to get together again. Look, Jerry, don't you think we owe it to him? Just let me go out and poke Snoodles in the nose, just once.
Yes?
Excuse me for popping in. Mac, did you happen to bring a tuxedo with you?
I did not.
That's too bad. In a pinch, you can wear one of mine.
I won't be here that long.
Oh, that's too bad, old man. I wanted to get to know you better. However, I'm very glad that you showed up just when you did.
So am I.
Good. I needed a male member of Jerry's family.
Well, you have him.
Fine. Now, I have a certain thought.
I have a certain thought also, and it's that bracelet you gave her.
Mac?
I'm very glad you brought that up.
Mac is delighted with it, Snoodles.
He shouldn't be.
He isn't.
Oh, look,
Fine. The first bracelet that my sister got, I punched the fellow right in the nose.
I can see we understand each other perfectly.
Look, if I could trust you boys not to slug each other, I'd like to make an exit right about here. I feel like a bone between two dogs.
Oh, we're going to get along all right together. You see, Mac, Geraldine's future and this little plan I have, which I had better discuss with you before springing it on her.
Well, that's mighty decent of you, Snoodles.
You think so, really? That would have delighted Grandfather. He always thought me something of an ass.
Bright old boy, wasn't he?
Oh, very, very.
Look, I think I'll be running along.
Good. I have so much to say to your brother.
And you have a lot to listen to.
And I have so much to say to you at the dance tonight. Darling. Well, toodaloo.
Pip, pip.
Isn't the music divine? I'm dancing on clouds.
Oh, you have a nice little voice.
Oh, thank you. I used to sing in college.
With a mandolin?
Yes, but I wouldn't play it around the house.
Would you be around the house much?
Not any more than you wanted me. I have an office. Not that I do much in it. Say, perhaps Max would come and help me.
Oh, that would be wonderful. You two could plan the airport together.
What airport is that?
Oh, the most remarkable invention you ever heard of. A suspended airport right in the middle of a city, stretched like a tennis racket.
Really? You know, I might be able to help him. In fact, I will help him. Why not?
You will?
Of course I will. Up to a certain point. How much will a working model cost?
I mean $100,000.
I think I'll be able to do it all right. Let's consider the model built.
Oh, Snoodles, you're wonderful.
You don't like to dance with me, do you?
Oh, yeah, yes, certainly.
Well, then why do you let me flop around?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's better. What's Jerry's husband like?
Who? Oh, just a flop.
A big flop?
Yes, any way you take it.
Well, he won't be such a flop with $99,000. Snoodles will give it to him all right.
What's this about $99,000?
That's how much her husband wants.
You mean before he'll give her a divorce?
Oh, I love you like this, with lightning flashing out of your eyes.
Did she tell you that story?
Why should we talk about that heel when you're here?
Did she tell you that?
The big muscle in your arm contracted and squeezed me deliciously. Do it again.
Now listen,
No, you listen to me. I've got so many sweet things to say to you.
You know, Geraldine, I've never been so happy before in my life. You freed me of a certain timidity from which I've always suffered. And now with you and Mac in the airport, I can see great days ahead, full of fun and everything.
I'm sure of it, Snoodles.
By the way, I have a little surprise for you later tonight, so don't be surprised.
Well, what is it?
Well, if I told you what it is, then you wouldn't be surprised anymore.
Well, I wouldn't do anything too surprising if I were you, Snoodles. You never can tell how those things are going to turn out.
I'm persuaded you'll be delighted.
I certainly hope I will be.
Yes, if you'll just leave your window open onto the balcony.
Why, Snoodles!
Oh, no, it's not what you think, really. When I climb, I get dizzy.
So, you're a fast worker, aren't you?
you got a lot of nerve to talk.
So you couldn't even wait a decent interval, you and your princess. I hope you're very proud of yourself, Captain McGlue.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
No, let go of me, you big pullover.
I'm the one that has the right to...
I know I'm an idiot, but I suppose it's when you've been fond of somebody for a long time. You shouldn't have come down here. You should have given me a little time to get used to the idea.
Well, maybe I should. But you can't blame a man for trying to hold on to something that he loves. That he always has loved. And always will love.
Oh, you're going to make me cry.
Jerry.
No, you're forgetting the airport. You're forgetting everything that counts.
Jerry.
Now, listen to me just this once, will you? I've always done what you wanted, and it's always turned out to be a disaster. Oh, good night, darling. Sleep tight. Your room is right through that door.
Well, it seemed funny sleeping with a sitting room between us.
And the door's locked.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that.
Well, nevertheless. Good night, dear. Well, what are you waiting for?
Well, don't you kiss your brother good night?
I don't know. I never had a brother.
Well, you have one now.
Oh, don't be silly.
What in the world is that?
Well, that must... Oh, it's that Snoodle's surprise.
Why, he's got a whole orchestra down there.
Oh, he shouldn't do things like that on a night like this.
Oh, Jerry.
Don't start that again.
You really want it that way?
Please, Tom, it has to be that way. There's no other way possible.
Okay, I guess you know best.
Good night, dear. I'm ready to get undressed now.
Yes, of course. I'm just a brother. We're big children now.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Okay, Jerry. Good night.
Oh, Tom.
Huh?
Just a minute. I can't get this zipper in the back of my dress. Would you mind before you go?
Glad to. They're not making zippers like they used to.
Nothing's like it used to be.
Well, you'll have to come over here to the light.
Here, is that all right?
A little too high. Better sit on my lap.
Well, now, I don't
Oh,
think...
it's all right, sister.
There, now. Now can you get it?
So it doesn't mean anything when I kiss the back of your neck, like this.
No, nothing.
When I squeeze you, like this.
You know I'm ticklish.
Or when I turn you around and kiss you, like this.
Oh, Tom. Tom, this is costing us $99,000.
Do you love me?
It's costing us the airport and all your chances.
Do you love me?
Oh, it's useless and impractical and wonderful.
Do you love me?
Yes, darling, I love you, I love you, I love you.
That's all I wanted to know.
Claudette, Bob, that was wonderful. It's a great story. But, look, you haven't told the audience what happened to John D. Hackensacker III
Oh, he married my twin sister.
and the princess.
She married my twin brother.
Well, that sounds simple, I think. But, look, with all these twins running around, are you sure that you were married to the right partner?
Well, of course we're sure.
Or are we?
Huh?
Now, next week's show. Something wrong, Carl?
Something? Everything's gone wrong today. My first violinist has broken his second string for the third time. 3 of my musicians are wearing brown shoes with their tuxedos. 2 of my musicians aren't wearing any shoes at all. My tuba player has the hiccups, and everything he plays sounds like a march.
Why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Yes, that's right. Light an old gold and enjoy a better tasting cigarette sprayed with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness. You know, a really flavorful smoke is swell when you get it at the peak of smoking perfection, not dry and harsh.
That's why Old Gold's grand-tasting blend of many choice tobaccos seasoned with costly, flavorful Latakia leaf is sprayed with apple honey. This helps hold in the natural moisture and guards against cigarette dryness.
So why be irritated? Light an old gold. And when you ask for old golds at your cigarette counter, remember this. They've not only tripled in popularity, billions of them are going to the men and women overseas. So if your dealer says,
Sorry, we're out of Old Gold.
don't be irritated, just keep on asking till he says,
Old Gold? Sure, we've got some today.
yes, we're sincerely sorry there aren't enough old golds to go around. But please be patient, and we'll keep on doing our very best to get them to you.
This is Harold Lloyd saying thank you and good night. See you next week.
The Palm Beach Story was presented by arrangement with Paramount Pictures, producers of Our Hearts Were Young and Gay. Robert Young is currently appearing in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Canterville Ghost. Claudette Colbert can be currently seen in David O. Selznick's Since You Went Away. And now this is Bob Williams saying good night until next week's Comedy Theater when we present Ball of Fire, starring Gary Cooper and Lucille Ball. And in the meantime, why be irritated? Light an old gold. Enjoy a better tasting cigarette sprayed with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness. And listen to Old Gold's other great new show, Which is Which, with Ken Murray as MC, Richard Himber's orchestra, and famous stars of stage, screen, and radio, or their reasonable facsimiles. Tune in Wednesday night on another network. Consult your newspaper for time and station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater, the only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, True to Life, starring Dick Powell, Victor Moore, and Rosemary DeCamp. here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater and your host, Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, someone once said, the movies should be more like life. And a wise man answered, life should be more like the movies. In tonight's story, True to Life, we're going to attempt to show that radio can be like both. Now, in the part of Link Ferris, I've cast Dick Powell.
Thank you. Well, say, Harold, you forgot to tell everyone what kind of work I do.
You're Link Ferris, and you and your partner, Fletcher Marvin, are the only two writers in radio making $1,000 a week apiece, while you're the kings of the daytime serials.
Well, Kings ought to get more than that. I got to see my agent.
Well, no, wait a minute. You weren't supposed to say that.
All right, Harold. But you know, as one of the country's leading authorities on comedy, whom have you chosen to play Pop Porter? You know, that calls for one of the biggest actors in the character business.
Right. So one of the biggest characters in the acting business is going to play Pop Porter. Victor Moore.
It sure looks like I'm getting a business around here.
Why, Vic, Pop Porter's a wonderful guy. He spends most of his spare time with his inventions.
Yeah, well, say, Harold, who's going to play my daughter, Bonnie? Bonnie's an awful nice girl.
That's right, and she's pretty, too. Well, Bonnie's going to be played by Rosemary DeCamp.
Will I do, Pop?
Why, you're the spitting image of Bonnie. In fact, you are Bonnie.
Now, is everyone satisfied as to which is which?
Which is which? A fine show. I listen to it every Wednesday night.
Well, that's great. That's fine, Victor. All right, now then, let's get on with the story.
Far away.
All right, Harold.
Now, as Link Ferris, Dick, you and your partner, Fletcher Marvin, are being read the riot act by Mr. Twitchell, president of Lemon and Twitchell, the advertising agency that pays you to write the radio adventures of Kitty Farmer.
We've lost 1 million listeners, and if you don't know what's wrong with your scripts, I'll tell you. It's Kitty Farmer, your heroine. She's phony. She's counterfeit. Now, unless you make that girl real and believable, you're fired, both of you. And that's final.
I think the man's angry.
No, Fletch, old Twitchell's right. Live at 1,000 a week has made us soft, and our writing shows it.
Oh, you're nuts.
I'm going to go out and meet some real people.
Well, while you're about it, genius, see if you can find a real flesh and blood Kitty Farm.
And how did you get along, Link?
Well, not so hot, frankly. Finally, I was so hungry that I dropped into a lunch wagon out in Sunnyside. I just finished ordering roast beef with all the trimmings when I discovered that all I had was a nickel. So I changed my order to a cup of coffee. The girl behind the counter brought me my roast beef anyway. Nothing I could say would convince her that I wasn't broke and hungry. But Bonnie Porter was like that, and she was pretty, too. Later, walking home with her, I said, well, tell me, Miss Porter, how come you're working in a lunch wagon?
Oh, because my brother wants to be a doctor and my kid sister needs her teeth straightened. My pop works in a bakery. He hasn't had a raise in 10 years. Besides, well, here's where I live. Come on in.
No, you think it's all right?
Oh, sure, don't be scared. Come on. Anyone home?
Now wipe your feet good, Bonnie, and don't come tracking mud into the living room.
This is Mr. Ferris, everybody. My mother.
How do you do?
My brother, Clem.
Hello.
My kid sister, Twips.
Hello.
Hello.
And that's Mom's brother over there, Uncle Jake.
Well, how do you do, sir?
Hello.
Oh, Pop, come on up. I want you to meet someone.
Be up right away, Bonnie. Got my hands full.
Dad's working on one of his inventions. It's a hobby with him.
Well, Bonnie, I think I got one that'll work this time.
Pop, I want you to meet Mr. Ferris.
Huh? Oh, how you doing, Mr. Ferris? I'm glad to know you.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Porter? I'm glad to know you, sir. Tell me, what sort of an invention are you working on?
Invisible paint.
Oh.
Yeah. You see, you paint something with it and you can't see it.
Mm-hmm. That should be wonderful for camouflage.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about it, though.
Huh?
Yeah, I mixed up a batch of it and I put it in a can and I painted the can with it. Now I can't find it.
Some paint.
Mom, tell that brother of yours to mind his own business.
Mr. Ferris, Uncle Jake and Pop don't speak to each other.
Where are you from, young man?
Mom, Mr. Ferris came into the diner tonight, and he was hungry, so I thought maybe he could live here with us until he finds a job and a place to stay.
Finds a job, place to stay.
Oh, well, the way you followed me around, I knew you didn't have any place to sleep tonight.
Well, now, look here, Bonnie. I'm not running a hotel.
Oh, don't pay no attention, Mr. Ferris. We got plenty of room. Mom, your brother can sleep down the cellar with the rest of the mice.
Now, you sure you're not having trouble with the police, Mr. Ferris?
No.
Well, I guess you can stay tonight, anyway.
Oh, gee, swell.
Oh, quiet, Twips. Go and get some fresh sheets.
He's got a shifty look in his eye.
Tell your brother he's looking in the mirror.
And that's how it all started. I had found a real kitty farmer. It was Bonnie Porter. I stayed on with the family and let them think I was out looking for a job. Actually, though, I was taking down everything they said. No one suspected that Fletch and I were putting the Porters on the air as the farmer family, true to life. Not even the president of Lemon and Twitchell, who said,
Boys, I've read your first script. Congratulations. Why, Kitty Farmer's warm. She's real. She's human. And that family of hers, oh, they're wonderful. If you keep it up, you can keep it up.
Well, there's plenty more material where that came from, Mr. Twitchell.
Fine.
Say, Link, what kind of a dame is this, Bonnie?
Oh, very ordinary. You wouldn't like her, Fletch. Not your type at all.
Now, suppose Bonnie, Kitty, met another fellow. Rich, suave man about town. You know, give the story new complications. Don't you think, huh?
No, I don't think. Go on, pound that typewriter.
By the way, Mr. Ferris, when are you going to get a job?
Oh, now, Mom, Link hasn't really had a chance to look yet.
Say, there is a job down at the bakery.
Oh, Link, you could take it until something better comes along.
Well, thanks, but I'm expecting something.
If you ask me, oh, Twips, get away from that radio. Your food's getting cold.
Okay, Mom, I'm just tuning in on the Farmer family.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you another episode in the new series, The Farmer Family. As our story opens tonight, Pop Farmer...
That's a pretty bad show.
I've got a great idea for a submarine that flies.
Some submarine.
Don't you think we better have some music? Here, I'll change it.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Ferris. We want to hear this.
If your father had a little more gumption, he'd ask for a raise.
That reminds me of someone I know.
Sounds just like Mom.
No.
Link, what's the matter?
Well, I've got the...
Here. Hold your nose and drink some water.
Oh, there's only one thing that will stop it. I gotta sing.
Now, Mr. Ferris, you get away from that piano. We want to hear this
so
program.
there she was, yes, there she was.
Link,
but
I didn't know you could sing.
Well, that's just it. Your mother thinks I don't want to work because I won't take that job at the bakery. I've been trying to do something with my music. Oh, listen, Bonnie, do we have to have that radio on?
No. Uncle Jake, turn the radio off.
I want to hear this program, if you don't mind.
Tell them we do mind. There. Say, Link, do you know Nellie Gray?
Well, I think so. How does it go?
Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, they have taken you. Now, who is that?
Well, that's probably the neighbors complaining. I'll go.
And who was at the door, Link?
Well, it was good old Fletch, my AWOL partner.
AWOL?
Yes, a wolf on the loose.
Oh.
He passed me by as though I were a total stranger and asked to use the telephone. Kept his finger on the hook while he called the cops and reported a phony holdup. He must have wanted to meet Bonnie pretty badly because he was dressed fit to kill. I was wondering what the bounty was on a wolf pelt by the time he said,
Well, I'm afraid I must be going. And Miss Porter, tonight has been an adventure in more ways than one.
Oh, thank you. If you ever get held up again in this neighborhood, drop in. There's always someone home.
Well, I'll just see Mr. Fletcher to the door.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Now, listen here, Prince Charming. Get back to the castle and start typing.
Hey, Link, nice setup. I'll be glad to move in and do the research. Say, that Bonnie's a honey.
Listen, brother.
Mr. Ferris, I want to speak to you a moment, privately.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Ferret.
Ferris.
Yes, I'll see what I can do for you.
Now then, Mr. Ferris, I just thought I'd better tell you, at 5 o'clock in the morning, you either get up and go to work at the bakery, or you get up and get out.
What time did you say?
5 o'clock.
Oh, that's what I thought you said.
5 o'clock in the morning. To anyone who isn't used to it, that's an awfully early hour to get up.
You can say that again, brother. You get out of bed, you're half groggy. The room is dark. First thing you know, you trip over your slippers and fall flat in your face. You start to get up and you hit your head against the bureau drawer. That certainly is one of life's minor annoyances.
Why be irritated? Light an old gold. Yes, smokers, there's a world of solid comfort and pleasure in an old gold.
So you're up now, and somebody forgot to turn on the heat. Your teeth are chattering like a magpie. You take one step, and this time you fall over one of Junior's toys.
Why be irritated? Light an old gold. Old Gold's tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey, and this special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture, helps prevent cigarette dryness.
By now you're in the kitchen. The coffee is weak and cold, and the toast tastes like charcoal.
Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. It's such a grand tasting smoke. Old Gold is a unique blend of many choice tobaccos, including imported Latakia tobaccos for extra flavor. Extra flavor, extra pleasure, plus apple honey, which helps guard against cigarette dryness. That's Old Gold. Try a pack and see for yourself why they've tripled in popularity.
Yep, this is Harold Lloyd again. Mom, Pop, Jake, Fletch, Link, and Bonnie. All of them true to life. Well, let's get back to our confusion. So, you took the job at the bakery to stay on at the Porters, eh, Link?
Yes, but that wasn't the worst of it. Fletch started a campaign for Bonnie, sent her orchids and a note. It was a dirty trick, and besides, my conscience was beginning to bother me. So right after dinner, I went to see Fletch at our apartment.
All right. So I did send Bonnie some flowers.
Oh, I'm through. As of now, I consider the Farmer family orphans.
Why, Link, old man, you're not jealous of little harmless me, are you?
Well, that's got nothing to do with it. The Porters are nice people, and I'm through using them.
Well, it's not hurting them any.
It'll hurt them plenty if they ever find out about it. And I can't keep that radio of theirs out of order forever. No, it wouldn't be so bad if we could just do something for them.
Well, I'm for that, Link. Listen, I'll go down to the bakery in the morning and fix it up with the boss for the old man to get a raise, a big one. We'll pay for it ourselves. Hey, that'll go good on the show, too. Pop gets a raise.
Can't we ever do one human thing without getting our pound of flesh?
I knew you wouldn't let me down. Hey, you better get to bed. You have to be at that bakery at 5.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting so little sleep these days, I've got white circles under my eyes.
Yes, sir, Link. Why, the boss ain't never given anybody over a $2 raise, and he gave me 10. I'm in the upper brackets now.
Oh, you deserved it, Pop.
Well, I bet you if that donut machine of mine had worked, he'd given me 20. If only they'd have come out with holes into them.
Yeah, it's too bad.
I think we should have cocktails and some of those hoary dories before supper.
Link, there's someplace I want you to take me tonight.
Where?
Well, it's kind of a surprise, and if I tell you, you might not take me. Well, how about it?
Well, of course I'll take you. Any place you say.
Well, you were pretty puzzled, weren't you, Link?
Plenty. Bonnie wouldn't tell me a thing. She just kept saying, come on, you'll find out. And then before I knew it, we were outside the apartment building where Fletch and I live.
You were in the spot. What did you do?
Well, I tried to hang back, think of excuses, anything. But I was so busy trying to keep the doorman and the elevator boy from recognizing me that we were right in front of my apartment door before I realized it.
Bonnie, my sweet, come in. There's a roaring fire, a bottle of champagne just for the two of us.
And baby makes three.
Oh,
yeah. So nice of you to have me up. Glad to see you, Mr. Marvin. Glad to see you. Hey, got yourself quite a place here.
Bonnie, I thought we had a date. I didn't know you were bringing Mr. Ferret along.
Ferris is the name. Well, it's a nice dressing robe you're wearing, Mr. Marvin.
Thank you.
Were you just getting up or were you going to bed?
Well, I wasn't expecting
I guess you think it's pretty nervy of me, Mr. Marvin, to bring Link here.
Oh, no, not at all.
You're always saying there's nothing you wouldn't do for me, and Link here sings very well. Link, Mr. Marvin is a big radio executive, and maybe he could get you into radio.
Well, think of that. Bonnie, I never transact business at night.
All I want you to do is to listen to Link sing.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
Good.
Some other time.
Oh, no. Bonnie brought me here to sing, and I'm going to sing. Well, so there she was. Yes, there she was. But I took hold of her.
Suppose I did go to his apartment. I took you with me, didn't I?
Yeah, but you made the date before you even asked me. Suppose I hadn't gone.
You keep insinuating things, and so help me, I'll push you off the top of this bus.
I warned you about that fella. He's a wolf.
You should talk. You go out chasing every night.
I've told you 1,000,000 times I don't go chasing.
Should never have done anything for you in the first place. Maybe Mom's right.
You're beginning to sound more and more like her.
I hate you. I feel like I'm going to cry.
Well, go ahead, if it'll make you feel any better.
Wouldn't give you the satisfaction.
Then don't cry.
Why don't you go to her?
Oh, there is no her. There's only you. Now, there. Are you satisfied now that you made me say it?
Link, me? You mean you love me?
Well, don't act so surprised.
Oh, Link. Oh, darling. I can't wait to tell Mom and Pop. Mom, Pop, everybody, wake up. Well, what are you all doing up?
We've been waiting for you, you and Mr. Ferris.
What's the matter?
Mr. Ferris, this is Mr. Mammal.
I'm your Uncle Jake's lawyer, and we're suing you and Marvin, the advertising company, for $100,000.
How do you like that, Mr. Ferris?
What in the world are you talking about, Uncle Jake?
Bonnie, whatever happens, I want you to know that I meant every word I said tonight.
Huh?
Yeah, him and that Fletcher Marvin, they're friends. They've been spying on us. We got the radio fixed and heard the whole program. We're that crazy farmer family. You've been writing down everything we said and done. Spies, Gestapo.
This isn't true, Link.
Oh, it's quite true, Miss Porter, and he's going to pay.
Yeah, funny.
But, Link, you were broke. We tried to help you.
Well, I never said I was broke. Fletch and I just got started, and it seemed to get out of hand.
Yeah, you made me an old crackpot with a lot of crazy inventions.
And me, a nagging old hen.
And me, a loafer.
Positive defamation of character.
You made a fool of me, you and Fletch. You've been laughing at me.
Bonnie, tonight I practically asked you to marry me. That was on the level.
Mr. Ferris, you're not welcome here. You better go.
Yeah, go on.
Is that the way you feel about it, Bonnie?
How do you think I feel? Lying to me. Well, you even proposed to me just to get material for that radio program of yours.
No, you can't believe that.
I believe you're the lowest form of animal life, and I never want to see you again.
Yeah, now Jake's the head man around here. I'll never get a break. I'm a lost soul.
You know, Mr. Lloyd, I think I can give Pop Porter some good advice.
You can? What?
Why be irritated? Light an old gold. Yes, many's the time you'll come up against one of life's little annoyances, and then perhaps you'll heed our friendly suggestion when we say,
Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold.
Now, a cigarette that's dry is a cigarette that's hot burning and harsh. And I don't have to tell you how a cigarette like that cuts down your smoking pleasure, becomes one of life's little annoyances.
But Old Gold is a unique blend of many fine tobaccos, including a touch of costly, extra flavorful Latakia tobacco. Is conditioned with apple honey. This special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture, helps guard against cigarette dryness, to give you more smoking pleasure. And since we all want more smoking pleasure, it's easy to see why Old Golds have tripled in popularity.
Yes, not only tripled in popularity, but billions of them are being shipped to our forces overseas. And remember, the greater the shipment, the greater the pleasure to our service men and women who smoke Old Gold. Now, we're extremely sorry there aren't enough Old Golds to satisfy all demands, and we're doing our level best to assure fair distribution. But keep in touch with your dealer and ask again for Old Golds, because it's certainly worth keeping in touch with a cigarette conditioned with apple honey to help prevent cigarette dryness. That's Old Gold.
Well, Link, Bonnie would have nothing to do with either of you. And the porters sued. What about Mr. Twitchell?
Well, Harold, when Fletcher and I went down to see him the next morning, he seemed a little upset.
Upset? Why, you blasted idiots, you've ruined Lemon and Twitchell. That's what you've done. I paid my good money for writers, creators, not a couple of peeping toms.
Well, it was a good idea. It just backfired, that's all.
Lawsuits, that's what I'm getting. You're fired, both of you. Then you'll never work again. I'll see to that.
Now, wait a minute. I think I've got it. Now, look, we'll stay on the air. Tell the public there is a farmer family, but their real name is Porter. Tell them that everything they've heard or about to hear is true.
That's an admission of guilt.
Sure, but you don't have a case anyway. So Fletcher and I went on the air and told the truth. The program stood the country on its ear. Overnight, the Porters became famous.
Yeah, I'll say we did. They took our pictures and people started coming to the house to meet us. We finally had to charge admission. In fact, the house is full of tourists when Lawyer Mammal rushed in all out of breath.
Mr. Porter, I've got great news. We're not suing for $100,000. We're suing for $1 million.
$1 million?
Yes. Now we've got a lot of papers to sign. Let's get this crowd out of here. Everybody out. Everybody out.
Well, now, what's the trouble?
There's no trouble at all. We're going to get $1 million.
$1 million? Why? We can have a house in Long Island.
Yeah.
You better take care of this house first. I'm packed and leaving.
But, Bonnie, where are you going?
To the YWCA to live.
But why?
Because you've turned this house into a freak show. You're suing because they showed us up to be a bunch of screwballs on that radio program. Well, we're acting like screwballs, and I won't have any part of it. Goodbye.
But, Bonnie, wait.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I know what's eating her. She's in love with one of those radio writers.
Well, let her go. We've got just as good a case without her.
Oh, have we? Here, give me those papers.
Don't tear those up. Are you going crazy?
Bonnie's right. I just realized it. We are a lot of daffodils if we claim that farmer family has hurt us any. Didn't they make me foreman down at the bakery? Ain't my picture on every bread wrapper? They've done us a favor.
If you think we're going to pass up a chance to make
shut up, Jake. And, Pop, you're right. And now, Mr. Mammal, we won't be needing you.
No, go chase yourself an ambulance.
Now, you look here. I put in a lot of work on this case, and
Well, send your bill to Jake here. He hired you. Sue him. That's an idea. I wish you would sue him.
Why, you can't.
On your way, on your way.
Now, Mom, you go after Bonnie and bring her home. And I'll take care of that love situation. I ain't an inventor for nothing.
But, Pop, that love situation looks pretty hopeless to me.
Oh, don't worry, Harold. Me and Mr. Twitchell fixed it up so that I could get the boys over to the house and get Bonnie to decide which one of them she was in love with. And broadcast it, too, on the radio. So from Maine to California, they'd know her answer.
Broadcast it? Did Bonnie agree to that?
Oh, Bonnie didn't know nothing about it. Neither did Link or Fletch. You see, them fellas from the radio station came here beforehand and put a microphone in a vase of flowers right on our own dining room table. Oh, it was exciting. And then when time came to go on the air, I just managed to get Bonnie up close to that base. She didn't even suspect a thing when in walks Link and Fletch.
Pop, what do you mean by bringing them in here? I don't want to see them.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, no, I don't.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it.
Oh, no, you don't. No, nobody leaves this room until we talk everything over.
There's nothing to talk about.
You're right. Let's get out of here.
Now, wait, boys. Bonnie, you know you're in love with one of these boys. 30 million people out there are waiting for you to make up your mind. Now, which one of them are you going to marry?
I'm not going to marry anyone. Is that clear? I won't stand for this.
Now, just a minute. Just come back here to this table. I'm not through yet. You listen to me, Bonnie. Ever since the night Link left, you've been mooning around the house like a stray cat.
Oh, I have not.
Don't let her fool you, folks.
What?
I want to repeat that.
Now, Bonnie, look, Bonnie, if you're just being stubborn, I want to repeat that I love you.
Yeah. Hey! Now we're getting someplace, folks.
Are you feeling all right, Pop?
Now, look, Bonnie, let's not fight like a couple of kids.
I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man in the world.
Bonnie, does that mean you're going to marry Fletch?
It does not.
Really? Well, at least he's an improvement over you.
Looks like she's proposing to you, Fletch. Doesn't it, folks?
Well, I'd consider it a very great honor, Bonnie, but...
Bonnie, he's a Jekyll and Hyde. You wouldn't put up with him for a week, and he knows it.
Link's right. You know, when night begins to fall, something happens to me. My fangs begin to drip.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, he likes to prowl.
Oh, wonderful. We'll prowl together.
Hey, but Bonnie...
Well, in that case, I'll leave you two lovebirds alone.
Now, Link, wait a minute now.
Yeah, hey, come back here, Link. Wait a minute.
All right, Bonnie, but let's stop this pretending. Are you going to marry me or not?
Well, if you don't mind taking a girl who's almost been turned down.
Whoopee! She's going to marry Link. I hope you folks listening in are as happy about this as I am. Whoopee! Hey! Oh, my goodness, I broke your mother's best vase.
Pop, what's that microphone doing there?
Why, we're on the air right now.
So you boys have been up to some of your old tricks. Why, you...
Now, Bonnie, wait.
I'll show you, Link Sarah, you lying, cheating rascal.
Now, Bonnie, stop it.
Ouch, Bonnie. Oh!
Mom's best dishes. The boys didn't know anything more about it than you did.
They didn't? Oh, Link, darling.
Oh. Folks, this is Pop Porter signing off saying, ain't it wonderful? Mom and me started out this same happy way, and I've never regretted a minute of it. Have I, Mom? No, I haven't. I mean up to now.
Now, this is Harold Lloyd.
Victor Moore.
Dick Powell.
And Rosemary DeCamp.
Saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Linda Darnell, Lee Bowman in Vivacious Lady. See you then.
True to Life was presented by arrangement with Paramount Pictures, producers of And Now Tomorrow. We thank the Fitch Bandwagon for the appearance of Dick Powell. Victor Moore is now making Duffy's Tavern at Paramount. And this is Bob Williams saying good night until next week. And in the meantime, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Write an Old Gold. It's conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and give you more smoking pleasure.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present The Comedy Theater, the only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, Vivacious Lady, starring Lee Bowman and Linda Darnell. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All right, cast. On stage, everybody. Everyone here? Fine. Now, let me see. Do any of you boys know what leptosporangiate means?
Not me. I can't even
Never heard. Certainly. Breaking down the etymology of the word, we have lepto, meaning delicate, spora, meaning seed, angiate, a case or vessel, that is, leptosporangiate, a seed case which forms from a single delicate cell.
Oh, fine. Good for you, Lee Bowman. You play Peter Morgan III.
Well, that's swell, Harold. But what has leptosporangiate got to do with it, and why Peter Morgan III?
Just a little typecasting, Lee. You see, Peter is a professor of biology at Old Sharon University, where his grandfather, Peter I, was president, and where his father, Peter II, is now president, and where you, Peter III, may be president someday.
Wow, a dynasty.
And how? Now, Jack Edwards, Jr., you play Peter's cousin, Keith Bester.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Is he a professor, too?
Oh, no. He's the black sheep of the family.
Oh, more typecasting, huh?
Well, no, he's not really bad. He just has a couple of bad habits.
He has?
Yes, he likes whiskey and pretty girls. I do. So, about twice a year, he runs off to New York and goes on a spree. That's where you come in, Lee. Your father, President Morgan II, sends you to New York to bring Keith back to Old Sharon.
Is there a girl?
Is there? Oh, boy. Take a look.
Oh, she's wonderful. Who is she?
Francie Brant, a nightclub singer, played by Linda Darnell.
Oh, Harold, I think Lee's wonderful, too.
You see, Peter, you've been all over New York for Keith. And finally you find him in the nightclub where Francie sings.
Excuse me, mister.
That's okay, bud.
Excuse me, waiter. Where did Mr. Bester go?
In there. He said for you to sit down at his table and wait.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, sir. Can I get through here? Oh, I'm sorry. What happened?
You knocked over the wine cooler.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry.
That's Mr. Bester's table.
Thank you.
Hello.
Huh? How do you do?
Well, I was doing all right until you came in. Where's Keith?
He'll be right back.
What's the matter?
Nothing at all. You're the girl he...
That's right. Do you mind if I sit down?
No.
Well, thanks. Say, just what was the idea of trying to kill my song?
Oh, you're the girl who was singing. Oh, I'm sorry. You see, I knocked over the wine cooler.
Oh, well, that's okay. Some drunk does it every night.
Oh, I'm not intoxicated.
No kidding.
No, it's only that... Well, when I was small, my father was driving along one day, and he didn't see me in the street. He was a bit absent-minded about small details, and he ran over me. It wasn't serious, but it was a blow. Well, that's the way I feel now.
You mean like you'd been hit by a truck?
Yes. Yeah, that's it, exactly.
Are you and Keith good friends?
No, I'm his cousin. My name is Morgan, Peter Morgan.
I'm Francie Brent. How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Morgan, Mr. Bester told me to tell you he'd gone back to the hotel to pack and he'd meet you there.
Oh, he did he? Fine.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, but maybe... Well, what I mean is, are you by any chance hungry?
Oh, I'm starved.
Well, then will you... Well, would you...
Well, yes, but not here. Confidentially, the food's terrible.
And then, I don't come to New York often, so maybe afterwards I can take you around and show you the town.
Well, swell. Let's get going.
Going already, Francie?
Yes, I'm going out to see New York.
To see...
Hey, waiter. Has the guy at my table gone?
Oh, yes, Mr. Bester. He's Gone all right.
Good work. Did we ever get rid of him? Oh, boy. Hey, where's Francie?
She went with him.
Oh, boy. Huh?
Yeah, he's showing her New York. Oh, boy.
Well, it certainly sounds as though Peter and Francie may be in for a bit of surprise when they reach Old Sharon.
Well, Mr. Lloyd, I know what happens. You see, I saw a Vivacious Lady in the movies, and if I remember correctly...
Just a moment, Bob.
What?
Are you one of those who gives the story away in advance?
Well, maybe I am acting like one of those preview pests. You know the type, friends. Just as you're all set to see a certain movie, you meet someone who's seen it before you. And what does he do but tell you all about it from beginning to end? You try to change the subject, but no use. The pest keeps on blabbering, and you're about to pick up a nice heavy rock and slam in one.
Listen, why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Yes, smokers. There's many a time when you're grateful for the comfort and pleasure of a cigarette. But there's no pleasure in a cigarette that's dry and harsh.
So, to help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's fine tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey. This special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture.
And there's more pleasure in the taste of Old Gold, too. Its unique blend of many choice tobaccos is enriched with costly imported Latakia tobacco added for extra flavor.
Extra flavor, extra pleasure, plus apple honey, which helps guard against cigarette dryness. That's Old Gold.
So when pesky people begin to plague you, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Yes, light an Old Gold and see for yourself why they've tripled in popularity.
Yes, this is Harold Lloyd again. Peter Morgan III, a professor of biology at Old Sharon University, went to New York to rescue his cousin Keith from the clutches of a nightclub singer and ended up taking her out to show her New York. And how he showed her New York. He took her for a long ride on the top of a Fifth Avenue bus. Then they went for a long walk in the park. When they got home, it was dawn, so he took her out to breakfast. Now it's the next night. At good old Penn Station, and the train for Old Sharon is just pulling out. And Peter is with Keith in the smoking room.
Keith, wake up. Listen to me. I'm married.
Good. Huh? To whom?
To a girl.
Well, that's nice.
Some people would say it's a miracle, but I know it's just chemistry, of course. Anodes attract cathodes.
How cozy.
We saw one another and our chemicals started to work. I finally came to the conclusion that she was the most wonderful girl in the world.
Poor cathode. What a name for a girl.
Her name's Francie. And look, you'll have to sleep here. We're using your drawing room. I'm taking your ticket. Good night.
All right. Hey, Francie, that's my girl.
Hey, wait a minute, boss. Wait a minute. Take it easy. Lots of other fish in the sea.
I don't want any fish. I want a girl.
Drawing room A. Here it is. Frightened, darling?
No, I'm never going to be frightened again. I've got you to lean on.
Well, I've always tried to be a strong man. In a conservative way, of course.
Going to carry me over the threshold?
Of course, my darling. There. Easy does it. Here we are.
Yes.
Yes, here you are.
Oh.
Huh? Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's all right, buddy. I know just how it is.
Just how is it?
Oh, shut up.
Isn't this drawing room A?
That's right.
But our tickets say we have drawing room A.
And so do ours. Here, take a look.
Well, George, aren't you going to do something about this traffic?
Now, look, dear, why don't you be a nice girl and keep quiet before I pin your big ears back?
You hear that? You're a witness.
I wish you had a mother to go back to.
Say, I'll bet when you grow up you're going to be a nasty old man.
Hey, you. What are you doing?
I'm getting undressed so I can go to bed.
Oh, then come on, Francie. We'll sleep in the lounge car.
By all means.
Well, here we are. All off for Old Sharon. Uh-oh, there's your father, Peter.
Hey, he looks kind of calm. I thought he'd be a little bit excited when he heard you were married.
I haven't told him yet.
Oh, fine. Well, save me 2 seats on the 50-yard line.
Well, I thought I ought to prepare him a little. You know how excitable he is on the telephone.
Oh, why limit him? He throws a fit almost any place.
Uh-oh, sounds like I've walked into something.
Oh, you're bound to be a bit of a shock to him, darling. And he's so excitable sometimes, I thought I ought to break it to him kind of gently. Don't you see?
I understand, sure.
Keith will take you over to the Martha Gregory apartments and find you a place to stay. Then tonight he can bring you to the prom. Dress up and be just as beautiful as you are. When they see you, they're bound to fall in love with you. Then we can tell them everything.
Yes, darling. Only I don't know why I should be such a shock. Do you, Keith?
You don't know Peter's father.
Oh.
Oh, you run along with Keith, darling. I'll be over to see you later. You get off first.
All right, dear. Come along, Keith. Well, say, the old man doesn't look so ferocious. Who's the girl with him?
Who's... Uh-oh. That would be Helen.
Oh, there's Peter. Peter, darling.
Oh, hello, Helen.
And, who is Helen?
Oh, just someone Peter's engaged to.
Engaged? Why, he's a bigamist.
Well, just in the 2nd degree. You see, Helen's something the old man thought up. Come along.
Now, wait a minute. I've got to give her the once-over. After all, I don't want my husband engaged to just anyone.
I know, but I didn't expect you to allow him to bring her
Now,
home with
Father,
him.
I can explain everything.
Oh, don't worry, Peter. I know it wasn't your fault. Keith's allergic to redheads. Every time he gets near one, he breaks out in a rash.
Just a minute. Keith, will you, wait here just a minute? Professor Morgan.
Yes?
I just mustn't go away without saying goodbye and thanking you for everything. I had such a wonderful time. All I have to do is think of it, and I break out in gooseflesh all over. Do you ever break out, Miss?
Not lately.
Well, I'll always think of you, Professor, as my cousin.
Really?
Thank you, Miss Brent.
No, thank you. Goodbye. Keith, wait for me.
I'm sorry, Francie. I saw you come in, but I couldn't get away from Helen.
Oh, darling, I don't want to be old-fashioned, but the way you were holding that girl while you were dancing.
As a matter of fact, she was holding me.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you sit right here in the patio. The folks will come in this way. Oh, that's it. Only hold up your head, like you did the first time I saw you. There. Oh, that's perfect. Now, you stay right there and wait.
Okay, darling, but do hurry. I've got the shakes.
Well, Miss Brent, that's quite a pose. But I wouldn't try it in a high wind. You might take off.
Very funny. I'm in the aisle.
I wonder if you could stand the shock of my saying that I dislike you intensely.
Well, dear, when I have the time, I'll sit down and brood over it. But right now, please go away.
Not until I've had a few words with you. Peter and I are going to be married next month.
Is that so?
Yes, and in the meantime, he needs protection from a certain kind of woman.
Oh, he certainly does.
Are you going to leave town, or are you going to force me to scratch your eyes out?
Oh, look, will you stop being a dope?
Why, you...
Well, that was a silly thing to do. Now I'll just have to hit you right back.
Ouch! Why, you contemptible little nothing. Who do you think you are slapping me? Oh, why, you do that once more and I'll tear your hair out.
Quiet.
Of all the
This
nerves.
isn't nice at all.
Oh,
Control
I'll show
yourself.
you. I'll show you.
Lady.
You stop shushing me, you little tramp. I'll kill you for this.
Oh, okay, sister, you asked for it.
Ow! Let my hair go. If you think you can come in here and ouch and do anything you want to. Ow! Let go of me. He's got another thing coming, and I'm just the one who can do it, too.
Oh, you stuck me. She stuck me with a ball.
Yes.
Francie! Francie! Helen!
Let go of me. Let me go.
All right, Peter, I've got that one.
I saw it. I saw the whole thing. Take that redhead out of here.
Oh, Mr. Morgan.
Father, I can explain. Now,
Take
please
her
don't.
out of here.
I hear voices. Oh,
Mother.
dear.
Mother. Oh, darling, I'm sorry. Mother, are you all right? Mother!
Quick, someone get some smelling salts. She's fainted. Come on, Francis. Take her away.
Quiet, isn't it?
Very.
So nice to be alone.
Yes, isn't it, darling? Oh, Peter, what are we going to do? Anybody'd think I wasn't your wife, including me. If ever a girl felt unmarried, I do. Look, darling, do you think your father might be cooled off enough so that we could tell him?
Oh, I'm going to try. He's making a speech at the university tonight. I'll catch him there so he can't yell too loudly.
Well, it's been a whole week since that fight. And this is the first time we've been alone.
Hey! Hey, you two over there! What do you think you're doing?
What? Oh, hello, officer.
Well, you better make it good. It's against the law to hold necking parties on the side of a public highway. Now, what have you got to say for yourself?
Nothing. That is, look, officer, wait a minute. You've got to understand.
Make it good.
We've never had a chance to tell anyone before, but, well, you see, she and I are married.
Oh, you are you?
Yeah.
Then why don't you go home?
Well, Bob, does everything meet with your approval?
Oh, yes, Mr. Lloyd, but all this talk about universities and schools brings back my college days.
Really? Where did you go?
I went to Cornell.
You did?
Yes, and I was also voted the most likely to succeed.
Really?
Yes, and that made the 27th time the school was wrong.
Well, didn't that upset you?
Well, it might have, but I just held myself in check and said, why be irritated? Light an old gold.
What did you say?
Why be irritated? Light an old gold. Yes, smokers, when the gremlins start ganging up on you, that's the time to look for pleasure. The pleasure of a swell cigarette.
And Old Gold fills the bill perfectly. Its superb blend of many fine tobaccos, including a touch of costly, extra flavorful Latakia tobacco, is conditioned with apple honey. This special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture, helps guard against cigarette dryness.
So look to Old Gold and light an Old Gold for more smoking pleasure. But remember, they've tripled in popularity, and billions of them are going to our men and women overseas. So if your dealer was sold out today, we're extremely sorry, but do ask again for Old Gold next time. We're doing our best to keep up. And your patience will be rewarded when your dealer says,
Old Gold, here you are.
Old Gold, the cigarette conditioned with apple honey to help prevent cigarette dryness, to give you more smoking pleasure.
Yes, this is Harold Lloyd again. Peter and Francie are desperate. Imagine it yourself. Married for a whole week and never having a chance to be alone together. They've made several efforts to tell Peter's father about their marriage, but every time something happens. Francie got into a fight at the prom with Helen, who had been Peter's fiancée. His mother had a heart attack, and his father was fit to be tied. But Peter has determined to make one last effort. He goes to the university and catches his father just as he is going into the assembly hall to make a speech.
Father, you'll have to listen to me for a minute.
I tell you, I haven't got time. Later.
Dad, listen.
I said later.
Dad, you've got to listen. Francie, that girl, she's not Keith's girl. She's my wife.
What did you say?
I said that girl is my wife, and I might add, she's the finest wife a man ever had.
Are you mad, Peter?
Completely. And I hope it's a permanent condition.
I won't have you throwing your life away.
It's my life.
While you're a member of my faculty, you'll do as I say.
Well, then consider me no longer a member of your faculty.
What are you two shouting for? We can hear you in the auditorium. Father, are you all right?
I'm all right. It's this boy.
Peter, what on earth's the matter?
I'm glad you're here, Mother, and you too, Helen.
Be quiet. You know your mother has a weak heart.
I won't be quiet. I've been quiet long enough.
Mr. Morgan, what's the matter?
There, you've done it again. Get some water. Get a doctor. Get somebody.
Who is it? Who's there?
It's me, Francie. Peter.
Where are you?
On the fire escape. Outside the window. Let me in.
Peter, for heaven's sake. Oh,
What happened? What fell?
Oh, just that Murphy bed. The maid calls it Walter because it's like her husband, always falling down. It even fell down once when I just closed the drawer of the desk.
Here, I'll help you put it up.
Oh. Thank you.
Francie, why couldn't you talk to me on the phone? I've got to talk to you. And that man downstairs, he wouldn't let me come up in the elevator.
Peter, it won't do any good to talk. I've made up my mind, darling. I'm going back to New York.
Well, let's stop a little while and talk it over anyway.
Peter, I can talk much more lucidly with you over there.
If you go, I'm going with you.
No, Peter, there's your work and your mother to think of. I was just ready to go. The train leaves at 4.
I can't go back down right now. There's a policeman standing down on the corner.
Well, he may have gone.
I'll look and see. Well, there are 2 of them now.
Oh.
Walter didn't fall down that time.
No. Well, I guess you'll have to stay for a little while.
Yeah, guess I'll have to. Where does that door go?
Closet.
Are you sure you haven't left anything? I'd better take a look. Nope, nothing here. Walter's still up.
Try the desk drawer. I think I left some books in the desk. Will you return them for me?
Certainly.
I couldn't keep just one, could I, Peter?
Why not?
Well, will you autograph it for me, please?
What shall I write?
Whatever you want to. Here, let me see. Francie, darling, I love you. Please never read beyond this page. Oh, Peter. Oh, Peter, darling, I can't go.
Oh, now you're really making sense, darling. Walter?
Walter? Shh. Who is it?
It's Mrs. Morgan. May I come in?
Mother, what'll I do?
Well, you'll have to go down the fire escape, darling. Here, hurry.
What do you suppose she wants?
We can't wait to find out. Hurry.
All right, goodbye, darling. I'll see you later.
Yes, goodbye. Oh, hello, Mrs. Morgan. Please come in, won't you?
Thank you. Since you know who I am, it simplifies what I have to say. I found out everything about you and Peter.
Oh, Mother, I'm so glad. You know, we've been frightened to death to tell you we were married. I had begun to think I might lose him.
I think if you don't mind, I'll sit down.
You mean you didn't know we were married?
No, I didn't. This is the first I've heard of that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have blurted it out like this for anything. Oh, how's your heart? How do you feel?
I think I'm going to feel fine.
But your heart?
My dear, I only have heart trouble when it's convenient. When my husband raises his voice, it saves such a lot of bother.
Oh, no, that's wonderful.
Listen, I don't care who you are. Even if you are the president of the university, it's against the rules for men to come up here. Besides, why aren't you in school?
I'm playing hockey.
Well!
Now, young lady. Mother! Well?
It's all right, Mr. Morgan. Mother knows about Peter and me.
Oh, she does she? How chummy. Now, Miss Brent, you look like a practical young lady.
Father, please.
Don't interrupt. Miss Brent, just why did you marry my son?
Because I love him. I want to be his wife.
Marrying you means Peter is throwing away everything important in his life. In the end, it'll make you as unhappy as it will him. The simplest solution is a quiet divorce. If you insist upon being unreasonable, I'll be forced to ask Peter for his resignation.
Father, you're not grading papers now, nor dismissing class.
Come, Mother. I have to get back to the university. Come on.
Come on. Come here. Go there. 30 years I've had of it. All for good old Sharon, our alma mater. Laugh when you want to cry. If you laugh, don't laugh too loud. Don't wear a red dress even though you love red. It's too conspicuous. Love old Sharon. Love it even when it's breaking your son's heart.
Coming, my dear.
Coming? I'm going.
It's all right, Mr. Morgan. I am going, too.
Thank you.
More tea, Francie.
Thank you, Mother.
Oh, this is wonderful. I feel so free.
Yes. Doesn't one feel free?
New York's going to be so much fun. We can go where we want to.
Do what we want to.
Wear what we want. And no husbands to bother us or
Oh, Mother, you don't feel good about leaving.
Oh, I know I don't, Francie.
Well, as a matter of fact, neither do I.
But what could I do? I just had to go through with it.
Oh, Mother, it's all my fault.
Oh, now, don't you worry about me. You've got trouble enough of your own. Oh, heavens, what happened?
Well, I can't imagine. Just a minute, I'll find out. Porter, what happened?
You ladies stay in your compartments and don't worry. We just ran into a car at the crossing.
Oh, heavens, was anyone hurt?
No, ma'am. There didn't seem to be nobody in it.
Oh, well, that's good. Oh, by the way, Porter, you can make up our berths. I'm in the next compartment.
Yes, I know.
Well, good night, Mother.
Good night, darling.
I see no necessity, Peter, for placing the car across the track and having it wrecked. The porter said compartment C. Here we are.
Father!
Well, Mother, I've come to take you home. This nonsense...
Oh!
All right, Dad. Make your mind up. Which do you want most, Mother or the university?
Don't be ridiculous.
Dad, you weren't always like this, but it looks to me like when you grow up, you're apt to turn into a crab.
Well, what would you suggest?
That you forget everything but what your honeymoon was like.
All right.
Who's there?
It's I.
Go away!
I was in that wreck. The train struck me. Oh, my heart! My heart!
Father, why didn't you tell me? Here, come in, lie down. I'll get you home. We'll get you back to the doctor.
What the heck is going... Peter. Oh, Peter, how did you get here?
Now, what sort of a honeymoon would this be without me?
Oh, terrible, darling, but... what about your father?
He's on his honeymoon. In there.
Oh, darling!
The sign say, ma'am, quiet as requested for the benefit of them who has retired.
We're retiring, Porter. Come on, darling.
Now, this is Harold Lloyd.
Linda Darnell.
And Lee Bowman.
Saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Joseph Cotton in Clarence. See you then.
Vivacious Lady was presented by arrangement with RKO Studios, producers of None But the Lonely Heart. We wish to thank 20th Century Fox Film Corporation for the appearance of Linda Darnell. Miss Darnell is currently working in the 20th Century Fox picture Hangover Square. Mr. Lee Bowman appears through arrangement with Columbia Pictures and will soon be seen co-starred with Rita Hayworth and Janet Blair in Columbia's Technicolor production Tonight and Every Night. Now remember, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. It's conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and gives you more smoking pleasure. And listen to Old Gold's other great new show, Which is Which, with Ken Murray as MC, Richard Himber's orchestra, and famous stars of stage, screen, and radio, or their reasonable facsimiles. Tune in Wednesday night on another network. Consult your newspaper for time and station. This is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater, the only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, Booth Tarkington's Clarence, starring Joseph Cotton. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I begin with this paraphrase? Some families are born wacky, some achieve wackiness, and others have wackiness thrust upon them. The Wheeler family comes under all three headings, because there's Mr. Wheeler.
I have $10 million, and I'm not happy. I have a beautiful wife, my second, and I'm not happy. I have a son and a daughter by my first wife, and well, I'm just not happy.
And there's Mrs. Wheeler.
I have a wonderful husband and everything that money can buy. I suppose I should be happy. But my stepdaughter has a very beautiful governess, Violet Pinney. She lives with us, and the children confide in her. So does my husband. How can I be happy?
And there's the daughter, Cora Wheeler.
When you're 16, you're ripe for love. You're ready for the arms of Hubert Stem. But just because he's a grass widower, no one understands this. Not even Violet Pinney. Only a man of the world like Hubert can harness the raging torrents of my love. But they, blind fools, will not hear this. Happiness, thou wilt never be mine.
And there's the son, Bobby Wheeler.
Look, just because a chap does a little crap shooting, should his prep school kick him out 3 times? Listen, if a young buck comes home and finds a good-looking parlor maid, he kisses her, doesn't he? Then why should she threaten to sue me for breaches of promise when, look, I just found out I adore Violet Pinney. I worship the ground she walks over me on. Happy? Me? Nuts.
Yes, those are the Wheelers, with whom no one would wish to become involved, except maybe Clarence, because fools rush in where angels fear to tread. However, Clarence doesn't rush in. He enters the reception room of Mr. Wheeler's office slowly, sagging a bit in the middle, wearing thick-tinted glasses and an Army private's uniform badly in need of pressing. He says to Mr. Wheeler's secretary,
Good morning.
Oh, you're the soldier who's been waiting to see Mr. Wheeler?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Wheeler is very busy. Perhaps some other members of the firm could assist you.
Oh, no, ma'am, I don't think so. Mr. Wheeler, please.
I'm his secretary. Perhaps if you'd tell me your business.
I'm afraid I don't have any business exactly.
Or what you wanted to see him about.
It's personal.
I see. The very earliest you could speak to Mr. Wheeler would be Friday of next week at 10:30. What is your name?
It's Clarence, ma'am. Clarence.
Is Mr. Wheeler in his office, Grace?
Why, yes, Mrs. Wheeler. But I don't believe he was expecting you down this morning. I'll call him.
Oh, no, don't bother him. It's just that... Did they come in here this morning?
They?
Cora and her governess, Violet Pinney.
No, Mrs. Wheeler.
Well, they will. Imagine. As though I can't handle my own stepdaughter. So she needs a governess. But does she need a pretty one? Using every opportunity to confer with Mr. Wheeler.
You mean about Cora?
That's what she'd like me to believe. But I have other ideas.
Well, I'll be glad to tell Mr. Wheeler you're here.
Oh, no. I wouldn't bother him with my troubles. I'll just run downstairs for a few minutes. There's a diamond clip I saw that should look well in my new evening gown.
Next week, Friday at 10:30.
Oh, I had forgotten you were here.
Yes, ma'am. Next week, Friday at 10:30.
Pardon me. Hello, yes?
The Son and Heir's on his way in. Tried to stop him out here, but he's all steamed up about something.
Thank you.
Look, I just saw Mother going out. Listen, was she talking to Father about me?
No, Bobby, she wasn't. And what are you doing home from school?
They sacked me.
Again?
Look, it's a high-class school. They have to throw out somebody every month to give up their reputation. And I bounce easier than anybody else.
Are you going to worry your father with that?
No, listen, I've got something else to worry him with. I'm in real trouble this time.
Well, your father's busy, and he won't be able to...
Look, there's no hurry. I'll wait in one of the other offices. I want to call up a good lawyer anyway.
Next week, Friday at 10:30.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting like this.
That's all right. It gave me a chance to look over the back numbers of Esquire.
Really? You don't look like the type who would read Esquire.
You don't have to read it, ma'am.
His father in Grace. Violet and I have an appointment to see him this morning. Isn't it exciting, being the subject of so many conferences?
Your father said you'd be shown right in, Cora. Oh, how are you this morning, Miss Pinney?
Quite well, thank you. But I believe I should see Mr. Wheeler first, if you don't mind, Cora.
Oh, not at all. Go right ahead. When you've got everything ready for the slaughter, I'll come in like a little lamb.
Very well. I'll take you in now, Miss Pinney.
Thank you.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
I'm just leaving.
You're a soldier, aren't you? Were you in the war?
Well, I was in the Army.
And you came to see Father about a job. I think we should take care of all the soldiers and the sailors and the Marines.
That's a lot to take care of.
Father has a big business. He's a cocoon on Wall Street.
Tycoon.
Was that it? Well, he'll see you and give you a good job anyway.
I hope so. Next week, Friday at 10:30.
Is that what Grace told you? Nonsense. You can go in and see him when it's my turn.
I wouldn't want to take your turn.
Phooey. All he wants to do is give me fits. Besides, I'm a woman in love, and my capacity to understand and help others is infantile.
Infinite.
Was that it? Oh. What's your name?
It's Clarence.
Look, why should one of those lawyers want... Where's Grace? Cora! What are you doing here? And listen, who's that you're talking to?
Why, this is Clarence. Grace is in with Violet talking with Father.
About me?
You and your puny affairs. They're discussing me.
You. Look, you don't know what an affair is. Listen, I just called a lawyer.
Are you in some other trouble? Just since you've been expelled?
No, never mind me and my puny affairs. Say, you're a soldier, aren't you?
Guess I still am. I've just been discharged.
What did you do in the Army?
I drove a mule.
Look, you drove a mule?
Oh, why did you do that?
Somebody had to.
But what for?
Well, they won't go where you want them to unless you drive them.
But I didn't think they had mules in the Army anymore.
Look, now, isn't that just like a woman? They always have to have a mule when they play the Navy, don't they?
Were you wounded, Clarence?
Well, I was injured.
How dramatic. Where?
My liver.
I mean, where were you when the bullet struck?
It wasn't a bullet.
A bomb?
A mule's hoof.
Look, do you have to ask all those personal questions?
Did you ever meet General Eisenhower, Clarence?
No.
Or General MacArthur?
No.
Where do you live when you're home?
Well, nowhere precisely.
Where was your home before the war?
Wherever I happened to be boarding.
Where did your mother and father bring you up?
I was brought up by some cannibals.
Oh, my goodness. When you were little?
Yes, that is, my nurse was a cannibal.
My gosh.
Didn't your nurse ever try to eat you?
No, not me.
But didn't they ever try to eat your family?
No, not my family.
Well, who did they try to eat?
Cora, Miss Penny has told me about your affair with this Hubert Stem. A grass widower 10 years older than you are. I forbid you to see him again.
Father, I love him. And when a woman loves a man with all the soul of her maturity...
If he comes to the house again, I'll throw him out on his maturity. And you, Bobby. So you've been expelled again.
Look, would you want your son to be where he's suffering all the time?
I'm afraid you're on the road there already. But I'll see what I can do about getting you into another school. Miss Penny, if you'd be kind enough to suggest another prep school where my son's reputation hasn't been...
I'm only the boy's stepmother. But does Miss Penny have to suggest everything?
Fanny, where did you come from?
Oh, is it possible that I've interrupted another tete-a-tete?
Now, don't talk nonsense.
Mother, they won't let me see Mr. Stem anymore.
Oh, my poor darling. Well, at least you come to me when your heart is troubled. Your father and Miss Penny are probably too preoccupied to guide you.
Mr. Wheeler, I don't think I can stand any more of these insinuations.
Well, I'm depending on you at least to keep your head. Now, take Cora home.
I'll take Cora home.
Well, I don't care who takes her home, just so long as she go... Who are you?
I'm Clarence.
Well, he's the soldier who's been waiting to see you, Mr. Wheeler.
You mean you've been here all the time and you've heard all this?
Yes, sir. Everybody talks so loud.
Clarence was brought up by cannibals.
But they didn't eat him.
He wants a job.
Look, he's been in the Army and everything.
And a mule kicked his liver.
Is that why you sagged to the right, young man?
Yes, sir, I guess so.
Well, of course, I'd like to do everything I can, but you know how it is just at present.
He used to drive mules.
You used to drive mules? In the Army?
Yes, sir.
Clarence, I've got some news for you. You're hired.
Thank you. Shall I report for work here or at your home?
You said you used to drive mules. What do you think?
Nice little setup Clarence has. Between Bobby and Cora and Violet and Mr. and Mrs. Wheeler, I think Clarence is going to long for the peace and quiet of a foxhole.
Oh, I don't know, Harold. If I were in Clarence's shoes, I wouldn't be perturbed.
Bob Williams, 140 pounds of steel and ice.
Well, it's not that. I'm just flesh and blood, no Superman. It's just that I've discovered how to brush off little annoyances. When I get annoyed, I don't reach for a hatchet or even a bad egg. Why, I don't even count to 10.
What do you do? Say a magic word like abracadabra?
I don't say abracadabra, but I do have a set of magic words. Very simple ones, too. I just say, why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Why be irritated? Light an old gold. Say,
I feel better, too.
Yes, smokers, when you want to keep your poise, there's nothing like the comfort and pleasure of a fine cigarette. But you can't get that pleasure if your cigarette is dry and harsh. So remember this important point.
To help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's fine tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey. This special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture, helps guard your smoking enjoyment.
And here's another point.
For extra flavor, Old Gold has added a touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco to its magnificent blend of many choice tobaccos.
Yes, the extras are there for you in Old Gold. Extra flavor plus the extra special protection of apple honey that helps guard against cigarette dryness. So don't forget this. When little annoyances come your way, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold and see for yourself why they've tripled in popularity.
And so it is that Clarence has come into the Wheeler home. Did I say home? I use the word lightly, of course. Most homes are divided into rooms, but the Wheeler domicile is divided into rounds. And Clarence has to referee every one of them. Every temper is automatic, every altercation is equipped with a self-starter, and every misunderstanding grows like a baby full of vitamins. Either Bobby Wheeler is saying...
Look, just because I kissed Della the maid, see? She once breaches a promise because the butler saw us and now he won't marry her. Listen, what would you do?
If I were the butler or the maid?
No, me.
I don't know.
Or else Corla Wheeler is claiming...
They can't stop me, Clarence. They just can't. Why, if Hubert went to the end of the world, I'd follow him. Where is the end of the world, Clarence?
Somewhere in the distant future, I guess.
You don't know what it is to be in love with a man, do you?
No, I've never been in love with a man.
Or Della, the maid, is insisting...
Faith in he's ruined my chances, that's what he has. The young master's played fast and loose with my character. And where else can a poor girl turn but to a lawyer?
Maybe the butler will take you back if you beg him.
Beg? One of my blood? Sure, and I'm sprung from Irish kings. Would you beg in my place?
Well, I don't know. You see, I never sprang from an Irish king.
Or Mrs. Wheeler was complaining...
And what am I in my own house? A stooge to a governess. This Violet Penny. Does she think she can replace me? Does she think she can steal the love of my stepchildren? Of my husband? Does she think I'm blind? Well, does she?
I don't know. I haven't asked her.
And so it has gone on for 3 full weeks. No one exactly understands Clarence's capacity in the house, but they do understand his capacity for silent sympathy, and they all help themselves in generous measure. All except Violet Penny, Cora's governess. This morning, Clarence is tuning the piano, and Violet comes into the conservatory.
If you run across a melody, would you mind playing it?
I'm tuning the piano.
You drove a mule in the army, and you tune pianos, too?
Well, I know as much about piano tuning as I do about driving mules.
It seems you know something about buying clothes, too. Quite a wardrobe arrived for you this morning. I had the butler take them to your room.
Thank you. I'm anxious to get back into civilian clothes again.
I can imagine.
You mean anything would be an improvement over the way I wear this uniform?
I didn't say that.
I know. Every morning at inspection, my sergeant used to tear his hair when he saw me. He said he just couldn't stand it any longer.
What happened to him?
He became bald.
Mr. Hubert Stem to see you, Miss Penny.
Thank you, Dinwiddie. Will you show him in here, please?
Thank you.
I'll gather up my tools and go someplace else.
Oh, please, don't. I wish you'd stay right here and continue your piano tuning.
Mr. Stem, isn't he the
Cora
one
thinks
who...
she's in love with? Yes. But I assure you that your being here will make no difference.
Well, whatever you say.
Oh, there you are, my dear Violet. You got my note?
That's why I'm seeing you.
I say, perhaps we could go someplace else.
I'm afraid not. What I have to say is brief. Mr. Wheeler asked me to inform you that if you called on Cora again or bothered her, he would personally throw you from this house.
Well, it's just as well. I have never been interested in Cora.
No?
No, it's you I've wanted to see. I've been using her as an excuse.
Oh, Mr. Stem.
You've kept yourself aloof from me. I had to resort to some means to see you.
I fail to see the necessity for that.
Then let me tell you, darling, that from the very first moment I laid my eyes on you... Pardon me a moment, Violet.
I say, it's nice to have you back from the army and all that, my good man, but can't you tune that confounded piano some other day?
I'm afraid not.
Then take this $20 bill and have yourself a good time somewhere. I don't imagine you had much fun in the army.
Not as much as I'm having now.
Then suppose you run along, eh?
I can't. You see, I live here.
You live here?
Clarence is one of Mr. Wheeler's secretaries.
This is preposterous. Violet, can't you take a walk with me?
Sorry.
Then how about you taking a walk?
With you? I don't think I would look
You could go first, and I'd follow. There are some beautiful formal gardens a short distance away.
I don't know anything about gardens.
Just go on with your work, Clarence.
Oh, this is the end. I'll not stay around here to be insulted. A piano-tuning secretary. I never heard of such a thing. I suppose the cook is also a plumber, and the butler weaves Indian blankets on the sides. I've had enough. Goodbye.
I think that takes care of Mr. Stem.
You didn't seem to like him.
How could I? Pretending to be in love with Cora just to get to see me.
I'm glad.
Why should you be glad?
Well, so many people want you to think of them. The chap who just left, Bobby, Cora, Mr. Wheeler.
That last was uncalled for. You know my position in this house. I'm only staying until Cora's safely past this violent love affair of hers.
Well, why don't you tell her what he just said to you?
And make her hate me and throw herself into his arms?
Is that what a woman would do?
You don't know much about women, do you?
I guess not.
Were you by any chance a college professor before you entered the Army?
No, not a professor.
A student?
Not exactly a student either.
You're the strangest person I've ever met.
That's what my grandfather used to say. He called me an interesting specimen.
Well, you are that.
And maybe, instead of thinking of all the others, maybe you could think of me.
And why should I think of you?
Well, it might be safer.
Clarence? Oh, Clarence. Oh, there you are. Dinwiddie said you bought yourself some new clothes. I wonder how you will look out of uniform. Funnier than ever, I expect, don't you?
No, I think it'll be an improvement.
And those thick-colored glasses. Will you always need them?
Maybe not. They said I could take them off when my eyes felt stronger.
Well, do put on your new clothes, won't you? We're all anxious to see you.
I was just going to.
You know, Clarence, you always did seem an awfully peculiar kind of soldier.
That's what the officers kept telling me. I'll be back after I change.
He's such an unusual person, isn't he? He's been living with us for 3 weeks, and we really don't know anything about him.
Yes, he is unusual.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, me? Nothing. Why?
Well, you sounded so funny. Oh, by the way, who was just here?
Someone to see me.
Who was it?
Really, Cora, you shouldn't ask
me. It was Hubert Stem, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And you drove him away, didn't you?
Well, Clarence had more to do with it than I did.
Clarence, that idiot! What right had he?
Now, please, Cora, calm yourself. It was your father's wish.
I don't care whose wish it was. They can't live my life for me, and neither can you. I won't stand for it. I hate Clarence. I hate Father. I hate you. I'm going to Hubert and tell him.
Look, how many times have I told you can't talk that way to Violet? Listen, she's on a high spiritual plane, and you and this Hubert. Look, I'll bust him in the snoot.
You shut up. I'll live my own life. You and your high spiritual plane.
Please, Cora, Bobby.
Look, even though she is my sister, she should keep the fingers of her sordid affairs away from you. Listen, Violet, ever since I first saw you, something came over me.
Something came over you when you kissed Della, too.
Look, that's a lie. It didn't mean a thing. And if you say that again, listen, I'll give you the whipping you deserve.
You dare to lay a hand on me and
Oh, for heaven's sakes, can't I ever find this place peaceful and quiet when I come home from the office? Cora, stop that!
Look, that Hubert Stem was here, and she wants to rush away with him.
Bobby's in love with Violet, and he kissed Della, and he's in trouble, and I will run away with Hubert, and I hate Clarence and everybody.
Miss Penny, I relied on you around here. Isn't there some way you can stop this?
Well, really, Mr. Wheeler, I don't see...
Perhaps that's just the trouble. Perhaps you relied too much on Miss Penny, not enough on me.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Fanny, are you going to start too?
I think it's high time that I do. I've allowed too much to go on in this house under my very nose.
I don't feel that I have to stand for any more of these insinuations.
Now, wait a minute. I'm depending on you, Miss Penny. If you leave, then I'm going to.
Oh, such brazenness. Well, if you two want to run away together.
Hang it, who said anything about running away with anyone? I'm going alone. And stop that sniveling.
Don't you dare touch that child.
I wasn't going to touch her, but so help me.
Look, she needs a good fanning.
Bobby, to your own sister.
Really, Mr. Wheeler?
Really nothing. I've stood out of this. I can't. Do you hear? I can't take any more. This is the last. I'm positively going to...
These are my new clothes. How do you like them?
Clarence.
Clarence.
Look, Clarence.
Clarence, What became of your glasses?
Guess I don't need them anymore. I can see all right.
Listen, that's a pretty snappy outfit you're wearing.
It really does make a difference.
Oh, Clarence! Clarence! I never thought. Come over here and let's sit down.
Yes, Clarence, over here.
Say, what goes on here? The soldier takes off his uniform and his glasses, puts on a suit of clothes, and everybody starts mooning around like a barn full of lovesick calves.
Oh, but don't you see, dear? Are you blind?
Blind? What am I supposed to see?
Who he looks like.
Well, who does he look like?
Oh, Father, don't be an icky. He looks just like Joseph Cotton.
So Clarence looks like Joseph Cotton.
What's that, Bob? Well, you sound annoyed.
Well, I am. I'd like to look like Joseph Cotton, too. Instead, I look like Clarence. I took my glasses off, thought it'd make me look more handsome. And you know what happened?
What?
I walked into 3 doors.
Well, that is annoying. Did you get angry?
Well, I started to, and then I remembered. You know those famous words of mine?
You mean, why be irritated? Light an old gold.
That's right. And I say the same thing to you smokers listening in. If the pixies start to plague you, get on the right side of things with an old gold cigarette. Enjoy its extra flavor, plus its extra special protection from cigarette dryness. For as so many smokers know,
Old Gold's distinctive blend of many fine tobaccos, including a touch of costly, extra flavorful Latakia tobacco, is conditioned with apple honey. This special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture, helps guard against cigarette dryness.
So look to Old Gold and light an Old Gold for more smoking pleasure. And when you do, please keep this in mind. Old Gold has tripled in popularity, and billions of them are going to our men and women overseas. So if your dealer is out of Old Golds today, we're sorry, and we're doing our very best to keep up. But won't you please ask again for Old Golds? Your pleasure will be that much greater when you do get a pack, when you do smoke the cigarette conditioned with apple honey to help prevent cigarette dryness. That's Old Gold.
And the Wheeler home becomes headquarters for sweetness and light, just because Clarence looks like Joseph Cotton. Would that there could be one in every home. Mrs. Wheeler falls in love with her husband again. Shall we say indirectly? Cora forgets Hubert Stem directly. Della the maid forgets all about Bobby because her eyes are full of moonbeams. But Clarence still remains a mystery. They aren't even sure of his last name. Wheeler insists that his last name is Smam because his secretary wrote it that way. Violet holds out for Clarence Moon because she has heard it that way. And Clarence insists they should have looked him up in Who's Who because he is listed there. And when they look him up, neither Smam or Moon can they find. So the mystery deepens, as does his spell over all but Violet. And then one morning he says to her,
I hear you're leaving today.
Yes, Cora's entering a school tomorrow, and Bobby's been taken back again by his principal. There's no longer any need for me.
Well, where will you go?
Oh, I don't know, but I'll find something.
I thought maybe we could go together. I'm leaving, too.
You're assuming quite a bit, aren't you? We looked you up in Who's Who last night, and you weren't even mentioned.
You mean they dropped me so soon? I didn't expect that. Then maybe my work isn't so important since the war.
Your work?
I was on potato bugs.
Potato bugs?
Yes, out in Montana, millions of potato bugs out there. You find bugs that hate potato bugs and put them together, and then you save the potatoes.
Why, that's an entomologist.
Sure.
But why did you come here?
Well, I had a very good assistant when I left, and in fact, he was a better bug man than I was, a specialist on potato bugs, whereas I just played the field. I didn't want to come back and take his job after he took over for me, but well, there's a letter coming this morning that'll make everything right.
What letter?
I read that my former assistant had been offered a position with the Department of Agriculture and had accepted, so I wrote to the university telling them that I would be available again if they still think as much of me as I think they do. I'll go back to my bugs. It's not a bad life.
Isn't it?
We wouldn't be talking about bugs always. We'd talk about other things.
We would?
Yes. You see, well, aside from potato bugs, you're the only person I've ever loved.
Oh, Clarence.
Morning mail just arrived. There's a letter here for C.L. Smith in care of me. Any idea who he might be?
Of course, I'm C.L. Smith.
Smith? Well, I thought your name was Smam.
Oh, nobody's name was ever Smam.
Clarence Smith. Oh, Mother, let's see if that's in Who's Who.
I've been waiting for that letter, Mr. Wheeler. May I have it?
Why, certainly, here.
Oh, here it is. Clarence Smith, born July 13, 1914, at Zubesi Mission Station, Congo River, Africa. Well, I should say he did have cannibals. Son of Gabriel C., medical missionary, and Martha S., graduate, College of Physical Science, Newcastle, England. Postgraduate, Polytechnique, Paris, France. Doctor of Science.
Doctor of Science?
Chief entomologist, Sturtevant Biological Laboratory.
Chief entomologist?
This is it. Listen, this is the news I've been waiting for. I can have my position back starting today. What do you say, Violet?
Well, what do I say? Why, I hardly know you. Doctor of Science, Chief entomologist.
Oh, well, why not forget the titles? How's about kissing just Clarence?
Clarence.
She kissed him. She kissed him.
Why, certainly, dear. Didn't you know? They're going to be married.
Married? Oh, Clarence.
Look, this is quite a shock, Violet. Listen, when am I going to see you again?
Anytime, Bobby. You can come out to Montana on your vacation.
Montana?
That's right. We'll be working with the potato bugs.
Potato bugs?
Oh, Cora, for heaven's sakes, what's the matter now?
I've lost Clarence, and what's the use of going out to Montana?
Why not, I'd like to know?
Because no potato bug ever looked like Joseph Cotton.
This is Harold Lloyd.
This is Joseph Cotton.
Saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents John Hodiak and Susan Hayward in Take a Letter, Darling. See you then.
Joseph Cotton appeared on the Old Gold Comedy Theater by arrangement with David O. Selznick, producer of I'll Be Seeing You, in which Mr. Cotton will soon be seen. Clarence was presented by arrangement with Samuel French. Now, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. It's conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and gives you more smoking pleasure. And listen to Old Gold's other great new show, Which is Which? With Ken Murray as MC, Richard Himber's orchestra, and famous stars of stage, screen, and radio, or their reasonable facsimiles. Tune in Wednesday night on another network. Consult your newspaper for time and station. The makers of Old Gold cigarettes would like to remind our listeners that now, during the 6th War Loan Drive, is the time for each of us to buy a share in speedy and complete victory over Germany and Japan. Now is the time to buy an extra bond in addition to your regular monthly quota. As the tempo of the battle increases, as victory comes ever closer, more and more supplies are needed to guarantee that victory. That is why your extra bonds are needed now so urgently. Your purchase of an extra bond is your pledge to the men and women overseas. This is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater, the only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, Take a Letter, Darling, starring John Hodiak and Susan Hayward. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight, Take a Letter, Darling, was cast in a very psychic manner. Because when we asked ourselves, now, who would be a perfectly virile young man for our lead? A little voice said,
Johnny Hodiak.
And when we asked ourselves, now, who would combine charm and humor and rugged individuality? A little voice said,
Johnny Hodiak.
So we listened to that little voice, and it grew into a big, strong voice which said the very same thing.
John Hodiak.
Welcome to Comedy Theater, John. Pull up a microphone and make yourself broadcastable.
Thank you, Harold.
I hope you managed to find a leading lady, John. You'll need one, you know.
Yes, I know. And I had an experience similar to yours, Harold, because when I asked myself, who's a beautiful girl with poise and sophistication and charm, a little voice said,
Susan Hayward.
Well, now, isn't that amazing? Probably both of us are wired for sound. But what did you do?
I listened to that voice, and it grew stronger, but it always said the same thing.
Susan Hayward.
Welcome, Susan. What do you think of our psychic powers?
Quite impressive. Do you tell fortunes, too?
Indeed, I do. I huddled with my prognosticator this afternoon, and I can safely predict that you and John are going to give as delightful performances tonight as John is giving in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Marriage is a Private Affair, and yours, Susan, in Paramount's And Now Tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Now, let me begin this way. Once upon a time, a very shrewd advertising man said, it pays to advertise, and made himself a lot of money. And once upon a time, Tom Verney, a very shrewd young man, said, it pays to be in advertising, and made himself a lot of trouble. It all began when Tom carried 6 feet of muscle, 2.5 feet of shoulders, and a letter of introduction into the offices of Atwater and McGregor, advertising specialists.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a letter of introduction, A.M. McGregor.
Is it about a job?
Well, yes.
You want to know something?
Well, yes.
You'll get the job.
Well, yes.
Yes. The more I look at you, the more I'm sure you'll get the job. Chump.
Chump.
Third door to the right. Just walk in.
Thanks, pal.
Don't mention it, chump.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking for McGregor.
Well, you found her. Close the door. Come on in and sit down.
Well, I am sorry. Dooley didn't tell me McGregor was a lady.
Is a lady. You have a letter from him? May I see it?
Yes, here.
Tom Verney, huh? I might be able to use you. What have you done?
Well, nothing much. I had an income and lived as I pleased. Shipped aboard freighters twice, once to the Argentine, once to Portugal. I was bodyguard to a banker, played pro football for a couple of years, but, none of it was work.
Piggy bank empty?
That's right.
College graduate?
Yep.
Do you like advertising?
Not particularly.
Well, that's a fine start. What do you like?
Well, I guess I'm childish, but that's my secret.
Stand up.
Huh, what?
How do you look in clothes?
Clothes?
Yeah, I mean a decent suit of tails.
Well, isn't this suit decent? I've worn it for 2 years, haven't been arrested once.
Please answer my question and try not to be cute.
Pardon me, fire away.
Do you dance?
Fairly well, no prizes.
Are you married?
Nope.
Any obligations?
What kind?
Female.
No.
Well, you're a little on the gargantua side, but I'll take a chance. You'll start at $50 a week.
$50?
When you're worth more, you'll be paid more.
Well, thanks. But what am I?
My private secretary.
Yeah, but I don't know anything about shorthand or typing.
Oh, we have girls in the outer office for that. Your duties will be more personal.
I see. Miss McGregor, I came here because I needed money, but if what I'm thinking is right, pardon me while I go out and start digging a nice clean ditch.
Oh, just a moment, Mr. Verney. Believe me, I won't hurt you. Your 3 predecessors made the same mistake. It was probably the night work that fooled them.
Night work?
Mm-hmm. You see, a woman in advertising has an edge and a handicap. She's a woman. That's the edge. But so are the wives of the executives she has to deal with.
And that's the handicap.
Oh, and they think that
You're learning, Vernie. And that's what we're up against tonight. We're dining with a Mr. and Mrs. French. He has a $2 million advertising contract that I could use, and a wife that I could choke.
Can't say I blame her for being suspicious. You're quite beautiful.
You're learning. And that's why I need you.
To choke the wife.
Oh, no, you won't have to go that far. Just a little extra pressure when you're dancing with her should do the trick. See what I mean?
I'm learning.
How does the job strike you?
Repulsive.
$50 a week.
Impressive.
You'll take it?
Positive.
Good. Now dash over to Barton's and get yourself a full-dress suit. Here's the address. I'll pick you up tonight at 7. You'll probably need alterations. Hurry now and ask for Mr. Barton personally.
You, Mr. Barton?
I'm Mr. Barton.
Miss McGregor sent me.
Oh, Mr. Verney. Miss McGregor phoned about you, so you're the new secretary, eh?
Yeah, I'm the new secretary. Let me see some soup and fish. I have to pick one out.
Now. My men have taken care of everything.
What do you mean?
Well, tails, top hat, stick, gloves, complete gentleman. It's all ready for you.
Stick?
And I have a little surprise for you, Verney. You're going to get 2 business suits also. You lucky dog, you.
Don't poke me in the ribs. How do I know this stuff's going to fit?
My dear boy, I have been dressing Miss McGregor's secretaries for years. But we'll try this coat on just to make you happier. My, but you do have broad shoulders and large biceps. Wrestle?
With you?
Well, please, certainly not. No, indeed. I was just making chit-chat.
Well, this coat's too tight.
Maybe and maybe not. Miss McGregor likes a form-fitting coat.
I'm wearing it.
Miss McGregor is buying it.
Oh, I see. Well, what would you do if I held out for a large one?
Unfortunately for you, I should be forced to telephone Miss McGregor. Now, wait a minute. Don't bunch your shoulders and don't stretch your arms. You'll rip the coat. Oh, you huge beast.
I thought that was a ripping good scene, didn't you, B.W.?
Well, frankly, H.L., I didn't think Mr. Barton had to get upset. Supposing Tom did rip a coat. Did you hear what Barton called him? A huge beast.
Oh, but B.W., you must remember that Barton is an artist at his work. Every thread and stitch in that coat was a work of art. And with one stretch of his arms, Tom ripped the coat to shreds. Now, why shouldn't Barton be annoyed?
Oh, come now, H.L. You know that when situations like that arise, we have a magic formula.
Oh, of course. Gee, someone should have told Barton. Someone should have said to him, why be irritated? Light an old gold.
H.L., truer words were never spoken. Yes, smokers, why be irritated? Light an old gold. When you need a minute to straighten yourself out, that's the time for the comfort and pleasure of a fine cigarette. But you know from experience that you get no pleasure if your cigarette is dry and harsh. Therefore,
to help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's magnificent tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey. This special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture, helps guard your smoking enjoyment.
And smokers, that's not all.
To give you a smoke of unusual richness, of delicious, matchless flavor, a touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco is added to Old Gold's great blend of many great tobaccos.
Yes, and it all adds up to the keenest smoke ever. Old Gold, with its extra flavor, plus the special protection of apple honey, which helps guard against cigarette dryness. So, friends, play it smart. When little annoyances come your way, just say, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Yes, light an Old Gold and see for yourself why they've tripled in popularity.
Yes, this is Harold Lloyd to tell you that Tom Verney carried off his first assignment with flying colors. While Mrs. French spread her wings and Tom spread the oil, McGregor spread the contract before Mr. French and got 5 winks, 3 hand squeezes, 2 knee nudges, and 1 important signature. And McGregor was grateful. She doubled Tom's salary. Yes, McGregor knew a good man when she saw one. That is, secretarially speaking. And she knew an unhappy man when she saw one, too, because the next day in the office she said,
Vernie, you did a fine job on Mrs. French. What did you say to her?
I did what you told me, that's all.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
You don't like your work, huh?
Well, I don't feel honest. I don't even feel like a man.
Do you want to quit?
No.
Why not?
I need the money.
Oh. Vernie.
Right.
What do you think of me?
How do you mean?
Well, personally, what's your opinion?
You're a very successful woman, beautiful and clever, that's all I think.
Vernie, do you think you could ever fall in love with me?
What?
Answer me. Do you think you could ever fall in love with me?
No.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. You're liable to be the best secretary I've ever had. Now, you just do what I tell you, do it well, and think what you want.
Thanks, I always do.
Oh, pardon me. I thought you were alone.
Come on in, it's all right. This is Atwater, my partner. Vernie, my new secretary I was telling you about.
Glad to know you.
How do you do?
Big fella, isn't he?
Smart operator, too. He knocked 20 years off of Mrs. French last night with his strong right arm.
I used to be good at that sort of thing, and then all at once I lost my fire, my waistline.
And quite a few good contracts.
I've got an exercise that's good for the waistline.
Well, I don't need it. I've got a partner that's good for the contracts.
And why should you worry as long as I'm willing to make your living, huh?
Oh, no complaint, my dear. I came in to tell you that Jonathan Caldwell and his sister Ethel are in town.
Oh, the man with 4 wives and a tobacco fortune.
He hasn't any wife now. He hates and despises women. Can't stand the sight of them. After 4 strikes, he's not only out, well, he threw his bat away.
Been reading up on him?
Talked to him last night.
You know, the Caldwell Tobacco Company should keep him locked up.
Their president?
He's the president?
He's the big wheel, along with his sister. Well, he's in town to change agencies.
What? Why didn't you say so? Get him on the phone. What are we waiting for?
Now, take it easy. You haven't got a chance. He hates women.
That's a $10 million account. Who's a woman?
You were, last time I looked in your direction.
Well, don't be silly. We're wasting time. If he hates women, I'll be something else.
This she does with mirrors.
Don't be a sap, Atwater. Look, get me all the newspaper clippings on his past love life.
I know a couple of books you'd enjoy more.
Vernie, have the art department get me copies of the Caldwell advertising layouts for the past 5 years.
All right.
And then go to the library and get all the books you can on tobacco. Everything about tobacco.
Okay.
And get going, partner. Get Caldwell on the phone and make an appointment for me next Monday. I'll need the weekend to plan my campaign.
Well, you don't need to get so excited about it. It's just another account. Oh, what am I saying?
Anything else?
Yeah, pack a bag for the weekend. We'll work together.
A bag where?
At my lodge. Now, we've got a lot of work to do, and we won't be disturbed. Oh, remind me to get a couple of dresses. Very demure and innocent looking.
For the lodge?
Of course not. For Caldwell.
Oh, should I make train reservations?
Oh, don't bother. We'll drive.
Boy, there's nothing like a fireplace and a good log fire to stretch your feet in front of. I'm just a natural-born foot toaster.
All right. Now get busy with your homework. Grab one of those books and learn all about tobacco.
Well, can't I have a breathing spell?
No. Just look at me going through 7 years of Caldwell's life. 7 years and 4 wives. Miss Tobaccoland of 1934, an elevator girl, a friend of his first wife, and a nightclub dancer. And I volunteered to get his signature on an advertising contract.
You'll get it.
Why do you say that?
You're class, and you're pretty, too. The minute he finds out you're different, he's hooked.
Thanks, but it won't be that simple.
It'll be a cinch for you. It's women with their hearts that get messed up. A woman without emotion can plan like a general in battle.
Oh, I see. Vernie, why do you work at a job you don't like?
I need the money.
We're a lot alike, you know that? We'll both swallow our pride to get just what we want. You for 100 and I for a little more. You know, you could be a very successful man, Vernie.
Not the way you mean.
Why not?
I guess I'll have to explain about myself after all. I'm an artist. Trouble is, I paint what I like, and 9 times out of 10, that means no money.
Are you good?
I haven't decided. You see, I took this job to earn enough money for a jalopy and a trailer. Then I'm going to head from Mexico to paint my head off and live by the sun.
I've dreamt those dreams. They never come true.
They will for me. Anyway, now you know why I dance around with your fat, jealous wives.
Now I'll tell you something silly. I write.
Write what?
Poetry.
Oh?
Well, go ahead and laugh.
Why? All of us are poets. Only some can put it in words and some just get a feeling.
I like you, Vernie. Never fall in love with me, will you?
Don't worry.
Well, what do you say it like that?
Look, you're just a beautiful brain and beautiful clothes. No temperature, no pulse, that's all.
Where did you learn about women, Vernie?
It isn't a matter of learning, just instinct.
So I'm a brain with no pulse, huh? Look, I'm a woman, Vernie. More woman than you've ever known. When I fall in love, it's going to be like the sea crashing against the rocks, and lightning flashing across the sky, and thunder rolling through the mountains. I mustn't make a mistake. It can happen only once. Understand?
Come here, I'm going to kiss you.
Get your things packed. We're going back to town.
Tonight?
As soon as you're ready.
Why?
As long as you're working for me, you'll do as you're told. Start packing. I'll meet you outside in the car.
Okay, you're the boss. May I ask a question?
Certainly.
Am I fired?
No. Well, you've proven very capable. If you continue to do your work well, there's There's no reason why you shouldn't remain on salary.
I'm talking about my kissing you.
Oh, that's forgotten. There was an incident of no importance.
You're running away from it. That makes it important. You see, you've worked hard for independence, and you're afraid you're going to lose it. Well, you are, but I promise you won't regret it.
May I ask a question?
Sure?
Have you decided I'm in love with you?
Yes.
Well, let me assure you I'm not. And will you keep your place as an employee, or will I have to fire you after all?
Sorry, my mistake. I won't get out of line again.
If I hurt you, I'm sorry. But I had to set you straight.
No harm done. I heal quickly.
Shake?
Shake.
And now we can go after Caldwell.
We? I thought he was wifeless at the moment.
Oh, he is. But he has a sister.
Oh, well, not interested.
You will be when I tell you about the bonus.
What bonus?
Well, if we land the Caldwell account, there's $10,000 in it for you.
$10,000? Oh!
What does that mean?
Well, ain't nobody here but us wolves, boss. Nobody here but us wolves.
Well, Tom was right. McGregor got in to see Jonathan Caldwell, and when he discovered she was a woman, he threw her out. But she left behind some advertising samples that caught his eye, and she left behind the memory of beautiful hair and beautiful features and a beautiful figure that must have caught his other eye, because that afternoon he phoned and told her.
I called to find out if you submitted that campaign to my competitors as you threatened to do.
Why, no. Not yet.
No doubt. I think it merits further discussion. How are you with women?
Women?
Yes, my sister has the final say in the advertising. You know, you'll have to convince her. Well, how about dinner with us tonight?
Oh, that'll be excellent. Oh, by the way, one of our best men is just back from Washington, Tom Verney. Mind if I bring him along?
Feel you'll need some help with my sister?
Not at all, but, well, he has some of the best brains in the advertising business, and we could use his ideas.
Well, bring him along. She might fall from it that.
And did Ethel Caldwell fall for Tom? She fell like a German city for General Patton. 2 dances, and she told him how she loved the North. 6 dances, and she told him how he'd love the South. 10 dances, and she told him how much the South loved the North. 12 dances, and the band went home. So they returned to their table, where they found a very amused Jonathan Caldwell and a very irritated McGregor.
I do declare, Tom is a divine dancer.
You two dance very well together.
Like a couple of penguins.
So you made up your mind about the advertising, sis?
Well, really, it's so late, and, well, the place is closing.
Perhaps tomorrow.
Oh, sorry, I'm leaving for Carolina. Oh, well, do you fly, Tom?
Fly?
To Carolina with me. We could lounge around for a couple of weeks while you mull over your ideas.
Sure move, Ernie, if you can break your chain.
What do you say, Tom? You'll be my house guest at Caldwell Acres. After all, we can accomplish just as much there. Maybe even more.
You know, I'm sure he'd enjoy that, Miss Caldwell, but he has important conferences in Washington. Don't you, Verney?
No.
What?
No, the president can wait. I'll be very happy to accept your invitation, Ethel.
Well, that's that, and I do mean that. Well, after all, your interest is only in getting our account, Miss McGregor. This looks like the way to do it.
Oh, yes. Of course, if Mr. Verney feels the president can wait. I'm just a taxpayer.
I'll have the hotel arranged for another plane ticket.
Well, that'll be fine. Shall I call for you at your hotel?
Well, do. Then we can have breakfast together.
Well, of all the...
Steady. Remember that contract.
I never
Business,
saw
you
such
know.
a disgusting exhibition of...
Now never cry over spilled hamburger. After all, you brought it along for the wolf.
Is your sister a wolf?
Mm-hmm. Runs in the family. Didn't you notice how long he is?
Yes, and I'd like to tear them off. Just wait till I get him alone. I'll tell him. You deliberately accepted that invitation, knowing I didn't want you to go.
I did what you told me to. Don't you like it?
You don't need a mink coat. You can say no, can't you?
And lose the contract?
What do you know about advertising? What are you going to tell her about the campaign when you get down there?
I'm not worried. You can send down ideas every now and then, and I'll spring them on her.
Oh, as your bright thoughts, of course.
Sure.
Sure. Fine. I should beat my brains out so that you can convince her that you're an encyclopedia with muscles.
Oh, let's not get excited. If I made a mistake, fire me.
I can't fire you, and you know it.
All right, then I quit.
No.
Then stop yelling at me.
I'll just say one thing. Never in my whole life have I seen a man make a greater fool of himself over a woman.
Check.
Prancing around the floor like a Great Dane chasing butterflies.
Check.
You never even asked me for a single dance.
Check and double check.
So Tom went to Caldwell Acres as Ethel's guest and had a wonderful time while McGregor burned. And back in New York, Jonathan Caldwell burned too, but his temperature was induced by love. So he picked up the phone, dialed a number, and said,
I've got surprising news for you.
About your sister?
No, nothing so trivial. It's about me. I've fallen in love with you. How soon can I see you?
Oh, well, look, some important business has come up. I'm leaving for Caldwell Acres this afternoon.
Perfect, so am I. I'll have you on my own home grounds.
Are you hinting that I have a chance of becoming Mrs. Caldwell the Fifth? Do I have to join a union?
Nothing so drastic. But I warn you, I'm going to make you care for me. And I say that knowing that right now, spiritually, you're sitting on Tom Verney's lap.
And he was so right, because as soon as they arrived at Caldwell Acres and McGregor could get Tom alone, she said,
What do you think I'm paying you for? Why didn't you answer my wires? Why, these sample layouts haven't even been opened.
No, take it easy, take it easy. I figured out another campaign with Ethel. She didn't like your ideas.
Oh, she didn't?
No. Our idea is to show the world's most famous painters at work on their masterpieces. And each smoking. The painters, I mean. Oh, here are some of the pictures I painted.
Hey. Well, say, these aren't bad. Not bad at all. What an idea. And what a campaign. We'll run these all over the country, and wait till you see the copy I'll write for it.
Oh, sorry. Ethel's writing the copy.
Oh, she is she? Well, let me tell you...
Look, I have to change cocktails with Ethel at 5.
Oh, pardon me for intruding.
How am I doing, Ma?
Yeah, Tom was doing fine. He was doing just what Jonathan had advised.
Look, you can't overdo this jealousy business. Pour it on.
Yeah, but isn't there a time when a girl like Mac is liable to get too much and bounce back into some other fella's arms?
Not a chance. You can't overdo it. Pour it on.
And he did. He really poured it, so heavily that McGregor finally came to Jonathan and said,
Jonathan, a while ago, you asked me to marry you. Does that offer still stand?
Why, yes.
Good. I accept.
And then Jonathan went to Tom and said,
Well, old man, I guess you can stop pouring it on now.
You mean she's had enough?
Yep, she's going to marry me.
Marry you?
That's right. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Just this.
Oh.
And now we'd like to get serious for a moment about a subject that's very serious to you. You've been hearing lots of confusing stories about cigarette shortage. Maybe you've been asking yourself lots of questions. Well, here's Bob Williams with a real answer to those questions.
You want to know, of course, why there is a cigarette shortage. Well, there's a reason. In fact, 3 big reasons.
Reason number 1.
Like many other manufacturers, cigarette producers are faced with a manpower shortage. Many of the men and women who made your cigarettes before are making vital war goods now. So that puts a limit on the number of cigarettes that can be made. But the makers of Old Gold can tell you this. In spite of these difficulties, we're turning out every cigarette we possibly can. However,
there's reason number 2.
More people are smoking more cigarettes than ever before. The demand for Old Gold has been especially heavy. It has actually tripled in recent years. Naturally, we're sorry there aren't enough to go around everywhere, but be sure of this. We're doing our utmost to assure the fairest possible distribution of Old Golds, and no cigarettes are being held back.
And here's reason number 3.
Billions of American cigarettes go overseas to our armed forces. Every week, a substantial part of Old Gold production is earmarked for overseas shipment. Now, you may wonder why some of our GIs abroad are also faced with shortages. Well, there's a reason for that, too. Recently, in a press release, High Army authorities declared when preparations were being made for the big push to Germany, shells and ammunition went through first. Less essential items piled up on the docks. But the cigarettes are being set aside for our armed forces, and in tremendous quantity. So remember,
manpower shortages at the plant, increased cigarette demand at home, massive shipments abroad to our men and women.
Those are the big reasons why you can't always buy Old Golds and most other popular brands. Now think of those reasons when you hear irresponsible rumors about the cigarette shortage.
Yeah, this is Harold Lloyd again, and you're all invited to the wedding. Oh, yes, it's scheduled. Tom is back in New York, brooding in his attic studio. Atwater brought him his check for $10,000 because the Caldwell account has been landed. But Tom, he isn't happy. So he sends McGregor a large portrait for a wedding present. And at Caldwell Acres, they are rehearsing the wedding, and 2 of Jonathan's disapproving aunts have retired to the library to inspect the presents, when suddenly...
Oh! What in the world was that?
Sounded like Aunt Judy. We'd better go see.
So, there you are. Jonathan Caldwell, you're a fool.
Aunt Judy.
And you woman, you're what I knew you were the minute I laid eyes on you.
Minnie.
We refuse with all the decency that's in us to be present at this wedding.
If your mother were alive...
Come, Minnie. We'll never enter this house again.
To think we'd ever live to see the day.
What are they talking about?
You'll find it with the presents. Quite a charming portrait of you, Miss McGregor.
Of me?
Here it is. Well, what's this card? To Mac in Memoriam, Tom.
Why, it's almost nude. What a childish trick.
What a relief, I'd say.
Relief?
To find out you're human. Was Varney foolish enough to think that this shock would be out of the marriage?
Well, I don't care what he thinks. What about you? Do you think I posed for this?
Oh, Mac, forget the act. I know how these things happen. A couple of advertising executives on their night off.
But I tell you, I had nothing to do with this. Do you think I have hips like that?
You don't understand. I'm glad you did pose for it. You know, I've been around myself. It's good to know you talk my language.
Oh, so I talk your language, do I? You and your 4 other wives, why, you big flub. I wouldn't marry you if you were the last pair of pants below the Mason-Dixon line.
Now, wait a minute. Don't show that face!
I wasn't going to, but thanks for a wonderful idea.
And that should have ended everything. But when a girl's walking along a southern highway, burdened with 2 suitcases, and a young fella like Tom Verney comes along in a jalopy with a trailer attached, she can't throw rocks at him forever, can she? Sooner or later, she'll just have to get in and hear him say,
Sorry, Mac. It's the only way I could bring you to your senses.
Where are you going?
Mexico, remember? Got a lot of painting to do down there. Where do you want me to drop you off?
Oh, anywhere.
Sure thing. You can get back to New York and your advertising business. You've got freedom and independence. It's in your blood. You'll never change.
Tell me, how are you going to live?
Me? Oh, beans and tortillas out in the open. Rough it, that's for me.
Verney.
What?
How do beans and tortillas out in the open taste?
Best food in the world.
I'd like to try some.
You mean you're coming along?
Mm-hmm.
Just for that?
Not just that. I'm going to teach you how to paint.
Well, thanks, but I'm pretty good already.
You've got one weakness.
Like what?
Maybe you need a streamlined model. You're not too good on hips.
This is Harold Lloyd.
This is Susan Hayward.
This is John Hodiak.
Saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Adolphe Menjou in Louder, Please. See you then.
Take a Letter, Darling was presented by arrangement with Paramount Pictures, producers of Frenchman's Creek. Have you noticed old golds are wrapped in cellophane again? That's because Old Gold uses its government-allocated supply of cellophane now during the winter months only, when cigarettes need extra protection against dryness. So when you get Old Golds wrapped in cellophane today, you know they are newly made. And listen to Old Gold's other great new show, Which is Which, with Ken Murray as MC, Richard Himber's orchestra, and famous stars of stage, screen, and radio, or their reasonable facsimiles. Tune in Wednesday night on another network. Consult your newspaper for time and station. Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater, the only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's story, Lucky Partners, with Sheldon Leonard and Will Wright, and starring Herbert Marshall and Jane Wyman. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would...
Pardon me, is Mr. Herbert Marshall here?
I'm Herbert Marshall.
I've got a summons for you.
A summons? What for, Bart?
I don't know. I'd better read it. You are hereby summoned to appear on the Old Gold Comedy Theater Sunday evening, December 17th, 1944, and play a character known as David Grant. Amazing.
You'll be there, won't you?
Oh, definitely. I'm here now.
Say, bailiff, don't you also have a summons for Jane Wyman?
Yeah. It's addressed to Jane Wyman, care of Warner Brothers, Hollywood Canteen.
Jane Wyman? Oh, here I am.
Well, I've heard a lot of things about radio, but this is the first time I've ever heard of it taking the place of a process server. But since we're all here, let's get on with tonight's play. Tonight, the Old Gold Comedy Theater brings you Lucky Partners, and it's a perfect title, because the story is literally packed with partners. For example, it has comedy and romance, a horse and an automobile, and of course, that brand new combination, a boy and a girl. But as our story gets underway, we find ourselves in the Pocomo Township Courthouse, and even courthouse suggests another standard partnership, law and order. And order seems to be exactly what the judge is calling for.
Order! Order! There's going to be order in this here courtroom, or the jail will be filled, and that ain't happened in 18 years. There. That's much better. All right, now let's get along with the testifying. Young fella, where'd you say you met this here other defendant, the young lady, Jean Newton, or whatever her name is?
Well, Your Honor, as I was explaining, I have an art studio. Or not really an art studio. I paint caricatures for $1 or whatever I can get. But the studio is located directly across the street from the bookshop where the young lady works. She was a total stranger to me until this particular morning. She stood under my window until she'd caught my attention and called up that she had a proposition to make me. So naturally I agreed to meet her at the neighborhood cafe a few doors down the street. She was already there when I arrived. And... When you were called up from the street, you said you had a proposition to make me, Miss...
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't know my name, do you? It's Newton, Miss Jean Newton. And you are...
And I am David.
David? Just David?
Just David. That is, it's usually sufficient when I'm being propositioned.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, yeah, of course, yes.
Mr. Grant, the proposition I have to make you is a business proposition, purely business.
Yes, I was afraid of that. Well, go on.
Well, early this morning, you passed me on the street, and as you did, you smiled and said, "Good morning, dear neighbor. Good morning and good luck."
Miss Newton, to be honest, I said that to a dozen people this morning.
Oh.
But to be perfectly honest, you are the only one I recall saying it to.
Oh. Well, you see, not 5 minutes after you passed me on the street, I had good luck. Someone gave me a dress that must be worth at least $300. You will probably think I'm childish or something, Mr. Grant, but I've got a hunch that if you buy a sweepstake ticket with me, we'd be partners, that we might just win. Oh, you will, won't you?
You mean a ticket on that horse race they run in England?
Well, of course. Oh, Mr. Grant, the ticket only costs $2.50, and that's only $1.25 apiece. And if we win, we stand to collect $150,000.
Well,
it's only $1.25, and if my hunch is right...
Miss Newton, it's not the money with me. It's sheer masculine curiosity. Anyone can see you're intelligent. And in all the right places, too. So, why should an intelligent girl like you want to gamble?
Well, because I want to get married. And I happen to be the kind of a girl who has too much pride to run to her husband every time she needs a nickel. I want to be independent.
You want to be independent. Well, then why get married?
Mr. Grant, all I intended to do was make you a clear and simple business proposition. Either you're interested or you're not. It's yes or no.
Well, if you do win and you get married, what will you do next?
Next? Why, Freddie and I shall go to Poughkeepsie.
Poughkeepsie on a honeymoon?
Well, Freddie's going to manage the Poughkeepsie office for his insurance company. We'll have our honeymoon later.
Oh, no, you won't. A honeymoon isn't something you can put away in cold storage like a mink coat, young lady. If you try to, you'll find it just isn't the same moon. And usually not the same honey.
See here, Mr. Grant.
However, I will go into partnership with you on this sweepstake ticket but on one condition.
Condition?
Yes. Since you and this, Freddie are not planning a honeymoon, I propose, if our horse wins, to spend my share of the winnings taking you on a honeymoon trip.
Taking Freddie and me on a honeymoon?
Yes, except I wasn't planning on taking Freddie. Hotels are quite crowded, you know.
What was that again?
It's quite simple. I'm offering to spend my $75,000, if we win it, on a trip with you, which I assure you will be quite proper. You see, Miss Newton, you're not paying attention to me.
Yes, you're right, Mr. Grant, because that gentleman who just walked in is Freddie.
Oh.
My Freddie, Mr. Grant. And just between us, Freddie was All-American fullback 3 years ago.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there you are, Gene. Your aunt said you were talking to someone about a sweepstakes ticket. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break something up.
Breaking something up is a dandy suggestion. Mr. Grant, may I present my fiancé, Mr. Harper?
Oh, hello, Mr. Harper. I read your magazine every month.
Magazine? My magazine? Oh, yes, I get it. Harper's Magazine. Yes, that's pretty sharp, chum. I got to pull out a few of my insurance prospects.
Freddie, please.
But, Gene, that's funny. Harper's Magazine. Don't you get it?
Oh, yes, I get it all right, except that isn't all I just got.
You see, Freddie, I offered to split a ticket with Miss Newton, and if we happen to win, to take her on a honeymoon trip.
There, now you see, he said it again.
Now, look, chum. If you mean what I think you mean, come on outside.
Oh, well, couldn't we discuss your future happiness just as well in here?
My future happiness?
Of course. Now, nothing will make a man so happy as a contented wife, isn't that so?
Sure.
And nothing will make a wife more contented than to travel and see the world before she settles down in Poughkeepsie.
Oh, yeah. It seems to me there's something wrong someplace. Now, wait a minute. I know what's wrong. You're a stranger.
My dear fellow, what's that to do with it?
Well, I won't let Jean go on a trip with a stranger.
But that's nonsense. We're not strangers. We've already met. Freddie, you don't trust your fiancée.
Oh, yes, I do. You're the one I don't trust.
Trust me to do what? Now, on second thought, you better not answer that question.
Say, Jean, maybe he's right. I have been insulting you, suggesting you shouldn't go on this trip. You go ahead. Have a swell time.
Oh, but Freddie...
It's a 10 million to 1 chance at best. Now, if it were only 1 million to 1...
You really mean you think it's all right?
Of course it is. 10 million to 1? Send me a postcard from Niagara Falls.
Very well. If that's the way you want it, it's a deal. Bring over the ticket, Nick.
She's all ready. How do you want to sign?
Well, since we are partners and since I brought you luck once today, why not make it lucky partners?
Okay, lucky partner.
Hey, that's pretty good. How much do you stand to win? I mean, if you win?
Roughly about $150,000.
You don't say. Say, who's going to hold the ticket?
I suggest that you hold it. We can trust Freddie, can't we, partner?
Oh, sure. Everybody trusts Freddie, or vice versa.
So, it seems that Freddie is a trusting soul, and it will be very interesting to find out whether or not he's right.
That should be interesting, Mr. Lloyd. But speaking of interesting facts, I've just discovered what Pocahontas actually said to Captain John Smith. Folks, you remember the scene. There he was, tied to the stake. Of course, in those days, stakes were easier to get, but really he was in a very annoying position. It was then that Pocahontas stepped up and said,
"Ugh!
which translated from the Indian language means...
Why be irritated? Light an old gold.
And since then, thousands of John Smiths have heeded that good advice. Yes, friends, when you find yourself in an annoying spot, why be irritated? Light an old gold. Especially today, when cigarettes are so precious, there's nothing like the comfort and pleasure of a swell cigarette. But you won't get pleasure if your cigarette is harsh, hot, and dry. And that's why...
To help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's fine tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey, which helps seal in the natural moisture.
And that's not all.
For extra flavor, there's a touch of rare, rich, imported Latakia tobacco in Old Gold's superb blend.
So concentrate on pleasure when little things go wrong. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Enjoy a better-tasting cigarette. Its tobacco is conditioned with apple honey to help prevent cigarette dryness. That's Old Gold. Now on with the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Lucky Partners, starring Herbert Marshall and Jane Wyman. And here is your host and director, Harold Lloyd.
Well, from the testimony of David Grant and Gene Newton, a lot of water has gone over Niagara Falls since we left them. First, David and Gene's ticket in the sweepstakes was drawn, and a professional gambler offered them $12,000 for their ticket, previous to the race. And Freddie, being a self-confessed businessman, sold Gene's half of the ticket for $6,000 without telling David. When Gene heard this, of course, it infuriated her, and she went directly to David Grant with a confession and $3,000, which she insisted on his taking. What did David do with his money? Well, that's just what we're going to find out.
David, how much of your $3,000 did this car cost?
What's the difference? I've registered the ownership in your name. The car is sort of a wedding present for you. And Freddie.
Oh. Well, do you think he'll marry me when we get back?
Why not, if he loves you? I made the reservations at the Niagara Falls Hotel in the name of David Grant and sister. Rooms not necessarily adjoining.
Well, that's very considerate of you.
And incidentally, that's just how it's going to be. Brother and sister.
You're telling me?
I still think you should have told Freddie what we were up to.
And why should I? I made a bargain with you to make a harmless trip. Or so you said. Freddie approved this bargain, and right in front of you, he said he trusted me.
By the way, when Freddie was All-American fullback, did he fall on his head much?
No. He trusts me, and I trust me, too.
As a matter of fact, Gene, so do I. Darn it.
Oh, look, that sign we just passed said Niagara Falls, 31 miles.
It's quite a drop, isn't it?
Oh, brother.
What is it, sister?
Oh, you're a painter, aren't you?
Why, yes.
Then stick to your easel, weasel.
You are, bellboy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, it appears that our rooms are adjoining, after all.
Well, now, just a minute, David. Let me remind you that even though I wasn't All-American, I did swing a mighty mean field hockey stick in my day, and this umbrella is just about the same size.
Well, in that case, I won't say what I was going to say.
You won't say what?
Oh, I don't want to offend you, Gene.
David, you'd better go to your room now. Good night.
Well, this isn't exactly as I'd planned. Oh, no, not what you're thinking. I'd planned a supper, but no difference. An artist can always paint his dreams. It's a good thing this weasel has an easel with him.
Oh, David. David, you are a fine painter, aren't you? I mean, I don't know exactly what I mean, except that I've always had the feeling that a painting is like a woman you loved and married, who failed you. Is that it, David?
I can't explain it to you, Gene, any more than I can explain why I took you on this trip. I mean, taking away like this is only hurting you and doing me no good. It's like renting the Blue Boy, the Mona Lisa. Renting it for an hour to stare at it from the distance, then having to give it back. Is that music?
Oh, yes. There's an open-air cafe in the courtyard below us. Can't you see it? All those couples on their real honeymoons, holding each other close and hardly daring to breathe, and dancing. Dancing as if the next note would be the last.
They're dancing. I can't quite make them out, but perhaps they're dancing like this.
David. Oh, David, you...
No, I shouldn't have kissed you, and certainly you shouldn't have kissed me back. However, it's taught me a lesson. I'm better off and you're far better off if we don't see each other. So now, finally, good night. Good night, dear sister.
Oh, but David, I do want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about you, your painting, your...
I'm sorry, Jean. Good night. Good night, and wonderful dreams.
Oh, David, if you'd only... Oh, why does a man always have to act like a man? The door. Who's there?
And who did you expect?
Freddie, what do you mean by sneaking into my room? How did you get in here anyhow?
Now, do you take me for a complete fool? I'm a businessman, you know, and bellboys, well, they appreciate $1. I wanted to think things over, Gene, and now that I have, I've decided to settle with this cheap, arty boyfriend of yours right here and now.
You're ridiculous, that's what you are, ridiculous. You can see he's not here.
Afraid, that's what he is, afraid that I'd come after him, but by glory, I'm going to drag him out of that room of his and sweep up the hall with him. All right, chum, open up and come out here and get your medicine like a man. If you don't open that door, I'm going to come in and get you anyhow.
Freddie!
All right, then. No door is going to stop me from giving you what you deserve. All right, Grant. Now that I've... Hey, where are you?
Freddie, David's not here. He's left. His bags are gone.
Well, I'll be... Here, what's this? Note?
A note? Let me have it, thank you.
Well, is it a note from him?
Never mind, Freddie. And after your performance tonight, I suppose you know that I'm not going to marry you, ever. But since David has walked out on me and taken the car, the least you could do is drive me back to New York in the morning.
Wait a minute, Conch. Wait here. Let's get this straight. You there, the football player. You smashed down the hotel door of the room belonging to Miss Newton, who owned the car this other fellow was driving at 70 miles an hour.
No, Your Honor.
Exactly.
All right. Now, wait a minute. Since it'll help the court just a little to find exactly what your names are, your true names, we'll start all over again. You there, the big fella. What's your name?
Frederick Harper, sir.
And you, miss, your name?
Well, it was Jean Grant on the hotel register, but my name is actually Jean Newton. Miss Jean Newton.
Thank you, Miss Newton.
Oh, don't mention it, Judge.
Not at all. And you, mister, you're charged with stealing a car, damage to hotel property, disturbing the peace, and registering in a hotel under an assumed name. Got anything to say for yourself?
Well, Judge, no one's perfect.
What's your name?
Well, if I'm under oath, and I see now that I am, my name isn't Grant either. My real name is Paul Knight Somerset.
Paul Knight Somerset?
Paul Knight Somerset?
Not Paul Knight Somerset.
Paul Knight Somerset?
Well, say, Mr. Paul Knight Somerset, I don't know where you've been these past 3 years, but now that we finally found you, this here trial's going to put Pocomo Township on the front page of every newspaper in the country, including the Pocomo Bugle.
Now, before we continue with the Old Gold Comedy Theater, the truth about the cigarette shortage from Bob Williams.
The big question everybody's asking is this: why is there a cigarette shortage? Well, there is a reason. In fact, 3 big reasons.
Reason number 1.
Like many other manufacturers, cigarette producers are faced with a manpower shortage. Many of the men and women who made your cigarettes before are making vital war goods now. So that limits the number of cigarettes that can be made. In spite of these difficulties, we're turning out all the old golds we possibly can. However,
there's reason number 2.
More people are smoking more cigarettes than ever before. The demand for old gold has actually tripled in recent years, so there just aren't enough to go around. But you can be sure we're distributing all old golds fairly. No cigarettes are being held back.
And here's reason number 3.
Billions of cigarettes go to our armed forces overseas. In fact, a substantial part of old gold production. Then why are some of our GIs abroad also faced with shortages? Well, in a recent press release, high Army authorities made this explanation. For the big push to Germany, ammunition must go through first. Less essential items pile up on the dock. But tremendous quantities of cigarettes are being set aside for our armed forces. So remember,
manpower shortages at the plant, increased smoking at home, enormous shipments to our armed forces.
Those are the big reasons why you can't always buy old gold and most other popular brands. Now think of those reasons when you hear irresponsible rumors about the cigarette shortage. And now for Act 3 of Lucky Partners, starring Herbert Marshall and Jane Wyman. All right, Mr. Lloyd?
Well, as we stand on the threshold of the Pocomo Township Courthouse, peering inside at Act 3 of Lucky Partners, we find not 2, but 3 partners, all unlucky, and all standing trial. Reading from right to left, there are Gene Newton, alias Gene Grant, Freddie Harper, alias, well, after all, that's a matter of personal opinion. And finally, the man we knew as David Grant, who has turned out to be the renowned painter in oils, Paul Knight Somerset, who has been missing for 3 years. At the moment, the judge has Gene Newton on the stand.
Miss Newton, you say that this Mr. Somerset, or Dave Grant, as you knew him, stole your car?
Well, he took it, Judge.
But, Your Honor, I left a note for her, and I...
Didn't read the stupid old note. Besides, I didn't believe a word it said.
Your Honor, I must object to that type of testimony.
Objection overruled.
Thank you, Judge.
My pleasure, Miss Newton. And now, previous to illegally taking your automobile, Miss Newton, did this Mr. Somerset or Grant attempt to win your confidence?
Oh, definitely.
Your Honor, I object.
Overruled.
Much obliged, Your Honor.
Think nothing of it, Miss Newton. Now, just how did he try to win your confidence? Did he make love to you?
Judge,
Overruled. And you're welcome, Miss Newton. Well, did he make love to you?
Well, not definitely. It was more by indirection.
Oh, yes. You mean he didn't say much, but he did put his arms around you?
Well...
Well, look, let's put it this way, Miss Newton. Did the defendant, Paul Knight Somerset, ever kiss you?
I object.
Oh, okay. Objection sustained. But, look, now let's try it another way. Did you have any reason to believe that Paul Somerset or David Grant was in love with you?
Definitely not.
Mr. Somerset, let me ask you one question. Do you ever make love to Miss Newton?
Well, not openly.
But you do love her?
I've got an objection coming this time with a capital object.
No. Too bad, Miss Newton. Overruled. Sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right, Judge. Thanks just the same.
Don't mention it. Well, Mr. Somerset, you think that Miss Newton felt that she was in love with you?
Your Honor, I have too much respect for her intelligence and perspicacity to have ever believed that of her.
Now, wait a minute, Your Honor. He can't go around saying my fiancée has Well, what he said she had.
May I object to that one, Judge?
If you don't mind, this objection is definitely mine, Mr. Somerset.
Well, let's make it unanimous. The court objects, too.
My thanks, Your Honor.
Mine, too.
Oh, forget about it. This one is on the house.
Oh, Judge, just because Mr. Somerset once illustrated a book which was banned and for which he was sentenced to prison for 6 months, he decided to become a recluse and set out in his childish way to get even with everybody for being misunderstood. I just happened to be his latest sucker. So after humiliating me, he gave me the old heave-ho, ran off, and made the mistake of taking my car.
Your Honor, not that it makes any difference, because I did take Miss Newton's car, but my illustrations for the Book of Legends have nothing to do with this case.
Okay. I've heard enough about your darn book. Step down, Miss Newton. This court's about to temper judgment with mercy, and maybe just a grain or two of down east horse sense. Now, we'll take the defendant, Frederick Harper, first.
Yes, Your Honor?
Oh, stop being such an eager beaver. All-American four-letter man. I'll bet the letters were D-O-P-E. Any man engaged to a girl like Miss Newton who'd even dream of letting another man take her on a trip is... Oh, never mind. I'm fining you $25 for damaging hotel property and letting it go at that.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, dry up and sit down. Charlotte, Miss Newton, it's evident that you have been made a sucker of by both of these so-called men, and particularly by our friend, Mr. Somerset. Any man who'd illustrate a book of fables with suggestive drawings he's the type of man whose mind is so foul
Now,
that...
wait a minute, Judge. I'm objecting to that. That's no way to talk about a sensitive artist. And what's more...
Miss Newton, I'm doing the talking here.
Well, go on. Sentence me for contempt of court. But I'm telling you that you owe Mr. Somerset an apology for what you just said. And as a matter of fact, for the entire bench for the mistake made 4 years ago when another judge who couldn't see beyond his nose sentenced Mr. Somerset to jail.
But Miss Newton...
And
now,
if that's contempt, then give me 20 years because I've had my say and I'm through.
All right, Miss Newton, I'm going to sentence you. Mr. Somerset, you're up for sentence, too. You want to be sentenced along with Miss Newton?
Well, we started out as partners, Judge.
Good. Then in that case, I am sentencing you both to 5 years at hard labor.
5 years? Well, for what?
Well, for doing things against the law, that's what. But I tell you what I'll do now. I'll suspend that sentence if you'll both do me a favor.
Favor?
Yes, look. I've been judge of this here court for 17 years, and not once have I had a chance of marrying anybody. By the time they get up here to Niagara Falls, you're already hitched.
Judge, I object. And what's more...
$50 for contempt. And the court will put it toward a wedding present. Well, how about it, you two? You're gamblers on horse races. How about taking a real chance for life?
Well, Jean?
Well, David, what can a girl do? It's a court order.
Now, this is Harold Lloyd.
Robert Marshall.
And Jane Wyman.
Saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Louis Hayward and Brenda Marshall in Bachelor Mother. See you then.
Lucky Partners was presented by arrangement with RKO, producers of The Master Race. Herbert Marshall appeared through the courtesy of MGM. And don't forget, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobacco is conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and gives you more smoking pleasure. And listen to Old Gold's other great new show, Which is Which? With Ken Murray as MC, Richard Himber's orchestra, and famous stars of stage, screen, and radio, or their reasonable facsimiles. Tune in Wednesday night on another network. Consult your newspaper for time and station. This is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater, the only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, Bachelor Mother, starring Louis Hayward and Brenda Marshall. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and may I wish you a very Merry Christmas. This being Christmas Eve, we've chosen a story in keeping with the spirit of the season. It's one you undoubtedly remember, Bachelor Mother. This story concerns a young girl, pert, pretty Polly Parrish, who clerks in Merlin's exclusive department store. Well, hardly a clerk. She's in charge of the duck concession of the toy department. And she hopes that with constant effort she will be promoted to the ganders. Casting this story presented a problem. There were many pert and pretty girls in Hollywood, but none who could sell ducks. But luckily, good luck smiled upon us, and we found Brenda Marshall. Brenda, how are you? Brenda, how your voice has changed.
Oh, I'm sorry, Harold. I was just winding up one of the ducks.
I hear you. Now, it seems to me there was a love affair here. Yes, it was David Merlin, general manager of Merlin's department store and heir to the fortune. For that part, we had to get someone who could talk like this.
You're fired. You're hired. 2 weeks' notice. Gross is up, gross is down. What are you doing in women's underwear? You belong in the toy department. You're fired.
And so we chose Louis Hayward.
Just a minute, Mr. Lloyd. I've got a complaint.
What's the matter, Brenda? Are you unhappy?
Well, wouldn't you be unhappy if you were Polly Parrish and you'd just been fired from your job in Merlin's department store the day before Christmas?
I see what you mean, Brenda. It's a touching picture. You, as Polly Parrish, walking dejectedly down the street wondering what you're going to do. Your only consolation is that you're going out dancing with Freddie, the stock boy, tonight.
And that's not much consolation, if I may say so. You know Freddie, the stock boy.
Yes, I see what you mean. But your troubles are just beginning. Because as you walk down the street, you see a woman climb quickly up a set of brownstone stairs and lay a small, squirming bundle by the door. You run up to the woman.
Say, what are you doing here?
Please, let me go.
Just a minute. Don't you dare leave your baby here.
Oh, it's not mine. It hasn't any mother. This is a foundling home. They'll take good care of it here. It's a wonderful baby.
Oh, be careful you fall. Oh, there. I've got you. It's all right.
Oh, good afternoon.
Oh, hello. Shh, there.
Won't you come in?
Thank you. Hey, take your finger out of your mouth, baby. Oh, you must be hungry. Shh, there. Now, take it out.
Your name, please?
Polly Parrish.
Are you employed anywhere?
I'm at Merlin's.
How old is it?
It was established 1876.
No. I mean the baby.
Why? Oh, now, wait just a minute. This isn't my baby. I found it on the doorstep outside.
A great many mothers say that babies aren't theirs. But we've discovered from long experience that the wisest course is to make a clean breast of the whole thing.
Oh, now, look, this is ridiculous. This is not my baby, whether you believe it or not. Here, take it. When I want a family, I'll get married and do it right.
What a pity. Well, anyway, we know that she works at Merlin's, and they're a very charitable family. I'll go over and see them right after lunch. And, Mr. Merlin, I've discovered that she was discharged as of the close of business today. I believe that's the reason she abandoned her baby son. Mr. Merlin, give her job back.
Well, all right. I'll talk to her. There's Miss Parrish waiting out there. Please send her in. Oh, Miss Parrish, come in.
Thank you.
Miss Parrish, did you receive a card saying you were discharged as of the close of business today?
Yes, sir.
That card was a mistake. This job is yours for just as long as you want to keep it.
Oh, thank you.
And you'll be raised $5 a week, as of last week. Is that satisfactory?
Oh, thank you very much. But I don't...
But merely getting your job back and an increase in salary is not your real Christmas present.
No?
No. Your real Christmas present is the greatest gift any woman possibly could have. When you go home tonight, it'll be waiting for you. Good afternoon.
Yes.
And now, would you mind closing the door? I'm very busy.
Christmas present, Miss Parrish, from John B. Merlin and Son.
Oh, wait a minute. My what?
What do you say, Miss Parrish?
I'll tell you what I'll say. You can just take that baby out of here in this minute. That's not my baby, and you can just take it back to the fondling home where it belongs.
Miss Parrish, do you realize that Mr. Merlin gave you back your job so that you could raise your child in security and comfort? And you're choosing instead to let it be raised as an orphan?
But that's not my baby. I'm not its mother.
Here, and good afternoon, Miss Parrish. And furthermore, I shall inform Mr. Merlin of your attitude.
Oh, now, listen, kid, this is nothing personal. I just don't know anything about babies, and you're so little. Yes, who is it?
It's Freddie, the well-dressed man.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hello, sugar.
Oh, look, Freddie. I'm awfully sorry, but I'm afraid I won't be able to go out with you tonight.
Oh, now, wait a second. Everything's all set. My brother even let me have his car.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fred. I think I'm going to have a headache.
Hey, is that a baby?
Yes, it's a baby.
Is it yours?
No, it's not mine.
Well, where did it come from?
I got it for Christmas.
This Christmas or last Christmas?
Look, I don't know what you're thinking, but you're all wrong. Where's that phone book?
Phone book?
Yes, now you said you had a car. That's fine. Let's see. M.E. 70 East 64th Street. Come on, let's go. If David Merlin thinks he can do this to me, he's crazy. I can't take care of a baby. It's his responsibility. They can just tell him that I left it there and that he'll have to use his influence in getting it into that home.
Whose responsibility?
David Merlin's.
What? Did you say David Merlin, our boss?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
You thought you were going to have a headache. Now I've got one.
And now, Mr. Lloyd, I have a Christmas message for the long-suffering fathers of America, especially every father who has ever played Santa Claus to his children.
That strikes home. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, Harold, you know the routine. You rent a red suit, you stuff your stomach with pillows, you spend hours of torture putting false whiskers on your face. And then, proud of your disguise because you're going to give your kid a thrill, you walk into the living room and your son says,
"Hello, Pop. When did you get a job in a department store?"
Well, now, if that happens to you, don't choke the little fellow. After all, why be irritated? Light an old gold. Yes, smokers, when little things don't go just right, why be irritated? Light an old gold. Especially today, the comfort and pleasure of a swell cigarette are mighty precious. But listen, you get no comfort, no pleasure, if your cigarette is hot, harsh, and dry. So keep this in mind.
To help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's superb tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey. This special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture, helps protect your smoking enjoyment.
And you should also know this.
To give you a smoke of extra zest, extra flavor, a touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco is added to Old Gold's blend of many great tobaccos.
So concentrate on pleasure when little annoyances come your way. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Discover for yourself why they've tripled in popularity. And now back to Act Two of Bachelor Mother, starring Louis Hayward and Brenda Marshall. And here is your director and host, Harold Lloyd.
Did you ever have a baby dropped on your doorstep? And if so, would you wonder what you were going to do with it? Well, that was Polly Parrish's problem. You would probably do just what Polly did and take the baby to David Merlin's house with a message to him to make arrangements to put the baby in a foundling home where it belonged. Sure, you'd probably be a little unhappy, but you'd probably go out dancing with Freddie the stock boy. That is, if you were Polly. Then when the music is over and the dance is through and you'd come home early Christmas morning, you would be feeling a little strange around your heart and more than a little tired. Luckily, Freddie is one of the few fellas who takes no for an answer. So you close the door, and now...
Well, good evening. Or is it morning?
Why, how did you get here, Mr. Merlin?
I've brought your baby back. I've seen some pretty low things in my lifetime, but a mother who abandons her child goes out dancing...
Now, just 1 minute.
...jiving and jitterbugging. As you go from place to place looking for a job, you'll discover that no department store in the Merchants of America Association will hire you. I'll see to that, you baby leaver.
Why, that's persecution.
Eventually you'll come and beg for your job, and then you'll realize what it is to have security and a chance to bring up your child yourself. Well, have you made up your mind? Do you want your job back? Or are you going to starve for a while?
I guess Yes, Mr. Merlin, I want it back.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not really as bad as you think. You see, he used to beat me.
No.
See that scar on my forehead?
Uh-huh.
Coffee pot.
Coffee pot? The beast. But you don't have to worry anymore. I'll tell you right now, the store is behind you solidly. Every department. Well, good night.
Good night. Well, kid, I guess you saved my job anyway. But what am I going to do with you? Got any suggestion?
Can I come in?
Oh, Mrs. Weiss, I'm a little tired and...
Oh, you don't have to hide that baby from me. I hear it. I know all about it. Goochie, goochie, gooch, 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 gooch. Just like you it looks.
Oh, you really think so?
Anywhere I know that mouth. Ah, such a cute baby. Do you mind if I pick him up?
Well, no, of course not.
Polly, I think he needs a change.
A change?
Here, I do it. Gooch, 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 gooch. Here, hold still now. Let me get that pin. What's its name?
Joan.
Joan. John. John. Oh, that's a nice name, John.
Oh, yeah, John. Cute duck. Like the little duck, Johnny. Come in.
Hello, Miss Parrish.
Oh, hello, Mr. Merlin.
How are you?
I can hear you, but I can't see you so good. I haven't had any sleep in 2 nights.
Oh, why not?
The baby's been crying.
Oh, I was going through the book department today, and I found this. The Scientific Care of Infants. It's the greatest thing I've ever read. So I thought I'd bring it over.
Look, you'll just have to excuse me. He wants the rest of his dinner.
Oh, no, wait a minute. How do you know you're doing that right?
Well, there's nothing very scientific about this. You just put some food in the baby's mouth and he swallows it, and from there on he's on his own.
That's what you think. Now, wait. Page 75. Let's see. Yeah, feeding. Here we are. After the food is prepared, the mother will, A, get a spoon.
Wonderful. How did he ever think of that?
Don't be so smart. Get a spoon.
I have a spoon. A, 1 spoon. Go on.
Oh, wait. Here it is. Take a spoonful of the food and...
And what?
Oh, wait a minute. I have to turn the page. And place upon a piece of gauze.
What for?
Look, will you please do what it says?
Okay. Here we are. 1 piece of gauze. Place food on same. Now what?
Gently rub into the navel.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Here, let me look at that.
I read very well. I've been doing it for years.
Well, I read a little, too, and I don't care what it says. I'm certainly not going to rub any oatmeal into this baby's navel. There. Oh, look, wait a minute. There are 2 pages stuck together here.
Well, what do you know about that?
Look, here's what you missed. To relieve gas on child's stomach, take a spoonful of warm oil and place on a piece of gauze and gently rub into the navel.
I think that's very funny.
Oh, do you? I suppose if it had said hang baby by neck, you'd have thought it very funny, too. Now, look, if you don't mind, I'll feed the baby in my own way. Come on, darling. Open your mouth.
you doing to that duck?
It's broken.
Mm-hmm.
Very inferior merchandise. Where did you get it?
John B. Merlin and Son.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It's still inferior. Get it exchanged tomorrow.
Ha-ha.
What's the ha-ha for? What's wrong with our exchange department?
They don't exchange anything. Oh, well, never mind. I'll just buy a new one.
No, I'll get it exchanged for you.
Oh, certainly. You probably could. For a grand piano or something. But anyone else? Ha-ha.
Miss.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Merlin. What's the mustache and the dark glasses for? I never would have recognized you.
I'm going to show you that I can get this duck exchanged without anybody knowing me.
Oh, fine.
Would you mind stepping over to the exchange counter with me?
Not at all. Mary, would you look after my ducks? This gentleman wants to exchange something.
Ha-ha.
I'll show you. Come on. I'll have this duck exchanged in exactly 1 minute and courteously. I have a duck here I want to exchange.
What seems to be the trouble with it?
It's broken.
I can see that. But how did it happen to break?
What difference does it make?
I have to know where to place the responsibility.
Well, just place the responsibility on the duck and give me a new one.
Very well, sir. May I see your sales slip?
Oh, Polly, you got the sales slip?
I threw it away.
Ah, you should have kept it. I threw it away.
You should have kept it. It's printed clearly on the back of that slip that it must be kept for 30 days.
You can't expect me to keep sales slips for everything I buy. The house would be full of them.
I'm sorry, sir, but I don't make the rules of the store. They're made by the executive office.
I don't care about the executive office. I want a new duck.
Well, you're not going to get it by shouting.
Or any other way. Ha-ha.
That's what you think. I'm exchanging this for a new duck, and you can straighten it out any way you like.
Can I help you, sir?
No.
Say, you can't take that duck.
Can't I?
Yes,
Let go of me!
Oh, no, you don't. You stole that duck. You can't get away with that.
Let go of me, you insignificant little squirt, you!
You've lost your mustache.
Mr. Merlin. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Merlin. Gee, I didn't know it was you. I thought it was a customer.
It's lucky for you I wasn't. A customer would sue the store. How long have you had this job?
6 months.
And what did you do before that?
I didn't have a job.
Then I have a little secret to tell you. You don't have a job now. Come on, Miss Parrish. Now we'll get another duck.
See what I mean?
Ha-ha.
Look, they can't do that to me. I know where the body's buried.
Well, if you do, why don't you crawl in with it?
Oh, it was swell of you to help me out like this, Polly. I did have a date, but I forgot to call her, so she stood me up.
Well, it was just lucky Mrs. Wise could take care of the baby. How do I look? Will I do?
You look wonderful. You should always wear gold lame and orchids and mink.
Yeah. But how did you get these anyway?
I just went into the store and took them out. You can return them Tuesday morning. It's 12 o'clock.
What?
It's 12 o'clock.
Oh, yes.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
You didn't have to do that.
Well, everybody's kissing everybody else. Why not? Anyway, I wanted to. Whoopee! Where do we go from here?
And now, friends, for a serious moment. The country's going through a cigarette shortage. Why? What's behind it? What are the facts? Here's Bob Williams with a real answer to these questions.
There's a reason for the cigarette shortage. In fact, 3 big reasons.
Reason number 1.
Like many other manufacturers, cigarette producers are faced with a manpower shortage. Many of the men and women who made your cigarettes before are making vital war goods now. So that limits the number of cigarettes that can be made. In spite of these difficulties, we're turning out every cigarette we possibly can. However,
there's reason number 2.
More people are smoking more cigarettes than ever before. The demand for Old Gold has actually tripled in recent years. So there just aren't enough to go around. But you can be sure we're distributing all Old Golds fairly. No cigarettes are being held back.
And here's reason number 3.
Billions of American cigarettes go to our armed forces overseas. In fact, a substantial part of Old Gold production. Then why are some of our GIs abroad also faced with shortages? Well, in a recent press release, high Army authorities made this explanation. For the big battle of Germany, ammunition must go through first. Less essential items piled up on the docks. But tremendous quantities of cigarettes are being set aside for our armed forces. So remember,
manpower shortages at the plant, increased cigarette demand at home, enormous shipments to our armed forces.
Those are the big reasons why you can't always buy Old Gold and most other popular brands. Now think of those reasons when you hear irresponsible rumors about the cigarette shortage. And now back to Act 3 of Bachelor Mother, starring Louis Hayward and Brenda Marshall. And here is Harold Lloyd.
Well, Polly Perry seems not only to have acquired a completely strange baby, but a boyfriend, David Merlin. David took her dancing on New Year's Eve. He kissed her Happy New Year at 12 o'clock New York time, 12 o'clock Chicago time, 12 o'clock Denver time, and wanted to stay up for Honolulu time. But Polly thought that was a mite too late, so he made a date to meet her in the park New Year's morning. But David has a father, and the old gentleman is following David through the park.
Morning, Polly.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Merlin.
Well, I think you know me well enough to call me David.
Oh, thank you. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Oh, gee, he said it too.
Well, son.
Dad, what are you doing here?
I've been following you.
Following? Why? This is my father, Miss Parrish.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And who is this?
Huh? Oh, that's Miss Parrish's little boy.
A boy. Would you mind if I was very careful? Would you let me just hold him a minute?
Oh, why, of course.
Oh, David, you never could have fooled me. I'd know that chin anywhere.
You would? Huh?
Well, what's his name?
John.
John. Well, David, thanks for that anyway.
Huh?
Why, Mr. Merlin, there are tears in your eyes.
I'm not ashamed of them.
Oh, dear. Is there something I could do?
You've done it. My flesh and blood. My own grandson.
What?
Holy mackerel, Dad. You don't think that...
I know. I got this letter this morning. You may read it if you wish.
Dear Mr. Merlin, this is to let you know that you are a grandfather. If you don't believe me, just ask your son and a certain girl whose name I will not mention because I am not a rat. How do you like that, you stuffed shirt? Signed, your good friend. I don't think it's funny.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Do you know who sent this?
I haven't the slightest idea unless it was Freddie.
But this is perfectly ridiculous, Dad.
What's ridiculous about my having a grandson?
Now, listen to me, Dad.
Now, you listen to me, young man. I'll do the talking. Now, for years, I've had one dream, a grandson. And now you want to deny me this happiness. Well, you're not going to. You're going to marry this girl and bring my grandson into my house.
But you haven't got any grandson.
The least you could do as my son is not deny it.
This anonymous letter, Daddy.
If I had seen that baby on a desert island, I'd know it was my grandson. Why, he looks exactly like me.
Well, a little younger.
Dad, for heaven's sake.
My mind's made up. No one's playing around with my grandchild. I'm going to take him. I'll get him if I have to go to the Supreme Court. Good afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry, David. And I feel very sorry for him, but, well, it was funny.
Didn't you hear him? He even wants me to marry you. Set me up with a ready-made family so he can have a grandson. I tell you, this is serious.
Yes, that would be serious, wouldn't it?
Huh? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to sound as though...
Look, why don't you go now?
Mrs. Wise? Mrs. Wise? Yes? Would you come help me pack? I'm going away.
Going away where?
I don't know. Any place. They're trying to take the baby away.
Who is?
David and his father.
Isn't David the papa of the baby?
Oh, no, but his father thinks he is.
Oh, well, then they can't get the baby.
I know, but I don't want a lot of people around asking questions.
Why don't you get the real papa to go see his father?
I can't. I wish I could.
Here they come. I handle everything. Don't you worry.
Where is he? Where's my grandson?
I know the whole story. Not your grandson, mine.
You Don't be silly.
She's my daughter-in-law. My son is in the army. The baby is my grandson.
I thought you were Miss Parrish.
Oh, that's only the name I use at the store. My real name is...
Mrs. Montgomery Weist, II.
It's all right, Polly. Everything's all right. You can lay off now, Dad. I found the father of the child. This guy here.
So you're Montgomery.
No, I'm Freddie.
What?
Well, there's a mistake, Mr. Merlin. It seems to me that you had some wrong impression about my son. Well, my son's my son and nobody else's.
Someone seems to have slipped up here. We've got one father too many. Now, you better tell the truth, Freddie, or I'll prosecute you, even if I have to go to the Supreme Court.
Okay, your son bribed me to do this, but he is a father.
Now we've got 3. Something tells me, Miss Parrish, that you've spent no time at all in the toy department.
But I'm not the father.
I don't care who the father is. I'm the grandfather.
Polly, you've got to... Polly, where is she?
She's gone while you were all yelling.
Gone, she'll take the baby. Where's the car? Follow her. Follow me.
Hey, just a minute, Mr. Merlin.
I'm so good riddance.
Mrs. Wise, where is she? You've got to tell me where she is.
How should I know? She's gone.
What's that?
Did you hear something?
Where's that door go to?
To my bedroom. No, you can't go in.
Can't I? Oh, Polly, please, you've got to listen to me.
You're not going to get my baby. I've stood for enough of this.
Oh, please listen.
I don't care what you say.
I'm not going to take your baby away. Perhaps I started out thinking I only wanted to help you. And then, a little while ago, when I thought you'd gone away, I realized I was in love with you. Will you marry me?
Married? What about the ready-made family?
Oh, if the family's you and Johnny, then...
I knew it. I knew if I come back here, I'd find the two of you here.
Dad, I've something to confess. I am the father of that baby.
Those are the first true words you've spoken today. Come on, Johnny boy, come on. You and I are going home. Yeah.
Oh, David.
I've got a surprise for you, darling. We're going to be married tonight.
And do you still think I'm the mother of that baby?
Of course.
This is Harold Lloyd.
This is Brenda Marshall.
This is Louis Hayward.
Saying good night, and again, a very Merry Christmas to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Jack Oakey, Stuart Irwin, and Carol Williams in Room Service. See you then.
Bachelor Mother was presented through arrangement with RKO, producers of Tall in the Saddle. Louis Hayward appeared by arrangement with United Artists, producers of 10 Little Indians. Now remember, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobaccos are conditioned to help guard against cigarette dryness, to give you more smoking pleasure. And now this is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Golds.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the Comedy Theater, the only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, the Broadway hit Room Service, starring Jack Oakey and Stuart Irwin, with Donald McBride and Carol Williams. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Room Service.
Jack Oakey, Jack Oakey, Mr. Jack Oakey.
I'm Jack Oakey.
Mr. Lloyd wants to talk with you.
Yes, Jack, I want you to play Gordon Miller, the famous New York producer.
Stu Irwin. Mr. Stuart Irwin.
Here, boy, I'm Stu Irwin.
Mr. Lloyd would like to talk to you, too, sir.
Oh. Yes, Stu, I want you to play the part of Leo Davis, who started all the trouble by writing a play called Godspeed, which Jack Oakey, as Gordon Miller, is going to produce.
Paging Harold Lloyd. Harold Lloyd, paging Mr. Lloyd.
Hey, who wants to see me?
I do. Donald McBride is the name. This is Kara Williams.
How do you do?
Well, what a splendid cast. What are we waiting for? All right, I'll set the scene. Gordon Miller, the shoestring producer, has a headache, and justifiably so. He's about to be ejected from his hotel. The reason being that Wagner, the managing director, has made an unexpected visit to the hotel and is at the moment looking over the books. All that Gordon Miller has promoted is 22 rooms for his cast and has run up a bill of $1,200. The manager, Joe Gribble, is his brother-in-law, and Joe feels that he's been stuck. Into this unhappy atmosphere, Chris, who's played by Kara Williams, enters the scene with much hand-waving and joy.
Greetings, everyone. Gentlemen, I have wonderful news. We have a backer, and he'll be here today or tomorrow. Oh, what's the matter, Gordon? You don't look very happy.
Chris, did you say a backer?
Yes.
No, I don't know what to do. If I stay here, I lose the cast. If I skip, I lose a backer. Chris, tell me, did he sound on the level?
Gordon, Mr. Jenkins is the real thing. I gave him a copy of Godspeed, which he's reading right now. Oh, you simply must be here when he comes. Gordon, I'm so tired of being a secretary. I want to be a great dramatic actress.
Oh, that might be Wagner. Quick, Binion, put on our overcoats. It's a cold winter. Then again, it could be Mr. Jenkins. Come in.
Mr. Miller, I'm Leo Davis. You know, the author of Godspeed.
Well, this is a surprise. Here, let me shake your hand, son. This is Miss Christine Marlowe. She's going to play the sister in Godspeed. And Mr. Binion, my director.
Guy, she's all bundled up. Why is he wearing all those suits and overcoats?
Well, he's expecting snow. I mean, there's a shortage of coat hangers today. Besides, he's a genius. Wait for it, boys.
A genius? Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Binion. Gee, I just had my first glimpse of Broadway.
Great street, isn't it?
I never saw so many orange drink stands in my life. But I'm crazy about New York, and I'm awfully glad I quit my job. They all advised me against it, but I know now I was doing the right thing. Well, my bags are downstairs.
Oh, you intend to check in here?
Well, before I do that, I'd like to talk to you. You see, I have no money.
You have... What did you say?
I have no money.
That's what I thought you said.
Yes.
But listen, I set you $100 last month.
Yes, but the option expires at midnight, and the contract calls for another $100.
Do you intend to stay in New York permanently?
Oh, yes.
Oh, Davis, yes, of course. Of course, I could give you the cash, but my advice is for you to go back home and... Say, let me send for you in about a week before we open.
But I burned my bridges behind me. I left Oswego for good.
I hate authors. I refuse to direct if you stay. Try home for another week.
Yes, sir, there's no place like it.
Now, I don't want to appear stubborn, but I'm going to stay. If you people have lost interest in the play, I wish you'd tell me. I'm sure Morton Freeman would buy it. I have a letter of introduction to him.
Fremont?
Fremont?
Mm-hmm. Fremont.
Now, listen, Leo, boy, I'm beginning to see your point. Now, you just don't want to go home. Well, I guess there's no use forcing our opinions on you. Say, now about an advance, all you actually need it for is board and lodgings.
Yes.
Well, now, Leo, your problem's solved. You move right in here. Why, you're going to live with me.
Oh, gee, that's swell. Thanks. Thanks an awful lot. Huh?
Chris, get on that phone and tell Figger to get Leo's bags and typewriter and tell him to register them. Yeah. Say, Leo, do you happen to have any money at all on you? I mean, might be a good idea to let me put it in my vault downstairs.
I have 67 cents. If you don't mind, I'd like to wash up. I still have some Ontario and Western cinders in my hair.
Save them for fuel, Davis. It looks like a hard winter.
Oh, thank you.
Come on, Chris, Binion. Let's go down there and hock Davis's typewriter before Faker gets to it. That guy ain't honest. And listen, if you see Mr. Jenkins there, Davis, well, tell him we'll be right back. Have a nice siesta.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Jenkins, I'm glad to see that you're a man of taste and discrimination.
Mr. Jenkins, I'm certainly glad to know you. I never met an angel before.
Well, Mr. Miller, you sold me. I repeat, it's not my money that I'm investing. I'm the agent for a very wealthy man who prefers to remain anonymous. However, he is willing to invest, say, $15,000.
Say that again.
$15,000.
Beautiful English.
Yes. You mean that you have all the money in cash with you?
Oh, no, I haven't. But, Mr. Miller, if you'll have the papers ready, I'll sign them and pass the check, shall we say, at 1 o'clock tomorrow?
Shall we?
Yes. You'll make everything out in my name, Simon Jenkins.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Jenkins. Boy, we sure needed it.
Mr. Jenkins, shall I call at your office?
Oh, no. I prefer closing the deal here. Remember, Mr. Miller, there's to be no publicity. You can easily understand my client's position.
Hello. Joe? Listen, Joe, I made it. 15 grand. I'll get the check tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Binion, Baker, come in here quick.
Yeah?
We've got work to do. You understand? One of us has got to get sick around here, else we'll be liable to kicked out pronto.
That's right. They can't kick a sick man out. It's against the hotel law. Oh, doggone, I'm sorry I can't oblige you. I don't live here anymore.
And Wagner threw me out, too. Well, it's a cinch I can't play sick. I got to go out, draw up the paper, see the lawyers.
Leo, what's the matter with you? You look pale.
Do I?
I mean, I do?
Start addressing them, boys.
Hey, now, what are you trying to do?
Listen, you got to play sick or we lose the room.
Oh, no, I'm in good health.
No, you've got a contagious disease.
The measles.
I had the measles.
Well, it's a relapse.
I'll make the spots on them with iodine.
Huh? No.
It'll save the play. It's unhealthy to be healthy at a time like this.
No, now, please, not so fast. There's a zipper, you know.
That's the first time I've ever seen a zipper on a vest.
Yes.
No time to lose. I'll start painting them now.
No, can't I have my disease with my clothes on?
No. Wagner may walk in here and catch you with your pants on. Go on, get on them covers in the bed. Baker, what are those dots supposed to be?
Measles.
Well, make them larger. They look like freckles.
You're driving me crazy. You put the ice bag on my head. It's giving me chills. My head is swimming.
Hooray, he's delirious.
Huh?
Hold your stuff. Hold still. I want to put some powder on your face. There. Looks like a sick ghost.
I don't feel so good.
That's the spirit, Leo. I knew you'd come through for me.
Gordon, do something. Wagner's on his way up here to throw you out. He's charging me with your bill. Hey, what happened? What's the matter with Davis?
He wrote the play.
You are listening to the Comedy Theater's presentation of Room Service, starring Jack Oakey and Stuart Irwin, and introduced by Harold Lloyd. We'll return to our play in just a moment.
This is Harold Lloyd again, and here's Act 2 of the presentation of Room Service, starring Jack Oakey and Stu Irwin. Somehow, friend Wagner, the hotel supervisor, has not yet made his expected appearance. Meanwhile, Gordon, Leo, Faker, and Binion have spent a sleepless night crammed in the same bed. Now, it's the following day, and away past lunchtime. The boys are looking at each other hungrily.
I can't stand it anymore. If I don't eat soon, I'll collapse.
Now, take it easy, kid. We're all in the same boat. The play is the thing, and Jenkins will be here any minute with the check.
I wonder what's keeping Wagner.
Don't mention that guy's name again. Hey, Binion, maybe we can hock that moose head you've got in my closet.
Forget it, Gordon. I shot him with my own hands. I ate him up to the neck, but I refused to part with the rest of him. If I could only get my 2 hours out of Huck, I'd huck him again. I see spots before my eyes.
So do I, only mine are beginning to look like hamburgers.
If you see one with onions in there, save it for me.
Yes.
Wait a minute, I got an idea. Wait a minute. Hand me that phone, Faker.
Who's got the strength?
Huh?
Hello. Give me a room service. Hello, this is Dr. Glass. Send him the house physician, yeah. The patient in room 920 is very ill. He must have food immediately. Yeah, he's just developed a tapeworm. Now we have 2 mouths to feed. Yes, of course, this is Dr. Glass. But it's a matter of life and death. Mr. Davis is violently ill. I tell you, it's from hunger. Oh, I see.
What'd he say?
He said the tapeworm will have to come down and register. Get in bed quick, Leo.
Huh?
That might be Wagner.
Oh, yes.
No, he wouldn't knock. Come in.
How do you do, impresario? I am Sasha, the waiter from the Moscow Art Theater. I am a great actor. Read what a Russian critic, Yakubovich, said about me. It's just like in America, 3.5 stars.
Say, we might have a plan for Satchel or Sasha here. Could you get us a meal out of the hotel, you think? You know, you could make a little mistake, and if you can, well, we have a terrific part for you.
Funny thing. I just left big order on service elevator. I got to deliver him to Mrs. McGregor upstairs. But I don't know. You see, I take a big chance.
Such, it may lead to a Hollywood contract.
Hollywood! Gentlemen, it is like music to my ears. But the mate of the hotel...
Gregory Ratov. Akim Tamirov.
Leonid Kinsky.
Betty Grable.
Betty Grable! Betty Grable! Ah! 3 years I slave in the kitchen. I no got courage, but now I got courage. I do it. I get the food.
Gee, he must have a lot of talent. Huh?
Yes, I've seen that boy carry 12 dishes at one time.
See, I don't know where I'm at. Downstairs, they think I have a tapeworm, and up...
Open the door.
Who's that?
Oh, it's Wagner.
Open the door, Miller, or I'll break it down. Miller, whichever horse thief is Miller. Either pay the bill now or out you go.
Now, look here, Wagner. I insist that you reopen all those rooms on the 19th floor. The occupants happen to be guests of mine, and I'm responsible for their bills.
And who, may I ask, is responsible for yours?
Don't cloud the issue. And besides, you're talking too loud. My roommate here, Leo Davis, is very ill with tapeworm.
So that's what you're trying to pull. I'm a very smart hotel man, Miller. I brought the house physician along for that very reason.
Mr. Wagner, he didn't look too well yesterday.
Stop interfering, Gribble.
Yes, sir.
Senator Blake, the president of this jinx, selected me as the man most likely to succeed in clearing this hotel of dead beats. And Gribble, whose side are you on anyway? Dr. Glass, commence examining the patient.
Just a minute there. We have our own doctor in attendance. Dr. Binion?
I'm happy to know you, Dr. Binion. I'm Dr. Glass. May I examine the patient?
No, I have no respect for doctors that advertise in hotel lobbies.
Correct, Dr. Binion.
How do you feel, Mr. Davis?
Well, he's hungry all the time.
His tapeworm eats all the time.
Mr. Wagner, you can't move Davis up regardless of what this chiropractor says.
Chiropractor? His pulse is normal, Mr. Wagner.
That's what you think, you little quack.
Quack! Davis, open your mouth and say, ah.
Ah.
Yo-hee-ho, yo-hee-ho, tra-la-la, caviar, caviar. So correct it. Sasha brings you the caviar.
What's the meaning of this, waiter? Your instructions were to discontinue room service. You're fired.
Fired. Do not speak to me, low one. I am no longer Sasha the waiter. I am Sasha late of the Moscow Art Theater, and now an actor in the employ of the great impresario, Mr. Miller. Eat, comrades, eat your caviar.
Food. Hurry, please. My tapeworm.
Why are you eating the caviar, Miller?
It ain't for me. I'm storing it for Davis's tapeworm.
And I'm sampling it for vitamin content.
Dr. Glass, there isn't a thing wrong with me. But don't tell Wagner, will you? I like these boys.
I shall have to report that you are in perfect health.
Well, Doctor, I'm sorry, but you're asking for it. Baker, Binion.
Yeah?
Take this guy in the bathroom and tie him up.
Oh, gentlemen, you can't.
Uh-oh. Come in. Oh, it's you, Mr. Jenkins. Glad to see you.
Oh, Mr. Miller, you have the papers ready?
Why, sir, here's the stock book all made out. 50 shares in the name of Simon Jenkins. And here is the contract. There's not much to it. Don't even bother reading it. And now if you just sign on the dotted line.
I trust in your integrity, Miller. I'll sign it in a moment. Now, since you're going to see the name on the check, you might as well know who your backer is. It's Zachary Fisk. Zachary Fisk? Now you understand why there should be no publicity. The world must never know.
Believe me, Mr. Jenkins, this will be a sacred trust. I'll take the check now and I'll... Say, wait a minute. This check is drawn on a Los Angeles bank. I don't get no money for 5 days.
Why, my dear boy, the minute you deposit a Zachary Fisk check, your credit rating immediately becomes AAA1.
Oh, sure. What am I talking about? Why, I must be crazy. The magic of that name, Zachary. No, I wouldn't even say it. Just sign right over here, Fred.
Miller, I've got you right by the seat of your pants. And I'm not going to let you go till I toss you and that sick playwright right out in the street.
Who is this man?
He's my publicity agent.
Publicity? Oh, I told you there was to be no publicity.
Never mind publicity. I'm here for money or out you go.
Now, wait a minute. Now, wait just a minute there. Let's be serious about this thing. Mr. Jenkins here represents one of our greatest financial geniuses in the country.
Miller.
I don't give a hoot who he represents. Confound it, I want...
This looks like a Badger game to me. I don't like it, and I'm leaving.
What's that? Why, Dr. Glass. Dr. Glass, I'll remove the ropes.
Oh, I don't blame Miller for tying me up, you incompetent. He had a perfectly good reason. I heard them through the door. Miller was transacting a legitimate deal. All I know is that Zachary Fisk is backing his play.
The Zachary Fist.
Oh, I'm fainting.
Just sign the check, Mr. Jenkins. Luckily, there's a doctor in the house.
Miller, I had no idea Zachary Fist.
Oh, please, please. I don't trust you men.
I, Roger Percival Wagner, will personally vouch for Mr. Miller.
Oh, dear. I'm ill. I'll sign the check now. Now let me out of here.
Thank you very much. Why, you'll never regret this, Mr. Jenkins.
Neither will Zachary Fist.
Oh, please help me to the door.
Well, Miller, I'll take that check. The $1,200, you know.
Now, wait a minute. Let me look at it. Give it a chance to cool. Besides, it's the shaky hotel. How do I know you won't go into bankruptcy?
Now, Miller, if you'll hand over the check, I'll deposit it and give you a letter of credit until the check clears the Los Angeles bank. Is it a deal? I'll see you later. Oh, pardon me.
Pardon me. We met Mr. Jenkins in the lobby. He said he was going to stop the check.
He can't do that to me. He signed a contract. Or did he? Chris, listen, I feel sick, honey. Now, what's the use? Everything I touch turns into an 8-ball. I ought to jump out that window.
Oh, please, Gordon.
It's all right, honey. You talked me right out of it.
Look, I've had nothing but trouble since I came. They made me sick, made me crazy. If only I saw any hope. If only we had another angel.
Leo, boy, we got an angel. Wagner's putting that check through the bank, isn't he? For 15 days, for 5 days anyway, we'll have 15 grand of credit.
Gordon, you're not going to...
Great. We can open in 5 days. All we need now is scenery and costume. Yeah, we can charge that to the hotel.
But it's illegal.
Relax, Davis. Wagner is back in the play.
Yes, sir. Gordon Miller is staying true to form. So far, Wagner doesn't know that he is really Gordon Miller's backer. And what an angel, $15,000 worth. Gordon Miller is postponing his nervous breakdown until after the opening, and this is the opening night. The curtain rises in 15 minutes.
Gordon, the check had bounced. You knew it all along. That's why you insisted on opening the show in 5 days.
Now, don't worry, Grib. It'll be a hit. We're going down to the theater now. Tell me, has Wagner caught wise yet?
If you don't think so, just try getting out of your room. There are 5 detectives outside the door. You're all going to jail.
Jail? Oh, what's the use? I've got actors in the dressing room, scenery on the stage, an audience in the theater. I've got to sit here in a hotel room on opening night waiting to be arrested.
I never thought I was going to be arrested for just writing a play.
Now, if we only had some cash to bribe those cops.
Maybe the hotel will advance some. Hey, I got an idea. Yeah.
You know, I once killed myself.
What?
That was my initiation into the fraternity. They made me do a make-believe suicide. I scared the chemistry professor.
8 minutes before curtain, fellas. Hey, Leo, that chemistry professor.
Yes.
Did he really believe you committed suicide?
Oh, yes. He was ready to send for the ambulance.
Ambulance?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Listen, Leo. You're going to pretend that you drank a bottle of iodine, see?
Oh, no.
We'll have to rush you to the hospital. The cops will let us through.
That's cooking with butter, Miller. And don't forget, Leo, you haven't 5 chemistry professors out there.
Well, we'll make it look authentic. Leo, you go into the bathroom. We'll rush out in the hall screaming. They'll come in, dash to the bathroom.
And they are dead as a herring.
No, not dead. Just dying. The guy's got to be alive. That's what we're rushing him to the hospital for. Now, you're in great danger, Leo.
And after you carry me out, we sneak into the theater and see the show.
Exactly.
You wouldn't think I came from Oswego 5 days ago, would you?
Now, wait a minute. You count up to 50 before you start dying, see?
Oh, yeah.
I'll go out and start arguing with the dicks. Then fake your opinion come flying out yelling bloody murder.
Yes.
The author's just swallowed a bottle of iodine. Now, are you ready?
Uh-huh.
Here goes. Uh-oh.
Greetings, Miller. So you thought you could fool this cookie, eh? Imagine starring my Russian waiter in a play. And at my expense. Well, how do you like my little surprise? Oh, but these 5 detectives are nothing. I have a bigger surprise for you. Something more pleasant than jail. I'm inviting you to come down and watch the show with me. From a little cubbyhole in the mezzanine. The sheriff will come along and take every bit of scenery off the stage. Right in view of the audience.
Why, you'll make me the laughing stock of Broadway.
That's just what I figured. You've made me the laughing stock of the hotel business. Wait till Senator Blake hears of this. He'll fire me. Oh! What's that? Hey, who's in the bathroom? No. Good heavens! He's committed suicide. Please, Mr. Davis, not in this hotel. You might stain the rug. Oh. Call the house doctor.
Oh, he resigned. Oh.
Do something, Miller. Don't stand there like a moron. Get compresses, hot and cold.
All right, you get the hot, I'll get the cold.
Oh.
He's turning blue. Wagner's dismissing the dicks. He wants privacy.
Oh, that's wonderful. We have 3 more minutes. I'll recover fast. You saved me.
No, Leo.
No.
Then he'll send for the sheriff. You'll have to stay here and keep dying for 2.5 hours. We'll be right here with you. It'll look phony if we desert you. Uh-huh. Here's Wagner again. Good luck, kid. Drop dead. Play's almost over, Leo. Leo, boy, fight! Fight!
Don't be sacrilegious. Have a bit of respect. To think, Miller, 2 hours ago we were tearing each other's throats, and now, well, it takes a thing like this to make you realize.
Oh. Goodbye, Mr. Miller. You killed me, Mr. Wagner.
He's gone. Good night, sweet prince.
Good Lord, what kept you people all through the play? I was terrific. What's the trouble?
Now, don't get panicky, Chris, dear. Leo's gone. I can see him looking up at me with those baby blue eyes and asking, how did the show go?
Yes, Gordon, I know how much you love that boy. You would have told him terrific. And then what Russian waiter is another Catherine Cornell.
You mean I'm a successful author?
Yippee!
Uh-oh, he's alive. Now see what you've done, Wagner. This is all your fault.
You had us convinced he was dead. We ought to sue you for this.
Why, we was going to bury him.
But I... Confound it, Miller. This is the last trick you'll ever pull on me. I'm going to stop that show right now.
Here is Mr. Wagner, Senator Blake.
Senator, I had nothing to do with it. It was all Gribble's idea. Miller here, the producer's his brother-in-law. They concocted the whole thing between them.
Well, if this show is going to be in my theater...
Don't worry, Senator. It won't be there long.
What are you talking about, Wagner? I saw the show. It'll be there for 2 years, if I'm any judge. Oh, by the way, Miller, I have a friend who has a girlfriend.
Oh, I catch on, Senator. Leo, write her apart.
Right away. Just imagine, only 5 days from Oswego.
I like you, Wagner. You gave all the credit to Gribble, and that's downright modesty. Imagine starring one of my waiters. Wagner, you deserve to be rewarded. You're my new vice president.
Mm-hmm. See what I did for you, Wagner? You never can tell. This may be the first hotel to win the Pulitzer Prize.
You have been listening to the Comedy Theater presentation of Room Service, starring Stuart Irwin and Jack Oakey, with Harold Lloyd as Master of Ceremonies.
Radio City in New York, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater, the only radio program which brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, The Lady Eve, with Guy Kibbe and starring Ralph Bellamy and Betsy Fields. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here. This week we're broadcasting from New York, and of course the big city is just the place for everything to happen, especially to a country boy with horn-rimmed glasses like myself. For instance, the other morning, there I was, waiting in line in a certain store, clamoring for a certain commodity. Suddenly, I felt someone pushing me.
Come on, Bob, I'm in a hurry.
Now, wait a minute. Well, if it isn't Ralph Bellamy.
Harold Lloyd, what are you doing in New York?
Among other things, trying to buy a pack of Old Gold.
Two minds with but a single thought.
Wait a minute, Ralph. Don't move.
Huh?
I'm doing the Lady Eve on the Old Gold Comedy Theater this Sunday night. You'd make the perfect hero, Charlie Pike. Ralph, you're my man.
Pardon me, gentlemen, I'm in a hurry and...
Sorry. Ladies first, everywhere but on a cigarette line. Well, Betty Fields.
Betty, just the person I've been looking for.
Why, Ralph!
Ralph, this is so sudden.
You're going to play opposite me in The Lady Eve on Sunday night.
Now, wait a minute. Who's producing this show?
Why, Harold, don't you want me to play the Lady Eve?
Of course I do, but I didn't want Bellamy to beat me to it. It's yours, Betty.
Out of my way, please. Out of my way. Somebody mentioned old goals. Where?
Now, look, mister, we're all... Well, Guy Kibbing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And just the person for the part of Colonel Harrington in our play. Rehearsal time, 1:30 Sunday. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, that's how we got around to casting tonight's show. And now, for our play, The Lady Eve. Just what do you know about archaeology? Well, if you know that it's the study of snakes, you're either a crossword puzzle addict or one of the select tiny group which includes a young man who's heir to $100 million, one Charlie Pike. Right now, in the luxurious salon of the steamship Southern Cross, a liner bound from South America to New York. Every feminine glance is cast coyly, boldly, languorously, and even wantonly in one direction. But Charlie Pike, the center of it all, sits there absorbed in a thick book entitled, Are Snakes Necessary? At a nearby table, Colonel Harry Harrington and his beautiful daughter Jean are also appraising Charlie, but with a look as cool and as calculating as that of a couple of safecrackers passing a bank.
I hope he thinks he's a wizard at cards.
And to make things perfect, I hope he's got a big fat wife so I don't have to dance with him. I don't know why it is, Harry, but a sucker always steps on your feet.
Don't be vulgar, Gene. Let us be crooked if we must, but never common. Shh. He's getting up from the table. He's coming this way.
Don't worry, Harry. Watch me go to work.
What are you going to drop? Your modesty?
I dropped that years ago. Mine is the direct approach. I'm going to drop the sucker himself. Watch this. Why don't you look where you're going?
Why don't I look? Well,
See
you're
what
the
you
one...
did to my shoe. You knocked the heel off.
I did? Well, I certainly am very sorry.
Well, you can just take me right to my cabin for another pair of slippers.
Yes, it's the least I can do, isn't it? Oh, by the way, my name is Pike.
Everybody knows that, and I don't see the reason for all the commotion. Incidentally, this is my father, Colonel Harrington.
How do you do?
My name's
Sorry
Jean. Come on. I'll see you later, Daddy dear.
Now, don't be long, children.
What's the matter?
That perfume.
Don't you like it?
Like it? I'm cockeyed on it. You see, Jean, I've been, up the Amazon hunting snakes, and you kind of forget how a girl... there's something about that perfume of yours that...
Oh, you'll get used to it. Do you mind putting your arms around me? The ship is tossing.
Oh, I never thought perfume could do that to a person. Jean.
Look, maybe I'd better hold you. Oh, here's my cabin.
Oh, it is it?
The shoes are right in the closet, Charles, and because you were so polite, you can pick them out yourself. More than that, you can put them on me, if you like.
Holy Moses, you got enough shoes to... Oh, these little slippers, these little silver ones look pretty.
Well, if those are the ones you like.
Doesn't seem possible anyone could wear slippers this small.
A very pretty speech. Well, aren't you going to put them on?
Yes. Yeah.
Don't you feel well?
Oh, I feel fine.
What were you doing up the Amazon? I thought you were in the ale business.
I hate ale. I don't like pale ale, brown ale, porter, or stout. The very thought of it makes me gulp. Oh. When I was in school, everybody called me Hopsy. You know, hops and ale. Hopsy Pike.
Hopsy. I like that.
Make it Charlie, will you?
All right, but there's something cute about Hopsy. And then when you get older, I could call you Popsy. Hopsy Popsy.
That's all I need.
Don't you think you can let go of my foot now?
Oh, your foot. Such a lovely foot. Oh, yes, a lovely foot.
Why, Hopsy, you ought to be kept in a cage.
Oh, Gina, I didn't mean...
I think we'd better join Father in the card room. I'm sure he's waiting for us very impatiently.
Wouldn't mind my asking you to come out here.
Well, it wouldn't be very polite if I said I did, would it?
No, I don't suppose it would.
And it wouldn't be true either.
You've got the darndest way of bumping a fella down and then bouncing him up again.
And then bumping him down again.
I was just going to say, I can imagine life with you would be a series of ups and downs, lights and shadows, irritation sometimes, but so much happiness.
Why, Hopsy, are you proposing to me so soon?
Oh, no, of course I'm not. I'm
Then you
just...
ought to be more careful. People have been sued for much less.
You certainly are a funny girl for anybody to meet after he's been up the Amazon for a year.
It's a good thing you weren't up there 2 years.
You're very beautiful.
Are you sure it isn't the perfume?
Jean, please.
Tell me something, Hopsy. Why didn't you ever marry? You are old enough, you know.
Well, I guess I never met her, that's all. Why didn't you ever marry?
Same reason, I suppose. Never met him. When I marry, it's going to be somebody I've never seen before. He'll sort of take me by surprise.
Like a burglar?
The night will be heavy with perfume, and all of a sudden, I'll hear a step behind me, and somebody whispering in my ear.
Jean.
Oh, Hopsy.
Mr. Pike, your old man has been paying me to watch over you, and I am watching.
But, Murgatroyd, how could that girl and her father be professional gamblers? Think of all the money I won last night.
It is pitiful how a grown man could be so knave. Look, boss, get a load of these pictures, and the words that accompany the same.
Here, let me see. Handsome Harry Harrington and daughter Jean. Professional card shops, bunco, oil wells, mines, and...
Oh, there you are, Hopsy.
Yes,
Oh, you look like the last grave over near the willow.
that's the way I feel. That'll be all, Murgatroyd.
Okay, boss. Anything you say.
You better take a look in this envelope, Miss Harrington.
What?
Go on, open it.
Oh, rotten likeness of me, isn't it? Much better the Colonel.
Then you admit it?
Please don't look so upset, darling. I was going to tell you when we got to New York, but I wanted this trip to be as perfect as possible. Maybe I wanted you to love me a little more, too. You believe me, don't you?
Why didn't you let your father rob me last night?
Why do you think I didn't?
I wouldn't know. You thought you were having a lot of fun with me, didn't you?
I was having a lot of fun with you. More fun than I've ever had with anybody.
You were pretty funny yourself.
When was that?
Trying to play me for a sucker. When they told me who you were even before I met you.
Who's they? Who told you?
Never mind, but I knew about you all along.
You mean you were taking me for a ride? You knew about me all along? That was your idea of a joke. Was that what you were thinking about when you were kissing me? You ought to feel proud of yourself. Well, Mr. Pike, you can take your money, your ale, and your snakes and go to... as far up the Amazon as it goes. But get this straight, Hopsy.
Charles is the name.
I'm going to get even with you if it's the last thing I ever do. And don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, it certainly looks like there are fireworks ahead for Hopsy Popsy Pike. He's going to find out that when dealing with an irate young lady like Jean, it's important for a man to keep his eye peeled and his powder dry.
You're right, Mr. Lloyd, but I have something to say that's important, too.
Pardon me. 1, 2, 3, 4, Wolf, testing.
Pardon me.
1, 2, 3, 4, Wolf, testing.
Well,
can you hear me, Hubert?
Now, look here.
1, 2, 3, 4, Wolf, testing. How's that, Hubert?
Just a minute. I have a message to deliver.
Why don't you deliver it?
Well,
1, 2, 3, 4, Wolf, testing. Can you hear me, Hubert?
Now, look here. You're stopping me from delivering a message and... What am I shouting for? I know the answer to a situation like this. It's why be irritated? Light an old gold. Yes, friends, take it from me, when your temper is being tested, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Especially today, there's nothing like the comfort and pleasure of a fine cigarette. But you won't get that comfort and pleasure if your cigarette is hot, harsh, and dry. So here's what we do.
To help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's superb tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey. This special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture, helps guard your smoking enjoyment.
Moreover,
to give you a smoke of extra zest, extra flavor, a touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco is added to Old Gold's blend of many great tobaccos.
Yes, extra flavor plus extra special protection against cigarette dryness. That's Old Gold. First chance you get, try a pack. Now, back to the Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation of The Lady Eve, starring Ralph Bellamy and Betty Field with Guy Kibbe. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, it's second act curtain time in the Old Gold Comedy Theater. And we find our woman scorned, Jean Harrington, still trying to forget snakes, love, and especially Charles Hopsy Pike. Right now, Jean and her father are sitting in the Turf Club box at Belmont Park, throwing away their hard-earned cash in a hopeless attempt to outguess the police.
Oh, what a dog. He can't even run without his milk wagon.
I beg your pardon. Is this seat taken? Why, handsome Harry. Bless my soul.
Oh, it's you. Well, hello.
And the little lady. Oh, still as pretty as a pack of aces.
Hello, Pearlie. How's it going?
It's Sir Alfred at the moment, my pretty. Sir Alfred McGlennon Keith, KCB, at your service.
What's your pitch these days, Sir Alfred?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a little nest on the edge of a town called Bridgefield in Connecticut, a city full of mugs. I mean, millionaires.
Bridgefield? That's very interesting.
How do you bait your trap, Pearlie?
Sir Alfred. Well, I have my horses, I have my dogs, I have my little house, I have my antiques. We play a little game here and a little game there, and then we play somewhere else. My dear boy, it's a dream.
Tell me something, Sir Alfred. Do you know the Pikes?
Know 'em? I practically swill their ale.
No, Jeannie.
Do you know Charles Pike?
Oh, is that the backward boy who's always toying with toads and snakes and things? I think I've seen him slinking about.
He isn't backward. He's a scientist.
Oh, so that's what's wrong with him. I knew he was peculiar.
Sir Alfred, could I visit you sometime?
Could you visit me?
As your niece.
As my niece?
Now, why don't you stop talking nonsense,
I
Jean?
want to see that guy. I've got some unfinished business with him.
Oh, but, my dear, to be my niece, you'd have to be English.
I've been English before, and I shall be as English as necessary on this occasion, Uncle Alfred. And when I get through with that snake lover on his home grounds, you two vultures can have what's left of him.
Mr. and Mrs. Horace Pike request the pleasure of your company June 23rd at dinner to meet the niece of Sir Alfred McLellan Keith, the Lady Eve Sidwich, RSVP. Sir Alfred McLellan Keith, KCB, the Right Honorable the Lady Eve Sidwich.
Pearlie, I'm scared.
Nonsense, my dear. Well, here comes Horace Pike, Charlie's old man. Get a load of him and breathe easy.
Well, how are you, Glenny? Glad to see you, you old lime juicer, you. This is your niece you've been telling me about, eh?
Eve, darling, your host this evening, Horace Pike.
Charmed, Mr. Pike.
Look, lay off that Mr. stuff. Just call me Horace.
Horace, how ripping. What? Oh, but of course you must call me Eve.
Evie? Great.
Well, I'll toddle off and have me a scotch and soda, if you don't mind.
How long you been here, Evie? I mean, in America.
Oh, 3 days, to be exact.
3 days. I didn't know ships were running.
Oh, that young man who just walked into the room. Who's he?
Oh, that's my son.
I think I'd like to meet him.
I don't know why, but you asked for it. Oh, Charlie.
Yes, Dad?
Charlie, I want you to meet the Lady Eve Sidwich.
How'd you do?
Well...
What's the matter, Horace? Isn't your son feeling well?
Some days he's brighter than others.
What I mean to say is, haven't we met before?
But of course, your father just introduced us.
It's not the same voice. It's the face.
Oh, you mean we might have met before? Could it have been in Biarritz?
No, but it could have been aboard the SS Southern Cross on the way up from South America.
I'm afraid it couldn't have been. You see, I've never been to South America.
Never been to
What's
South
the
America?
matter with you, Charlie? Didn't you hear what she said?
But she must have been. She looks so much like...
You know, out a door, hearing about the Southern Cross and the girl you apparently met. Why don't you tell me about her, Charles? Shall we go into the garden?
Why, yes, I'd like that. I'd like that very much.
Well, I'll be jiggered. Maybe I should have studied snakes.
Now, what did you say this girl's name was? The one on the boat?
Jean.
You were in love with her?
I'm not too sure. I can't tell whether it was her or the perfume.
I say, have you caught cold?
I don't know. It's just that you and, well, somebody else are all mixed up in my mind.
Well, suppose we sit down and talk. This seems to be the beginning of a beautiful friendship, and I've been waiting for a moment like this for ever so long.
Well, before we go any further, I may as well tell you, I have a strange hobby. You see,
I know. You're fond of snakes.
That doesn't make any difference to you?
No. In fact, I like certain snakes better than certain people.
Here, Murgatroyd. Help me with my tie. I'm kind of nervous tonight.
Look, boss, you're not going out with her again. You've been seeing her every night for the last 2 weeks. I tell you, she's the same dame you met on a boat.
No.
It may be different perfume, but it's the same dame. Accent or no accent.
No, Murgatroyd. Why should she do anything like this?
I don't know. Maybe she wants you to fall for her again.
Do I look that dumb?
You wouldn't be the first one. I knew a guy who married the same dame 3 times. And then he turned around and married his aunt.
No, don't you see? If she wanted to pretend to be someone else, she would have altered her appearance. But she didn't dye her hair, and she didn't pretend she'd never seen me before. So I'm on my way to the garden, Murgatroyd, to propose to the most wonderful girl in the world, the Lady Eve.
Oh, I ask you, what can you do with a guy like that?
So long, Murgatroyd. Hello, Eve.
Hello, Charles.
I suppose you know what I wanted to ask you tonight.
If I didn't, I wouldn't be here.
Eve, darling.
When you kiss me like that, I can't refuse you anything.
Eve, we belong together, but you're so beautiful, so fine, I don't deserve you.
Oh, but you do. If anybody ever deserved me, you do. Well, what are we going to do about us, Charles?
What everyone does. We're going to get married. No, we're going to elope.
You took the words right out of my mouth, darling. And I promise you, this is going to be a honeymoon you'll never forget.
Well, dearest, I don't know just what you're supposed to say to your wife at the beginning of a honeymoon, but...
Honeymoon? Oh, I think this one is so much more pleasant than the last one.
What? The last one?
Oh, Charles, I'm afraid I didn't tell you.
Tell me what?
About Floppy.
Floppy?
Yes, a friend of the Paters, almost 70. That is, he was almost 70 when he dropped dead.
You mean he dropped dead on your honeymoon?
Oh, no, silly. Floppy lived for 2 years after that. It was Herman who died on our honeymoon.
Herman? Were there any others?
Oh, let me me see. There were Chester and Bertie. Bertie was so young. He was only 15, so cute in his groom's uniform.
You married a groom?
Well, he was really a stable boy, but he looked so cute with his little tight pants and boots with yellow tops. Oh, but I mustn't forget Donald and Philip. They were... Why, Charles, what are you doing? If you pull that emergency cord, you'll stop the train.
How else do you expect me to get off?
Get off, but darling, this is our honeymoon.
Our honeymoon? Sounds more like a modern version of 1001 Nights. I'm getting off this train right now. The honeymoon is over.
Charles! Oh, Hopsy!
Poor Jean. Her beautiful idea to revenge herself upon Hopsy Popsy Pike has backfired and proved to be a boomerang. The Lady Eve is certainly in a fix.
So was I, Mr. Lloyd. Last Sunday night. It was New Year's Eve, remember?
Yeah, so it was, Ben Grauer. What happened to you?
Well, I hailed a cab downtown, pulled up, and 7 sailors poured out. They bowled me over, stepped on my hat, and as I lay in the gutter with my chin on the curb, the last sailor stopped. He leaned over, patted me gently on the head, and said...
Look, chum, why be irritated? Light on the old gold.
Ah, yes, smokers. When you're kind of low, that's the time to enjoy an old gold. To enjoy its extra flavor, plus its special protection from cigarette dryness. You see...
Old Gold's superb blend of many fine tobaccos, including a touch of extra flavorful Latakia tobacco, is specially conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness.
So make it Old Gold for a better, keener smoke. And look, if you can't get a pack today, here are the 3 big reasons. People are smoking more cigarettes. Billions are going to the armed forces overseas. And we can't make more cigarettes due to manpower shortage. But we are distributing every pack we make. So ask again tomorrow for Old Gold. Now, back to Act 3 of the Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation of The Lady Eve, starring Ralph Bellamy and Betty Field with Guy Kibbe. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, the story Old Gold's bringing you tonight certainly tops the regular Hollywood formula. Because in The Lady Eve, just this far, boy has lost girl twice. But before we lose the track of the proceedings, let's look in on Mrs. Charles Pike, formerly the Lady Eve Sidwich and formerly Miss Jean Harrington. Jean is sitting in her father's hotel room just 2 days after being deserted by her husband, the frustrated and disillusioned Hopsy of Pike's Ale fame. She has just put in a long-distance call to Pappy Pike in Bridgefield, Connecticut.
Hello?
Hello, Horace. Are you there? This is the Lady Eve Spirit.
Evie, for heaven's sake. Say, I'm glad you called up. Now, look. Will you be a sensible girl and take $2 million and get a divorce?
Oh, no, thank you, Horace. I won't take a shilling. I'll pay for the divorce myself.
Are you crazy, Jean?
Please, Harry.
To think my own daughter would desert me when $2 million are at stake.
Oh, Horace.
Evie, believe me, you're being a fool about this. Pride is...
Horace, there's only one thing I want from you. I want to talk to Charles alone, because I have something to tell him. Something I've just learned myself. After that, I'll leave for Reno.
But you can't talk to Charles, baby. He's flown the coop.
He's what?
He's off women forever. He's back on snakes again, the jerk.
You mean South America?
Yep, up the river again, or will be soon. He's taking the Southern Cross tomorrow.
What? Then why am I wasting my time talking to you? I've got to see a man about a man.
Why don't you... You...
Hello, Hopsy.
Good evening.
It's really you, Jean.
Hello, Hopsy.
I don't know if I'm dreaming, but I'm not taking any chances. Let's get out of the deck, Jean.
Yes, Hopsy.
But my dear fellow...
Oh, Colonel, I'm delighted to see you. We must play cards this trip. Lots of cards. Oh, boy, some champagne for the Colonel. Come on, Gene.
I doubt if this is going to be a very profitable trip.
Don't say anything, Hopsy. Just kiss me.
Gene.
Oh, why did you ever let me go? Why did we have to go through all this nonsense? Don't you know you're the only man I ever loved, you big mug?
Will you forgive me?
For what? Oh, you mean on the boat. The question is, will you forgive me?
What for?
Oh, you still don't understand.
I don't want to understand. I don't want to know. Whatever it is, keep it to yourself. All I know is that I adore you, that I'll never leave you again. We'll work it out somehow. I'll have the captain marry us first thing in the morning, and...
What's the matter?
I forgot something. I am married.
Oh, Hopsy, hold me tight. I'm going to spend all my time making my orpheologist happy.
But I've got to get a divorce.
Over my dead body, you will?
But...
I'm going to buy a barrel of a certain kind of perfume and brush up on a few tricks that have never failed. Never since Eve.
This is Guy Kibbe.
This is Ralph Bellamy.
This is Betty Field.
Saying goodnight to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Ann Baxter and Alan Young in Nothing But the Truth. See you then.
The Lady Eve was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose latest production is Here Come the Waves. Music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Charles Paul. Betty Field, who is starring in the motion picture version of Tomorrow the World, appeared through the courtesy of Alfred de Liagre. Ralph Bellamy has just completed for Hunt Stromberg, Guest in the House, soon to be released. And now, until next Sunday night, remember, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobaccos are conditioned to help guard against cigarette dryness, to give you more smoking pleasure. This is Ben Grauer saying goodnight for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Radio City in New York, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program which brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, Nothing But the Truth, starring Ann Baxter and Alan Young. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play is called Nothing But the Truth. That's a rather frightening title for a master of ceremonies. It limits him so. However, in the case of our stars tonight, it doesn't have to. Because Alan Young and Ann Baxter are young enough, talented enough to need nothing but the truth to introduce them. Go away, son. I have work to do. As I was saying, Alan Young is that brilliant new comedian.
Comes from Canada.
Yes. He came to New York from Canada and immediately was given his coast-to-coast show and...
Nearly died.
Young man, stop heckling me.
I have to heckle you, Mr. Lloyd.
Say, just who are you?
Who, me? Well, I'm Alan Young.
So you're Alan Young?
Yeah, I don't look it, do I? You see, the trouble is none of my mother's children resemble each other very much.
How many children your mother have?
One.
Well, be that as it may. In our play tonight, you're Bob Bennett. You're a young stockbroker working for E.M. Ralston, the big bad wolf of Wall Street.
Can't I be a wolf, too?
No.
Oh.
You're sitting in your office chatting to a client over the phone. The door opens and a beautiful girl appears. It's Gwen Ralston, your boss's daughter. Ah, here she comes now.
What do you mean, Gwen Ralston? That's Ann Baxter. I'd recognize those twinkle in her eye anytime.
Thank you, Alan. But in the play, I'm Gwen Ralston, and I'm coming to your office with $10,000.
$10,000? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to my office.
And that's where we find Bob Bennett, in his office, talking to a client on the phone.
Yes, Mr. Hadley. I've got my eyes wide open, waiting for opportunity to knock at the door. Opportunity. She not only knocked, she opened the door and came in.
Hello, Bob.
Mr. Hadley, goodbye.
I'm not disturbing you, am I, Bob?
Disturbing me? No.
Then take the telephone out of your pocket.
Yeah. Oh, silly of me, wasn't it? Well, don't answer that. Gwen, I love you.
How many times have I told you that my heart belongs to Van Dusen?
He can keep your heart. What I want is, Gwen, he isn't worthy of you.
Bob, I need you.
You can have me cheap. I mean,
We're going to be partners.
We are?
Uh-huh. You see these?
Those? Oh, money, aren't they?
Well, of course.
$1,000 bills.
Yes, Bob. 10 of them. 1, 2, 3...
Don't count. We're partners.
I've had these 4 days. In my safe deposit box, under my pillow, in my stocking.
Aren't you afraid of prowlers?
Bob, keep your mind on business.
I'll try. What do you want me to do with that $10,000?
Invest it. You see, I collected this money for Seaside Charities, Bob, and I'm worried.
How can you worry with $10,000?
You've got to invest it for me because I promised to raise $20,000. So all you have to do is double this $10,000.
That's what You double it?
You have 3 days.
Oh, I have 3 days. Well, Gwen, I could get 3 years for doing it.
I thought you loved me.
Well, I do.
Then won't you do it for me?
Well, the jails are so... They get everybody. You gotta... Oh, all right. Give me the money.
Here, and put it right away. I don't want Father to know about this.
Okay.
Goodbye, Bob, and don't forget, 3 days.
Goodbye. Double it. In 3 days. Well, I'll take Labor Day, the 4th of July, and New Year's. Mr. Ralston, I didn't want to speak to you about... I didn't know you were in conference. Excuse me.
Yes, get off my lap, Lily. Bob, this is Lily Warren.
Hello.
How'd you do?
Yes, you see, we were discussing some financial matters. Yes, you see, I have an interest in Miss Warren's business.
I could see that, yes.
I'll have to be running now, Tiddly-tums. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, you sweet boy.
Who, me? Bye-bye.
Well, Bob, that was Miss Warren.
I know. You have an interest in her,
Yes, she owns the millinery shop in this building, Bob, and she's a very clever woman. Got a good head on her.
Nice pair of shoulders, too.
Now, mind you, my boy, she may have been sitting on my lap, but it was purely, purely...
It looked very pure, Mr. Ralston.
Well, see to it that you don't mention it to Mrs. Ralston.
Oh, I won't, Tiddly-Tums. I mean, Mr. Ralston, no.
Well, now, what do you want?
Well, it's about that La Paloma Quicksilver mine you told me to sell out.
Well, what about it?
Well, Mr. Ralston, there's no Quicksilver in that Quicksilver mine.
Well, stop snooping. What do you care?
Well, it wouldn't be honest to sell the shares. I'd have to tell a lie.
Haven't you ever lied before?
Well, yes, but this is different.
Oh, nonsense. Business couldn't exist without a little embroidery on the truth now and then. Well, Bob, lies are necessary.
I still think you can tell the truth.
Who, me?
I didn't say you could. I said I could.
Oh. You believe that?
You betcha.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Would you like to make a little bet on that? A little bet that you can tell nothing but the truth for even 24 hours.
You'll bet me money? Real money? Would you bet me $10,000?
Oh, now, where would you get $10,000?
I got it. You want to bet?
You want to bet $10,000 that you'll tell the truth to everyone, no matter what they ask you, for the next 24 hours. Is that it?
I will.
All right, Bob, my boy. I'll do it, but on these conditions. Mm-hmm. You answer all questions. If you refuse to answer, you lose.
I lose.
You don't run away or you don't hide. If you do, you lose.
I lose.
You don't tell anyone about the bet. If you do, you lose.
You're making it awfully easy for me to lose, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, now, let's see. It's exactly 4 o'clock now. 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the bet's over. But until then, Bob, one little lie, mind you, costs you $10,000.
Expensive, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, now, let's see. What'll I ask you first? I got it. Where did you get that $10,000?
But I promised you wouldn't understand.
Where did you get the money, Bob?
From the nice weather we're having, isn't it? No, I mean the telephone. Wonderful invention, the telephone. I must write to Alexander Graham Bell about it. Yeah. I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, Mr. Hadley.
Oh,
what? You want my opinion of the Quicksilver Mine shares we're selling?
Come on, lay it on thick, Bob.
How many? Oh, 20,000 shares.
Fine, tell him it's the best buy on the market, Bob. Tell him.
You want to know my honest opinion about La Paloma Quicksilver, Mr. Hadley? Well,
come on, give it to him, Bob.
In my opinion, Mr. Hadley, La Paloma Quicksilver stinks.
Well, the bet's only 5 minutes old, and Bob's already in trouble. How much deeper in trouble will he be before the 24 hours are up? And while I'm asking questions, who's that stranger talking to Ben Grauer?
Ben, you should have seen me. You'd have been proud of your brother-in-law.
Did you catch him?
Ain't I Dick Schmacy, the world's greatest detective?
Well, what happened?
Well, I was told to bring Herringface in for questioning. I see Herringface on Times Square. He sees me.
Yeah.
He runs into an alley. I run into an alley. He runs up to the roof. I run up to the roof. He comes down again. I come down again.
Yeah?
We're in the street once more. He runs into Lindsay's. Me, too. We stop for a sandwich. Then away we go again. But I'm getting nowhere, so I begin getting mad. As Herringface turns the corner, I fire 2 shots. Bang, bang. And you know what?
No, what?
I knocked down a neon sign. So I gnash my teeth, bust off a pivot, bite my tongue. That made my eyes water, so I didn't see Herringface peek around a corner. But I heard him say, "Why be irritated? Flight on old gold."
Now, there's a man. There's a man who knows what's what. Yes, smokers, when you're running round in circles, why be irritated? Light an old gold. Especially today, there's nothing like the comfort and pleasure of a fine cigarette. But listen, you won't get that comfort and pleasure if your cigarette is hot, harsh, or dry. So listen carefully.
To help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's superb tobaccos are specially conditioned with apple honey to help hold in the natural moisture, to help guard your smoking enjoyment.
In addition,
to give you a smoke of extra bouquet, extra flavor, a touch of rare imported Latakia is added to Old Gold's blend of many great tobaccos.
Yes, extra flavor plus extra special protection against cigarette dryness. That's Old Gold. Soon as you can, try a pack. Now back to the Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation of Nothing But the Truth, starring Ann Baxter and Alan Young. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Have you ever bet $10,000 that you could tell the truth for 24 hours? Come to think of it, have you ever told the truth for 24 hours? Well, that's what Bob Bennett bet he could do. It's later in the day now, the day of the bet, and Bob is being driven out to Ralston's country home by an eager Ralston who is chuckling in anticipation.
Well, here we are. Hop out, my boy.
If you don't mind, I'll crawl out. I got nothing to hop about.
Oh, come on. Stop stalling. You like the house?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Huh?
Enough to be a gas station. After you, sir.
Well, hello, everybody. I guess you all know Bob here. My, Madge, you're looking positively beautiful today.
Oh, Ed.
Doesn't she look beautiful, Bob?
Who?
My wife.
Oh, pay no attention to him, Bob. He's just an old flatterer.
Bob, I said, Doesn't my wife look beautiful?
Yes, I remember now you did say that.
Yeah, well, you better answer, Bob.
Well, you know the old Chinese proverb.
Oh, now don't you start flattering me, Bob. What does the old Chinese proverb say?
Well, yes. I don't know any old Chinese proverbs.
Bob, what is the matter with you?
Perhaps he isn't feeling well, Gwen.
Frankly, Mrs. Ralston, I'm not.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'll have some herbs brewed for you at dinner, and you'll be all right in a jiffy.
Now, Bob, tell me, what do you think of my wife's dress?
It's a new one, you know.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Come on, Bob, we want the truth.
It looks like a built-in flour sack.
Bob, how dare you?
How would you like a punch in the nose, Bennett?
I wouldn't, and you keep out of this, Van.
What is this that is going on in the midst of my singing?
Oh, you sing?
Si, senor, I sing, I fight duels, I make love. I have higher thoughts.
Well, why don't you sing? You go right ahead. Don't let us stop you, please.
Ah, the senor is so gracious. I will sing.
Yeah.
I like the senor's voice, Bob.
Mustn't interrupt the singing.
Yes, but I still say, how do you like the senor's voice?
Well, it probably has something about it.
What?
Something.
Go on, senor. Tell me. I am interested.
You, fight duels?
Yes, but about my voice. Do you think it is for grand opera?
Kill many men in these duels, dear?
12. But go on, my voice.
Well, there's only one other man in the world with a voice like yours.
Melchior Gili?
Andy Devine.
Senor, that is the insult supreme. Tomorrow morning you will fight with me the duel.
Oh, no, I won't.
And why not, senor?
I might get killed.
Bah, you are afraid.
That is the truth.
Mrs. Ralston, I go.
Goodbye.
Oh, please, senor, wait for me.
Two gone.
Come on, Gwen, let's get out of here.
You go into the garden, Van. I want to speak to Bob for a minute.
Okay, but watch him. I think he's nuts.
Father?
Well, I guess I might as well go and change, but I'll be back in a few minutes, Bob. Yeah.
Bob, did you invest my money?
Uh-huh.
In what?
I took your money and Gwen, you're beautiful.
Am I really?
Oh, you are. And that is nothing but the truth. Gwen, what do you see in that overgrown old Van?
Well, he's handsome.
Yes, but...
He's got lots of money.
Yes,
and
but...
he's an all-American fullback.
Maybe, but Gwen, you don't marry a man to play football with him. You know, I used to be a wrestler.
Bob, I've been mean to you, haven't I?
Well, I never thought you really liked Van. There is a chance for me.
Well, if you ever did anything about it, instead of just talking...
Like this?
Oh, like that. More.
If I can stand it. Mr. Ralston, you've been putting me on the spot all evening.
Oh, tut, my boy. Well, me. It's a lovely night out here in the garden tonight. Let's go in.
Huh?
Tiddlydums, I've been looking all over for you.
Yeah, no, Lily, now, I mean Miss Warren, what are you doing here?
Some nasty men want a lot of money. Otherwise, they're going to take my shop away. Tiddlydums, you've got to give me...
If my wife ever found out that you were here, go away.
Not until you give me some money.
Good Lord, my wife.
Where are you?
Lily, look, you're Bob's sister, you understand?
My sister? Mr. Ralston, I can't...
There you are. Good. Who is this?
Well, you see, this young woman, Bob's sister.
Oh, how do you do? But Bob, I thought you were an only child.
My parents changed their minds. I better go in. The damp air...
Miss Bennett, you'll stay the night, won't you?
I certainly will.
Oh, good. Your sister's a very attractive girl, Bob.
Who? Oh, her, my sister, yes.
She is your sister, isn't she?
Well,
Bob?
Yeah, I can truthfully say she's never been more than a sister to me.
What an odd way of putting it. Well, however, it's time to go to bed.
Mrs. Ralston, you're an angel. Let's all go to sleep, shall we? Let's all sleep like mad until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Bob, are you crazy or am I?
Mrs. Ralston, that's not the kind of question to ask me.
Why not?
Because I'll have to answer it.
Well, here we are. This is your room, Bob, the blue room.
It'll fit me.
Yeah, I know. Well, go on in.
You don't have to wait up for me.
My boy, I'm locking you in just to make sure that you don't decide to disappear for a while.
That sounds as if you didn't trust me.
I don't. Good night, Robert.
All right, lock me in. See if I care. Hope there's no fire tonight, though. Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy. Oh, no. Lily.
Why, brother.
This is all a mistake, Miss Warren.
You'd better call me Miss Bennett. Or don't you want me to be just a sister to you?
Now, miss, please stay where you are. Aren't you afraid you'll catch cold in what you're not wearing?
You'll keep me warm, won't you?
Well, I'm a low guy with high blood pressure. Please, stay right there because you never know...
Bob.
Oh, that's Gwen. I gotta get out. I know, through this window. There's a balcony, I remember. Goodbye.
Oh, must you go?
Yeah, I gotta get some fresh air. Well, I'm out of there. I should have stood in bed. I would, too, if I could only find my bed. Let's see. Maybe this window leads to my room. I'll put a leg over the sill. Hello, Mrs. Ralston. Nice weather we're having.
Young man, what are you doing on that balcony?
Taking a walk. I always take a walk before turning in. Makes me turn in.
Do you think a balcony running in front of the bedrooms is the proper place to take a walk?
Well, the view is lovely up here. I mean, I better be running along. Good night, Mrs. Ralston. Wonder how she'll feel when she becomes a mother. Mother-in-law, I mean. My mother-in-law. I wonder how I'll feel. Oh, this must be my room. I'll get the window up and then...
Stand!
I can't. I got one leg up in the air.
Aha! The senor who thinks my voice is like Andy Devine.
I didn't exactly say that.
So, you wish to apologize?
Yes, I do.
Then perhaps I will not kill you. Proceed.
Mr. Verdugas, I'm very sorry.
Yes, senor. Very good. Go on.
I mean, your voice is divine. Yes, divine. Goodbye. I wonder if the night air is healthy. I wonder if I'll ever see home again. I wonder... This room is dark. This must be my room. Good Lord. The maid. Lady, ignore it. Pay no attention. Go right on with whatever you were doing. I better go now. It's been very charming, lady. Oh, I'll be back out.
What's going on in there?
I'm going out. Way out. What happened to the moon? I better work my way out to the railing and then... What do you know? No railing.
That's all right. He isn't hurt.
Who, me?
Yeah, you fell off the balcony.
Bob, what were you doing on the balcony anyway?
I was taking a walk.
Ah?
That's the truth. I was taking a...
Yes, Robert, but why on the balcony?
Well, it was the only place I could get to through Lily's room.
Bob!
Don't make a fuss about it, Gwen. She's his sister.
He never had a sister.
I got one now!
Stop lying to me.
Bob, you...
I didn't mean I got a sister now. I mean I got a headache now.
Then she isn't your sister, Mr. Bennett?
Purely by coincidence, no.
Bob, what were you doing in her room?
Just passing through.
I don't believe you.
It's true, Gwen. I only saw her once before my whole life.
Where?
Sitting on your father's lap. It was purely a matter of business.
Edward.
This man's lying. He's lying. Either that or he's, lost his mind.
How dare you say such a thing, Bob? And after I'd begun to like you and maybe even love.
Oh, don't you mind, honey. You've got me.
Listen, Van, even as a consolation prize, you're no prize.
Shut up before I forget myself and break your jaw.
When you say that, smile.
Why?
You got the cutest dimples.
Come on, Gwen.
Edward, come upstairs. I want to talk to you.
Yes, my love.
Senor, I have reconsidered. I will not killing you. A man like you, she is not worth staining my sword. Good night.
Alone at last. In the garden. Nobody even wants to kill me. What was... Oh, Buster. All right, down, boy, down. That reminds me. I still don't even know which bedroom is mine. Never mind. Buster, it looks like I'm in the doghouse anyway, so move over.
So it's the doghouse for Bob. Seems like he hasn't any difficulty getting himself into all kinds of difficulties. And by the way, Ben Grauer, why that unhappy look on your face?
What? Oh, pardon me. I was just thinking about a little trouble I had with my cousin's baby last night. It was like this. Ah, now, cootsy wootsy, Tommy Wobby. Here's the little babesy wavesy. Now, shut up. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. I take it back. I do wish, however, that your mother wouldn't go and leave me all alone when I... Oh, for heaven's sake, what did I say? Well, she's my cousin as well as your mother. I got a perfectly legal right to... All right, I ain't got any right. Your mother's an angel. She's a darling. Well, good heavens, Charles, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do?
Why be irritated? Why to no gold?
Well, of course, you little dear. Now, isn't that right, smokers? When all you can hear is yapping and yammering, that's the time to enjoy an Old Gold, to enjoy its extra flavor, plus its special protection from cigarette dryness.
You see, Old Gold's magnificent blend of many fine tobaccos, including a touch of extra flavorful Latakia tobacco, is specially conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness.
So, for a better tasting, keener smoke, make it Old Gold. But if you can't get a pack today, here are the 3 big reasons. People are smoking more cigarettes. Billions are going to the armed forces overseas. And we can't make more cigarettes due to manpower shortages. However, we are distributing every pack we make. So, tomorrow, ask again for Old Gold. And now, here's Harold Lloyd in Nothing But the Truth, starring Ann Baxter and Alan Young. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Now it is the next afternoon, and the hands of the clock come closer and closer to 4, the hour at which the bet will be over and Bob will win the $10,000 for Gwen. But there are still a dangerous few minutes to get through, and Ralston, who has been busy getting rid of Lily Warren and appeasing his wife, finally remembers the bet and tracks Bob down in the library.
Oh, there you are, huh? Well, it's getting close to 4, and I'll admit you've gotten away with it so far. You haven't lied yet, but you will.
Uh-huh.
Oh, now stop making those idiotic sounds. I can't afford to listen to them. It's going to cost me $10,000, baby.
Oh.
Gwen, what are you doing here?
But I was reading a book and I heard everything you said, and now I understand. Bob, I didn't mean what I said last night.
Oh, darling.
I realized now you were doing it all for me.
Hold on just a minute. Ho-ho! So that's where you got the $10,000 you bet, eh? From Gwen.
Yeah, but...
Oh, I've got it. I'll get Van in here. I'll get him to ask you what you did with Gwen's money. If you tell him that you made the bet with me, then you lose, because you're not supposed to tell anyone. If you lie, you lose anyway. Stay right there, sucker.
Bob, can he? Will he?
He can and he will. I'm sorry, Gwen.
Run away.
If I do that, I lose, too.
What time is it?
5 to 4. 5 minutes more, but there they come now.
Here we are. Now, Van, there he is.
Bennett, what'd you do with Gwen's money?
Gwen? Which Gwen?
Gwen Ralston, the girl I hope to marry.
Some hope.
Come on, now, stop fooling around, Van. Ask him.
Well, Bennett?
Yes, thanks. Very well. And you? You well, too?
Listen, if you don't answer me, I'll tear you apart.
Everybody's here. Edward.
Hello, Mrs. Ralston.
You.
Mrs. Ralston, please, ask me to leave. Throw me out.
Bad, shut up, please. Van, now go on, ask him.
Oh, yes. Bennett, what'd you do with Gwen's money?
The $10,000?
Yes.
That's a lot of money. We shouldn't be talking out loud like this. There might be spies.
Look here, Bob, if you don't stop stalling...
I'm not. I'm answering.
Well, answer the question.
It is a fine day. I'm thinking higher thoughts.
How could you when you have such a low brow?
You again.
Me? Why don't you knock me unconscious? Here, right in the jaw.
I wouldn't have dirty my hands.
I shaved this morning.
Man, keep asking him, I'm telling you. And listen here, Bob. This is a serious matter. Either you answer or you forfeit.
I demand to know what you...
Listen, everyone. I think I'm going to have a baby.
When?
What?
I mean when I get married. 1 minute to 4, Bob.
Yeah.
Bob, you've just got to answer. What did you do with Gwen's money?
What did I do with Gwen's money?
Yes.
Well, first I counted it.
Yeah, I know. Go on.
Yeah, go on, yeah. Then I put it in an envelope.
Don't stop.
Yeah. Then I sealed the envelope. I put a stamp on it. I smell smoke.
Fire! 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 Oh, somebody dropped a match in the waste paper basket. It's nothing at all. Now, Bennett, what did you do with Gwen's money?
I better answer the phone.
It's not ringing.
Well, you don't want to leave those things go to the last minute, you know.
Oh.
10 seconds, Bob.
Yeah, 10 seconds. Well, I took the envelope. You really want to know, Mr. Ross?
Yes, of course I do.
1, 2, 3, 4. Then I made a bet of $10,000 with you that I'd tell the truth for 24 hours. And I have, so I win.
Oh, no, you don't.
Why not? It's 4 o'clock.
No, it is not 4 o'clock. That clock is past by 10 minutes.
How do you know?
Because I pushed it ahead this morning. So it isn't 4 o'clock yet. And you told about the bet already. Therefore, you lose.
Oh.
Father, that isn't fair.
There's nothing in the bet against it.
So I lose after all.
Oh, Edward, did you want the clock to be fast?
Why, what do you mean?
Oh, because when I noticed the clock was fast at lunch, I set it back. Did I do wrong?
Oh.
Then it really is 4 and I've won the bet? Mrs. Ralston, you did absolutely right. And I love you with a great love. And I think your dresses are absolutely exquisite. Even more, I think you're beautiful. Will you be mine?
Oh, Mr. Bennett.
Excuse me, I mean your daughter, Gwen.
Oh, Bob, did you really mean it when you told me you love me and like to kiss me and intend to...
Gwen, don't say any more. That is, not until we get a license to say it. This is Alan Young.
And this is Harold Lloyd, saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday evening when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Fred Allen and Portland Hoffa in The Show-Off. See you then.
Music for tonight's production was composed and conducted by Charles Paul. Ann Baxter appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and is currently starring in Sunday Dinner for a Soldier, who will soon be seen in the Ernst Lubitsch production, A Royal Scandal. Alan Young, who can be heard every Tuesday evening over another network, appeared through the courtesy of Bristol Myers Company. Now until next Sunday night, this is Ben Grauer saying good night for Old Gold.
National Broadcasting Company.
City in New York, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program which brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedy. Tonight's play, The Show-Off, starring Fred Allen. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play, The Show-Off, really presented quite a casting problem. You see, the ideal person to portray the role of Aubrey Piper had to have these characteristics. He had to be a radio comedian at one time. He had to talk through his nose. He had to have large, baggy eyes, and he had to have a wife named Portland. So, after months of searching, we came to the conclusion there was only one man that had all these attributes. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Well, Harold Lloyd, I remember you. You used to be in the movies.
Fred Allen, I remember you. You used to be on the radio.
Gosh, my grandmother used to take me to see you in pictures, Harold.
When radio first started, my mother used to put a crystal set in my cradle.
Really?
I'd tune you in with my safety pin.
Now, wait a minute, Harold. We can't be that old. It must have been two other guys, Montgomery and Ward or somebody.
Could be. Fred, I understand that you have just completed a picture called It's in the Bag.
Well, how did you know, Harold?
You're advertising it under each eye.
And under each knee, if you'll take a look at my trousers. But let's forget my assortment of bulges for the moment, Harold. How about telling the audience about tonight's play?
All right, Fred, here we go. Our story tonight takes us to Brooklyn, New York. Brooklyn is a quiet little place at the end of a bridge. It's noted for its cemeteries, a tree that grows there, and its baseball club, the Dodgers. At the other end of the bridge, there's another city. It's called, Oh, yes, thank you. New York. Now, Brooklyn is also noted as the home of an assortment of rather odd characters, not the least of whom is Aubrey Piper. Aubrey has recently blown into the Fisher home as the suitor of daughter Amy, and you can tell exactly how the rest of the family feels about him if you listen to what Mother Fisher has to say.
I tell you, Clara, I've never heard anybody talk so much in all my life. It's a miracle to me how Amy stands for him.
They say love is blind, Ma.
Well, it ain't deaf. Clara, he darn near talked the ear off Pop the other night, telling him he was a big executive of the New York Central Railroad. Posh.
Listen, Ma, for your information, he's an attendant in the baggage room. A big executive, my eye.
Amy thinks he's a bigger man than the president. Oh, there goes your brother working on that fool invention of his again. Joe?
Yes, Ma?
Stop that hammering. What'll the neighbors think at this hour?
They'll think I'm hammering.
Gosh, Ma, it's only 8 o'clock. I got a lot to do.
There'll be enough noise when Amy's boyfriend gets here.
Oh, him. Is that windbag coming again tonight?
Shh, there's Amy now.
Oh, hello, Clara. Well, what's the matter with all of you? What are you looking so glum about?
Can't expect us to be as happy as you, Amy. Everybody don't go around with a millionaire.
Well, Aubrey may not be a millionaire yet, Ma, but just give him time.
Yeah, he'll need plenty of it.
You sure got on your glad rag, sis. Mr. Big must be arriving early tonight.
Yeah, must have been a slow day down at the baggage room.
What baggage room? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Aubrey Piper. He works in the Grand Central baggage room.
Who told you that?
My husband told me. He has lunch in the same drugstore with Aubrey every day.
Oh, that's how much he knows.
And what about that story he gave us about the draft board? Says he was turned down because of a floating kidney.
Well, Aubrey has a floating kidney. He told me so himself.
Well, why doesn't he buy an anchor for it? Floating kidney. That's something else Frank found out about. Frank knows a man on the draft board. Aubrey was turned down because he's colorblind.
Oh, isn't that silly? Why would he lie about a thing like that?
Child, that man would rather lie than tell the truth any day in the week.
Oh, so long, Mom. I'm going home.
Not a bad idea, Clara. When he gets here and starts talking, you'll never get out.
You said it. Mark my words, Amy. That fellow's a four-flusher. Uh-oh, here he is now.
I'll get it.
Hello, folks. And, Amy, how is my little lammy pie? You look sweeter than the cellophane on a lollipop.
Hello, Aubrey. Here, I'll take your hat.
It's a Hamburg. You can smell the onions on it. And how is our sweet little gray-haired mother this evening?
I was all right till you came in.
You're a little corny, Ma. I'll send that joke in to Can You Top This? Clara, leaving so soon?
Yes, I've got to be getting home. Good night.
Sit down, Aubrey. Oh, you must have had a hard day.
Oh, yes, it has been trying, Amy. Decisions to make every minute, important cases to handle.
You mean suitcases, don't you?
I had a long conference today with the board of directors. They wouldn't think of ordering even a Dixie cup without getting an okay from me. Well, Joe, my boy, how's the young Thomas Edison?
Okay, Mr. Piper.
And how's the invention coming along?
I'm still working on it.
The War Department can use his silk process in the making of parachutes.
You know, I perfected a substitute for silk that would have put every silkworm in the country on relief.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir. My silk had twice the luster, twice the wear, at 1/2 the cost. I tell you, Joe, my boy, if the brass hats had listened to me, this war would have been handled differently.
And how did your silk invention work?
Very simple. The liquid was squirted through the filaments before the threads were tied together.
Before the threads were tied together.
Yes, sir. You know, I toiled day and night perfecting that silk process for parachutes, and then the big boys turned it down. Why? Because they thought I was a nobody.
Oh, that's your father. Open the door, Joe.
Okay, Ma. Before you tie the threads together, you squirt the liquid. Oh, hello, Pop.
Hello, son. Here's the evening paper, Ma.
Oh, thanks.
Well, if it isn't Father Fisher, the head of the family. A family's like a glass of beer. It's not the same without a head.
Hello, Piper.
And how's the big chief tonight?
Don't slap me on the back.
Can't take it, eh, Popsy?
I told you not to slap me on the back. I never saw such a pest in all my life.
Pa, please.
Well, tell him to keep his hands off.
I've got the old boy's goat. You're not mad, are you, Popsy?
Popsy.
Well, hi-ho, alack-a-day, folks. I've got to get along.
Oh, Aubrey, must you leave so soon?
Now, where do you think you're going?
To the opera, Popsy. They're playing Verdi's Rigoletto tonight. Looks as though Verdi's got another hit.
The opera? Oh, I'd love to go, Aubrey.
Well, some other time, baby. Business before pleasure, you know. I can't disappoint Mr. Hollister.
Mr. Hollister?
Paul Hollister, president of the road, you know. Oh, he's an opera bug. Has 2 seats all season in the Diamond Horseshoe.
You're going to the opera with Paul Hollister?
No one else but Popsy.
Oh, yeah? Well, then, tomorrow, Piper, I'm having lunch with Harold Ickes.
Why, that's impossible. Ickes and I are having lunch at the Waldorf. Well, I must be off, Lammy Pie.
Good night, Aubrey.
Good night, Lammy. Good night, Marconi. Good night, Mother and Dad. I'll bring you back a Figaro from the opera.
Going to the opera with the president of a railroad. Who does he think he's fooling? Now, you listen, Pa. Clara told me tonight that Aubrey works in the baggage room, gets $150 a month and not a penny more.
I'm surprised they give him that much.
You tell Clara to mind her own business, Ma. She took the man she wanted, and I guess you took the one you wanted. And if I want Aubrey Piper, I'll take him.
Well, remember this, Amy. If you do take him, be sure that you keep him. And that he keeps you. And don't be coming around crying for your pop to help you out.
Aubrey Piper can support me. He's told me so himself.
Oh, Amy, has it gone as far as that?
It's gone further. If you want to know, we're engaged.
What?
Yes, and we're going to be married.
Married? When?
Next Wednesday, that's when.
Holy smoke.
Oh, mercy me.
Married to that pie-eyed Piper.
The Fisher family certainly doesn't approve of Amy marrying Audrey. Why, Ben Growler. Don't tell me that's the Fisher dog, and he, too, disapproves.
Well, not exactly, Mr. Lloyd. He's my dog, Pecksniff. He's such a bad little fellow, I don't dare leave him alone in the house.
Why, Ben, he looks so harmless.
Well, don't let his looks fool you. Now, Pecksniff, now go on over in the corner while I talk about old gold, will you? Hey, Pecksniff, stop licking my face, will you? Flattery won't get you anywhere. And stop eating my script. Here, Pecksniff, stop chewing my cuff. Will you cut it out? Oh, Pecksniff, my trousers. That dog makes me so mad I could... Hey, what am I carrying on like this for? I know what to do. I just say, why be irritated? Light an old gold. Yes, smokers, take it from me, when you're being pestered by a pooch or anything else, why be irritated? Light an old gold. Especially today, there's nothing like the comfort and pleasure of a fine cigarette. But you won't get that comfort and pleasure if your cigarette is hot, harsh, or dry. Therefore...
To help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold superb tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey. This special conditioning process helps hold in the natural moisture, helps guard your smoking enjoyment.
But that's not all.
To give you a smoke of extra zest, extra flavor, a touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco is added to Old Gold's blend of many great tobaccos.
Yes, extra flavor plus extra special protection against cigarette dryness. That's Old Gold. Soon as you can, try a pack. Now, back to the Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation of The Show-Off, starring Fred Allen. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Aubrey and Amy have now embarked on the sea of matrimony. It is several weeks after their marriage, and Aubrey has brought home a little surprise for his bride.
Well, Lammy Pie, here it is. Just a small token of my affection for you.
Aubrey, an automobile. Oh, how wonderful. Oh, but I thought it was impossible to buy a car these days.
Not for little old yours truly. I put a little pressure on and got a priority. One of my best friends is the smiling Irishman. How about a brisk spin around the block?
Oh, I love it.
Well, step in, Lammykins. Let's go places.
Oh, isn't this simply grand?
Rolling along the open road in a high-powered car, a pleasure fit for a king. Well, first now, we'll warm up the motor.
Oh, Aubrey, this is the happiest day of my life. Won't it be wonderful when we go on our honeymoon? When are we going?
Well, it depends, Lammykins. It's a little difficult right now, gas rationing and all. But when I get to Washington, I'll drop in and see Chester Bowles. Chet's head of the OPA. He'll get us a B car.
Oh, will you teach me to drive sometime?
Oh, no time like the present, Lammy Pie. Driving is really simple. This is the gas here, you see. Here's the brake. Now, to shift the gears, you...
Is it supposed to do that?
Well, it's fluid drive. I guess I forgot to put in enough fluid. I'll try it again. Now we're all set. Amy, get ready for your first driving lesson. Now, to start, you put your foot on the gas pedal and press down.
Aubrey, dear, slow down. There's a red light ahead.
Red light? Why, that's a green light.
Why, Aubrey, you must be colorblind. Aubrey, be careful.
Careful? I'm driving in the safety zone. Now watch this, Amy. I'll accelerate.
Aubrey, you just missed that old lady.
Now look, to make a right turn, you...
Aubrey! You're heading to that drugstore. Aubrey! Aubrey, look what you've done. Right through this plate glass window. Oh, now what's going to happen?
Hey, who does that guy think he is? Superman?
Chris Drivers, he's alive!
I almost killed that poor old lady.
Here. What's going on here? Who was driving this car?
I was, officer.
What were you doing in this Jeep driving up on the sidewalk? Ain't the street good enough for you?
That other car crowded me off the road.
What other car? You like all Sunday drivers with your alibis? Let me see your owner's license.
My license? Why, certainly. When you see the name on my... Why, that's strange. I don't seem to... Well, I took my license out at lunch at the Union League Club.
Is that so? What's your name?
Aubrey Piper.
You two stay here. I'll get the license number on the car.
Aubrey, dear, aren't you always supposed to carry your license with you?
Well, to tell the truth, honey, technically this car doesn't belong to me.
It doesn't belong to you. Whose car is it?
Well, legally, it's still the property of a friend of mine. Harvey Albright, one of the boys down at the office. Merely a question of transferring the ownership, a bill of sale, a few...
Hey, Mr. Piper, I think you'd better come along with me.
This is preposterous, officer. I demand to know the charges.
You've got no registration card. You could be driving a stolen car. You drove through a red light. You smashed this plate glass window. And you've been drinking.
Drinking? I've never touched a drop of liquor in my life.
You've been drinking martinis. I can smell the olives on your breath. Come along.
I warn you, officer, this incident will be called to the mayor's attention immediately. The little flower isn't going to like this.
Little flower, huh? You're talking through your buttonhole. Come along, Big Mouth. You can tell it to the judge.
Yes, sir. I tell you, the citizens of this borough are left entirely unprotected. Where was LaGuardia when I needed him most? Probably down at the opening of a new butcher shop, throwing out the first meat hook.
Oh, LaGuardia, my eye. You were in a spot, and it cost Father $1,000 to get you out of jail.
Clara, please.
Amy, you make me tired, too. That was practically Pop's life savings. Seems to me your husband might stop blowing off for a minute and think that over.
Oh, for heaven's sake, be quiet, both of you. Joe, stop that hammering.
What's that, Ma?
I said stop hammering. hearing. There are headaches enough around here.
Speaking of headaches, Aubrey, how come you're not working today?
I took the day off. I'm house hunting. Can't stand that hovel we're living in anymore. We're thinking of moving into a home of our own. Place on Shore Road I rather like, duplex.
Oh, well, Amy, I just don't understand you. How you can talk about moving to the swellest part of town when my husband had to pay your rent this month.
That's a lie. Aubrey, how can you let us say that?
Now, honey. Don't get upset. Don't get excited. There is a certain amount of truth in your sister's remark.
What?
I was, shall we say, temporarily pressed this month. Hollister away in Washington, Chase of the Chase National out of town.
Oh, come off that high horse, Aubrey. You and Amy will have to come here and live. My husband isn't paying your rent next month.
Oh, that's the phone. Answer it, Amy.
Okay, Ma.
Probably your pa. He's late tonight.
Hello? Yes? Yes, this is Mr. Fisher's home. No, this is his daughter. What? What's happened to him?
Oh, is something wrong? Something wrong with Pa?
Well, how serious is it?
Oh, he's been hurt. Clara, he's been killed. I know it.
Now, just a second, Ma, darling. Let Amy talk. Let's find out what it is.
And from the hospital? We'll be right over, thank you.
Oh, tell me, Amy, what happened?
Now, listen, Ma, there's nothing to worry about. It's not serious. Pa had a little accident over at the defense plant. They took him to the hospital. We've got to go over right away.
Now, don't worry, folks. I'll get the finest surgeon in the country if I have to fly him in from the Mayo Clinic.
Oh, I don't know how I'll stand for it, Clara. If I let that windbag husband of Amy's live here, it won't be a week before he's telling folks that he's letting me live here.
Well, it's too late now, Ma. I'm afraid you'll just have to bear it. It'll be some time before Aubrey lands another job.
Well, there's one consolation. Your poor pa being in the hospital, he won't have to listen to that everlasting gab. But it's going to be pretty hard, all of us living here on what Joe makes. Well, guess we'll have to manage. Oh, I guess that's them now. Open the door, Clara.
All right, Ma.
Hello, everybody. Here we are in toto in the flesh. One big happy family.
Hello, Ma. Hello, Clara.
Hello, Amy. Set your suitcases down. I declare I don't know where I'm going to put everybody.
Any place at all, Mom. Tell the canary to move over in his cage. Just bunking here for a day or so, you know. Expect a call any day now to join Hollister down there in Washington.
I bet Hollister can hardly wait.
I'll fix up Pa's room for you, Amy. Leave the suitcases here, dear. Aubrey will bring them in later.
Yeah, suitcases are his specialty. Or is that part of his distant past?
Amy, you come too.
All right, Mom. Oh, answer the door, will you, Aubrey?
Sure thing, Lammy Pie. Coming. Well, my good man, what can I do for you?
Does Mrs. Fisher live here?
She certainly does. Whom do I have the pleasure of addressing?
I'm from the Consolidated Insurance. My name is Gill.
Well, step right in, Mr. Gill. Glad to see you. Have a chair.
Why, thank you, Mr.
Piper's the name. Aubrey Piper. Mrs. Fisher is inside with my wife. She'll be right in.
Oh, that's all right.
Tell me, Mr. Gill, anything coming to Mrs. Fisher because of the accident?
Well, yes, not much, but we hope it'll tide her over until Mr. Fisher recovers his health.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Of course, Mrs. Fisher is always welcome in my home here. But she's an independent old soul, always talking about being a millstone around my neck. Wants to move into a place of her own. I tell her she's foolish.
Oh, very nice of you, Mr. Piper, to feel that way.
Well, people tell me I'm crazy, but that's the way I am. So you're in the insurance game, Mr. Gill.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting field, insurance. Was in it myself for 10 years.
That's so.
Yes. I liked it pretty well, but I got out after a while. No future. Transportation's my line now. Say, you look like a go-getter. Why don't you come over and work for our outfit? We're on the lookout for smart young men.
Oh, gosh, I'll have to talk that over with my wife, Mr. Piper. Sounds like an attractive idea, all right.
Aubrey, will you bring in the big suitcase?
In just a minute, Amy, dear. There's a gentleman here to see your mother.
Oh, Ma, there's somebody here to see you.
Coming. Body can't get a minute's peace in this house.
This is Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gill, and this is my wife, Amy. This is Mr. Gill from the Consolidated Insurance Company.
It's a pleasure, lady.
How do you do?
Oh, dear me, I don't know anything about insurance. Come in here.
What is it, Ma? What's the matter? Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? I'm very pleased to meet you. And now about your husband's policy, Mrs. Fisher. Here's our check for $1,000.
You're sure there's no trick in it?
No, there's no trick, Mrs. Fisher. That's money we like to pay, and we don't like to pay.
Yeah, I guess that's the way I feel about taking it.
I know what an independent little lady you are, Mrs. Fisher. Why, your son-in-law here's been telling me that you had some foolish idea you were a millstone around his neck.
Oh. What else did Mr. Piper say?
Why, that's about all. He didn't like your feeling that way. Well, you've got a nice little home here with Mr. Piper. No reason for you to move out.
Now, Clara, what did I tell you? Didn't I say he'd be telling folks that he was letting me live here?
Now, Ma, not in front of Mr. Gill.
I don't care who it's in front of.
Mrs. Fisher, your son-in-law didn't mean any harm.
I think I know what he meant better than you do, Mr. Gill.
Oh, Ma, please.
Well, I guess I'd better leave. I seem to put my foot in it somehow. Good day, all.
Well, of all the low-down, contemptible tricks.
Now, Mother, wait a minute.
What do you mean telling people this is your house?
He didn't mean it, Ma.
Now, the whole thing was merely a misunderstanding, Mother dear.
Now, look here, Aubrey Piper. We know all about you and your misunderstanding.
Clara, are you trying to tell me...
She's trying to tell you that you're a fool and a liar and a show-off.
Well, for a fellow who doesn't have a cent, who's out of a job, and who's in bed with his entire family, Aubrey certainly puts on a terrific act.
You know, Mr. Lloyd, that reminds me of the time when I was an actor. I'm a modest fellow, but I must confess, as an actor, I was terrific.
Oh, is that so? Tell me, what do you remember most about your acting career?
Well, without question, it was the time I played Hamlet. Mr. Lloyd, it was wonderful. Now, just picture it. The audience is tense, excited, waiting for me to make that great speech. I walk to the edge of the stage and begin, to be or not to be, that is the question. And then, Mr. Lloyd, would you believe it, I forgot the next line.
What happened, Ben?
Well, there I was, blushing and stammering, simply furious with myself, so I whispered to one of my fellow actors in the wings, and I asked him what was the next line.
Did he tell you?
Of course he did. He said...
The next line is, why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Ah, yes, smokers, whenever anything goes wrong, that's the line to remember. Why be irritated? Light an old gold. Enjoy its grand extra flavor, plus its special protection from cigarette dryness. You see...
Old Gold's magnificent blend of many fine tobaccos, including a touch of extra flavorful Latakia tobacco, is specially conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness.
So keep it in mind. Old Gold, a better, keener, tastier smoke. But if you can't get a pack right off, please remember, even though we're producing all the cigarettes we can, without sacrificing one iota of Old Gold's superb quality, the men and women in our armed forces get first consideration in this production. But we're doing our utmost to assure fair distribution of all remaining Old Gold cigarettes. So if you had to be content with substitute brands today, be content in the thought that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may possibly have Old Golds. And now, here's Harold Lloyd and The Show-Off, starring Fred Allen. Okay, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, there's trouble in the Fisher family with Pop in the hospital and Aubrey in disfavor with his in-laws. Yes, sir, adversity is staring our hero in the face and has made him a different man. Listen for yourself now, and you will hear how this change has infected the family.
Aubrey, Clara is trying to tell you that you're a fool and a liar and a show-off.
Ma! You keep out of this, Amy. This is for your good as well as his.
Well, what do you want him to do, Ma?
I want him to behave like a man and stop pretending he's something he isn't. Oh, now who can that be?
Why, he must be crazy, whoever's at that door. Just a minute, for heaven's sake.
Ma!
Why, Joey, what's the matter with you?
Have you gone crazy pounding on the door like that?
Mercy me, what's happened to your boy?
My invention, they bought it.
Whoopee! Oh, darling, how wonderful.
Congratulations, Joseph, my lad. I knew we'd put it over.
Why, I just can't believe it.
Here it is in the paper. Brooklyn youth makes important chemical discovery. $100,000, Mom.
They Oh, well, Ma, don't you understand? Joe sold his invention for $100,000.
And we'll make $1 million before we're through, my boy.
Wee! Now you keep out of this. What have you got to do with it?
Well, it's a funny thing, Mom. But, you know, I signed all the papers this afternoon in the lawyer's office, and Aubrey has something to do with it. He gave me an idea.
What idea could he give you?
Well, remember what he said about squirting that liquid through the filaments before you tie the threads together?
Now, Joe, he was just repeating something you told him the day before.
Yes, but you see, he got it backwards.
Yeah, he would get it backwards.
Yes, but, Ma, that's what made the whole thing work. Aubrey got it backwards, and it worked that way.
Oh, what's the difference? $100,000? Why, it's a fortune.
Joe, my lad, if you're wise, you let me handle that money for you. I'll double it inside of a week.
I'll bet.
Funny thing about lawyers, Ma. When I first talked to them, I closed the deal at $50,000. And when I went up there today, they had the contract all made out for $100,000.
And they're getting away with murder at that.
Oh, keep still, you. You don't know anything about this at all.
Well, maybe I don't. But they thought I did.
Who thought you did?
The lawyers. I went to see them Saturday afternoon after you told me, Joe, that they were interested.
Well, I'll be darned. And what did you tell them, Aubrey?
Simply that I was head of the family, that they were taking advantage of your youth. I told them the deal was off unless they doubled the advance, gave you 1/2 the net, and marketed the product at their own expense.
Did they know who you were?
Well, I merely told them I was connected with the New York Central Railroad.
Well, I certainly have to give you credit, Aubrey. That's the way the contract reads, all right.
Oh, Lord, I'll never hear the end of this.
Gee, that's wonderful, Aubrey.
I'll have to give you a little commission on this deal, Aubrey. You certainly deserve it.
Skip it, my boy. I want you folks to have a good time on that 100 G's. Just depend on me, and every dollar will go an extra mile. Yes, sir, I'll be joining Hollister down there in Washington. And Joe, my boy, I'll be looking after your interests every day. If necessary, I'll take it to the top, right to Truman.
Oh, Aubrey, you're wonderful.
You're only saying that, Amy, because it's true. This is Fred Allen.
This is Harold Lloyd saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Appointment for Love, starring Virginia Bruce. See you then.
Fred Allen has just completed for producer Jack Scarborough the hilarious comedy It's in the Bag, released by United Artists. Now, until next Sunday night when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Appointment for Love, starring Virginia Bruce, this is Ben Grau saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's story, the Universal Picture success, Appointment for Love, starring Paul Henreid and Virginia Bruce. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For tonight, we chose that merry, sophisticated comedy of life among the literati, Appointment for Love. And I'm exceptionally happy this evening because I honestly feel that we have had an unusual success in the casting of our two stars. And I'm sure that you will agree when I say that to play the role of Andre Cassile, the noted playwright, we are fortunate indeed to have Paul Henry.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Harold. I certainly hope that I'll be able to fulfill your high expectations.
I'm sure that you will, Paul. You know, our sponsors are very happy to have you here, too, because in the pictures Now Voyager and Casablanca, whenever you were with a beautiful woman, you always put 2 cigarettes in your mouth and lighted them.
Yes, Harold, but unfortunately I can't do that anymore.
Oh? Difficulty getting cigarettes?
No. Difficult to get beautiful women.
Well, your shortage of beautiful women is over. Because tonight, for the role of Dr. Alexander, we've chosen the beautiful and charming Virginia Bruce.
Thank you, Harold. You really mean that?
Why, of course. I read everything that's in the script.
Seriously, Harold. Paul Henry is one of my favorite actors.
And may I say that Virginia Bruce is one of my favorite actresses.
The Mutual Admiration Society, having concluded the minutes of the meeting, I move we now go to the business on hand. Namely, our play tonight, Appointment for Love. As our story opens, the curtain has just come down on a new play, and the audience...
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, your wonderful and spontaneous reception to the opening of my play tonight makes me very... Oh, good heavens, someone's fainted. Will someone please see if there is a doctor in the house? A girl in the second row has just fainted. If you'll step aside, please. Excuse me. Pardon me. Is she in your party, sir?
Why, no. She seems to be alone.
Will you please stand back, everybody? She needs air. Usher, is there a doctor in the house?
Did somebody call a doctor?
We'll have a doctor here in a minute, my dear. Don't worry. You'll be all right. Here, let me lift you.
Lift me? What are you doing? Where are you taking me?
You'll feel much better outside.
I certainly will.
Mr. Cassile, there's a Dr. Alexander in C208.
Thanks, Usher. Get the doctor at once.
Dr. Alexander! Dr. Alexander!
Wait! I'm Dr. Alexander.
You're who?
I'm Dr. Alexander.
Oh, you're much too beautiful to be a doctor. Besides, you're ill. You fainted.
Don't be silly. I'm not ill, and I never fainted in my life. Now, will you please put me down?
But I saw you faint.
You saw me fall asleep.
Fall asleep?
I couldn't keep my eyes open, and I couldn't get out without disturbing everyone around me. When you picked me up, I didn't want to make a scene,
You
so...
fell asleep at my play.
I'm afraid I did.
No good, eh?
Terrible.
That bad? Then what am I carrying you for?
You're not. You just put me on my feet.
Good night.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the rest of you for liking my play so much. And I'm happy to report that the illness of the young lady who fainted is quite serious. She didn't like my play.
Dr. Alexander.
How about Monday night?
Sorry. Dr. Alexander.
Maybe Wednesday?
Sorry. Dr. Alexander.
Perhaps this weekend.
Sorry. Dr. Alexander.
Since you can't make it tomorrow, what about a week from next Thursday?
I already have 2 perforated gallbladders scheduled for that Thursday. 3 would be too many. I wish you'd stop bothering me. Stop bothering me, you madman. I'm busy. I'm not in the least bit intrigued by your animal manifestations. My practice is limited to human beings.
Dr. Alexander, this is Dr. Gunther.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. You see, I've been plagued by a deranged playwright who persists in calling me. You know, he...
Refer him to psychiatry, Doctor. Never practice outside your own province. And now, are the Thomas charts ready?
Yes, Doctor. I'll bring them up to you right away.
Very well.
Hello.
You! Oh, but I just talked to you on the telephone, Mr. Casile.
I phoned from your very charming waiting room.
Mr. Casile, I'm sorry, but I'm very busy, and we're not allowed to have social calls at the hospital.
But this is not a social call, Dr. Alexander.
Nevertheless, I have to leave to see my chief now. Goodbye, Mr. Casile.
But, Doctor, you're undermining my health. I didn't sleep one wink all night thinking about what you've told me.
Nonsense, Mr. Casile. You're the worst kind of faker. You think your plays are wonderful. And now, excuse me.
May I come in?
Oh, Dr. Gunther, I was just coming up to your office. This is Mr. Andre Casile.
Oh, a new patient. How do you do, Mr. Casile?
I've admired your work for a long time, Dr. Gunther.
Dr. Gunther is our chief of staff. And now, if you'll excuse us, Mr. Casile...
Oh, no, Doctor, no. I wouldn't want to interrupt your examination. Go right ahead.
But
Don't mind if I watch your examination of the patient, do you, Dr. Alexander?
Oh, I wish you would, Dr. Gunther.
But I think Mr. Casile would rather come back when he has more time.
Oh, no. I might as well get it over with while I'm here and take advantage of Dr. Gunther's presence.
Dr. Alexander is my assistant, Mr. Tassil, and I like to check up on the young ones, see their methods. They sometimes can teach us old fellows a thing or two.
I don't doubt that about Dr. Alexander at all.
Well, all right. Take off your coat, your tie, your shirt, and undershirt, Mr. Casile.
This is so unexpected.
What seems to be your trouble, sir?
Trouble? I never felt better in my life. That is, until last night. Last night I just went to pieces. I think it's my heart.
Heart?
It's probably just an occupational disease, Doctor. I have an idea he overworks it.
How true. How sad.
The heart tone's not too good at that, Dr. Gunther. Wouldn't you like to listen to it?
No, go ahead.
I'm sure I'm going to feel much better after Dr. Alexander has completed the examination.
Please, you'll have to stop talking.
Oh, what a pity when there are so many things I could say right now. Did you hear anything good, Doctor?
Do you drink very much, Mr. Casile?
Well, a little wine, a little cognac.
Dr. Alexander may have to stop all that.
Dr. Alexander certainly will. How much sleep do you average, Mr. Casile?
Very little at night. Quite a bit in the morning, though.
Early hours are the best, aren't they, Dr. Gunther?
They certainly are.
Jump up and down on 1 foot, please. I think it's just a matter of fatigue.
Too much work?
Or too much play. I think a long rest in the country. Yes, a long, long rest in a warm climate.
It looks like you're stuck with me as a patient, Dr. Alexander.
We'll see who's stuck. Give me your right arm. I want to take some blood for the laboratory.
What?
Hold still.
I'll look in on you later, Dr. Alexander.
Oh! Ow! Ow!
Nice to have met you, Dr. Passil.
Cassil! Ow! Ow, ow, ow!
Flowers from Mr. Cassil.
Disinfect them.
Candy from Mr. Cassil.
Have it analyzed.
A perfumed doll from you-know-who.
Chloroform it. And him, too.
Nylons from Mr. Cassil.
Nylons? Oh, that's hitting below the belt.
I bet you knew all the time that they were going to get married, didn't you? It's pretty hard to dodge Cupid's arrows. That little guy is quite a marksman.
Speaking of marksmen, how's this? Reach for the sky, partner. Ain't nobody gets away from Pies and Pete.
Well, I'll do what you say, but I think you've made a mistake.
Pies and Pete never makes a mistake. I moseyed down the canyon on my cayuse and follered the ornery varmint I'm after.
Well, I still say you made a mistake.
Hey, that's not your line. You're supposed to say, you got me. And as for the others, they went that-a-way.
Listen, Bud, I'm Bob Williams, and this is the Old Gold Comedy Theater program.
What? Ain't you the lone stranger?
Of course not.
Well, I'll be an ornery coyote from Chillicothe. I'll be a wall-eyed...
Well, there, Pies and Pete. Don't dig your spurs into your ankle. After all, why be irritated? Light on Old Gold.
Well, I guess you got something there, son.
Sure I have. And listen, you smokers, when you find yourself in a blind alley, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Especially today, there's nothing like the comfort and pleasure of a fine cigarette.
Yep, that's true. Mighty true, partner.
But you won't get that comfort and pleasure if your cigarette is hot, harsh, and dry. Therefore,
to help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's superb tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey. This helps retain the natural moisture, helps guard your smoking enjoyment.
And furthermore,
to produce a smoke of extra fragrance and flavor, a touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco is added to Old Gold's blend of many great tobaccos.
yes, extra flavor plus extra special protection against cigarette dryness. That's Old Gold. First chance you get, try a pack. And now back to tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater production, Appointment for Love, starring Paul Henreid and Virginia Bruce. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Yes, the doctor married her patient, and the playwright found a character more wonderful than any he'd ever written. As our story continues, they have been married for quite a long time, 45 minutes to be exact. They are on their ecstatic way up to Andre's apartment, located in the very ultra-rainy plaza.
Your floor, Mr. Casil, 17.
Well, dear, are you just going to stand here in the elevator? This is the 17th floor.
Yes, I know, Andre, but we're going to 22.
22?
That's right. I've got a surprise for you.
But I don't want to be surprised. This is our floor, dear, our apartment. For days now, I've been waiting just to take
22, please.
Well, okay, lady.
Jane, this is the most ridiculous thing, going visiting at a time like this.
Darling, don't be impatient.
Married only 57 minutes, and she says don't be impatient.
22.
Thank you. Come on, Andre.
I've never heard of a thing like this. Visiting. Would you please tell me just where we are going?
Of course, darling. Right here. Apartment 22B.
What are you doing with those keys?
Opening the door to the apartment, silly. Well, won't you come in?
But Jane, what is this? What are you doing with keys to a strange apartment?
You like it, darling?
Of course I don't like it.
You don't? And after I spent my entire lunch hour moving in?
Moving in? Jane, do you mean you've rented another apartment in this building?
How else could I be close to you?
Wait a minute. I have an apartment downstairs. That is our apartment. And on top of that, you take one on the 22nd floor?
Exactly, Andre. And I'm going to live here. You see, dearest, in our case, it's necessary. Now, the way I figured it out...
This is nonsense. I'm married to you, and where I live, you live.
But the whole thing is so simple. Don't be difficult, darling.
You must think I'm simple, too.
Darling, now look. You see, Andre, I was going on with my research at the hospital, and this is one marriage I want to see work.
The way this is starting to work, it will never live to collect its Social Security.
Oh, but, darling, it will work. Look, sometimes I have to be at the hospital all hours. Sometimes I'm called out of bed at 4 a.m. Sometimes I work all night and sleep during the day. You couldn't possibly fit your life into my routine.
I know only one thing. When a man marries a woman, it's because he wants to be married to her.
Oh, but we will be married. The only difference is that I'll be free to do my work and you yours. Now, don't you really think that's sensible?
No, of course I don't. There are such things as feelings and emotions that you can't put under microscopes or dunk into a test tube.
But the important thing is to arrange our lives so that our marriage will last.
I think the important thing is for our marriage to begin. And it won't begin until you come home, and home is where your husband lives. That is the law.
Andre, where are you going?
If you have any interest where I'm going, you can follow me.
Not right now, darling. I'll be seeing you at breakfast time. Andre, you're not being very complimentary, you know. Yawning at me that way across the breakfast table.
Breakfast? You call this thing breakfast?
What do you mean?
There must be some name for a meal they serve in the middle of the night. But I'm sure it's not breakfast.
Middle of the night? Andre. It's 7 o'clock. The morning's half over.
It is? I've always been confused by bright sunlight. Jane.
Yes, darling?
Would you do me a favor? Just one little favor.
Of course, dear.
Would you not eat that ham you seem to relishing so?
Why, dear, why not?
Well, at this time of the night, my stomach happens to be a little squeamish, you know.
But a person should eat heartily at breakfast. Breakfast is supposed to be the substantial meal of the day. Gives you energy, vitamins.
I thought you were a doctor, but you sound like a radio announcer.
Sweetheart, don't you honestly think this is a perfect arrangement? We'll have breakfast like this every morning.
Every morning?
That's a promise.
At 7 o'clock?
Yes. It is rushing breakfast a little, but it gives me just enough time to get to the hospital by 7:30. And the mornings that you're dressed, you can walk down with me.
Oh, yes, of course. It will be interesting, to say the least, walking around a completely deserted city all by our little selves at 7:30 in the morning. 7:30. I'd better have some more coffee. Larry!
Yes, Mr. Cassio.
More coffee, Larry, please.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Just a minute, Larry. Darling, would you like 2 or 3 more eggs or a small steak or something? They're just creamed with vitamins.
You're not being funny. And never mind the coffee.
Yes, madam.
And don't call me madam.
Yes, miss. I mean, yes, Mrs. Cassio.
And I'm sorry I'm not dressed, Jane. We could start taking those walks together to the hospital.
Well, a little fresh air wouldn't hurt you. I'll phone you when I get home. If I'm not held up, perhaps we can get together for dinner.
Get together for dinner. There is a thought which will keep me buoyed up all day. Goodbye, beloved. And I do hope you have a happy day at the office with lots of gallbladders, kidney stones, ulcers.
Oh, you.
Begging your pardon, Mr. Cassio, is there something wrong with with Mrs. Cassio?
I'm starting to think there is something wrong with me.
Yes, sir. Oh, you know, sir, I recall in one of your plays there was a similar situation.
There was?
Oh, yes, sir, yes. You had the hero make his wife jealous.
Oh, that was before I met Mrs. Cassell. Oh. You see, Larry, Mrs. Cassell doesn't believe in jealousy.
She doesn't, sir?
No.
Oh, I didn't know that jealousy was something one believed in. I thought it was in the blood.
Well, if it is, Larry, what my wife needs is a transfusion. And if I can stay awake long enough, by George, she's going to get it tonight. Darling, I hope you don't mind, but I can't be with you tonight. Some of the old gang are throwing a little private party for me, and you know those parties there, well, they're not for you.
Oh, that'll be fun for you. And besides, dear...
Then you don't mind?
Not at all.
Wait a minute. No wonder you don't mind. Who's that lying on the couch?
I'm Michael Daly.
Michael's an old friend. He has a strange jungle malady.
I keep seeing leopard spots in front of my eyes.
Lie down, Michael.
Lie down, Michael. Jane, do you go around treating strange jungle maladies in your apartment?
Only old friends. Pull up a chair, old man.
Old man. I don't like the way you say old. Jane, I demand...
Let's call it a request. Now, don't be a child, Andre. Michael's an old friend who just came back from an amazing series of experiences up the Amazon. He's an ichthyologist.
Wrestled man-eating sharks with my own bare hands.
I know you gave them the first bite. But what are you doing in my wife's apartment? Wearing her negligee.
Well, you know how those laundries are.
He only has his necktie off, Andre.
Oh, you can't expect me to stay for the night with my collar buttoned up for the whole time.
Stay for the night! There is certainly no manpower shortage around here.
Better go, old man. Before I give you my boa constrictor hug. Choke off your breath, you know.
Be still, Michael, and remember the leopard spots in front of your eyes.
That's right. Shut up.
If you'd only listen. I brought Michael home from the hospital only because I had to study the course of his fever, and I wanted to be able to spend a few minutes with you.
A few minutes?
I don't really see how she could bear more.
Jane, you mean you are going to spend the night holding hands, checking the pulse of that stickyologist?
Ichthyologist. Fish, old man, fish.
I don't mind him playing around with fish, but I don't want to be the bait.
Andre, why don't you go to your party?
And leave you here with this trichyologist?
Ichthyologist. Denizens of the deep, old man.
Stop calling me old man.
Andre, pull yourself together. You're making something out of nothing.
Oh, I am I? Then, if it's all so innocent, I'll stay right here beside the two of you all night.
You will not.
Who says so?
Michael's temperature would become very erratic with you two harassing each other for hours on end. My study of it would be useless. And besides, do you think I'd let you expose yourself to his leopard spots all night?
And what about you?
I know how to protect myself.
I don't doubt it.
Be wonderful we had them together, Jane. Wouldn't it?
Jane, this is final. I leave here now. I may never come back. And that's definite, I think.
Before presenting our third act, I'd like to say that
I say it's Bob Williams. I'm sure it's Bob Williams. I'll take the $50, please.
Well, I'm Bob Williams, but why should I give you $50?
Because I guessed it was you. This is the old gold program, ain't it?
Well, yes.
Well, I guessed which is which, and I want the $50. Gimme.
Well, just a second, stranger. This is the Old Gold Comedy Theater program. Now, you're thinking of our other Old Gold show, Which is Which?
By George and by Bonds. You're right. Gee, am I a dope?
Well, I'll say you're taking your mistake quite calmly.
Why, sure I'm taking it calmly. You know, I listen to both Old Gold programs, and I'm getting smart. Why get upset? No, sir. I just say to myself, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold.
Friend, you can say that again.
All right, I will. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold.
Ah, yes, smokers. When you make some little mistake, that's especially the time to enjoy an Old Gold. To enjoy its delightful extra flavor, its special protection from cigarette dryness. You see,
Old Gold's superb blend of many great tobaccos, including a touch of extra flavorful Latakia tobacco, is conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness.
Yes, that's Old Gold, a better, keener, tastier smoke. But if you can't get a pack right off, remember, even though we're producing all the cigarettes we can without sacrificing one iota of Old Gold's fine quality, the men and women in our armed forces get first consideration. But we're doing our utmost to assure fair distribution of all remaining Old Golds. So if you had to be content with substitute brands today, be content in the thought that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may possibly have Old Golds. And now to Act 3 of Appointment for Love, starring Paul Henreid and Virginia Bruce. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
The old adage that true love never runs an even course has certainly been substantiated. Michael Daly may have been a great explorer, but it was Andre who discovered a green-eyed monster called jealousy. And so, while Jane is upstairs in apartment 22B ministering to Michael Daly's fever, down below in apartment 17A, Andre Cassile is ministering to his own fever with an age-old remedy, cold applications.
Leary, more ice.
3 cubes, sir? Don't you think you're hitting it a bit heavy? Here, sir.
Thanks, Leary. And a little toast to my wife, a promising young doctor, but who can live on promises.
You are upset, aren't you, sir?
Leary, I'm not only upset, what's the use? She's not acting like a wife. She's not even acting like a woman. Fix me another drink, Leary.
Yes, sir. Only if you'll pardon my saying so, sir, I think you're giving the cure to the wrong person.
What's that again?
I was only meaning to say that it might be better, sir, if you figured out something that would give Mrs. Cassile a shot.
A shotty?
Yes, sir.
Such as what?
Well, of course, I'm not a man to boast, sir, but it has come to my attention from time to time that the one thing an attractive woman always responds to is indifference.
Indifference?
Yes, sir.
Indifference? But that's the trouble. I'm not indifferent.
Oh, but after all your years in the theater, Mr. Cassile, couldn't you pretend indifference?
Well, I suppose I could, but... wait a minute. Why just pretend indifference? Why not really be indifferent? Yes, Larry, you're right. You're absolutely right. I'm going upstairs and act indifferent all over the place.
Jane, will you sit down? Let me do the talking.
Michael, with that thermometer in your mouth, I can't understand a word you're saying. And besides, I'm not going to sit down next to you again. My interest in you at the moment is strictly professional. Now lie still and... Who's there?
Never mind who's there. Just open the door and let me.
Sounds more of your husband's tempted to taken.
Andre, will you be quiet? You know I've got a patient in here.
I know what you've got in there. An ichthyologist.
Listen, then, will you, Jane? I'll have everybody in the building up here.
Oh, all right. Wait a moment, Andre. I'll open the door. Well?
Well?
Andre, for goodness sake, what do you want?
Me? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I just came up so you could see for yourself how indifferent I am. Indifferent about the entire situation.
Indifferent? I'd like to see you sometime when you're just bored.
Why don't you shut up?
Why don't you? Are you in the habit of breaking into ladies' apartments and creating a scene?
It is not a lady's apartment. It's my wife's.
Oh, that's about the oldest joke I've ever heard.
Why, you.
Andre, be careful. Remember, Michael has muscles like an ox. Andre!
I'll ox him. I'll fix him. Get up here, you. Fight like a man.
Why, you silly looking?
Where am I?
Back in your own apartment, dear. Our apartment.
Our apartment. My apartment. What happened?
Don't you remember last night, dear? Throwing Michael all over my apartment after he hit you with that chair? Oh, Andre, you were wonderful.
And then what happened?
And then you seized me by main force and dragged me down to your apartment. Our apartment. Oh, Andre, it was wonderful.
It must have been.
Andre, darling. Something's happened.
What?
I'm starting to see leopard spots in front of my eyes.
Now, this is Harold Lloyd.
Paul Henreid.
And Virginia Bruce.
Saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents My Favorite Wife, starring Joel McRae with Francis D. and Gail Patrick. See you then.
Appointment for Love was presented through the courtesy of Universal Studios, producers of The Suspect. Paul Henreid is now appearing in Warner Brothers' Hollywood Canteen, and Virginia Bruce in Republic's Brazil. And now until next Sunday evening, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and gives you more smoking pleasure. And listen to Old Gold's other great new show, Which is Which, with Ken Murray as MC, Richard Himber's orchestra, and famous stars of stage, screen, and radio, or their reasonable facsimiles. Tune in Wednesday night on another network. Consult your newspaper for time and station. This is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's story, the Leo McCarey RKO picture success, My Favorite Wife, starring Joel McRae, Constance Moore, and Gail Patrick. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is the story of a man and his wife and his favorite wife. You see, the man had 2 children by his favorite wife, while his other wife had none. Confusing, isn't it? So we scoured the 4 corners of Hollywood to find an actor who had a favorite wife and 2 children. We found one man who had a favorite wife and 9 children. We found another who had 9 favorite wives and no children. And then, just as it seemed that our search would bear no fruit, we discovered a very fine actor who had a favorite wife and 2 children. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Joel McRae. The other element needed to complete the recipe for tonight's offering was to secure 2 wives. Of course, we had to be careful whose wives we secured. And here they are now, the 2 gorgeous, glamorous, and ever so sweet young ladies, Constance Moore and Gail Patrick. And now on with our play. As our radio curtain rises, we find a courtroom. On the bench, wearing his flowing black robes, the judge is peering over the top of his glasses, puzzling over a brief he holds in his hands. Next to the judge, also wearing a worried look, stands his clerk. And just below them both, looking up anxiously at the judge, is a man, attorney Nick Arden, and a young woman, Bianca.
These are the people appearing in the matter of Ellen Wagstaff Arden, Your Honor.
I know. I'm able to read.
Yes, Your
Will
Honor,
you stop trying to explain things to me? I can see what it says here. This woman, Ellen, who do you call it, Arden, disappeared. Say, I just remembered. Wasn't I supposed to marry somebody today?
If Your Honor would just permit me to explain.
I don't need anybody to explain anything to me, young man. By the way, who are you?
I'm Nicholas Arden, Your Honor, and as an attorney, I'm appearing for myself in the matter of my late wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden.
Oh. Yes, says that right here. It's a sad case, Mr. Arden, very sad.
If Your Honor pleased, I just want...
your wife was a member of an expedition and was shipwrecked off the coast of Indochina.
That's right, Your Honor. Now, if you will just turn to page 19...
Never mind page 19. Now, what I'm interested in is right here on page 4. Mother of 2 children.
I know I shouldn't have let her go, Your Honor. And I've blamed myself every day for the last 7 years.
I should think you would. A nice girl like that. Going off alone on a
anthropological.
Never mind telling me what the words are. I can read. It's right here in the brief.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Shameful thing. Letting your wife go like that. No wonder you're sorry. By the way, who's this young woman with you now?
My name is Bianca.
Lovely, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor, but
I didn't ask you. When the court asks a question, Mr. Arden, if you're a lawyer, as you say you are, don't you know who's to answer?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The young lady is a friend of mine. Now, since all the facts are in the brief and supported by affidavits, which are attached, all that's really necessary is for you
I know what's necessary. What you want is for me to pronounce your wife legally dead, I suppose.
Well,
there's testimonies here, affidavits. No evidence to the contrary. The law is clear. I hereby pronounce Ellen Wagstaff Arden legally dead. Now, clerk, wasn't I supposed to marry somebody?
Yes, sir. Us.
What?
Well, you see, Your Honor, now that you've made me a single man again, I'd like you to marry the 2 of us. That is, this young lady and me.
Very confusing. Very confusing. You seem to be an able lawyer. Your brief is well prepared. Are you sure you want to get married again?
Your Honor, even though it may not be in the brief, I am over 21.
$25 for contempt of court isn't in the brief either, but that's what you're getting. Clerk, hand me the book of that marriage ceremony. Let's get this over with.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Arden.
Yes, Philip, what is it?
There's someone at the door to see you.
Someone? Man or woman?
I don't know, ma'am. Sounds like a woman, but's dressed like a man, wearing a sailor suit and a pea jacket. Hollywood influence, no doubt.
That is, she wants to see me?
She asked for Mr. Arden first, but I said he'd gone to Yosemite. Now, she wants to see his mother.
Well, show him or her in, Philip.
Yes, Mrs. Arden. I'll be close by in case you need me. This way, sir. Mr. Arden's mother is in the library.
It's not sir, it's madam. And if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone with Mrs. Arden. Hello, Mother.
I beg your... No. No, it can't be. Ellen!
Oh, now don't get up, dear. Your houseman is bringing you a brandy. You'll feel better in a moment. Where's Nicky?
Ellen, where have you been all these years? It just isn't possible.
Oh, but it is, and I'm home.
But how? When?
For 7 years, my address has been latitude 12, longitude 28. An island, really just a speck on the face of the ocean. Then a Portuguese freighter came along one day, and... Oh, here I am. Where's Nick, darling?
Nick?
Is something wrong?
Nick's married again.
Married? But when did it happen?
Just this morning.
Just this morning. Oh. Oh, so that's why he went to Yosemite.
Yes, naturally. Honeymoon.
Oh, well, that's what he thinks. Have they got a telephone where he's going?
Well, you ought to know. The last time he was there, you were with him.
I see. Darling, what number do you dial to get long distance? I want to talk to a man about a honeymoon.
Darling, the groom is supposed to look at his wife once in a while. It isn't considered normal just to sit and stare around at the hotel room.
It isn't? Well, you know, I was just thinking, these old hotels never change, do they? Same pictures on the wall and same curtains at the window.
Wait a minute. Am I to understand that you've been here before?
Well, yes.
Uh-huh. Let's see. 7 and 5. Would it have been 12 years ago?
Well, approximately.
Your first honeymoon? Oh, Nicky, darling. I know it's a little difficult, but all that's gone. What's done is done.
Sure.
And now we're here, together. I love you, and you love me. Or do you?
Love you? Well, don't be silly. You heard me promise to love, honor, and obey, didn't you?
How terribly romantic. Nick, are you going to kiss me, or are you going to...
I'm going to answer the phone.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello, Nick, darling.
Hello. Who are you calling? This is Nicholas Arden.
Oh, but of course it is, darling, and this is Mrs. Nicholas Arden.
Look, I haven't got time for any practical... But would you say that again?
The only thing I want to say again is I love you, Nick. I love you, love you, love you.
Yes, I know, but... I'm on my honeymoon.
Nick, who is that?
Oh, it's just a client. That's what it is, a client.
Oh, Nick, how can you lie to the poor girl like that?
Now, look. When did you get back? I mean, how did you... I mean, I thought you were... This is awful. When did you get into town?
About 4 hours too late. You'd already left on your, well, whatever it was you left on.
Now, wait a minute.
But I am waiting, darling. I'm at your house, our house. And you're such a smart lawyer, my beloved. You should have a teensy little inkling as to what's going to happen if you don't annul your bigamous marriage and come home to your lawfully wedded wife.
Hello? 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 Oh, Lord.
Nicky, what's the matter? You look as if you'd just seen a ghost.
Now look, Bianca. Something's happened. Something that's going to upset all our plans.
Nothing's going to upset our plans. We're up here for a honeymoon, and we're going to make the most of it. Oh, Nicky, I'm so in love with you.
Thank you.
What? Is that all you have to say when I tell you how in love with you I am?
I'm sorry. I should have said thank you very much.
Nicholas Arden, what's come over you? What's the matter with you? You treat me as if you'd never seen me before.
Bianca, you've got to get hold of yourself.
Well, that's more than you've done for me.
Crying out loud. Now, will you stop and listen? That was a client of mine, an important client. It's the biggest case I ever had. I got to get packed and get right back home.
You mean we've got to go back right now?
Right now.
We can't even stay here tonight and go back in the morning?
If we stay here tonight, I won't dare go back in the morning.
Oh, Nicky. Nicky, this isn't the way I pictured our honeymoon.
Modern, isn't it?
While they're setting the stage for Act Two, here's Bob Williams of our Pet Peeve Department.
Well, it's this way, folks. When Junior's behaving like Peck's bad boy and the little woman vows he's a chip off the old block if there ever was one, don't head for a hatchet. Hold on, mister.
Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold.
Yes, smokers, it's time to enjoy a cigarette when little things rile you. Now, an enjoyable cigarette is one that smokes right, not one that's hot, harsh, and dry.
And so Old Gold's fine tobaccos are conditioned with the special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey, developed from the juice of fresh apples. This helps prevent cigarette dryness.
And furthermore, Old Gold's unique blend of many great tobaccos is enriched with rare imported Latakia tobacco, adding extra flavor to your smoking pleasure.
Yes, extra flavor, extra pleasure, plus special protection against cigarette dryness. Aren't those what you want in a cigarette?
Yes, try Old Gold soon as you can. And remember, when petty peeves annoy you, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. And now back to tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, My Favorite Wife, starring Joel McRae, Constance Moore, and Gail Patrick.
To the average man, being married to two glamorous women might seem more like a dream than a mess. But to Nick Arden, the problem seems more than he can bear. He is still deeply in love with Ellen, his first wife and mother of his two children, and he's afraid to confess to the fiery Bianca that Ellen has come back. Well, while Nick and Bianca are driving back from Yosemite, Ellen and Nick's mother are at home awaiting his arrival.
Now, really, Ellen, I don't want to seem mother-in-lawish, but I must say I don't see anything amusing in poor Nick's situation.
Oh, poor Nick. I'll bet you anything he hasn't yet told his precious Bianca that I've come back.
But if he hasn't told her, and they both come back here to the house...
Yeah, well, that's what I was laughing about. Remember 10 years ago when I played that little southern girl? You remember Linda Lou in that play we gave for the Children's Hospital?
Yes, but...
Well, when Nick arrives, we'll be able to know if he's told her about me by the way he makes his entrance.
What do you mean?
Why, if he rushes in and throws his arms around me in front of her, he's told her. And if he stands there looking like a big sheepdog who's forgot where he buried a bone, we'll know he hasn't.
But then what?
Well, if he hasn't told her, I'm going to get even with him by playing that I'm a little old sweetheart of his from way down yonder.
A sweetheart?
Why, Mrs. Alden, don't you remember me? Ellen Calhoun? Why, you and my mother went to school together back down in Virginia.
Oh, Ellen, I hate to do a thing like this to my own son. Ellen Calhoun from Virginia.
Oh, Mother, shh. I just heard a car pull up in the driveway.
Wait a minute, darling. It's Nick. Nick and Bianca.
Well, now, don't forget. Little old Ellen Calhoun who's just dying to see her old sweetheart, Nick.
Here they come.
Come on, Bianca. I'll have Philip bring in the bags later.
Nicky, aren't you even going to carry me across the threshold?
Well, all right. Now, if Mother's awake, we'll...
Hello, Nick, darling.
Why, shut my mouth, Nicholas. Am I ever glad to see you home?
What?
Well, by Nicky, you remember Ellen Calhoun. I used to go to school with her mother down in Virginia.
Ellen Calhoun? Good night.
Oh, Miss Alden, I'm sure you wouldn't mind if I just threw my little arms around your new husband and gave him a great big brotherly kiss. We used to be sweethearts, but I always told Nick it was just puppy love. Come over here, you big puppy. Throw your arms around. Y'all are so big and strong. Nick, did you tell her?
No, not yet. It's an awful shock. I thought I'd tell her in the morning after a good night's rest.
I don't think she's expecting that. I mean the shock.
Explanation for all that whispering behind my back.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry, sugar. I was just calling Nick my own little magnolia blossom. That's what I used to call him when I was 15. Nick, honey, remember all those real darling Southern breakfasts we used to have together? How I used to just love to sit down to a big old bowl of weevils?
Really, Miss Calhoun, you must have a remarkable memory.
Oh, yes, haven't I, though, honey? I'll get her for that. And you'd better take her upstairs and break the news to her, Nick, before I break it to her over her head.
Nick, you're not being very polite.
Nick, are we going to stand here all night?
Well, maybe you better not answer that question, Nicky, darling. But why don't you take your child right upstairs and make yourselves comfortable?
Well, you go on up, Bianca. I'll join you in a moment or two.
Oh, no, you don't. You two little old lovebirds just toddle upstairs to your little nest where you can be all alone and talk to your heart's content.
But
Nick.
Yes, dear. Come on.
Good night, you all. Don't worry about us none. You're talking. I said talking won't bother us one bit.
What a long tail our cat has. Darling, what's wrong with you? Or maybe I should ask, what's wrong with me?
Bianca, I've got something to tell you.
Oh, darling, you don't know how I've been waiting to hear it. And I love you, too.
Thank you. I mean, thank you very much. Bianca, you've got to listen. You see, truth is stranger than fiction.
I've always heard that a man confesses his dreadful past on his wedding night. But I don't care, Nicky. That is, if you're not interested in mine.
Bianca. Bianca, if you'd only listen. You see, when you have two children and they have a mother...
I'll do everything I can to make Timmy and Chinch a good mother, Nick. I promise.
That isn't what I mean. You see, fate sometimes does things that
it's... fate that we met, darling. Put your arms around me, darling.
Oops, hold it.
Oh, what? What's the matter, Nicky?
Well, didn't you hear it? That's the doorbell. Someone's at the door. Someone to see me.
But, darling, Philip will go.
Oh, no, he won't. Phyllis is asleep. I'm going to answer that door myself. All right. All right. Hold your horses. I'm coming. Yes?
Mr. Arden, I'm sorry to disturb you this time of the night, but this is important. I'm Johnson of the American Life and Accident Assurance Company. You know, we paid that claim of $100,000 for the death of your wife, Ellen Wagstaff Harlan, you remember?
Oh, claim. Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Johnson. Am I glad to see you?
You are?
And how?
Yes. Well, this is just an idle rumor, but I've got to check up. You see, our office manager claims that he heard through somebody who talked to somebody who talked to somebody else that your wife was picked up off an island by a Portuguese freighter and brought back to this country. Silly, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
I knew the whole thing was ridiculous. Listen to this. The man who talked to the man who was supposed to be aboard the Portuguese freighter said that this woman, whom they suspect of being your wife, was on a tiny island for 7 years with some man she was shipwrecked with.
Some man?
Yeah, ridiculous, isn't it? Said here she called him Adam.
Adam, huh? And I suppose he called her Eve.
Oh, that's it exactly, yes. Ever hear anything more ridiculous, Adam and Eve?
Adam and Eve.
Yes. Well, Mr. Arden, I won't take up any more of your time. Just had to check to fill in my report.
Well, that's quite all right, Mr. Johnson. And if I should ever see my late wife, you'll be sure I'll talk to her about Adam and Eve.
But, Nick, we didn't arrange it. It just happened.
Oh, sure. Adam and Eve on an island in the Pacific. 7 years.
Johnny, if you ever saw Stephen Burkett, you'd be ashamed of yourself. He's just a poor, harmless little man. Why, he even lives at the YMCA.
Well, if his name is Stephen Burkett, why did you call him Adam?
Well, because he called me Eve. Now, let me tell you something, Nick. Unless you tell that woman in the other bedroom the truth about us, I'm going to let off an awful lot of steam in public.
Well, I started to tell her when the insurance man came.
Will you go right in and finish telling her now?
Oh, no, I won't. I'm going to the YMCA and see what this Adam looks like. Myself. clerk. I've been up all night. I've been to the YMCA, every hotel in town. And if you haven't got a Stephen Burkett registered here at the Pacific Club, I don't know what I'll do.
Mr. Stephen Burkett? But he is registered here.
He is?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. I saw him come down from his room just a little while ago. And, there he is. See him outside?
Well, I don't see any. Wait a minute. You mean that big Hercules? That Tarzan who just did that swan dive into the swimming pool?
Why, yes, that's Mr. Burkett. Built like a...
Never mind what he's built like. Adam. YMCA. Poor, harmless little man. 7 years. Clerk, hand me that phone.
Would you order, Mr. Arden?
I think I'd like one of your Pacific Club specials first.
Make that 2, waiter. Oh, on second thought, you'd better bring one of us a whiskey chaser.
Very good.
Oh, Nick, you're so cute.
Of course, I'm not the harmless, insignificant type like Adam.
You're still jealous, aren't you?
Who, me? Jealous of a funny little old man who lives at the YMCA? Of course not. Just how tall was Adam?
Oh, tiny. About 5'2".
Shrimp, huh?
Yes. And he only weighed about 80 pounds, soaking wet.
Only about 80 pounds. Poor little... Ellen.
Mm-hmm?
Ellen, that man on the springboard, isn't he waving at you?
Oh, no. Don't be silly.
He was, and he's coming over.
Eve! I'm delighted to see you.
Poor little old man. 80 pounds, soaking wet.
Oh, hello, Stephen. May I present my husband, Mr. Arden?
Delighted, Mr. Burkett. They certainly grow them big at the YMCA, don't they?
YMCA?
Oh, that's just a little family joke we have.
Join us in a bite, Adam?
Well, yes, thanks. Some raw carrots, a glass of milk, and some apples. Mr. Arden, I want you to know that I admire your wife very much.
Oh, but I'm not his wife, Adam. That is, not exactly. You see, Nick thought I'd drowned, so he remarried.
Oh, well, in that case, I can speak what's on my mind. Mr. Arden, I should like to marry your wife.
Just a minute. You've got your nerve.
Nick. You see, after 7 years, Adam and I have a lot in common.
Oh, is that so?
Well, how about it, Arden?
Ellen, would you marry this muscle-bound tree swinger?
Unless you tell your beloved Bianca the truth and get that marriage annulled, that's just what I'm going to do.
Go away, you heard her. Go on before I start dropping coconuts on you.
Act 3 follows immediately after Bob Williams and Company.
Thanks, Harold. And say, friends, when your favorite mystery is on the air and the detective says, "Killer Diller, the clue that will hang you is," and just then static spoils everything, don't tear your hair. Figure it this way.
Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold.
Yes, you'll tune in on real smoking satisfaction when you enjoy Old Gold's extra flavor, plus Old Gold's special protection against cigarette dryness.
This superb blend of many fine tobaccos is enriched with costly, flavorful Latakia tobacco, and then conditioned with apple honey to help preserve natural moisture and prevent cigarette dryness. So for downright smoking pleasure, light an Old Gold.
And friends, please remember this. Even though we're producing all the cigarettes possible without sacrificing one iota of Old Gold's top-notch quality, the men and women in our armed forces get first consideration. But we're doing our best to assure fair distribution of all remaining Old Gold cigarettes. So, if you must be content with substitute brands today, take the comfort in the thought that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may have Old Gold. And now on with Act 3 of the Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, My Favorite Wife, starring Joel McCrea, Gail Patrick, and Constance Moore.
Well, after one look at that gorgeous hunk of man, Stephen Burkett, who for 7 long years played Adam to Ellen's Eve, Nick Arden found himself forced to tell Bianca the truth, and now he faces the consequences. Now we find ourselves back in the courtroom. On the bench, the same judge, the same flowing black robes, before him the same two people, Nick and Bianca. But this time there are two more people with them, Adam and Eve. However, from the look on Bianca's face, this is certainly not a Garden of Eden.
Will you all keep quiet? What are you trying to do? Confuse me more than I am right now?
We're sorry, Your Honor.
We? How do you like that? As soon as things get bad, he wants me a partner.
But really, Your Honor, I can explain.
Well, I'm not surprised. Any man with two wives has got to learn to explain.
Your Honor, may I say something?
May you say something? Oh, my pleasure, Miss Arden. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Not at all. Thank you, my dear.
Your Honor, do you realize the humiliation and anguish this man has caused me?
You poor, poor thing.
Your Honor, how would you feel if you went on a honeymoon with a man who turned out to be a perfect stranger?
I don't see anything perfect about him.
I thought I did until...
Your Honor, this is immaterial, irrelevant.
Are you going to stop interrupting this poor, heartbroken, beautiful woman, you cad?
Oh, thank you, Judge.
My pleasure, Mrs. Arden.
Judge, this whole thing is really quite simple.
She's right, Your Honor. It's really quite simple.
It's really quite simple. It's really quite simple. Let me tell you something, Mrs. Arden. The first, it's not quite simple. Right here in this court 2 days ago, I pronounced you dead. Now you turn up alive. Besides, at the same time, I married Mr. Arden to this lovely lady. And if you're alive, that makes me party to a bigamy.
Your Honor, if you just annul the second marriage...
Annul? Do you know what the law says about annulment? Where did you study law, Arden?
Harvard.
Oh, Harvard, eh? I'm a Yale man myself.
Oh, poor Nicky.
Mrs. Arden, I wasn't talking to you.
Did you mean me, Your Honor?
I most certainly did, most certainly. Now, my dears, I understand that you were asking for an annulment.
And I think I'm entitled to one.
Yes, well, you know what an annulment means?
After the honeymoon I spent, definitely yes.
So that's it. A kissless bride. Harvard man. Marriage annulled. Ellen Wagstaff Arden declared, well, very much alive.
Oh, Judge.
And my wife says nothing interesting ever happens in this court. Go on, the case is over. Get out here. Get out of the courtroom, all.
Goodbye, Bianca, you beautiful young thing. It's really too bad I have to take Nicky from you at this late date.
Take him from me. I want you to know that I'm giving him to you, and you're welcome to him. Because he's nothing but a...
I know. A Harvard man. Come on, Ellen.
Now, this is Harold Lloyd.
Joel McRae.
Constance Moore.
And Gail Patrick.
Saying goodnight to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents George Murphy and Lucille Ball in A Girl, a Guy, and a Gob. See you then.
My Favorite Wife was presented through the courtesy of RKO Studios, producers of Experiment Perilous. Joel McRae will soon appear in Paramount's The Virginian. Constance Moore is currently being seen in the RKO production Show Business. Gail Patrick will soon be seen in MGM's Twice Blessed. Now, until next Sunday night, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and gives you more smoking pleasure. This is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, RKO's A Girl, a Guy, and a Gob, starring George Murphy and Lucille Ball. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we on the Old Gold Comedy Theater make a habit of defying tradition. For example, in casting tonight's play, A Girl, A Guy and A Gob, instead of doing the usual thing and getting the stars of the film version, we're trying a new approach. We've got the stars of the film version. And here they are, George Murphy and Lucille Ball.
Good evening, and to continue this remarkable coincidence, the director of tonight's show was the original producer of the picture, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
And to continue, George, you and I were signed to play the roles on the Old Gold Comedy Theater on Sunday, February 11th, and here we are.
Amazing, Lucille.
Astounding.
Unbelievable.
Lucille, I hope that you get as big a kick out of playing the role of Dorothy Duncan tonight as you did the role you played in the forthcoming Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Without Love. How about you, George? Are you ready to play the role of Coffee Cup the Sailor?
Oh, boy, am I. I've been wearing tight pants for 2 weeks.
How about you, Lucille?
Harold, take it easy.
Heaven help a sailor on a night like this. Well, let's get to work. Uh-oh, I forgot one thing. There's another guy in this picture. His name is Stephen Herrick of the firm of Martin and Herrick. He's taking his girl to a concert in Carnegie Hall, where a famous pianist has drawn an enthusiastic audience. And wouldn't you know it?
This is preposterous, Usher. This is my box.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. The young lady and her party have the tickets.
But I tell you, I lost my tickets.
I'm sorry, sir.
Mr. Herrick has had this box for 5 years.
Look, Bud, look. It ain't very often I get a chance to hear a concert, see? So would you kind of be quiet and pipe down? You already made me miss 2 arpeggios.
This is ridiculous. Call the manager.
What do you want to call the manager for? He's heard the music before.
He has? How remarkable.
Young lady, where did you get these tickets?
We bought them, of course, didn't we, Coffee Cup?
Sure, we bought them like she said.
So now will you please go away?
I will not go away
Oh, you won't. Coffee Cup, hand me my bag.
Oh, now wait a minute, Dottie. Wait a minute. Don't get hasty.
I said give me my bag.
Okay, honey. Here you are.
Thank you. Mister, you asked for this.
Oh, my head.
Gee, and without a bomb sight.
Really? Such common people. Stephen, we're going to see the manager.
Who do they think they are?
Well, I don't know for sure, Dottie, but look, maybe I ought to explain
Pair
something to you.
of
You
stuffed
see,
shirts, that's what. Coffee Cup, you did buy these tickets, didn't you?
Well, not exactly. You see, a friend of mine came up and he gave them to me. Yeah, that was how it happened. A friend gave them to me, and...
Coffee Cup, even I don't believe that.
Well, I don't either. If you want to know the truth, I found them in the street.
Oh, Coffee Cup, no.
Yes, I did.
I've never been so embarrassed in my life. Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, that's okay with me.
Oh, you make me...
You want to know something, Donnie? For my dough, Count Basie's got it all with this guy, Josie Turby.
It's not Josie, it's Jose. In Spanish, J is pronounced like H.
Oh, well, let's go.
Where to?
Let's go to a ham session. I'm a hitter bug.
Oh. Coffee Cup, bend your head down, dear.
Oh, no,
Come on,
Oh,
come on.
do I have to?
Yes.
All right. Oh, hey, you must have got a new compact.
Good morning, Mr. Herrick.
Where's Miss Comstock? Please find Miss Comstock and tell her to come in.
Yes, Mr. Herrick. All right, Miss Duncan, this is it. Now be careful what you do and say. He's in a bad mood this morning, and he doesn't know he's getting a new secretary. All right, go on in.
Take a letter, Miss Comstock.
Mr. Herrick, Miss Comstock.
I'm trying to come. You!
Hello, I'm Miss Duncan.
Where's your bag, or is that our new secret weapon?
Oh, please, I'd like to explain about last night. I didn't...
There's nothing to explain.
Well, but I'm afraid you got the wrong impression.
Impression? Does this lump on my head look like an impression? What was in that handbag, anyway? A rock?
No, but it might have been a good idea.
The incident's closed. Now, will you please get out? Where's Miss Comstock?
Miss Comstock eloped.
She can't do that to me.
Want to bet?
Will you get out?
I'm going to get out. I wouldn't work for you if it was the last job on earth. I'd take a pail and mop and crawl on my hands and knees before I'd work for a midget-minded stuffed shirt like you.
Is that all you have to say?
No, that's not all I have to say. I was in the wrong last night, but I didn't know it at the time. I gave Coffee Cup, he's my boyfriend. His real name is Claudius Cup, and that's why he changed it. I gave him the money to buy the tickets, and he lost the money on a horse. He was trying to get enough for us to have a honeymoon, you see, and, well, I didn't know he'd found yours, the tickets, I mean. I didn't find out until I was...
All right, Miss Duncan. You must have been vaccinated with a phonograph needle. Well, let's get on with this letter, shall we? To Mr. Daniel Carter, Coast State Waterway. Dear Mr. Carter.
No kidding. I'm telling you, it's beautiful, Eddie.
Ah, you're just saying that, Coffee Cup.
No, honest, I'm not. That's a nuts. You know, that's the most beautiful one I ever saw in my whole life, except maybe one I saw in Sydney, Australia.
Yeah?
Hey, what are you two gobs mooning about?
Hey, hiya, Dot. You're late.
I know. I had to take the 1 o'clock lunch hour. Who's your boyfriend?
Him? Oh, that's Eddie. He's a friend of mine off the ship. Dot, look, I want you to see something. He's got the most beautiful tattoo you ever saw in your life.
Oh.
2 rose-colored battleships on a sea of azure green with a red sun setting behind them.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here. See it?
Hey, this is in public.
Oh, he's not bashful. Go ahead, show her. Take a look at that, huh? Ain't that a honey? Oh, boy. Dot, why can't I...
The answer is no, Coffee Cup.
Just one battleship?
No.
Maybe a light cruiser.
No.
What about a rowboat?
No.
All right, I'll settle for a pair of water rings.
No tattoos.
Oh, okay. That's what I was afraid of. Always taking a joy out of life. Okay, Eddie. Show her how you can grow.
How he can what?
Grow. Eddie grows 4 inches right in front of you.
Are you kidding?
Go on, show her, Eddie. Here, stand over there against the wall like that.
Yeah, like this?
Yeah, that's right.
This
That's
I
right.
gotta
Now, look,
see.
Dot. Look, now. You see, he's only as high as that bird cage in the
Yeah,
window.
yeah.
Now, you keep your eye on him and watch him grow.
Hey, what's the gag?
Well, my friend here, he grows 4 inches.
You kidding, Bud?
That's what I said.
Yeah. What do you know, Phil? This guy claims his friend can grow 4 inches.
Yeah, I'm about to bust a gallus laughing.
Oh, yeah? Well, take a look at this. He's already grown an inch. He was only as high as that bird cage when he started.
Hey, that's right. He is growing. He must be at least an inch taller already.
Sure, he's
Excuse me,
going
please.
right up.
Say, what's all the crowd? That sailor, his friend claims he can grow 4 inches. 4 inches? Yeah. Why, that's ridiculous. I'd say it's ridiculous.
No, it's not. Oh, Mr. Herrick, hello.
Hello, Miss Duncan.
Oh, this is Coffee Cup. Coffee Cup, this is my boss, Mr. Herrick.
Hiya,
Hello.
boss. And this other sailor here is Eddie, my pal.
How do you do?
Acey-doocy.
Go ahead and show him. Show him how you can grow 4 inches, Eddie. Go
You
on.
mean right in front of me?
Smack dab. Just watch me.
Now watch, his heels are flat on the ground, too. Nothing phony about this. He's already grown 2 inches.
Yeah, it's a fake.
Oh, what do you mean it's a fake? He was only as tall as a bird cage when he started. He's 2 inches taller now.
And $5 says it's as tall as it gets.
$5, is it, huh?
Yeah.
Coffee Cup.
Oh, my dough's in my other pants. If I only had my other pants
Oh,
on.
Mr. Herrick, I hate to do this, but would you let me have $5, please?
$5?
Yeah.
Why, oh, yes, gladly.
Okay, you. Our money's up. Where's yours? You're holding stakes, Mr. Herrick.
Here you are, 5 smackers.
You sure you can do it, Eddie?
Yeah, remember that time in Shanghai? 4.5 inches.
Yeah, but you were drunk that night.
Where's the mark?
Right here.
That's right, mark it.
Here, you got a pencil or something, Mr. Herrick?
Oh, yes, I have. Okay, brother, you hold it right here and mark the spot. Well, all right, but...
Attaboy, Eddie. All right, now turn it on. You got the mark. Come on, Eddie boy. He's up an inch.
He'll never make it.
Yeah, not unless the dude with the plan half an inch more, Eddie. Come on, kid, a quarter of an inch. Attaboy, you're making it. Yay!
Hey, you let that pencil slip. I give you my word. Hey, but I want my dough.
Oh, a welcher, eh?
Keep off my face.
Yeah, that's a pretty big order, Charlie, with feet like them.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, and if you don't like it, what are you going to do about it?
This!
You missed me.
I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do. Come on, I say it.
Hey, be careful, you break that window.
Watch out, Mr. Herrick. That guy!
What?
Oh! Why, you big lug hitting the defenseless man. You just wait. I'll show you.
Hey, Dot, where's the boss?
Right here. That big lug knocked him out.
And who knocked out the big lug?
I did. I put a rock in my purse.
Oh, honey, you think of everything, don't you?
Act 2 coming up in just 60 seconds. Meanwhile, here's Bob Williams, who says...
When you're waiting for a table in a restaurant and folks just linger and linger over their coffee as if they're staging a sit-down strike, don't pull the chairs from under them. Say to yourself,
why be irritated? Light an Old Gold.
No question about it. There's a heap of comfort and enjoyment in a fine cigarette, but only if it isn't harsh or dry.
And so, Old Gold's fine tobaccos are conditioned with a special moisture-protecting agency we call apple honey, made from the juice of fresh apples. This actually helps prevent cigarette dryness.
And in addition, Old Gold's unique blend of many great tobaccos is enriched with rare imported Latakia tobacco, adding extra flavor to your smoking pleasure.
You want all that in a cigarette. Extra flavor, extra pleasure, plus extra special protection against cigarette dryness.
And that's what you get in Old Gold. So try a pack soon as you can. And remember, when the gremlins gang up on you, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, A Girl, a Guy, and a Gob, starring George Murphy and Lucille Ball. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
As Stephen Herrick found out, almost anything can happen when a guy gets mixed with a gal in a gob, especially when the gal is Dot and the gob is Coffee Cup. Anyway, Stephen Herrick was knocked out cold in a street riot, caused by the fact that some mysterious bystander didn't believe that Coffee Cup's friend Eddie could grow 4 inches. Now, Coffee Cup and Dot have taken Stephen home to Dot's house and deposited him on the sofa with a sleeping powder to calm his nerves. It is some hours later, and the Duncan household is a scene of feverish activity.
Well, it won't be long now. The doctor says Mrs. Leibowitz is doing fine. The baby will be here any minute now. Oh, Mr. Herrick, you're looking better.
Hi, Mr. Herrick. Hi, Mr. Herrick.
Well, I don't think I'm...
You wasn't feeling so good when Coffee Cup carried you in. I say you better keep that blanket over you till Ma gets round the men in your pants. Oh, 5:30. Time for the lone stranger.
Oh, get along there with you, boy. Get after him. After him, boy. Get a corner.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Duncan.
For what?
My trousers, I was...
You don't have to beg my pardon for your pants. Coffee Cup told me how they got torn.
But would you get them for me and tell me...
Poor Mrs. Leibowitz up there having a baby, and you worry me about your pants.
Excuse me.
Hey, how are you? How you feeling, boss?
All right, but I... Oh, hello, Coffee Cup.
Oh, gee, boss, you were swelling that mix-up out there. Great, magnificent, but you got to learn to keep your left hand high, right up in front of you.
Would you mind...
Pipe down. Here comes the most exciting part.
Steal their cattle, will you? Take that. And that. And that.
I told you he got him. I knew he would. Take that. Two can play at that game, Dip Warner.
Oh, Pop, you got me. You got me dead to rights, Pop. I'm shot. You better hit the bust, boss. Besides, Pop, when he gets mad, if you shoot you and you don't fall.
You like cigars? Mr. Herrick?
Why, yes,
You got any?
Yes, in my...
I know your coat. Don't get up. I'll go get them myself.
Why does he talk so loud, Coffee
He
Cup?
used to work in a boiler factory. Got 2 bits, boss?
Why, my pants are...
Okay, never mind. You owe the pot 2 bits. Here, take a piece of paper out of the hat.
Yes, but I...
Here, let me see what you draw. 6.5 pounds? Oh, not a chance. There ain't been a Leibowitz yet under 8 pounds.
Coffee Cup. Get up there to the Leibowitzes and look after little Izzy. He just bit the doctor on the leg.
What do you want me to do, bite Izzy?
And water. Get lots of water, Coffee Cup.
Okay, Mom, I'll handle it.
My pants.
Your pants?
Your pants. Here you are.
I gotcha.
No, you didn't, Dottie. I got you.
Hiya, Bob. Hello, Ma. Where's Coffee Cup? Hey, I drew 9 pounds. Did I win the pool, Mom?
The doctor's up there now, Dottie.
Here, give me Mr. Herrick's pats, Pop. Who patched these?
I did. Not bad, is it, Mr. Herrick?
No.
Oh, sorry about the pants, Mr. Herrick, but all Pa could find for a patch was a flour bag. All you can read, though, is eventually. Why not now? Put 'em on and I'll set the table. We'll set the table. Well, come on, Pa.
We'll all set the table.
You like corned beef and cabbage, Mr. Herrick?
Yes, but really I have to run. I had an engagement.
I know. Your fiancée, Miss Grange, called.
Oh, you didn't tell her that I...
No, I simply said you'd be out of the office all afternoon. Listen. It's another new Leibowitz. Long live Leibowitz!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, we'll never relieve a wish. Happy birthday to you.
Hey, who won the raffle? Who threw 6.5 pounds?
Why, I did.
Hey, what do you know? The boss won it. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday
You know, I think after dinner we all ought to go out and paint the town red. What do you say, boss?
Well, I had another engagement.
Oh, Ducker, come on, boss. Say you'll go.
Well, okay. For a little while.
Okay, what a day.
I'm sorry I'm so late getting back from lunch, Mr. Herrick.
Well, that's all right.
Oh, I got a pretty good excuse, though. Look.
Why, it's an engagement ring. Let me see it.
Yeah. On a clear, sunny day, if you're standing in the right spot, there's a sparkle.
Congratulations. It's very lovely.
Well, you didn't have to say that.
It's the sentiment it stands for. You and Coffee Cup have started with a swell foundation.
Mm-hmm. And this is the cornerstone.
By the way, why do they call him Coffee Cup? He doesn't look like a mug to me.
Haven't you ever noticed his ears?
Well, ears or not. Ears or not, Coffee Cup certainly is a lucky guy.
Well, you sure had better be lucky tonight.
Oh? You getting married tonight?
No, tonight he's wrestling with a man.
With a man?
Yeah. They don't allow women wrestlers at the arena.
The arena?
Yeah. Coffee Cup has an important match there tonight. If he wins, we can get married before his leave is over.
You know, Dot,
Hmm?
I shouldn't say this, but I could almost hope that Coffee Cup loses tonight.
Well, so could I. What am I saying? Coffee Cup's just gotta win.
Hey, Coffee Cup.
Nice-looking chap, isn't it?
What do you want to ask Herrick to be the best man for?
Huh?
Don't you know he's in love with her, too?
Hey, what are you trying to cook up? Where do you get that stuff?
Well, I didn't say she fell for him. She's marrying you, ain't she?
Well, sure.
He can't help it if he's stuck on her, I suppose. Besides, you wouldn't want to marry a dame no one else would have, would you?
Miss Duncan! Miss Duncan! Is Miss Duncan here?
Here I am. I'm Miss Duncan.
Oh, well, I'm Mr. Higginbotham, the star photographer here.
How do you do?
It's the regular service of the chapel, you know. Now, if you'll all stand just a little closer together.
Huh? Oh, just a minute.
A little to the left, please, and join hands.
Well, I'm
But I'm not the
afraid you
groom.
have,
this is no time for kidding, young fellow. I can tell by the look in your eyes.
Well, wait a minute there, Charlie. You better take a look at my eyes, then.
You mean you're the groom?
Why, sure. In the flesh, exactly as advertised.
Well, what do you know about that? I'd have bet my last flash bulb
Hey,
that you
wait
would
a
have
minute.
won.
Coffee Cup. If this ain't pepped up, we'll have to shove off without kissing the bride.
Missed the best part of the wedding.
Say, how about kissing her now? Then if we have to run out on you, why,
Say,
you
that's
know.
an idea.
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy, fella. Look at Dot. You wouldn't mind if the fella's off the ship, you know, if they kissed you before the wedding because they're kind of late. You wouldn't mind, would you, Dot?
Of course not, Coffee Cup. It's all right with me.
Okay, mates, line up there. Jim, you're first. And you, Hal. Tom. Hey, Lee, take it easy there. Take it easy. Look out there. Louis, Mac. Okay, boss, now it's your turn.
Short one, boss. You next.
Well, come on, make it unanimous, boss.
I don't have to be back on board ship.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, he's bashful.
Oh, look, he's
Everybody
can't do that,
kisses the
sir.
Come
bride.
on, grab him.
I got her.
Come on, kiss her.
No, let me go, please.
What's the matter?
Did we do something? She was laughing.
What's the matter
Now,
with
wait a minute. Girls are kind of funny, fellas. I don't quite know what's the matter myself.
You know, sir, it was very funny. Really funny, me mistaking you for the groom, wasn't it? I'd have sworn you were the man.
Yes. Very funny.
Yeah. Excuse me for a minute, will you, fellas? I guess I better go up and talk to Dot for a second. Yeah, I better.
Okay,
Yeah.
but hurry.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Our leave's up at midnight.
Hey. Hey, Spindleshanks. Hey, wait a minute. Hold it. What's the matter? What's the matter, chum? Your mascara's all down on your chin.
What will he think of me?
Yep. Oh, you mean Stephen Herrick? Oh,
If that's all that's bothering you.
If that's all.
Oh, I get it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Coffee Cup.
No, that's all right. It's all right. Here, blow hard.
Thank you.
Oh, you can do better than that.
I don't know what came over me.
Well, don't try to remind yourself. You know, you wouldn't believe it, but I blew up once, too. Tonight I joined the Navy. I was just about in, and then all of a sudden I boil up, and I'm not sure about it, and I don't know whether I want in or I don't want in, or, you know, it couldn't be like that with you, could it, Spanish Shanks?
Coffee Cup, what are you driving
Well, I don't know. First up, guys were all talking, and this photographer fella run in, and I just didn't think, you know. I mean, about the way you feel about Mr. Herrick.
Stephen Herrick?
Gee, I'm awful dumb sometimes.
Oh, Coffee Cup, I wouldn't have you one bit different from the way you are.
Wouldn't you? Thanks, Spanish Shanks. That goes for me, too. Look, honey, I'll wait for you outside, huh? You fix
All
up.
right, I'll be right out as soon as I fix my face.
How is she? What's the matter, Coffee Cup?
Yeah, what's it all about?
Take it easy.
Yes,
take
what
it
was
easy.
the matter, Coffee Cup?
She's all right. She's all right. She just felt a little bad on account of what you might think, Mr.
What
Herrick.
could I think, other than that she's fine and sweet and wonderful?
Yeah, I know. Look, will you do something for me? Would you go in and tell her that? If it was the other way around, I'd do it for you. I just got a sneaking hunch that'll make everything all right.
Well, okay.
Hey, Eddie, where's Dot's mother?
Inside the chapel, waiting.
Well, look, will you go in and tell her,
Yeah?
say I went to get some cigarettes.
Oh, I got cigarettes.
Yeah, I got some, too.
Here's a pack.
Yeah, I got a pack,
Never
too.
mind. Well, look, I want to get some of my own. Just tell her that.
While we're waiting for Act 3, here's Bob Williams with a special word for women. Of course, the men can listen too if they wish.
Say, gals, when he says that he was just looking to see if her figure was as good as yours, don't go home to Mother. After all...
Why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Yes, smokers, you can figure on real enjoyment in the swell extra flavor of an Old Gold, plus its special protection against cigarette dryness.
Listen, Old Gold's grand blend of fine tobaccos, with its touch of rare, extra fragrant Latakia tobacco, is specially conditioned with apple honey to help preserve the natural moisture, to help prevent cigarette dryness. So for a better, keener, zestier smoke, light an Old Gold.
And friends, please remember, even though we're producing all the cigarettes possible without sacrificing any of Old Gold's quality, the men and women in our armed forces get first consideration. But we're doing our utmost to assure fair distribution of all remaining Old Golds. So if you must be content with substitute brands today, be content to know that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may have Old Golds. Now back to tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, A Gal, A Guy and A Gob, starring George Murphy and Lucille Ball. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, the wedding does seem to be a bit different. The bride is there, the best man is there, but the groom has taken a powder on the pretext of trying to get some cigarettes. Now, how ridiculous. Everyone knows it's easy to get cigarettes. But right now, Dot and the best man are together. Dot is speaking.
Stephen, I wonder why it is sometimes when you're the happiest, you cry, and when you're the saddest, you laugh.
It's explained somewhere. It used to get me, but not lately. Not since I've been riding around on a pink cloud with you and Coffee Cup. Hey, where is Coffee Cup, Eddie?
That's what I'd like to know. He said he was going for cigarettes.
I have cigarettes.
Yeah, I got cigarettes.
We all got cigarettes.
Hey, wait a minute. I'll be right back.
Oh, but Stephen,
Coffee Cup! Wait! Coffee Cup! Cab. Cabby, follow that sailor on the motorcycle.
Yes, sir.
Coffee Cup!
Hey, boss, what are you doing way out here?
Came to get you.
Me?
Yeah, you're going back.
Oh, don't be depending on that. See you later.
Catch him, driver.
Okay.
Coffee Cup, you're going back. One way or another. In one piece or in sections.
but you're going back.
Hey, boss, are you that serious about it?
I'll even bet on it. Hey, look out for that truck!
Coffee, you all right?
Whoa. Yeah, sure. Hey, did you see me miss the truck, boss?
And ruined the front of this store.
Oh, well.
Come on now, I'm going to take you back if I have to take you unconscious.
You know, boss, you're a swell guy, and I'm very fond of you, and I hate to do this, but... Sorry. Hey, driver, come here. Give me a lift, will you? Help me get him into the cab. Take it easy now. Don't bump his head. Easy does it. There you are. Now back to the chapel.
Okay, boss.
Okay, driver, here, help me out with it, will you?
Sure, here we are.
Here you go. Take it easy now. Here, help me prop him up against the door on the porch here. That's right. You got a pencil with you?
What for?
Well, I want to write a little note on his shirt front.
You sure pack a mean left, sailor.
Oh, thanks. There you are. I guess that does it. Come on, let's get going.
Okay.
Okay, buddy, blow your horn and blow it loud. And now take me to the Navy Yard and step on it.
Why, it's Stephen. What happened?
Look, they left a sheet of directions with him. What does it say?
It says, Dot, this guy loves you, and I know now you love him. It's a good thing I found out before it was too late. See you next time I'm on leave. Coffee cup. P.S. The wedding's all paid for. Why don't you use it? And you and him get married. Oh, coffee cup. Coffee cup.
Coffee cup. Hey, coffee cup, wait for me.
Oh, hiya, Eddie. Say, what happened back there, Eddie?
Well, she did like you told her and married him.
Uh-huh.
Hey, where was you going in such a hurry?
Oh, yeah, that. Oh, I nearly forgot. Look, Eddie, on the level. Which do you think would look better? I mean, on a man of my coloring. A blue battleship on a vermilion background, or a crimson battleship with a royal purple sky and green waves all around it?
Now, this is Harold Lloyd
George Murphy.
Lucille Ball.
saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Jack Haley, Jimmy Gleason, and Eve Arden in The Milky Way. See you then.
A Girl, a Guy, and a Gob was presented through the courtesy of RKO Studios, producers of Experiment Perilous. George Murphy appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture National Velvet. And now until next Sunday night, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and gives you more smoking pleasure. And now this is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
The National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, The Milky Way, starring Robert Walker, Jimmy Gleason, Eve Arden, and Nat Pendleton. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation is The Milky Way. That naturally made us think of a lot of stars. So, in selecting our cast for this evening, we picked not one star, but 4. And then our thoughts turned to prize fighters, because The Milky Way is the story of 2 middleweight champions, one authentic and the other reluctant. And now, as the glaring lights beat mercilessly down upon the ring, we have in this corner Bob Walker. You know, Bob, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, The Clock, in which you co-star with Judy Garland. Tonight, Bob, you play the part of...
Burley Sullivan. I'm just a milkman who loves animals. I'm very happy at my work because I can talk to my horse.
And in this corner, we have Jimmy Gleason.
I'm Gabby Sloan. I manage Speed McFarlane. I used to train horses. I was happier then because you can talk to a horse.
And in this corner, we have Eve Arden.
I'm Ann Westley. I know my way around. Every chorus girl does. Right now, I'm Gabby Sloan's girl, but I'm thinking of making a change because he's so busy with his prize fighter, I don't even get time to talk to a horse.
And last, but certainly not least, we have Nat Pendleton.
I'm Speed McFarlane, middleweight champion of the world. My favorite gag is to clip a guy on a button and say, "Pardon my glove."
Welcome to Comedy Theater. Robert Walker, Jimmy Gleason, Eve Arden, and Nat Pendleton. Now, before the fight, before the play, here are your instructions. Don't steal any lines, don't step on laughs, and when you hear the bell, come out acting. Got that?
Okay, Harold.
Sure thing, Harold.
You bet.
Now, round 1. Speed McFarlane, middleweight champion of the world, and Spider, his trainer, are in Speed's apartment after a very convivial night. They're trying to do 2 things, recall what happened the night before and get back into condition. They are failing miserably on both counts when the door opens and Ann Wesley walks in.
Hello, boys. I got good news. Gabby'll be here any minute. He just got back in town, phoned me from the station.
Ann, you shouldn't bust in here like this.
Why? It's not a stag party, is it?
Hello, Ann.
Hello, Speed. Oh, my. Who gave you the pretty shiners, if I didn't know? Don't worry, it's only in 3 papers.
What 3 papers?
The morning, the afternoon, and the evening. Take a gander at this headline. Speed McFarlane, world's middleweight champion, knocked out by a truck driver in a street brawl.
What? Hey, they can't do that to me.
Here, let me see that paper.
Who was the girl?
Huh?
You heard me, the babe, the filly, the mouse.
Well, you see...
Shut up. What does it say in the papers?
Well, it says in this one a guy named Burley Sullivan knocked you for a loop.
Never heard of him.
Don't worry, you will.
Says his sister May works at the Harvest Moon Cafe. He was waiting to take her home when you breezed along with the same idea.
Well, where was you all this time?
Seems by the newspaper account I was right there. Says here I made a pass at him and landed right on top of you.
Aren't you boys getting too old to play in the streets?
Oh, hello, boss.
Spider, you're fired.
What, again?
Hello, Gabby.
Shut up. Have you seen the morning papers?
Ain't it laughing?
Yeah, I'm dying.
Now, wait a minute, boss. The champ didn't start nothing.
No, and he didn't finish it either. How am I going to square this with the public?
Well, you might look up the truck driver and sign him up.
And get on to the lobby. You see any reporters there, stole them off.
Okay, Gabby, but find out who the girl was.
Goyle, what Goyle?
Well, you see, boys, the champ wanted to go dancing, and then...
You're supposed to be his sparring partner, not his dancing partner.
And you see, Gabby, I wasn't expecting nothing. This guy come up from behind me. He was bigger than Joe Louis with a terrific wallop. A guy can be taken by surprise.
Yeah, like me when I seen in the papers that this Burley Sullivan, what he done to you.
If I ever see that guy again, I'm going to take one crack at him if it's the last thing I do.
It probably will be. He knocked your call once. If he does it again, you're through. Come in.
Pardon me. Is this Mr. McFarlane's apartment?
Yeah. What's wrong, milkman? Ain't he paid his milk bill?
Oh, I don't deliver milk here.
Well, then scram. We got work to do.
Well, I'm sorry, but I was worried about Mr. McFarland.
Say, who are you anyway?
My name is Burley Sullivan.
What?
What? It's a lie.
It ain't reasonable on the face of it.
So you're Burley Sullivan. I thought you said he was bigger than Joe Louis with a terrific wallop.
Well, you see, I didn't knock Mr. McFarland out.
You didn't?
No, sir. This other fellow did.
Spider?
Now, wait a minute, champ. He's
I'll
not...
flatten
Hey,
you.
sit down. Spider, get over there. Now, look, Mr. Sullivan, take it nice and easy so we can all understand before I go nuts and murder the Travius.
Well, you see, my specialty is ducking. When I was a little boy, I was very frail, and the other boys used to throw rocks at me. I either had to duck or get hit, and I got so nobody could hit me, even with their fists. I used to stand and let them try.
All right, so you know how to duck. Now, get to last night.
Well, you see, there was an argument about my sister May. Now, I always take May home before I start delivering the milk. Now, I didn't know these two gentlemen, and they kept insisting they were going to take May home. I tried arguing with them, and Mr. McFarland struck at me. Naturally, I ducked. And then this other gentleman, who must have been behind me, he struck at the same time.
And I suppose you're going to tell me they knocked each other out?
Yes, sir.
Why, you lying little half-pint. Take off them glasses.
Hold it, Spade.
I won't hurt him. I just want to get a good look at him. Do you know who I am?
Of course I do. That's what makes it so wonderful. I've been struck at by the world's champion fighter, and I was able to duck.
Oh, yeah? Well, you milkmaid in prance. Try ducking this.
Hey, ducked again, and you knocked out the champ.
Well, why don't you stand up, milkmaid, and fight like a man? All right, duck this one.
Spider, you dope! He ducked again, and look what you done to me. Me jaws busted.
Hey, you reporters ain't supposed to be up here. Come on, now, beat it.
Holy mackerel, the champ's out cold. Gabby's flat on his face. And what do you know, guys? The milkman's done it again.
And so, as the first act of the Milky Way ends, once again we find that Spider has knocked out the champion and the champion's manager. In other words, Burley is a grade A pest. And now here is Bob Williams to tell you what to do when you are confronted with one.
Well, folks, when you're posing for a snapshot and some wise guy sticks his head into the picture just at the last minute, don't snap his head off. Look at it this way.
Why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Yes, sir, smokers. You're the picture of comfort and enjoyment when you're smoking a really fine cigarette. But only if that cigarette is not harsh or dry. And so...
Old Gold's great tobaccos are conditioned with a special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey, made from the juice of fresh apples. This actually helps prevent cigarette dryness.
And moreover, Old Gold's unique blend of many fine tobaccos is enriched with rare imported Latakia tobacco to add flavor to your smoke.
Extra flavor, plus extra special protection against cigarette dryness. That's Old Gold.
So try a pack soon as you can. And remember, when little annoyances come your way, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. And now back to Harold Lloyd in the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, The Milky Way, starring Robert Walker, Jimmy Gleason, Eve Arden, and Nat Pendleton. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, Burley Sullivan has pulled his David and Goliath stunt again. At least the newspapers give him credit for knocking out the world's champion, so it amounts to the same thing. The champ, his manager Gabby, and his sparring partner Spider are feeling pretty low when manager Gabby comes up with a brilliant idea. Just listen to it.
Don't you get it? I'll build him up as the new middleweight sensation. Gabby Sloan takes the 8-day winner under his wing. It's our only chance to save our rep.
How do you know he can fight?
Who cares? He'll win all his fights in the first round. How do you suppose I built you up? It's a natural. I build him up through the country with a line of setups. Then you take him out for the championship and we clean up.
It might work.
It's an inspiration. Hey, you come here.
Yeah, but I don't want to be a fighter.
Would you like to be drowned in a bathtub?
Oh, that could never happen. I take showers.
Never mind. You're a fighter. Put up your hands. Now, bring your hands up like this. Now, make a fist. Don't wrap your fingers around your tum.
Gabby, it can't be done.
I'll make something out of him or kill him.
Maybe if you could train him in secret for a while.
That's it, Speed. We'll make it all very mysterious. Nobody gets a pick at him till he's ready.
Oh, I wish you folks would listen to me. I don't want to be a fighter, and I wish you'd let me out of here. My horse is down there waiting for me, and he gets impatient.
Hey, I'll bring him a box of oats and tell him that from you, personal.
Well, what a pleasant surprise. Everybody's still on their feet.
Hello, Aunt. Come on, you guys. Let's scram.
What for?
Never mind. You and Spider beat it. I'll be right out. No, now look, Ann. This boy's hard to handle. I figure if I leave him with you, you can influence him to sign up with me.
I figure if I do, that'll cost you 500 fish.
Oh, it's a deal. Okay, boys, let's go.
Lovely view out that window, don't you think, Burley?
Huh? Oh, yeah. I was just looking at my horse down there.
Oh, I love a man who loves horses. You know, Burley, you have such hidden powers, such latent strength. May I feel your muscles?
Yeah. Well, not right now. I've got milk to deliver. Some other time, maybe?
Oh, forget the dairy, Burley. You've got your career to think of.
Career?
As a fighter.
Oh, that? Oh, I'm not going to be a fighter. My future is wrapped up in milk. Someday, I'm going to be promoted from grade A to homogenized.
Burley, come here. Put your arms around me.
But I don't know you.
Don't be bashful. I'm just a woman.
Oh, well, I knew that.
Put your arms around me like this. Oh, Burley, you have such brute strength.
So that's the way it is.
Gabby! We weren't doing anything.
Don't blame it on the woman. But you can't get away with it, Sullivan. I had plans for you. Bigger than you ever dreamed of. And when I plan your future, what do? You steal the only thing I ever cared for.
Who, me?
Never mind. What will your sister say?
Oh, no, not that. You wouldn't tell me.
On one condition. In you, I see the culmination of all my hopes. Strip my heart, break my home, take my all, but sign with me and I'll forgive and forget.
You'll forget what?
What difference does it make? Sign right here.
Gee, May, just think. If your brother hadn't knocked me out and if Gabby hadn't got the idea of making a fighter out of him, I'd have never met you.
Uh-huh. And that was only 3 months ago. Oh, it seems like I've known you for years, Speed.
Yeah, me too. Likewise.
Speed, I'm so worried about Burley.
Why? Just on account it's his first fight?
Well, yes, you know he was never cut out to be a fighter.
Listen, May, Burley's gonna be all right. Gabby's got it all fixed. Look, Burley ducks 3 times, then tags the other guy on the chin. The other guy goes down, and Burley wins the fight.
Oh, but suppose it doesn't work out that way.
I tell you, Gabby and Spite have been rehearsing Burley on that routine for 3 months. But look, honey, look, how about you and me? After all these weeks we've been going steady, don't I begin to rate with you just a little bit?
Oh, but Speed, I've told you so many times, I'm just not your kind.
Oh, look, May, I tell you what I'll do. I'll do everything you ask me to. I'll ditch the gang. I'll go to your museums. I'll try the piano, even. I'll read a book. Look, I'll even go further than that. I'll let you save my money for me. I'm crazy about you, May. Honest, just crazy.
Oh, Speed. And I'm afraid I'm just silly enough to take a chance on you.
Hey, break and go to a neutral corner.
Oh, Ann, what's happened? Is the fight over?
I didn't wait to find out. What gives here?
Oh, Speed and I are engaged.
Oh, dandy. Gabby'll love that. The champ switching from road work to baby carriages.
It's all over, folks. It's all over.
Gabby, where's Burley? What happened?
He'll be right up. He won in 22 seconds of the first round. A clean KO.
And here he is, folks, that fighting milkman in person.
Burley!
Hello, sis. It was a great fight, but I won.
Ooh, does the other guy look as bad as that?
Well, it would have been over sooner, only I started a fight with my bathrobe on and we had to start all over.
Well, you get your clothes on, Burley. I'm going to take you home.
Take him home, nothing. Pack a suitcase, Burley. We're catching the 11:45 for Pittsburgh.
Who's going to Pittsburgh?
We are.
What for?
You fight 6 rounds there Wednesday night with Killer Carnivan.
I do.
It'll be a pushover.
Burley, speed, Gabby, quick!
Ye gods, he's fainted.
Sullivan knocks out Killer Carnivan. Burley Sullivan wins first bout in Madison Square Garden.
Sixth knockout in a row for Sullivan.
Oh, it won't be fair, Speed. Gabby shouldn't have matched Burley and you. Well, you'll kill Burley, and he's my brother. And I love you.
Don't worry, baby. He's had 6 fights already.
Oh, but all those fights were fixed.
I'll give him just one on the button. Painless, see? He won't feel a thing.
Speed McFarland the champ, huh? I'll take you in less than 1 round. Why, after our fight, it'll be Burley Sullivan the champ and Speed McFarland chump.
Oh, yeah? Maybe you don't know it, but Gabby, Spider, May, Ann, and me bet all our money on me. Come on, May. Let's you and me go out for a walk.
Oh, Speed, you and May leaving?
Yeah, May and me is going out. We ain't had no road work today.
Well, have fun. Hello, Burley.
Hello, Ann. Say, Ann, have you read this magazine?
Magazine?
Yeah. Read it, Ann.
Sullivan is a strange mixture of 2 personalities. His love for animals brings out the almost feminine tenderness of his peculiar nature, which becomes overridden by the killer instinct which is paramount in the ring.
You know, Ann, if that's true, I can't fight.
I don't have to read magazines to find that out.
I don't want to be a Jekyll and Hyde.
Who the heck are they?
Don't you know about Jekyll and Hyde?
Well, how should I? I ain't no baseball fan.
It's the good and bad natures in man struggling. If the bad gets on top, you just stay bad.
Well, your struggles are over.
Oh, I'm glad you see it that way, Ann. I'll never fight again.
What?
Huh?
Say that again.
Well, it just came to me. Suppose the killer instinct got the upper hand. Why, I might go on killing one man after another in the ring. I might even grow to hate animals, abuse them. I won't do it. I'm going to fight this killer in me.
I've always said reading doesn't get you anywhere.
Oh, gee, boss, come in quick.
Gabby, something's got Burley. He's slightly off the beam.
Yeah, 2 guys named Heckle and Hyde have been talking to him.
They got him cuckoo. That's right, Gabby. My career is ended. You'll understand, Gabby.
All I understand is that everybody's gone nuts.
Wish you wouldn't yell so hard.
I'll yell my head off.
It's no use trying to bully me.
I'll bully anyone I...
Watch your blood pressure, Gabby. You and Spider better get out. Let Mama talk to him.
Come on, Spider. We'll go to my room and get plastered.
Yeah, that suits me right down to the ground.
I'll give you a ring.
If I'm still conscious, I'll answer it.
You know, Burley, I think the trouble is that none of us have understood you.
Yeah, but you understand me, don't you, Ann?
I hope so, Burley. You know, I think you're one of those strong characters who hide their power under a cloak of sweetness.
Uh-huh. I was a Sagittarius baby, you know.
I would have guessed. That explains a lot.
It does?
Oh, yes. Sagittarius people are fighters.
Maybe that explains the killer instinct.
Ah, then you felt it.
Well, no, not exactly, but remember what happened to Dr. Jekyll?
As if it were yesterday. But was he a Sagittarius? No, Burley. He was a Capricorn. Evil came before strength. He couldn't win. You can.
You really think so?
Prove it to yourself.
You mean go on with the fight, huh?
I mean step into that ring Monday night, sure that your better side will assert itself. For you have a Leo behind you now.
I have?
Me, Burley. Gabby's never found it out, but I'm a Leo.
Oh. Well, I'll never tell him.
Don't tell anybody. With the softening influence of Leo to guide you, the danger's gone. Sagittarius and Leo in the same ring. It almost overwhelms me.
Oh, me too, Ann. But don't let it. I'm myself again.
You'll go through with the fight, Burley?
I'll do it, Ann. I'll do it for you.
Oh, good.
What's that?
Sounds like a dog.
Oh, it's Maisie, the dog they gave me in Duluth. I know her voice. She needs me.
Go to her, Burley. She understands, too.
Well, Burley sure is supremely confident. After all, it's really difficult to overcome Sagittarius and Leo. Don't you think so, Bob?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Harold. I was thinking.
Well, what are you looking so serious about?
Well, it's Sunday, isn't it?
Yes.
So it behooves me to give some advice on things that usually happen on Sunday.
Like, for instance?
Well, all right. Folks, suppose Junior has made a soldier hat with your favorite section of the Sunday paper before you've even read it. Don't make him stand in the corner all day, Pop. We always say...
Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold.
Yes, smokers, an Old Gold is always good news, thanks to its swell extra flavor, plus its special protection against cigarette dryness. And here's why.
You see, Old Gold's grand blend of fine tobaccos, with its touch of costly, extra fragrant Latakia tobacco, is specially conditioned with apple honey to help retain the natural moisture, to help prevent cigarette dryness. So, for a better, keener, tastier smoke, light an Old Gold.
But friends, please remember, even though we're producing all cigarettes possible without sacrificing any of Old Gold's quality, the men and women in our armed forces get first consideration. However, we're doing our utmost to assure fair distribution of all remaining Old Golds. So, if you must be content with substitute brands today, be content to know that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may have Old Golds. And now back to the third act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, The Milky Way, starring Robert Walker, Jimmy Gleason, Eve Arden, and Nat Pendleton. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, it's the night of the big championship fight. They've all bet their last dime on Speed McFarland, the champion. Gabby and Spider are in Speed's corner. Ann and May are at the ringside. The main event is about to start.
And the fight is on. The champion comes out like a tiger. He's right on top of Sullivan. The champ lets go with a vicious left of the chin. Sullivan ducks. For just a moment, folks. The crowd's in an uproar. Everybody's on his feet. I can't see a thing. I'm not sure, folks, but I think the fight is all over. Yes, it is over. It's a knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, Speed McFarland was knocked out in just 16 seconds of the first round. We have a new middleweight champion of the world, Burley Sullivan.
But it must have happened, Speed. It says the same in all the morning papers. You want to hear what Grant Rice says?
No, I don't give a hoop what anybody says.
Well, some of them says they wrote up every type out.
Mind if I come in? Hello, Speed.
Hello, May.
How do you feel, darling?
Well, pretty awful, I guess.
Have you seen Burley? No one's seen him since the fight, and I've got to find him.
Oh, don't worry, honey. He'll turn up.
Oh, it may be too late, Speed. I've got to tell you something, but I can't until I've talked to Burley.
There's one thing I want you to tell me right now. Are you and me all washed up after last night?
Oh, you shouldn't say that, Speed. Why, I love you more than I ever did.
Gee, that cheers a guy up. Kiss me, honey.
That's right. Go on with your own selfish pleasures. Never mind what happens to me.
Who is it? What happens to you?
Yes, what happens to me? Hey, ask me, am I... We're all dead broke, and am I all right, is all I want to know.
Oh. Ann, have you seen Burley?
Come in.
It's me, Burley, the new champ. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Lammy Pie.
Oh, Burley, where have you been?
Attending to business. I haven't been to bed yet. How are you, Speed?
Oh, I'm all right, thanks.
I've almost recovered from the fight, too.
You have? What happened to you?
Well, just as we start fighting, Speed starts making a haymaker. I duck. Speed misses. Then I straighten up and my head hits Speed full on the jaw. That's when I bit my tongue, and gee, it hurts, too.
Burley, I simply must know. What did you do with that money?
Oh, that? Oh, you're going to be surprised.
What money?
Yeah, well, you see, Speed, May and I have always had a joint bank account. Oh, when you gave her all that money to save, she put it in our account.
Speed, did you give her your dough?
Well, he gave me $12,000 to save for our wedding. That's what I had to tell you, Speed. When I went to draw the money out yesterday to bet on you, it was gone.
You mean the whole $12,000?
Burley, do you know anything about that money?
Yeah, May. I drew it out.
Well, where is it?
I bet it.
What?
Well, you see, after Ann explained it all to me, you know, about Sagittarius and Leo, I drew the $12,000 out of the bank and bet it on myself, and I won.
What? You bet on yourself? What time was this?
Just before the fight.
The odds then was 4-1 against you. Hey, we got 48 grand. We'll run it up to 50.
It looks like Speed's dough, Gabby, so put your chisel back in the toolbox.
Don't be an ingrate. Now, look, here's the layout.
I don't want to interrupt, but maybe I'd better say something. I invested all the money.
You what?
Burley, how could you?
Oh, there's millions in it, May. We'll be rich. Like Ann says, Sagittarius and Leo are the money stars.
And you and your constellations.
Well, can I help it if he bought the Milky Way?
That's it, Ann. You've hit it.
Huh?
That's what we'll call it. The Milky Way. That's a great name for the dairy.
Dairy? What dairy?
The one I used to work for. I bought it this morning.
Hey! Wait a minute. There's an angle there. I want to get out of the fight racket. We'll sell milk. Speed, get the reporters on the phone. Gabby Sloane's milk will be plastered on every front page in the country.
Not Gabby Sloane's milk. Burley Sullivan's milk.
What difference does it make? Whose milk it is?
Some people prefer cows.
Say, what's the output of this dairy?
1,000 gallons a day.
We'll cut the milk and make it 2,000.
Oh, the milk business is a swell investment. I understand it's good for a long pull.
Speed, you and May can get married now and work in a dairy.
Well, I have plans, too, for Burley and me. We're going to get married.
Oh, gosh. And maybe in a year or two, we'll have a little son. And I've got a wonderful name picked out for him, too. Just think, Ann. Leo Sagittarius Sullivan.
Now, this is Harold Lloyd,
Robert Walker,
Jimmy Gleason,
Eve Arden,
And Nat Pendleton.
saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Dick Hames and Betty Rhodes in You Can't Ration Love. See you then.
Jimmy Gleason will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture Captain Eddie. Eve Arden is currently working in Warner Brothers' Mildred Pierce. Folks, nothing is more important for the morale of millions of American servicemen and women overseas than letters from home. But to be sure that letters get there quicker, use V-mail. V-mail conserves critical space. V-mail is ideal for short, frequent letters. V-mail is inexpensive. It flies overseas for only 3 cents. So when you write again, use V-mail. V-mail forms may be obtained at your local post office free. And now until next Sunday evening, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobacco is conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and gives you more smoking pleasure. And listen to Old Gold's other great new show, Which is Which, with Ken Murray as MC, Richard Himber's orchestra, and famous stage, screen, and radio personalities, or their reasonable facsimiles. Tune in Wednesday night on another network. Consult your newspaper for time and station. And now this is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars and the greatest comedies. Tonight's musical comedy, the radio version of the Paramount Picture success, You Can't Ration Love, starring Dick Hames and Betty Rhodes. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. An interesting letter from a listener, and I quote, "Dear Mr. Lloyd, I'm not a grumbler, and I can prove it. I haven't a drop of gasoline in my car, and I'm willing to walk 2 miles to the market. I don't have any points to buy meat, so my husband and I will eat eggs for the next 2 weeks. We don't mind rationing at all. My only concern is the rumor that the senators in Washington are considering a bill to ration love. Don't let them do it, Mr. Lloyd. That's asking for too much." Unquote. Madam, you're in capable hands. I introduce you to a great star who is going to fight your battle in You Can't Ration Love, Dick Haymes.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
Dick, I understand that you're being co-starred with Betty Grable in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Billy Rose's Diamond Horseshoe.
That's right.
And, Dick, I understand that you do a lot of scenes there where you kiss Grable.
That's right.
Well, what about Harry James?
Oh, I'm sorry, but he's not my type.
Hardly. Dick, you know that you play a college man in our show tonight. And there's a very lovely co-ed who's going to play opposite you.
Oh?
I'm referring to the little girl who played the lead in the picture, You Can't Ration Love, and is the first lady of television, Betty Rhodes. Betty, how do you feel about going to college again? I mean in the play.
Oh, I'm very happy about it, Harold. Especially when I discovered that I'm majoring in Hames. Hames. I understand we have several love scenes.
And I had to be a comedian. Well, on with the show, which in this instance is quite a departure from our usual run of plays. You see, it's a musical about a new world, the Hepcat world, and it starts of all places in a movie theater. The feature picture has just ended, and it's time for the newsreel. Let's hear what the newscaster says.
Hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Love is being rationed at Adams College, the oldest co-ed school in America. Statistics show that in 1941, there was an equal number of male and female students, and everybody was happy. In 1942, the ratio changed from 3 women to every man. And the girls began to wear skirts that were shorter, and the vogue for sweaters reached its peak. And in 1945... Did you hear a man's voice in that crowd? No? Well, there is one. Listen.
My name is John Simpson. I am one of the 5 men left at Adams College.
You are? Oh, you are? Well, why haven't you registered with the Love Ration Board? Hey, girls, we got another candidate for the Love Machine.
Do you need a machine now?
Well, you see, it's just a gadget that registers your point value. Bubbles here kisses you, and the love pressure gauge records how many ration points you're worth.
The higher it goes, the more points you're worth. 15 points is normal.
But you can't ration love.
Oh, no? Well, listen, small, weak, and droopy, you're now listed as a commodity shortage.
Ooh. With a triple X priority.
Well, what's the X for?
Exceptional.
All right, now step on the machine, and here we go. Only 2 points. You aren't even an amateur. Well, Bubbles, here it's a week since love rationing started, and already I'm out of points.
Well, Nat, you've been dating that beautiful hunk of man Pete Jordan all week, and, honey, he takes a lot of points. Now, you take 2 points, Simpson.
They ought to call him 3 Point Simpson. His head comes to a point, too.
I think he's cute.
in a gruesome sort of way.
You do? Well, now look, give me 3 reasons.
Well, the first is he's a man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the other 2 reasons don't count.
Say, you know, that gives me an idea. If I can remodel that 2-point character into, say, a 25-point item and then farm him out to the other girls, I can make 23 points profit per date. Then I can own Pete Jordan.
But that's black marketing. Oh, well, excuse me, I've a high priority down at Lilac Lane.
Who's a lucky fella,
Any fellow I can find.
huh? Say, Lilac Lane. Bubbles, you're a genius. Just the place to build up that 2-point Simpson into a 25-point number. Ever been down to Lilac Lane before, Simp? I mean, Johnny?
No, I haven't, Miss Hammond. Now, as I was saying, oxygen and fluorine form no compound, but oxygen and chlorine...
Oh, what a night for romance. Why, it's everywhere. Oh, Johnny, it's in the air. Can't you smell it?
That's not romance, that's fertilizer. I think we'd better go back.
Oh, now, wait a minute. The poor horse likes it here. You know, the green grass and quiet and the moonlight.
Did you say something? Oh, pardon me.
You know, John, you remind me of my father. You're so shy and so gentle and so fine.
Please, Miss Hammond, you're crushing my tie. Besides, it's 8:30.
Love has no hours.
That is a scientific inaccuracy.
So I'm working overtime.
What's that?
Bubbles must have discovered a man.
But that sounded like a wolf howl.
Well, that's one way of warning the pack to stay away. Let's listen to him, Johnny. It may help you. Bubbles' boyfriend, Cupid, really knows how to pitch that woo.
Now, Cupid, say nice things to me.
You mean right here?
Oh, certainly.
I don't want to.
Say nice things to me.
All right, Bubbles, but first put that club away, will you?
There. Now, let's hear 'em.
You're so beautiful. You're tender. You're so fine. So far, so good. I mean, so fair. Oh, gee.
Now, say it with your eyes open.
Oh, you're so fine, so gentle, so kind, so...
Oh, Cupid, you're so strong. You overwhelm me.
I do?
Oh, kiss me. More. Oh, you beast, you! More!
Honey, you're holding me so tight I can hardly move my arms.
How can you say that, you brute, you? Oh, why is it that some girls get all the romantic fellas? Now, you take Betty. Her boyfriend is so fierce, so wonderful, so soft, so romantic, and so virile.
Said I was virile.
Well, you are, Johnny. Tell me about yourself. I know so little about you.
Well, I come from a long line of professors. I tutor in Greek mythology and in trigonometry.
My, but you've lived. And we have so little time to discover each other, Johnny.
Yes, it is getting late, isn't it?
Johnny, do you always go to bed at 9 o'clock?
No. Sometimes I go to bed at 9:15.
Well, in that case, Johnny, I'd better sing you a lullaby. You're completely unaware, dear, that my heart is in your hand. So for love's sake, won't you listen and try to understand? I prove to you this love is real. You're mean to me more than you mean to be. You just can't seem to see the way I feel when I am close to you. The world seems far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can't seem to say I want you so, more than you ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you.
Oh, Betty, that was awful pretty. You know, I used to sing in the church choir.
Oh, really, Johnny? Well, that makes you a natural for the Adams College varsity show.
Well, what do I have to do?
Just sing like Dick Ames.
And now back to Harold Lloyd and tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, You Can't Ration Love, starring Dick Ames and Betty Rose. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Kaiser builds ships, Douglas builds planes, and Betty is building a high-point groove character out of a low-point square. According to the jargon of the Hepcats, it means she's making a glamour boy out of 2-Point Simpson. Thus far, she has sold him the idea of wearing a zoot suit with a replete. The scholarly Simpson is completely bewildered as Betty continues her campaign to make him a 30-point man.
Now, what's that?
Well, that's a rhythm ballad?
Oh, no, Johnny. That's a jump tune. Now, dig this.
Do what?
Dig it, boy. Watch this.
That's, top pop. That's the kind that the slick chicks like.
Right, man. Now you gated up.
Gated up?
Yeah, that means you know the score. You're hip. You're now a full-fledged groove character.
Well, then send me solid with that last lesson, The Art of Lovemaking, huh?
Hey, Johnny Simpson, I never taught you that. Where did you learn that?
Well, I've been studying nights. Besides, if inorganic compounds can get that way, why can't we?
Let's put it to music at tonight's rehearsal, Gee, Bubbles, look out front.
Yeah, the whole female population of Adams is out for tonight's rehearsal. I'm a great press agent, and I love to be pressed.
Yes, and they've all got that hungry look.
After what I told them, they'll eat 2-Point Simpson up. Do you know what he's selling on the black market? He's selling for 5 points more than beautiful hunk of man Jordan.
Bubbles, you gotta go out and tell the girls he's off the market.
Oh, I've sold too much stock to tell those she-wolves that. Well, you've enough points to start your own OPA.
Well, he's off the market. It's final. Give him back their ration points.
Oh, I get it. You're in love with him yourself.
Well, what if I am?
All right, but I'm going to need police protection.
Hello, chicken. What's kicking?
Oh. Hiya, Gator. See you later.
Hiya, Bub. Feeling groovy tonight?
Well, aren't you the solid cinder?
Reet. Icky. Gee, it's wonderful. No one talks English anymore.
Well, look out front. The co-eds in wolves' clothing are awaiting your performance.
Betty, I want you to know how I feel about, well, About a lot of things, since you took me in hand.
Well, Johnny, it's all right.
Oh, no, I owe you an awful lot. I don't know why you've been doing all this for me. Oh, that sounds like my cue, Jackson.
Well, you're really solid, Simpson. Go on out and send them.
Ah, if my heart could only find a voice. Ah, me, if my heart could only find a voice. She'd hear something new and thrilling. Would she but bestow a willing promised kiss of springtime that makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star. Oh, the dearest things that I know are what you are. Happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are.
Johnny, oh me, oh my. Give me. Oh, man, isn't he grand?
Oh, please, girls. Let go of my clothes. Let go of me.
When do we get a date?
I'm all dated up.
You sure are. I've got you for 30 points Monday.
You're mine for Tuesday night, lover boy.
What's this all about?
Haven't you heard? 30-point Simpson. You're the new love potion on the market.
I'm what?
Love potion. Oh, Johnny, drug me.
I'm sorry, Johnny. Believe me, I am.
So, I'm the square you've built into a groove character, huh? And you sold me on the black market for 25 points.
30, Johnny. But I tried to buy him back.
Yeah, I'll bet you did. You with your ration book full of extra points and your shopping bag full of that ham steak Pete Jordan.
But, Johnny, if you'll only let me explain, I'll tell you exactly
nothing.
why.
Goodbye.
But, Johnny, where are you going?
I'm going down to the drugstore and get me a malted. A double malted.
Oh, Harold.
Yes?
You look a little tired.
Well, this radio business is pretty exacting. Rehearsals at all hours of the day. Matter of fact, I was at the studio this morning at 7 a.m.
But that's not so bad, Harold.
Just imagine yourself this morning, right out of bed. You've got to get to work bright and early, and you're in an awful rush.
Oh, but just suppose your shoelaces are tied up in big knots, and you can't untie them to save your life. Well, listen, friend, don't go to work in your stockings. Just remind yourself to say,
"Why be irritated? Light an old gold."
Yes, indeed, smokers. You're stepping into real enjoyment when you get the swell extra flavor of an old gold. Plus, it's special protection against cigarette dryness. You see,
Old Gold's grand blend of fine tobaccos, including a touch of costly, fragrant Latakia tobacco, is specially conditioned with apple honey to help preserve natural moisture, to help prevent cigarette dryness. So, for a better, keener, zestier smoke, light an Old Gold.
But friends, please remember, while we're producing all the cigarettes possible without sacrificing any of Old Gold's quality, the men and women in our armed forces get first consideration. However, we're doing our level best to assure fair distribution of all remaining Old Golds. So, if you must be content with substitute brands today, be content to know that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may have Old Golds. And now to Act 3 of You Can't Ration Love, starring Dick Hames and Betty Rhodes. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
My advice to any senator who will listen is you can't ration love. Ask Betty, she's an authority. The career of 2 Point Simpson has skyrocketed. His last black market quotation was 70 points, with plenty of takers, and the end isn't in sight. Heavenly Simpson, as he is now called, has become a recluse and dares not venture out after dark. He even wears dark glasses and a false beard to disguise himself. He hates women, and particularly Betty.
Well, I warned you, Betty, that falling in love is no joke, especially if you've fallen as many times as I wish I had.
Gee, Bubbles, I've just got to see Johnny, but I can't get near him long enough to explain.
Oh, you've fallen for that goon boy, haven't you? Well, just leave it to Mother.
What's cooking, Bubbles?
You know that scene in the last act of the show where Johnny sings to you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the marriage scene, in the grand finale, why don't I get a real judge to play the part and marry both of you on stage? Can I go with you on the honeymoon?
Hey, wait a minute. What about a marriage license?
Well, in this state, only one person needs to apply.
Yeah, but what happens to the actor who plays the role of the judge?
Ah, leave him to me. I'll take care of him.
But what are you going to get? Where are you going to get a real judge?
It so happens that I know a judge who was once a character actor at Paramount.
So?
Well, he married so many people in pictures that he decided to go into the business for himself. See, Judge, there he is on the other side of the stage. Oh, he's the most unhappy man in the world.
Why?
Well, ever since he began to sing like Dick Hames, he's had no private life of his own.
That's so. Well, what do you want me to do?
Well, see that girl over there, the one standing next to him?
Yeah.
Well, she's very much in love with him, and he's very much in love with her, but they're both very stubborn people.
Yes. Well, I'm not in the habit of marrying stubborn people.
Oh, but they should get married. They'll be very happy once they do.
That ain't the way I heard it. Well, now, what do you want me to do again?
Well, you've got to marry them fast during the mock wedding ceremony and the grand finale. And this is it.
Oh, you mean on stage?
Yes. Oh, you're not afraid, are you?
Oh, say, it's a good thing I've got my union card. Paid up, too.
Oh, go ahead, Judge. There's your cue.
Lucky thing I didn't forget my book. See, she's a pretty nice-looking gal. Not a bad-looking boy, either. All right, hold hands. That's it. Now, young man, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife?
What are you doing on this stage?
Came to marry you.
Go on, Judge. That's a great start.
Now, young man, do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
No.
Well, this is very confusing. Now, let's start again. Let's start again here. Young lady, do you take this young woman or this young man here to be your lawfully wedded husband?
Yes.
Well, that's 50%.
But if he doesn't want to marry me, I don't want to marry him.
Simpson, you'd better off be married. There's a pack of she-males out there just waiting to tear you limb from limb. I don't know why.
Is that so? I'll have you know that I...
Oh, well, we're progressing here. That's 75%. Now, do you, John Simpson, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife? Say I do.
Now, look, I don't like you.
You don't have to. You ain't me marrying me. I wouldn't marry you. You're too skinny.
Now, wait a minute, Judge. You're talking about the man I love.
It turned into a spite campaign. You really hate me, Simpson?
I do.
There, you said it. And do you, Betty Hammond, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband, for better or for worse?
I'll take him just as he is, Judge.
And you can have him. I now pronounce you man and wife.
Gosh, I'm a married man.
And, Johnny, I wouldn't sell you for 100 points.
You are the angel glow that lights a star.
The dearest things I know are what you are.
Someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are
Now, this is Harold Lloyd.
Dick Ames.
And Betty Rhodes.
Saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Burgess Meredith and Paulette Goddard in Standing Room Only. See you then.
You Can't Ration Love was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of the picture Practically Yours. Dick Ames can be heard in his own program, Everything for the Boys, sponsored by Autolite. And now until next Sunday evening, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobacco is conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and gives you more smoking pleasure. And listen to Old Gold's other great new show, Which is Which, with Ken Murray as MC, Richard Himber's orchestra, and famous stage, screen, and radio personalities, or their reasonable facsimiles. Tune in Wednesday night on another network. Consult your newspaper for time and station. This is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, the radio version of the Paramount Picture success, Standing Room Only, starring Paulette Goddard and Burgess Meredith. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is the radio version of the Paramount picture Standing Room Only. And our stars, well, to take the lady first, and who wouldn't when the lady happens to be Paulette Goddard. And here's one of her closest relations, Burgess Meredith.
Hello, Harold. Well, here I am, ready to do my best for dear old Rutgers.
Old Gold.
Oh, yeah, sorry, dear old Gold.
And a very fine best it is, Burgess, remembering your magnificent performances in Winterset, Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Spare my blushes.
Sure.
Well, you don't have to believe me.
I hear you. What I want to know is, where's Paulette?
Paulette? Oh! Paulette got it, yeah. Well, she's out in the wings. You see, she's a good wife. She always allows me to make the first entrance.
She does, huh?
Yeah.
Better get her in here quick.
You really want her? Paulette! Come out here, once!
Coming, Burgess.
And put that whip away. Hello, Harold.
Hello, Paulette.
Hello, Harold.
Hello, Paulette.
Monotonous conversation. How about getting on with the play?
Huh? Play?
Yeah.
Oh, play. Oh, yeah. Standing room only, in which you, Burgess, take the part of Lee Stevens, general manager of the Todd Toy Works.
See.
You're engaged to Alice Todd.
The boss's daughter?
That's right.
Cunning of me.
And Paulette, you're Jane Rogers, Lee Stevens' brand new secretary. You've never been a secretary before, but you wanted so much to work for Mr. Stevens that you took the job without any experience.
Yes.
You've flown ahead to Washington, where Lee is following you. He's coming to Washington to see a Mr. Ritchie, head of OPB, about converting the Todd Toy Works into small arms manufacture for the Army. And as the play opens, we see Lee Stevens enter the lobby of a Washington hotel.
Clerk!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a reservation. My name's Lee Stevens.
Lee Stevens? Those reservations were canceled.
Canceled? I didn't cancel them.
Your secretary did.
My secretary?
Yes, she objected to the accommodations. The rooms were too small and there was no bath.
Well, never mind that. I'll take them.
I'm sorry. I've already given them to Prince Starenberg of Nalabar. He doesn't need a bath.
How soon can you give me something?
Well, next Tuesday I may be able to give you some space in the billiard room.
Behind the 8-ball, no doubt.
Mr. Stevens! Mr. Stevens!
Hello, who are you? Oh, are you Miss Rogers?
Yes, I am.
You canceled my room reservations here? Why?
Well, they were awfully dinky, and they looked out on an alley.
Has anybody ever told you that Washington happens to be very crowded these days?
Oh, well, I didn't want them to think they were putting anything over on you.
The only thing I want put over me is a roof.
Oh, well, I'll find you something right away.
Now remember, we don't need a royal suite. Any place with a bed, 2 beds, will do.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
It's a nice nightclub we're in.
It's not crowded either.
Oh, I did try to get rooms, but... Uh-oh, there's the waiter again.
Your bill, sir.
I didn't ask for it.
It's late, sir. It's 2 o'clock.
Let's not be narrow-minded about it. We'll have another drink.
The bar is closed, sir.
I see. Bring us a sandwich.
The kitchen's closed. The chef has gone home. The orchestra's gone home. I should go home. It's time for people to go to bed.
Tell me. Tell me. What's the situation where you live? Any extra room?
Yeah, I have a 4-room flat and 11 kids.
And you want to go home?
Let's just say that I'm expected, huh?
Waiter, listen, old pal. Can you suggest any place for us to go?
Yes, sir, I can, but we ain't allowed to talk to the customers that way.
It's raining.
I know. Where do you think I'm from, California?
Pretty dry. It's dry under this statue, though. I'm awfully glad I found it.
Yes, this is an ideal spot for a contortionist. I never thought I'd be sleeping under General Grant and his horse.
He was a great general. Mind if I push over a little?
All right, move over.
Oh, dear. Oh, Mr. Stevens, did you fall off the pedestal?
No. I was playing paratrooper and I bailed out.
You better get up.
I know.
You'll catch cold.
No, I already have.
Oh, dear. This is all my fault, isn't it? Mr. Stevens, I'm going to make it all up to you.
How? No, don't answer me that.
Well, I had an idea earlier this evening, but I just didn't think that...
I know you didn't think.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, don't get excited. Now, you wait right here, and I'll come back for you as soon as I find some rooms. Don't be lonesome.
I won't. You see? I have plenty of company.
This is the place I found. Rented. It's in the back, but it does have a private entrance and...
How much?
Oh, we're getting $125 a month.
You're getting?
Giving.
Oh, well, it's all right. It's not the Ritz, but it's warm.
Isn't it, though? This is the living room and the bedroom.
It's a nice big double bed. Whose room is this?
Ours.
What?
Oh, I'll sleep in the living room on the sofa.
All right, Jane. You've done all right. Finding this place makes up for a lot.
Oh, thanks. I'll be back in a minute. I have to go to see our landlord.
All right.
Come in. Come in. Well, I'm certainly glad to see you, my dear. How do you like your quarters?
Oh, they're very nice, thank you.
Your husband like them?
Oh, yes, Mr. Cromwell.
Good.
And now remember, Mr. Cromwell, you said that if we didn't like the job, we could leave in the morning.
Oh, my dear, don't even mention such a thing. You like it here. If there's anything you don't like, we'll correct it. Cooks and butlers aren't very easy to get, you know. Like a drink?
Thank you.
Yeah. Here you are. I must say, we never had a cook like you, even at peacetime.
But I haven't cooked anything for you yet.
We still never had a cook like you. Here's to good housekeeping. Major should be home soon.
The Major?
My wife. She's head of the Plops.
Plops?
Yes, a group of ladies who've adopted the paratroopers. Perhaps I should tell you, we breakfast at 5:45 in the morning.
5:45?
The Major likes to keep the same hour as the troops in the field. You said you have no uniforms of your own, so I brought these out. Some of the other servants we've had left them. Let me see. No, this is too large. Perhaps this. You hold it at the top, and I'll see if it's too long. A little. I'll turn it up a bit.
Thank you.
As long as you have nice legs, there's no use cover them, you see. Yes, no, indeed. No, sir, as I always say...
Mr. Cromwell, there's someone at the door.
Yes, I always say, let's not hide our blessings.
Ira, what are you doing?
Oh, hello, dear. Just fixing her hem.
I didn't know you were interested in sewing.
Oh, I'm not. I was only interested in holding up her skirt. Getting it the right length. You see, this is our new cook. Jane, this is the Major.
How do you do, Mrs. Cromwell? Major Cromwell.
Have you references?
Oh, she's married, Harriet. Her husband's our new butler.
Really? Well, let's see him.
Oh, but you can't.
Why not?
Well, he has a cold. He's in bed.
Have you seen him, Ira?
No.
Well, the man may be an invalid. Go along with Jane and take a look at him. Report back to me.
Aye, sir. Come along. Yes, he is in bed. Hello there. I just came to see how you were.
This is Mr. Cromwell.
Hello.
Mr. Cromwell, just wanted to say hello. Now, you'd better go to sleep now.
So long, Cromwell. Thanks for looking in.
Not at all, not at all. By the way, we're planning on having a few people in tomorrow night. I trust you'll be fit.
A party?
Nothing elaborate,
I see. Well, I'll try to make it, but don't count on me. I imagine I'll be tired.
Well then, perhaps I'd better postpone it until the next night.
Oh, now that's nice of you, but I can't really commit myself that far in advance.
You can't? I see. Well, Jane will tell you about things. Breakfast is at 5:45.
What?
My wife's in war work, you see.
My apologies to your wife, but I think I'll skip it.
Oh, I'll be there, Mr. Cromwell. I love to get up early.
Thank you, Jane. Good night.
That's a queer duck, isn't he? Seemed annoyed when I turned down breakfast. What on earth's that?
What?
I thought I heard something buzz.
You're cold.
Oh, yeah. Now, wait a minute. There's something wrong here. What's that gadget there? A wall. It buzzes. There's a little tag on it. It says master bedroom.
I guess somebody wants somebody in the master bedroom.
You mean somebody up there wants somebody in here?
Uh-huh. You see, I couldn't get any rooms, and this was the only way, and we can quit in the morning, Mr. Stevens.
Quit? You mean I've been hired as a
butler?
I'm general manager of a firm employing 1,700 people. Me that's here to put through a contract involving millions. Me, a butler. I'm getting out right now. Still raining, isn't it? Well, so long as you made the deal, I guess we can stay until morning.
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Now, while the curtain is down on Act One, Bob Williams lifts another curtain on one of life's little problems.
Well, when you're trying to take a nap Sunday afternoon and some junior virtuoso is howling away on a saxophone next door, oh, don't shoot a bazooka through the wall. Take hold of yourself and say,
Why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Of course. Yes, and you sure hit the right notes in pleasure and comfort when you light a fine cigarette, especially today. But only if your cigarette is not harsh, hot, and dry. So get this.
To help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's fine tobaccos are conditioned with a special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey, made from the juice of fresh apples.
Yes, and in addition, to give you a smoke of rare bouquet and extra flavor, Old Gold's unique blend of many choice tobaccos is enriched with costly imported Latakia tobacco.
So it stands to reason. A cigarette with that much extra flavor, plus extra protection against cigarette dryness, must be really something special.
And smokers, Old Gold is something special. First chance you get, just try a pack. And remember, when things get a bit off key, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. And now back to Harold Lloyd and tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Standing Room Only, starring Paulette Goddard and Burgess Meredith. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Washington, as you have heard, is a crowded city. So that when Lee Stevens got there to see a man about a contract, his secretary, Jane Rogers, could find rooms only by hiring herself and Lee out as cook and butler at the Cromwell home. And that's where we find them, the next morning.
Good coffee, Miss Rogers.
Oh, your voice is much better.
Thank you.
Did you sleep well?
Yep. At least it's a shelter until I can see Richie and find out how long I have to be in Washington.
Oh, I'm glad you feel that way about it this morning, Mr. Stevens. I was afraid I'd done the wrong thing last night.
Oh, no, not at all. Well, as long as I'm still the butler, I suppose I've got to ask that funny little man for the day off. Know where he is?
I just left him in the library, and when I say left him, I mean it.
Well, I imagine this is the first time he ever had a cook who looked like Miss Atlantic City.
Oh, well, that's very flattering, Mr. Stevens.
Call me Lee.
Oh, Lee, before you go, you know, we were hired as a couple.
Yes, you told me.
You'll find that Mr. Cromwell thinks we're married.
I see. While we're at it, did you tell him anything else I ought to know?
Oh, no.
That's good.
Oh, yes, there was something else.
I was afraid of that.
I told him our name was Rogers.
That's quite a vital point. It helps if you know what your name's supposed to be. I'll go try it out. Books. Must be a library. Well, the phone. Let's see. A long distance, please. Yep. Hello? I want to put through a person-to-person call to T.J. Todd, T-O-D-D. Yes, Todd's Toys, Lamont, Indiana. Yes. This is Capital 7409. That's right. I'll hold it. Hello, Cromwell.
Well. Good morning, Rogers. How do you feel this morning?
Shh. Long distance.
What?
Hello? Yes, hold the wire, please. Cromwell, I mean Mr. Cromwell. This call is kind of personal. Do you mind,
What? Why,
Just,
no.
I want to see you when I finish. Where'll you be?
Oh, I'll come back. I'll be in the living room.
Good. Hello, Mr. Todd.
Where have you been? I tried your hotel.
My secretary found accommodations elsewhere. We're at 7807 R Street. Now, listen, I haven't been able to talk to Richie yet. It may take some time.
Well, we can't hold off production indefinitely.
I know, but Richie's hard to get.
I don't care how hard he is to get. I want some action. Otherwise, I'll come down myself.
No, don't do that. I'll get to see him right away.
Well, Alice sends her love.
Alice who?
Alice Todd, you idiot.
Oh, your daughter. Well, that's nice of her.
Nice of her? You're engaged to her?
Am I? Oh, yes, of course I am. Yes, I remember now. Well, I better go now. Yep. Gotta get in and see Richie bright and early. Goodbye. Oh. Cromwell.
Yes?
I gotta have the day off.
The day off? You just came to work last night.
I'm sorry, but this is important.
Oh, you're not looking for another job?
No, I like it very much here if I can have the day off.
Oh, there won't be any trouble about that. You can have the day off.
Thank you.
Rogers, I want you to understand. I still am not copying, but don't you think you ought to wear more than a dressing gown and slippers when you come into this part of the house?
Very well, if that's the way you want it. However, the last place I worked, the people liked me to look informal. Toodle-doo. Toodle-doo there, Cromwell. Toodle-doo. But this is Tuesday. I had a definite appointment with Mr. Ritchie.
Sorry, Mr. Ritchie's busy.
I have an appointment with Mr. Ritchie.
Sorry, Mr. Ritchie's busy.
I have...
Sorry, Mr. Ritchie is busy.
Look, when I came in this office, I was a young man. I've got to see Mr. Ritchie.
Mr. Ritchie is very busy.
But I've been waiting for 3 days.
I know of one man who waited 3 weeks to see Mr. Ritchie.
Did he get in then?
No, he was drafted.
Lee, have you seen Ritchie?
Nope, but I could rebuild his waiting room from memory.
Well, he's coming here tonight for dinner.
Tonight? Here? Well, then I've got to get out of here.
Oh, no. When you wait on his table tonight, you can slip a note to him and then...
Jane, haven't you got me in enough trouble?
Well, you haven't been able to get to him any other way.
Well, that's true. It's crazy, but it might work. I haven't been able to phone Todd. I better send him a letter. The old boy might get restless. Will you take a letter, please, Jane?
Yes, Mr. Stevens. Wait till I turn down the stove.
Yes, you ready? Dear Mr. Todd, semicolon, although there's been a slight delay, comma, I think I'm in a position to assure you that by tonight at the very latest, dash. Am I going too fast for you?
No.
Let me look at your pad. What do you call that, wild hand?
It's a kind of system I use.
You mean that you just don't know shorthand?
Well, not exactly.
What kind of a secretary are you?
Well, I wasn't one till I got this job.
What did you do before you got this job?
I worked in the donkey department.
What did you do in the donkey department?
I pinned tails on the donkeys.
And that qualified you to work for me?
Oh, I wanted to work for you.
And why did you want to work for me?
Oh, there isn't a girl in the factory who wouldn't want to work for you, Lee. I mean, Mr. Stevens.
Oh. Well, you're very resourceful anyway. Anybody can learn shorthand, but they can't learn to be resourceful, can they?
Oh, I'm so happy.
And I'm glad you're happy.
Oh, I am. I've never been happier. Mr. Stevens, are you going to kiss me?
What do you think?
Did Miss Todd ever kiss you like that?
Who?
Miss Todd.
Oh, the girl I'm engaged to?
Mm-hmm.
Let's try not to think about her. Let's just do that again.
It's the front door, Mr. Stevens.
The devil with the front door, let Cromwell answer it.
Why, this doesn't look like a place where they rent rooms, Dad.
Well, this is the address, Alice. I'll ring again.
I'm sorry. My butler seems to have come in, won't you?
Oh, thanks. We want to see Mr. Stevens. My name is Todd, and this is my daughter, Alice.
Hello. But I'm afraid there's no Mr. Stevens here.
Well, do you know everybody in the house?
I think so. I frequently see the people in it. And you get to know them that way.
Well, Alice, this is very peculiar.
Cromwell, was that the front door?
Lee!
Yeah, there you are, Stevens.
Oh, but he isn't Stevens. He's my butler. Rogers is the name.
Fiddlesticks, his name's Stevens.
What is going on here?
My wife, Major Cromwell, Mr. Todd, and his daughter. Harriet, it seems Rogers isn't Rogers after all. He's Stevens.
Well, what is he, a criminal?
Lee, why are you wearing that monkey suit? And who's this?
Oh, you rang, Major?
Jane, what did you mean by telling me your name is Rogers when it's Stevens?
Stevens? Lee!
Yes, Miss Todd. She's his wife.
His wife? Lee, did you marry her?
No.
Lee, I don't understand any of this. Does this girl mean anything to you?
Well, yes, she does. She does.
Oh, Father, you're going to stand there and let me be insulted?
No, of course not. Lee, you're fired.
All right, I'm fired. Come on, Jane, let's go back to the servants' quarters where people are polite.
Oh, Father!
Ira, all I've asked of you is to run this house quietly and efficiently so I can come to have some peace when I come home from the office. You failed. You're not fit to accept responsibility. You're just not fit.
All right. All right. If that's the way you feel about it, I'll go home and live with Father.
Now, here's America's favorite homespun philosopher, Bob Williams, conducting another session in the Court of Marital Relations.
All right. Suppose you do want to go to the movies when you get home at night. And suppose the little woman doesn't want to go because she's seen every picture within a radius of 200 miles. Are you going to divorce her? No. My advice is just smile and say to yourself,
why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Yes, smokers, one double feature you really enjoy is real comfort and solid pleasure when you get the swell extra flavor of an Old Gold. Plus, it's special protection against cigarette dryness. Now, here's why.
Old Gold's superb blend of fine tobaccos, including a touch of costly, fragrant Latakia tobacco, is specially conditioned with apple honey. It helps preserve natural moisture, helps prevent cigarette dryness. So, for a better, keener, tastier smoke, light an Old Gold.
But please remember, while we're producing all the cigarettes possible without sacrifice to Old Gold's quality, our armed forces get first consideration. And of course, we're doing our best to assure fair distribution of remaining Old Golds. So if you must be content with substitute brands today, be content to know that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may have Old Gold. And now back to Harold Lloyd and Act 3 of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Standing Room Only, starring Paulette Goddard and Burgess Meredith. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
So we find Lee has been fired. He hasn't been able to see Richie yet, and at the moment in the kitchen, he doesn't seem to care because Jane is in his arms.
I didn't want you to lose your job just because of me.
Can you think of a better reason?
Well, but you'd become general manager, and Mr. Todd was going to make you his partner if you got the contract. And
Lee.
Todd, get out.
Now, don't lose your head. You're not fired. I just had to quiet Alice down. After all, she is my daughter. I couldn't have her losing face. I've just sent her back to the hotel. Confidentially, my boy, getting rid of her is the best break you ever had.
And the job is mine?
Of course it is. Now, what's all this trouble about getting to see Richie? Huh?
You can't see Richie.
Well, he's going to tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, Mr. Ritchie's coming here to dinner, and Lee's going to wait on table and speak to him.
Well, you may need some help. Lee, is there another one of those monkey suits around?
You're going to be a butler, too?
Well, two butlers are better than one. Give me a suit and we'll get myself hired, huh? Lee, you haven't been able to get to Richie, have you?
No. No, darn it, I haven't.
Well, go on upstairs and I'll send him up to you.
Well, how are you going to do that?
Richie will find out. Mr. Ritchie, your soup.
Oh, you've spilt the soup all over me. Clumsy fool, out of the butler. I'm dripping wet. What'd you do with my pants, Rogers?
I'll give you your pants when I finish talking to you.
What?
Mr. Ritchie, I want you to look at these plans.
I can't be bothered with plans. Will you give me my pants?
These plans deal with the conversion of the Todd Toy Works into munitions manufacture.
Will you give me those pants or won't you?
No, not until you sign with the Todd Toy Works.
Sign with it? Did you say Todd Toy Works?
I did.
But good Lord, man, I signed an order okaying that conversion 2 weeks ago.
You did?
Yes.
I owe you an apology. Here's your pants, Mr. Ritchie. Come on downstairs at once.
What for?
You can spill some soup on my lap.
Jane, kiss me.
What?
Kiss me.
Oh, dear. Oh, I'm sorry I dropped the duck, Major.
Oh, will someone remove this duck from my lap?
Leave it lay, darling. We got the order.
Oh, Lee!
Jane, I love you.
Oh, Lee, and I love you.
Nice.
Well, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm very sorry. But with the servant situation the way it is, you can see we have to allow them certain privileges.
Now, this is Harold Lloyd.
Paulette Goddard.
Burgess Meredith.
Saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents The Magnificent Dope, starring William Gargan, Tom Drake, and Janet Blair. See you then.
Standing Room Only was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. Paulette Goddard will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Kitty. And now until next Sunday evening, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light on Old Gold. Its tobacco is conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and gives you more smoking pleasure. And listen to Old Gold's other great new show, Which is Which, with Ken Murray as MC, Richard Himber's orchestra, and famous stage, screen, and radio personalities, or their reasonable facsimiles. This Wednesday, Virginia Bruce, Lou Holtz, Vaughn Monroe, George Raft, and the Old Gold mystery guest. Tune in Wednesday night on another network. Consult your newspaper for time and station. And now this is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Say, Chief. Say, Chief.
What is it, Pomeroy?
John Hamilton, one of your graduates, has just got a job as chief announcer on one of the big networks, and he's here to thank you in person.
Well, John, my boy, so you're a chief announcer.
Yes, Mr. Conway, I'm very happy about the whole thing.
Oh, brother.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, the 20th Century Fox success, The Magnificent Dope, starring William Gargan, Janet Blair, and Tom Drake. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's presentation, The Magnificent Dope, was originally a play by Joseph Schrank. Later, 20th Century Fox made it into a movie. The Magnificent Dope, like Gaul, is divided into 3 parts, namely Rockingham Conway, born a phony, played by William Gargan.
I operate a success school, Harold, the Conway School of Success. I instill confidence, leadership, and authority in my pupils.
And Conway's girl is Claire Harris, played by Columbia's young star, Janet Blair, who co-stars with Rita Hayworth and Lee Bowman in the Technicolor musical Tonight and Every Night.
That's right, Harold. I'm Conway's girl Friday, and I think he's pretty terrific.
And the third character is Tad Page, played by Tom Drake, Metro Golden Mayer's rising young star, currently appearing in This Man's Navy.
That's right, Harold. I played Tad Page, that magnificent dope. And I guess I am a dope because in this play I consider fishing nicer than Janet Blair.
Well, on with the show. Our story opens in the offices of a New York skyscraper, a building that is populated with doctors, lawyers, insurance agents, jewelers, and so forth. Side by side with these everyday business concerns are the offices of the Conway School of Success. At this very moment, Conway is seated behind his desk with Claire at his side. The great man is on the phone, trying to stave off one of his many creditors.
Now, all I'm asking, Mr. Collins, is a 90-day extension on my note. Yes, I know I'm behind in my payments, but I've been going through a period of expansion. As my great-uncle Daniel Webster Conway said, an expanding business is never a failing one.
You mean a failing business is never an expanding one?
Shut up, Claire. Oh, no, not you, Mr. Collins. Don't worry, Mr. Collins. You'll get your money. Have confidence in Conway. I'll call you in the morning, right? Goodbye. Creditors, the bane of big business.
Oh, stop it, Rocky. We're all alone now. Say, how many students have we actually got enrolled?
Well, 6 in Boston, 4 in Philadelphia, and 12 in New York.
That's 22. Well, it's enough for a football game. Shall we choose sides?
Stop joking, Claire. Believe me, honey, I'll come through with an idea that'll save us.
Can I come in, Chief?
Come in, Pomeroy. We leave it to Pomeroy, Claire. Pomeroy, what do you think of me?
You are great.
Yes?
Arresting.
Thank you.
Magnetic.
How nice.
Good for you, Pomeroy. Said like a real parrot.
Oh, Claire.
I wonder who that is. Oh.
A Western Union boy.
Some boy. Wearing a campaign ribbon from the Battle of Gettysburg.
Telegram, Mr. Conroy.
Thank you.
Collect 48 cents.
Here's a $50. Keep the change.
Oh, now my wife can have another baby.
What is it, Rocky?
We lost a student in Boston.
Oh, golly, that brings it down to 5. Oh, I tell you, Rocky, we can't go on this way. You'll never get anywhere just talking to people.
Oh, no, just watch this. Just a minute, old man. I want to speak to you.
You want to see me?
Yes, you. Claire, I'll show you what words can do. My friend, as I saw you come through that door just now, I said to myself, I wonder if that old man would like to be a success. Would you, Dad?
Well, you see, I'm...
Well, what's to prevent you? Nothing. Nothing in the world. Nothing except yourself. We've 10,000 like you, frightened, frustrated, defeated, lost in the whirlpool of failure.
You know, but you see...
You're in a rut, man, but have no fear. In 8 weeks, I can make you a self-confident, forceful, dynamic leader of men.
Yeah, but look, I was trying to tell you that...
All right, speak your piece. What is it you're trying to tell me?
I'm trying to tell you that I took your course last year.
I thought he looked familiar, Chief.
Now, there is a man who has leadership written all over him. Well, goodbye. Don't be discouraged. Last year, I gave you self-confidence. That will carry you a long way.
Yeah, last year I gave you $80. That'd have carried me a long way, too.
Oh, it's people like that who make my days so trying.
Yes, people like that make your day so trying. The lazy, shiftless type. No incentive.
Yes, but those are the people we've got to sell. Listen, Rocky. Hey, this gives me a great idea.
What is it?
You know who your next customer ought to be?
Who?
The biggest failure in the United States.
The biggest failure? Who can that be?
Well, I don't know who he is yet, but we'll find him. We'll run a nationwide contest. Think of the free publicity. Something new, something different. A contest to find the greatest failure in America.
Could be. Has possibilities.
Yes, has possibilities.
Now, after we find our failure, we'll put him through the course, follow him every step of the way, of course, photographs, interviews, magazine articles, and when he comes out on the other end of the line of success, everybody will know about the Conway School of Success.
Yes, and what's more, they'll say, if Conway can do it for him, he can do it for me.
Right, Chief. Exactly.
Claire, the more I think of it, the more I like my idea. There's only one thing wrong, the word failure. It's bad psychology.
Yes, bad psychology. Very bad.
I think the phrase ideal subject would be better. The Conway Ideal Subject Contest. How does that sound?
Sensational, Chief.
Yes.
Colossal.
Thank you.
Gigantic.
How nice. It'll be in the newspapers, on the billboards, over the radio. I can hear it now from coast to coast. Conway is on the air.
Ah, yes, I've got good news tonight. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, are you a failure? Has life passed you by? The Conway Ideal Subject Contest is open to every man and woman in America. Just listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. The first prize is $500 in cash, a trip to New York with all expenses paid. A free course of study in the Conway School of Success. And all you have to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to tell us in not 50 words or more a little bit about yourself. How old are you? Where do you live and what sort of work you do and what your ambitions are? Simple, isn't it? Anyone can do it. And as a matter of fact, I'm entering the contest myself.
Gentlemen, I wish to enter your contest. Now, about what I do for a living. I've got a few rowboats that people go fishing in, so I guess you could call me a boat renter-outer. Since there's fishing only in the summer, I don't do much during the winter except sit around and wait for summer. Sincerely yours, Thaddeus Winship Page.
Oh, this is terrible. This is simply awful. I never saw the like of it. Here we've gone through thousands of letters and not one applicant worthy of the title Conway Ideal Subject. What do you think of that, Pomeroy?
Just what you think, Chief. Not one applicant worthy of the title.
What do you think, Claire?
Say, here's something that looks like it has possibilities.
Yeah?
Midvale, New York. Just a minute, let me read this, Rocky. This is terrific. I don't do much during the winter except sit around and wait for the summer. Sincerely yours, Thaddeus Winship Page. Hey, I think we've hit on something at last.
May I see that picture, Chief?
Here. Feast your eyes on this. Johnny Appleseed himself.
If I may use the jargon of the street, Chief, I would say that Mr. Page is a dope.
A magnificent dope.
He's our man, all right. Pomeroy, send a wire to Midvale.
Right, Chief.
Claire, have the paper stand by.
Right.
Folks, I think we're all agreed. Mr. Thaddeus Winship Page is the winner of the Conway Ideal Subject Contest.
So, Thaddeus Winship Page, the Midville Flash, has become the winner of the great contest. Just imagine winning a contest for being a failure. Oh, well, life does have its little jokes.
Don't talk about jokes, Mr. Lloyd.
Why, Bob Williams, don't tell me you're an enemy of the Jolly Quip.
Well, no, of course not, Harold, but I never have any luck with my jokes. Every time I start to tell one, some wise guy breaks right in and gives the payoff line.
Well, Bob, don't you think that's a perfect time for you to say, why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Of course, Harold. And yes, you smokers, a fine cigarette surely pays off in lots of comfort and pleasure, especially today. But you don't get that comfort and pleasure if your cigarette is hot, harsh, and dry. And so,
to help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Gold's great tobaccos are conditioned with a special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey. made from the juice of fresh apples.
Moreover, to give you a smoke of delicious extra flavor, Old Gold's unique blend of many choice tobaccos is enriched with rare imported Latakia tobacco.
Naturally, a cigarette of such superb extra flavor, plus extra protection against cigarette dryness, must be something special.
And smokers, Old Gold is something special. Now just try a pack and see. And listen, as Harold Lloyd said, when you're stymied by a stoop, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. And now back to Harold Lloyd and Act Two of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, The Magnificent Dope, starring Janet Blair, Tom Drake, and William Gargan. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Yes, Thaddeus Page, the magnificent dope, has shaken the dust of Midvale off his shoes and embarked for the big town. If Rocky Conway's plan works out, the country boy will turn out to be a city slicker in 5 easy lessons. Here he is now, receiving a royal welcome on his first trip to New York.
Everything's going to be all right, you bet.
One more picture, Mr. Page. Now smile.
How's this, mister?
Mr. Page, I think you better frown.
Now, just a few facts for the Sunday supplement, Mr. Page.
All right, boys, break it up. Thank you very much. I have an important matter to discuss with Mr. Page. Goodbye. Thank you.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conway. Hello, Miss Claire.
Oh, well, Mr. Page, you did nobly. Sit down here and have a drink.
What'll it be, scotch and soda?
Oh, no, I never drink anything stronger than sarsaparilla.
What do you use for a chaser?
Please, Claire, Mr. Page is the conservative type. Pomeroy, bring him a sarsaparilla.
Sarsaparilla, the youth of today.
Mr. Conway, I sure want to thank you for the $500 check. It'll come in mighty handy. We're raising money up home for a fire engine. Fellow gets tired of carrying buckets.
This guy's out of the other world.
Oh, we've been needing a fire engine for a long time. Well, it's awfully nice meeting you both. Thanks for the $500. And if you ever come up to Midvale, well, drop in. Goodbye.
Goodbye? What do you mean, goodbye?
Well, I've got to be getting home.
Home? What about the course?
Huh? Well, what course?
What course?
Look, I think you're a little confused, Mr. Page. Now, just think. When you entered this contest, do you remember what the advertisement said?
Uh-huh. It said write 50 words about yourself and win $500.
And a free course of study in the Conway School. Let's not forget that, old boy.
Oh, that. But gee, it didn't say I had to take the course, did it? You see, I just entered the contest to raise the money for the fire engine.
Oh, that's fine, Mr. Page, about the fire engine. But you seem to forget what the course can do for you. Why, I can make you a leader of business, a captain of industry. Look what I did for the Whistler on the Grow and Watch program.
But, Mr. Conway, I've got a nice house and a lot of good pals up in Midvale. I've got a good car in Essex, late 1927. Mm-hmm. Got 4 good retreads. Well, I even got a B card because I'm scoutmaster.
Rocky, this man has lived.
But, Mr. Page, surely you want more than that out of life. That's a lazy man's philosophy.
Oh, I know it. I'm lazy. But all I know is I wake up in the morning happy, and I go to bed at night happy. Why, I'm just happy. Well, so long.
Hey, but you can't leave yet, Mr. Page. Rocky, you can't let him go.
Of course we can't let him go. The man's our guest. Page, what about this? As a sporting proposition. I'm tied up tonight. Have to make a speech before the Better Business Bureau in Hoboken, Livewire organization. Why don't you and Miss Claire go out? Take in the bright lights. Do some dancing. You know, have a good time, kids, and don't worry. Money's no object. Charge it to the old expense account. I paid it myself, you know.
Hey, just a minute, Mr. Conway. Before we embark on this mad whirl, I'd like to speak to you.
Certainly, Claire.
Privately, if you don't mind, Mr. Page.
Oh, why, sure, Miss Claire. I'll wait outside.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, you wait a minute. What's the idea of sending me out with our country cousin?
Well, who else can I depend on? Claire, do this one thing for me, and in 3 months we'll be on our way to Havana and our honeymoon.
Oh, Rocky, do you really mean it this time?
Of course, honey.
Oh, darling.
Oh, you can't let me down. We've got to keep this guy in town. You've got to turn on the heat and make him fall for you. You can do it, baby. You've got to do it. Pitch a little woo-woo, huh?
Well, that's a pretty big order, Rocky, but you know I'll do anything for you.
Oh, thanks, baby.
So this is Central Park.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess we're pretty lucky to have a bench by ourselves. All the other benches seem to be crowded. I wonder why there's so many sailors around here.
You are from Midvale, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. You know, this place reminds me of the village square. You know, I'm in charge of the cannon.
That sounds like quite a responsibility.
Oh, it is. You have to be elected to office. You know, the 4th of July is when I enjoy the job most.
Oh, why is that?
Get a chance to shoot the cannon? You know, if I lived in New York, I think I'd come out here every day and just sit.
Oh, Ted, I think you were just born lazy.
Oh, no. I've got no respect for anybody who was born lazy. I had to develop it. And it wasn't easy either.
But, Ted, someday you might fall in love with a girl, you know, who wouldn't like a fella with no ambition. After all, Ted, there'll come a time when you'll be in a romantic atmosphere with a full moon overhead and a beautiful girl by your side. And she may be terribly attracted to you. She may even put her arm around you, like this, and lean forward, like this, and snuggle up very close, like this. And she may even kiss you, like this.
Yo!
Why, Ted, what's the matter?
Well, that's the first time I ever kissed a girl.
Oh, Ted, you don't know the power that you have. You're dynamic.
I am?
Oh, yes, I knew at the time I met you that you were the strong, silent type.
Oh. Please, Miss Harris, don't you think you ought to let me off your lap? Ted, haven't you met a girl that you really liked? Yeah, I have.
What's her name?
Evelina.
Mm-hmm. In love with her?
I think so.
Oh. What's she look like?
Well, she has red hair, about 5 feet 4 inches tall, and she looks like Janet Blair in the movies.
Well, someday you must tell me more about Evelina.
Oh, I will.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, I've got something to tell you.
Oh?
I've been meaning to tell you for the last few minutes.
Oh, well, feel free, Tad. Tell me, please.
Well, I don't know whether I should.
Oh, Tad, don't be afraid.
Well, I just noticed something I never did before.
What's that?
Well, that sign on this bench we're sitting on says wet paint. Now, how am I going to tell her that I love her? Well, maybe I could say, Claire, ever since I met you. No, I think less than 45, the dominant approach will work a little better. And I must remember to show all my teeth when I smile. Claire, there's no question about my love for you, and I'm sure there's no question about your love for me. No, that's not enough emphasis. I wonder if I should drop my voice or not. No, that's not for me. That's mostly for guys who are selling insurance. I better try lesson number 7 and give her the subtle approach. Yeah. Is this Miss Harris's apartment?
Yes, sir. I's a day worker here. Miss Harris is on the phone. Come in and sit down. She'll be with you in a minute.
Oh, darling, thanks for the orchids. They're beautiful. Oh, darling, I love you so much. We are going on our honeymoon, dear, and soon. To Havana? That's wonderful. All right, darling. Goodbye. Oh, hello, Tad. I didn't hear you come in. What are you doing here?
I just happened to be passing by, and I thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Oh, well, that's nice, but was there something that you wanted to see me about? Hey, Tad, you look strange. Something wrong?
Wrong? Oh, no. No, everything's fine.
Oh, swell. Well, then I'll see you later at the school.
The school? Oh, yeah, the school. Yeah, I'll see you later. Well, so long.
Oh, Tad, you forgot your flowers.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Harris. I won't be needing them now.
Isn't it great, Chief, how business is picking up?
Why, the force of advertising, publicity, and my own dynamic personality is beginning to show results.
Absolutely, Chief.
Mr. Conway, may I see you a minute?
Well, if it isn't my star student, Mr. Page, what can I do for you, my boy?
Well, I've been kind of thinking it over, Mr. Conway.
Yes?
And I don't think I'm going to take the course after all.
What? Just a minute, Mr. Page. What's got into you?
Well, Mr. Conway, I've lost my incentive. I wanted to take the course because there's a girl I'm in love with.
I know. Miss Claire told me. Evelina's her name, isn't it? Beautiful name.
Mr. Conway, there isn't any Evelina. Miss Claire's Evelina. Only she doesn't know it.
Miss Claire? Uh-oh. You haven't told her, have you?
No, but today I found out it's hopeless. I heard her say she was engaged to some other man, and she's going to have a honeymoon in Havana.
But did she say who the man is?
No, but whoever it is, it's better that I step out.
Oh, don't be foolish. Don't be foolish. I know this man.
You do?
Of course I do. He lives in Hoboken. He's an old fellow. Suffers from gout, has false teeth. Why, she rarely ever sees him.
You mean?
I mean, you've got to work hard to prove to her that you're the better man. Give her lesson 19. The pearly smile, the pear-shaped tones, the hearty handshake. Just ooze confidence.
Gee, Mr. Conway, I'm glad you told me that. I'm no quitter. You're right. Faint heart never won fair lady.
That's the boy.
Yes, faint heart ne'er won fair lady. And speaking of fair ladies, here is our Mr. Bob Williams, who has a word for the lovelier sex.
Say, ladies, when you spent 3 weeks shopping for that new spring outfit, and you think this time you've got something really exclusive, and then you go to walk and you see 5 other women with the same suit, well, don't throw it into the nearest river. After all,
why be irritated? Light an Old Gold.
Yes, smokers, the comfort and pleasure of an Old Gold suits you fine. Especially when you get its swell extra flavor, plus its extra protection against cigarette dryness. You see,
Old Gold's magnificent blend of great tobaccos, including a touch of costly, fragrant Latakia tobacco, is conditioned with apple honey. This helps retain natural moisture, actually helps prevent cigarette dryness. So for a better, keener, tastier smoke, light an Old Gold.
But please remember, while we're producing all the cigarettes possible without sacrifice to Old Gold's quality, our armed forces get first consideration. And we're doing our best to assure fair distribution of remaining Old Golds. So if you must be content with substitute brands today, be content to know that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may have Old Golds. And now back to Harold Lloyd and tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, The Magnificent Dope, starring Tom Drake, Janet Blair, and William Gargan. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, according to Thaddeus Winship Page, he is going to put up a fight for Claire, the girl he loves. Of course, Claire doesn't know anything about it. On the other hand, Tad doesn't know that the man Claire is engaged to is really Rocky Conway, and Rocky doesn't dare let Tad find that out. Now it is the next day. Claire is giving a birthday party for Rocky. It's not a surprise party, but Rocky is due for a big surprise.
Just a minute, darling. Coming.
Hello, Claire, sweetheart. My, you look beautiful tonight.
Happy birthday, Rocky.
And boy, is it a happy birthday. If things go on like this, Claire, we'll be in Havana in 2 months on our honeymoon. How about a little kiss, huh?
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Oh. Who's coming tonight?
Well, there's Tom and Louise, the Hunters, and Pomeroy. Oh, there's the doorbell now. Well, I'll take your things, folks. What do you drink?
Bourbon, Tom, Scotch, Martha.
Well, Chief, how are you?
Great,
How's the
Pomeroy.
boss?
Great. Have a drink, old boy.
Make it along on the scotch and short on the soda.
Righto. Let's celebrate. Everything's aces high. Not a thing to worry about.
Oh, that must be Tad. I'll get it.
Uh-oh. Do you see what I see, Pomeroy?
Holy smokes, it's Paige.
Do you know what this means, Pomeroy?
Oh, if he finds out you and Claire are engaged.
If he finds out I'm the man from Hoboken.
Oh, we're sunk, Chief. He'll be back in Midvale by tomorrow morning.
The Conway School of Success is doomed. It was great while it lasted, but the end is in sight.
You're right, boss. The end is in sight.
Oh, wait a minute. We may be able to save it if we think fast. I've got it. We mustn't let anybody talk to him, you understand? Nobody.
I get you, Chief.
Hello, Mr. Conway. Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Don't you feel well, Mr. Conway?
Sure. Why?
Oh, you look kind of pale.
Well, tell me, Mr. Conway, when are you and Claire getting
Say, did you hear the one about the fellow in the lifesaver business? He made a mint.
Hey, Rocky, really, you're not at your best tonight.
Say, Pomeroy, I can't get anything out of Conway here. Maybe you can tell me. When are these two little lovebirds?
Come on, everybody, let's sing. Mammy little baby loves shortening. Mammy little baby loves shortening bread.
Rocky, cut it. What's the matter with you tonight? Who do you think you are, Nelsonetti? Mrs. Hunter is talking to you. Now listen.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hunter. What is it?
Well, I suppose you think it's forward of me, but really all I want to know is when you and Claire are getting married.
Is that all you want to know? Well, Mrs. Hunter, that's plenty.
Well, this whole thing is a complete mystery to me.
Well, it may be a mystery to you, but it's not a mystery to me, Mrs. Hunter. It's all very clear. Goodbye.
Tad, where are you going?
Back to Midvale, where I belong. People there don't go around hurting each other. At least in Midvale, a fellow knows where he stands. Oh, it's you.
Tad, I've got to talk to you.
Well, I'm very busy now. I'm packing. Hey, what happened to you?
Oh, this black eye. Oh, that's a little souvenir I got from Claire.
Well, gosh, that's terrible.
If you think that's terrible, you should see my office.
Claire did that to you? Well, I thought she was your girl.
Was is right. Tad, she's very much in love with you.
She is? Mm-hmm. She is?
Yeah.
Well, gosh, give me my coat.
Where are you going?
I'm going to your office to see Claire.
Well, you won't find her there.
Well, did she leave town?
No, I brought her alone. She's right outside the door. Come on in, Claire.
Hello, Tad.
Evelina. Claire. Oh, gee, you're wonderful. Yow!
But, Tad, what's the matter?
That's the second time I ever kissed a girl.
As my great-uncle Daniel Webster Conway once said, this is the end, positively the end.
This is Harold Lloyd again, thanking Bill Gargan, Tom Drake, and Janet Blair for a splendid performance tonight.
By the way, Harold, what's on the bill for next Sunday night?
It's the RKO picture, A Lady Takes a Chance, starring Randolph Scott and Gene Tierney.
I'll certainly be listening.
So will I.
Me too, Harold.
Fine. Good night until next Sunday. See you then.
The Magnificent Dope was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of their 30th anniversary picture, A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. William Gargan is soon to be seen in the Paramount picture, One Exciting Night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Say, why don't you light up an Old Gold and get ready to laugh? It's time for the Old Gold Comedy Theater. From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, the radio version of a Frank Ross production, A Lady Takes a Chance, starring Randolph Scott and Gene Tierney. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is called A Lady Takes a Chance. With a lot of men playing the male lead, the lady certainly would be taking a chance. But not in the Old Gold Comedy Theater, because our leading man is Randolph Scott.
Thanks, Harold, but aren't you exaggerating a little bit?
Well, perhaps I am, Randy.
Now, look, Harold, you don't have to agree with me so readily.
All right. Stop flexing those biceps. They don't impress me.
But they do me.
Why, Gene Tierney. Now, in tonight's play, Randy, you're a cowboy. Your name is Duke Hudkins. You're a rodeo performer. The women all love you, but you prefer horses.
Oh, me?
In the play.
Oh, that's different.
And you hate matrimony. As for you, Gene, you play the part of Molly Truesdale. When you were a little girl, you were so impressed by the story of Little Red Riding Hood that ever since you've been afraid of wolves.
Just between you and me, Harold, I've got a right to be.
Yes, I can see that. Anyway, in order to keep the wolves away from your door, you go around with your hair drawn back tight and you wear horn-rimmed glasses. You believe that old saw about men and girls who wear glasses? However, as the play opens, you're traveling on a bus to California, where your mother is about to be married for the 4th time. But in Creased Hat, Arizona, the bus breaks down. The repairs will take several hours, and so, there being a rodeo in town, and you having nothing else to do, you go to the rodeo. Just as you take your seat, a cowboy is thrown over the barrier right into your lap.
How are you, ma'am?
How am I? With a 6-foot cowboy.
6'2", ma'am.
With a 6'2" cowboy and weighing 200 pounds.
None of it fat.
Except between the ears. Get off my lap, you big lunkhead.
Oh, I am sitting on your lap at that, ain't I?
Have you been having any doubts?
Oh, no, ma'am. I've been out with girls before.
Well, next time you're out with a girl, try letting her sit on your lap. It might be fun.
Gee, it might as that. But you ain't sore at me, are you?
Am I? He asked me, am I? With thousands of people watching me dandle a cowboy on my knee.
It's a nice knee, ma'am.
Stop noticing my knees and look, will I have to get Congress to pass a law before you get off my lap?
Sorry, ma'am. I'll get off. There. I hope I didn't upset you too much. I didn't fall off that bronc on purpose.
You should learn how to ride in private.
Hey, learn how to ride? But, ma'am, why, I'm Duke Hudkins, champion cowboy of Arizona.
I always thought the general idea in riding a horse was to stay on it.
I reckon you don't think I can ride a horse.
If you can, what were you doing on my lap?
Come here, ma'am. I gotta show you something. Just a little closer to this barrier here.
Well, all right. Here I am.
Mm-hmm. This here's my horse, Sammy. Just a second till I get on it.
Well, now I know what makes Sammy run. Be careful. Be careful. You got on very nicely. Too bad you can't stay on.
Now, ma'am, are you still insinuating I need riding lessons?
Hey, you're falling off again.
No, I'm not. I'm just leaning over so as I can put an arm around your waist.
Now, let go. Look, I don't like wolves, not even on horseback.
And swing you right up into the saddle.
Stop that. I don't like it up here.
You better take a good hold of me, ma'am.
I don't like you well enough. What do you think you are going to do?
Take you for a ride, ma'am.
I don't want to go for a ride. I've got to catch a bus at 4 o'clock. I'm getting right off. My, horses are tall, aren't they?
Yep. Not only that. Get Sammy. They travel fast.
Stop him!
Horses jump fences too, ma'am. Up, Sammy. All right, ma'am. Here we are in town. Put your arms around my neck.
Never mind that. All I want to do is to get off this horse.
Well, ma'am, that's the only way I know of getting you off a horse.
Oh, all right. And don't call me ma'am. My name's Molly.
Yes, ma'am. And my name's Duke.
Phew.
Back on the good old earth again. Oh, my legs. Mr. Duke Hudkins, I'd enjoy seeing you hanged.
I guess it was a little hard on you. Come on, we'll get you a drink.
Drink?
You said your bus wasn't leaving until 4. Ain't much more than 2 now. Just time to drop in at the Last Chance Saloon and grab a couple of snorts.
I'm not in the habit of grabbing snorts.
Well, lady, you need something. You ain't no condition to board that bus.
The last chance, huh? Well, all right. I'll take a chance. Lead on, cowboy. But lead slow.
Now here's Bob Williams, who tells you how to handle a drip.
Look, friends, when you're trying to go to sleep and the bathroom faucet goes, drip, 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 don't call in the janitor and flood him with complaints. After all...
Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold.
Yes, smokers, you sure turn on lots of comfort and pleasure when you light a fine cigarette, especially today. But listen, you get no pleasure if your cigarette is hot, harsh, and dry. That's why...
To help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Golds are conditioned with a special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey, made from the juice of fresh apples.
In addition, Old Gold's unique blend of many choice tobaccos is enriched with rare imported Latakia tobacco for delightful extra flavor.
Extra flavor plus extra protection against cigarette dryness.
That's Old Gold. Say, as soon as you can, try a pack. And look, when some little drip drops in and bothers you, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, A Lady Takes a Chance, starring Gene Tierney and Randolph Scott. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, Molly certainly has had a dull afternoon. Absolutely nothing has happened to her except having her bus break down, a cowboy fall in her lap, being taken for a ride that shouldn't happen to Paul Revere, and right now end up in Creased Hat, Arizona's Last Chance Saloon.
Hey, Duke, where you been?
Hi, Waco. Oh, Waco, I want you to meet Molly. Molly, Waco's my best pal.
Hello, Waco.
Hi.
Waco. Why were you named Waco?
'Cause I was born in Amarillo. Say, you're the gal Duke fell on?
Don't remind me. As soon as I get my strength back, I'm going to start hating that cowboy.
Hating him? That'll sure be a new experience for Duke.
Hiya, Duke.
Hi, Peg.
This must be an old experience.
There's gonna be a moon tonight, Duke. How's about going for a little ride in the moonlight?
I don't know. Sounds like it might be interesting for a short run.
Well, come on over here and let's us have a little talk about it.
What's there to talk about?
You see what I mean, Molly? Prettiest gals in town fell for him. I guess you ain't got much of a chance with them there glasses and that there hair.
Mr. Waco, I don't want a chance or anything else to do with Mr. Duke Hudkins.
Oh?
All I want is to get on my bus and forget all about Creased Hat, Arizona. But fast.
Now, let's get that drink. Hey, Monk. Monk.
Yeah, coming in a minute. Hold your horses.
Horses.
Yep, horses. That's why girls ain't got much of a chance with the Duke. He likes horses better.
Yep, that's me. Gal with a pretty face and things can have me for a short run, but I don't like to be fenced in.
Well, what'll it be, folks?
Irish for me.
Beer, Monk.
What did you have, Molly?
Whiskey? No. A glass of milk.
Oh.
Milk she wants. Mother, I want a glass of milk.
Look, lady, nobody drinks milk. How about a shot of gin?
Milk.
That's for babies. Beer, maybe?
Milk.
That's that white stuff, ain't it?
I want milk.
You want... Lady, you are the honorous, most cantankerous...
I want milk.
Okay. You want milk. Now look, Molly. Monk don't carry no regular cow milk, but he could let you have a glass of cactus milk, couldn't you, Monk?
Cactus milk? Yeah, but
The nectar of the West, ain't it?
Oh, but Duke.
If the lady wants milk.
The lady wants milk.
One cactus milk for the lady, Monk.
Oh, all right, but the house ain't responsible.
What did he say?
He says this here house is respectable.
Oh.
I see. Well, tell me, just how do they milk a cactus?
With steel gloves, ma'am. Yes, sirree, Bob. I'll tell you, at 4 o'clock in the morning while the cactus is asleep.
While they're asleep?
Oh, yes. You see, ma'am, cactuses don't like to be milked.
Waco, I think you're lying.
Why, ma'am, whatever makes you think that?
Well, here you are. One Irish, one beer, and here's your cactus milk, lady.
Thanks.
Come on, Molly, drink it down. Monk, get out of here.
I gotta see what happened.
Say, this milk has a wonderful taste.
You like it, huh? Well, stay with it, Molly.
I sure will. In fact, I think I'll have another one.
Another one?
Sure. Milk's good for you.
Look, lady, ain't been no one asked for a second cactus milk in 40 years.
Well, why not? What's in it?
Oh, nothing much. A little applejack, tequila, some gin, a little brandy, plus a dash of bitters.
Bitters? What are they for?
Confidentially, to kill the taste.
Well, I don't care. I'm going to show you, Mr. Duke Hudkins. I don't care. I want a second.
What are you waiting for, Duke? Why don't you pick her up? She coming too, Duke?
I don't know, Waco. What time is it?
5 to 4.
5 to... Well, she's only got 5 minutes left to make a bus. Molly? Molly?
Oh.
How do you feel, Molly?
How would anyone feel with 3 heads?
Confused.
And none of my heads like each other. And I don't like you. And what time is it?
Nearly 4.
Pick me up. Thanks, pal. Oh. Hold that floor still. It's rocking.
You better hold on to me.
Not even if there were an earthquake. I've got to get to my bus. Where's the door?
Right here. Come on, Waco.
They're coming.
We can just about make it, Molly. Watch for the door. We can get you down to the bus station about 10 seconds flat.
My bus! Bus! There comes my bus. There goes my bus.
You should have let Duke ride you over.
I should have shot Duke the first time I saw him.
Now, don't get upset. There'll be another bus along. How often do they come through, Waco?
Every 2 days.
That means I'm going to miss the wedding.
Whose wedding? Yours?
No, I'm not the one who's getting married. My mother is.
Your mother? Well, ma'am, I reckon it's about time she got married, considering...
Oh, don't be a fool. She isn't marrying my father.
She ain't?
No, this is Mother's 4th marriage.
Her 4th? Enterprising, ain't she?
Just goes to show how many men are plain dumb.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I ain't meaning nothing against your mom, Molly, but I don't hold with no man's married.
I don't care what you hold with. I'll have to stay here for 2 days and... Oh, I could kill you. Where's a hotel?
Yeah, we just left the only one in town.
The Last Chance?
Hmm?
You call that Cactus Milk Barn a hotel?
Yep, only one we got.
Well, if that's the only place there is.
There's only one trouble, Molly. On account of the rodeo being in town, there ain't no vacant rooms.
Oh.
But, well, I figure on account of I was kind of responsible for your missing your bus, Waco and me'll be glad to let you have our room.
You what?
I mean, me and Waco will sleep in the barn.
Oh. Well, all right.
I'll go on ahead and get our gear out of the room. Waco, take care of Molly real nice.
Yeah.
Dear, thoughtful boy.
Well, now, don't be too hard on him, Molly. You see, the gals have kind of spoiled him. They all fall for him and feeling the way he does about marrying...
That man needs a lesson. I thought it was a riding lesson, but... So, Mr. Duke Hudkins has never proposed to a girl in his life?
Nope, and never will.
Would you like to make a little bet on that?
What? You don't mean you're thinking of trying to get him to propose to you?
That is exactly what I mean.
Oh, shit.
And furthermore, when I turn him down, perhaps Mr. Duke Hudkins will realize he isn't quite as cute or irresistible as he thinks.
Yes, well, now, looky here, Molly. I see what you mean, but honest, you ain't got a chance, honey. Even pretty girls ain't been able to...
Mr. Waco, I can do my hair quite differently.
Huh?
I've got a dress in my suitcase that knows just what to do when I put it on, and...
Well, how about them glasses you're wearing?
Those?
Yeah.
Mr. Waco, while it may be true that men seldom make passes at girls who wear glasses, remember, a girl can always take her glasses off.
Oh, say, I ain't never expected to see Duke, the woman hater, sitting on a hotel front porch waiting for no gal.
Shut up.
Oh, shit.
Will you stop that cackling and quit that there rocking?
Okay, but, you know, Duke, you didn't have no right making that gal miss her bus.
Hey.
Huh?
Where did she come from?
Who?
Well, that gal coming down the stairs.
Hmm? Well, the only girl upstairs was Molly. So I guess it's got to be Molly coming down.
Molly?
Yes.
But this girl is... Look at them. Look at those... Look at her.
Yeah, was I to look any harder, I'd bust an eyeball, Duke.
Oh, by the way, Waco.
Yeah?
I just remembered, ain't that piebald mare of yours lonely?
What?
You'd better get right on down to the stables. I'll take care of Molly by myself.
Well, now, that's downright big of you, Duke.
Mm-hmm. But Waco making her miss her bus was my fault, so it's up to me to suffer.
Well, Duke, if feeding Molly's suffering, I want to suffer.
You get out of here, Waco. I'll break your darn neck. Here I am, Molly. Here I am.
Yep, there he is, and here I am. Just a lady horse's companion.
That was a very nice dinner, Duke.
I'm sure glad you liked it, Molly.
It's very beautiful out here in the desert, in the moonlight.
Ain't it, though? Just full of sand and...
And cactuses?
Oh, I'm mighty sorry about that there cactus milk, Molly.
I'm not.
You're not?
No, if I hadn't drunk it, I wouldn't be here.
You know, you're real pretty, Molly.
Thank you, Duke.
Yep, and you're real pretty. And looking at you in the moonlight, Molly, I got a feeling I ain't had since my pop bought me my first horse.
Why, Duke, that's the nicest thing anyone ever said to me.
I ain't one for talking, so... Gosh. You ain't one for talking much either. Let's just do that some more.
All right.
Just let's,
Duke.
Yes, Molly?
I like this a lot. But Mother has always been sort of a shining example to me.
But, Molly, you sure don't want to get married no 4 times, do you?
No, Duke. Just once will be enough.
Molly, I ain't the marrying kind.
I am.
Now, look, why don't we just forget about this marrying talk and go on like we were before?
Duke. I'm like my mother. I play for keeps.
I hate women. I'm going back to my horse. Good night.
Good night, Duke. Pleasant dreams. But, Duke, somehow I don't think you're going to be very happy with your horse tonight.
During this intermission, Bob Williams will deliver a short lecture on how to play bridge.
Fine.
Now, suppose you have an excellent hand, and there's a fellow standing behind your chair. Well, every time you make a move, this fellow says, I wouldn't play that card. Now, your natural reaction would be to get up and throw this heel out the window. But the real bridge expert just smiles and says to himself,
Why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Precisely. And why? Because, smokers, you deal yourself a grand slam and real pleasure when you get the swell extra flavor of an old gold, plus its special protection against cigarette dryness. You see,
Old Gold's blend of great tobaccos, including a touch of tasty Latakia tobacco, is conditioned with apple honey to help retain natural moisture, to help prevent cigarette dryness. So, for a better, keener, tastier smoke, light an Old Gold.
But remember, we're producing all the cigarettes possible without sacrificing Old Gold quality. And while our armed forces get first consideration, we're doing our best to assure fair distribution of remaining Old Golds. So if you must be content with substitute brands today, be content to know that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may have Old Golds. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the third act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, A Lady Takes a Chance, starring Randolph Scott and Gene Tierney. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
So the Duke has gone back to the barn to sleep with his horse and Waco. Yes, but somehow sleep has eluded him. Molly, having struck what she thinks is a telling blow at a woman hater, is sleeping soundly. Suddenly, some pebbles begin tinkling at her window.
What was that? Good grief, it's raining pebbles.
Molly! Molly!
Uh-huh. Duke calling. Who is it?
It's me, Molly, down here. I hope I didn't waken you.
That was the idea, wasn't it?
Molly, I ain't been able to sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I don't have any sleeping pills.
Oh, it ain't that, Molly. I've been thinking and... Molly, will you marry me?
This is so sudden.
I've been thinking and I love you. Molly, will you marry me? Huh?
Well, I don't much like the idea of being proposed to from a distance, Duke. You see that ladder over there? Why don't you go prop it up against my window and climb up? Then we can talk this over a little more quietly.
Why, sure, Molly. I got it. Watch out. Better hold on to it, Molly.
I will. You can climb up now.
Here I come.
Not too fast now. The slightest push and the ladder will go over.
I don't care. Oh, Molly, I love you.
Do you?
I sure do, and I want to marry you. Will you marry me, Molly?
But I thought you were never going to get married.
That was before I met you, Molly. I guess I was kind of stuck up, but I learned better.
Yes, you have. The only thing is, your lesson isn't quite finished. Lean over here and kiss me. Will you, Duke?
You holding on to that ladder?
Mm-hmm.
Now, how about that kiss?
So you want to marry me. But, Duke, whatever made you think I might want to marry you?
But, Molly, you...
No, Duke. If you hadn't been such a conceited person, you might not have been bad at all. But under the circumstances, Duke, I think you're due for a fall.
Hey, watch out for that ladder. Hey, you're pushing it over. You're... Hey! Oh!
Go away, Duke.
It ain't Duke. It's me, Molly. Waco.
Oh, come in. What do you want?
Hey, you threw Duke over, Molly.
He deserved it.
Oh, he took it powerful hard. Molly, I tell you, that boy loves you.
Does he?
Yes.
That's too bad. Well, maybe I might have liked him, but it's no use.
No, I reckon not. That's what I thought. But, Molly, look, when you push that ladder over, you not only hurt Duke's feelings, he took a bad fall.
He's hurt?
Oh, where? I've got to go right down to him.
Yeah, well, now watch them stairs.
Duke! Duke! Waco, where is he?
Oh, he was able to get up and stagger off, Molly, but he's hurt real bad.
What happened to him?
Well, he just about managed to climb onto Sammy, and then he galloped off into the desert.
Into the desert?
Yes, I guess his bones will be whitening out on them desert sands in years to come.
Waco, where's your horse?
Why, right here, but...
Oh, help me on, please, Waco.
All right. Yeah. There you are, but... You're on, but I thought you didn't like horses.
Please, Waco, which way did he go?
He went that way, Molly.
Giddy up, you horse, you! Giddy up! Duke! Duke! Oh, there you are! Duke! Wait! Duke, it's Molly! Wait for me! Come on, you darn horse, shift into high or something. Duke! Stop! Duke! You fell off! Where are the brakes in this horse anyway? Stop, please, horse. Stop. Ooh. Duke, say you're not dead. Oh, darling, please say you're not dead.
No, I don't reckon I am. Oh, Molly.
Duke. Oh, Duke, I love you so much.
Me too, Molly.
Duke, are you hurt?
Only my heart hurts a little, Molly, but I kind of like it.
Oh, darling. That's the second time you fell off your horse. You really are a bad rider, aren't you?
Wasn't that at all. Sam is just jealous.
So that's what happens when a lady takes a chance, and a very good idea it turned out to be, Gene. By the way, you and Randy will have to give me the recipe for that cactus milk.
I thought you might be asking for that, Harold, so I'll have to give you a bottle of it.
Well, all right, Wendy. Thank you very much. But, and I also want to say that Old Gold thanks you both for a very splendid performance.
What's on the Old Gold playbill next week, Harold?
Well, let's see. I think it's a very wonderful show, Gene. In fact, a scoop for the Old Gold Comedy Theater, because we are going to present a new, unreleased Edward Small production, Brewster's Millions, with the original cast, Dennis O'Keefe, Helen Walker, and Misha Auer.
We'll be listening.
Good night, folks, until next Sunday. See you then.
A Lady Takes a Chance was presented through the courtesy of Frank Ross, producer of the forthcoming picture The Robe, based on the Lloyd C. Douglas bestseller. Randolph Scott will soon be seen starring in the RKO production China Sky. Gene Tierney can soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox 30th anniversary production A Bell for Adano. Bob Williams saying goodnight for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, the radio version of the as yet unreleased Edward Small production, Brewster's Millions, with the picture's original stars, Dennis O'Keefe, Helen Walker, and Misha Auer. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're very happy in having Dennis O'Keefe with us tonight. Dennis was the logical choice for the role of Monty Brewster. You see, Brewster had to be a handsome brute with a marvelous physique, suave, extremely intelligent, and 6 feet 2 inches tall. And here he is, Dennis O'Keefe.
Your introduction embarrasses me, Harold. You're very flattering, but what you said about me isn't quite true.
It isn't?
No, you see, I'm 6'3".
Touche.
No, it's my own hair.
Oh.
By the way, Harold, who's my leading lady tonight?
To portray Peggy Gray, Dennis, we have your old film sidekick, that delicious, lovely Helen Walker. Helen, you know, I saw you in the picture, The Man on Half Moon Street. Imagine you in love with a man 92 years old.
Well, it's easy when the man is Nils Astor. By the way, Harold, who's playing Mickey Mikhailovich in tonight's play?
Here he is, Helen. I'm very happy to introduce that soulful, bowlful of borscht, the melancholy Russian, Misha Auer.
Mihailovich, I don't understand it. Every part I play, I'm always a Russian. Why?
Well, it's perhaps that you are a Russian.
Oh, so that's the reason.
By the way, Misha, where did you learn to speak English so well?
From my roommate.
And who is your roommate?
Gregory Ratov.
Well, on with the play. In Brewster's Millions, our hero, Monty Brewster, is really quite a good egg. And what has just happened to him in the office of his late uncle's lawyer shouldn't happen to a dog. Or should it? But it should happen to you, and you, and you, and, well, even to me. Because Monty Brewster has just found out that his uncle has left.
I've inherited $8 million?
That's right, Mr. Brewster.
You did say $8 million.
Yes, I did.
Yes, well, I was a little worried there for a minute. I thought you said $7 million.
No, my boy, it's $8 million. Net, after all taxes and deductions. Your uncle was a very wealthy man. He had the knack of making money. Went to Bolivia and struck tin.
$8 million. Brother, that ain't tin.
Eh?
Why, when I walked in here a minute ago, you could have bought and sold me for a plug nickel and a used yo-yo. Now I can walk out of here, buy a small sirloin steak for cash, and still have a few million left.
Well, not exactly, Mr. Brewster. You see, the old fool, your uncle, rather, made a few negative conditions.
Negative? Oh, Mr. Jones, don't you know you must accentuate the positive and never mess with Mr. In-Between? What are the conditions?
Well, right now, all you get of the legacy is $1 million.
Well, really, a man in my position doesn't bother about petty little things like that. Why, so I only $1 million.
Well, you heard me. The other $7 million remain in trust for 60 days. Then at noon on the 60th day, if you can prove you've spent every penny of the $1 million, and if you haven't a nickel or an asset to your name, I'm empowered to turn the balance over to you.
Ah, that's a cinch. I'll do it in 60 seconds. I'm going to give that $1 million to charity.
Oh, yes? Well, the will covers that, too. Not more than 5% can be given away, and here's one more proviso. No matrimonial entanglements.
No matrimonial? Oh, but now, wait a minute. He can't do that. Oh, that's right. He didn't know. But I'm getting married Friday.
No, not this Friday, you're not. You'll have to postpone your wedding. You see, if you were married, there'd be 2 of you to do the spending.
And if I don't postpone the wedding?
Oh, well, in that case, my friend, the money goes to the Pismo Beach Society for Homeless Cats.
Well, it was nice having $8 million, even if it was only for a few minutes.
Say, wait a minute. Why not take a good look at these? $51,000 bills.
$50,000 bill. Are they good?
Any place in the world.
Consular, you've talked me into it. Give me.
Just a minute. First, you must take an oath not to tell anyone under any consideration either why you're spending the money or anything about the remaining $7 million.
Tell no one, huh?
No one. Now, here, this is the Bible. Do you so solemnly swear?
I do. Give me the money.
Well, all right. Congratulations, Mr. Brewster. Now, here's the first $50,000. The rest will be deposited to your account in our bank.
Mr. Jones, if my girl and my 2 pals think I'm batty, you've got to do one thing for me.
What?
You've got to spend some of this money for a straitjacket with 2 pair of pants.
Hey, where you been? We're looking all over.
Please. Now, wait a minute. If you'll only give me a chance, I'll explain everything. Yeah. Now, that's better. Now.
Well, don't stand there gloating like that. Tell us.
Well, it's really all very simple. My Uncle Jim died and left me $1 million. I'm taking the money and starting a business, a Brewster and Company, and making you two my best pal's partner.
You're making Hacky and me partners?
But Natch. Oh, junior partners, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't start you out too big.
Oh, no.
Just pay you what you're worth. Say, $5,000 a week for the first month.
5,000? Goodbye, Automat. Hello, Morgenthau.
But, Monty, you don't know what you're doing. Why, this morning you didn't even have a steady job, and now you're in business paying $5,000 a week salaries. Incidentally, just what is this mysterious business?
Oh, the business? Oh, yeah. Well, Nopper. Nopper, you're vice president in charge of. You tell her.
Me? Well, usually business has to do with supply and demand.
Precisely. Supply and demand.
Yeah.
Now, we have a large supply of money, and there's always a big demand for money. Simple, isn't it?
Yeah.
And now, if you two boys will go back to our boarding house and pack up all our things, I've leased the penthouse at the Weldon Towers for us.
Weldon Towers? Why, that's the most expensive apartment house in New York.
Nonsense. I got a great bargain. They let me have the place for $17,000 a month.
17,000 G's? So long, Morgenthau. Hello, Automat.
Oh, honest, Monty, that's ridiculous. I understand how you feel, a first flush of wealth and all that, but
Dear boy, I must make a good impression if I'm to be a success. As a matter of fact, that's why I rented the top 2 floors of the Gotham building for our offices.
You rented 2 floors for offices and you haven't even started in business yet?
That's all, brother. I'm going to take 2 aspirins with a bourbon chaser.
Brewster and Company, good afternoon. One moment, please. Brewster and Company, I'll connect you. Brewster and Company, what's that? You want to borrow $30,000? I'll connect you with our small loans department. Brewster and Company, oh, Mr. Brewster's not in. I'll ring his vice president in charge of private secretary.
Hello, Miss Gray speaking. $23,000 for suitcases? Well, there must be some... Oh, I see. Mr. Brewster ordered them personally. Very well, just send the bill and mark it to my attention.
23,000 bucks worth of suitcases? Hey, who does he think he is, Eleanor? What's with that guy?
Peggy, I tell you, we've got to do something with Monty.
Well, why do you think I agreed to postpone our wedding for 30 days and took this job as his personal secretary?
Well...
Just to try to straighten him out. Oh, Hacky, you know I don't give a darn about his money. I just want to bring him to his senses.
Oh, sure, I know that, Peg. But look what the guy done. He bought 50,000 shares of that lumber and fuel preferred. That stock is such a dog, even the fleas picking it.
Yeah, well, he won't have a dime left in 6 months.
Nothing.
What's that? Uh-oh. What'd you say, Nopper?
I said you won't have a dime left in 6 months, Monty.
6 months?
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. That is bad.
Oh, Monty, darling, will you listen to the 3 of us while there's still time?
Oh, but there isn't time. Bolivar hasn't that much time. There were only 52 days left.
Yeah, now, wait, Monty, will you listen to us, please? We're your friends.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Why?
Well, I ran into an old friend of ours from the boarding house today. You remember him, Mickey Mihailovich, the impresario from the Russian Art Theater.
Oh, no.
Oh, Monty, you mean you loaned him money for that ridiculous musical show he wants to do?
Loaned it to him? Certainly not.
That's better.
Yes, of course it's better. I went into partnership with him. He puts up the talent, and all I put up is $200,000.
You mean to tell me that you give that Russian Mickey Finn 200,000 fish?
Why, it's a great opportunity. Believe me, that's one 200,000 that isn't wasted.
Yeah, you're right, Monty. Hey, but look, that 23,000 you spent for suitcases, that's murder. All right, with the headaches that Mickey is going to give you, you'll have a $500,000 worth of bags. Right under your eyes.
Well, I'm going around in a bit of a circle with all these millions being bandied about, and I will admit that it is a very perplexing problem that Monty Brewster has. But now, here's Bob Williams with his view on another very perplexing problem.
Well, friends, suppose you and the missus have just finished seeing a movie, and as you get up to leave, she says, "Oh, wait a minute, darling, I can't find my other shoe." Well, don't run out on the little woman. Say to yourself,
"Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold."
Yes, indeed, smokers. You step into lots of comfort and pleasure when you light a fine cigarette, especially today. But listen, you get no pleasure if your cigarette is hot, harsh, and dry. And so,
to help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Golds are conditioned with a special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey, made from the juice of fresh apples.
And in addition, Old Gold's unique blend of many great tobaccos is enriched with rare imported Latakia tobacco for delightful extra flavor.
Extra flavor, plus extra protection against cigarette dryness.
That's Old Gold, and soon as you can, try a pack. And look, even if your wife couldn't find her shoe at all, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Brewster's Millions, starring Dennis O'Keefe, Helen Walker, and Misha Auer. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, as we get ready for Act Two of tonight's Old Gold comedy, we find Monty Brewster living proof of the old adage that a fool and his money are some party. He's had his million now for 17 days, in which time he should have spent at least $300,000 to be on schedule. But instead, as we find him with his...
Let me see. 78,000, take away 92,000. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do... read that column again, will you, Brooks?
Yes, sir. Net worth, $921,236.41.
921,000. 17 days gone. In other words, we're making money.
Exactly. You certainly have a genius for making money, sir.
Oh, I have I?
Oh, yes, Mr. Brewster.
Well, just for that, Brooks, you're fired.
What, sir? Well, fired?
You're through, done, finished. Pack up and get out. But before you leave, have the cashier draw you a check for, we'll make it for $5,000 as severance pay.
Well, but Mr. Brewster, I can't accept it.
You'll take it and like it.
But I've only worked for you for less than 2 weeks.
Oh, less than 2 weeks. Oh, well, in that case, make it $10,000. We try to make a good impression on strangers.
10,000? Yeah.
Oh, Monty, you know I love you, but so help me, this money has changed you. You're not a bit like you used to be.
Yeah, you're right. Before, I used to just love you. Now I'm so insanely mad about you that I just can't.
Monty, stop. After all, this is a business office.
I know, but darling, I see so little of you.
And whose fault is that?
Well, it's mine, I guess, but trying to run this business cuts into a man's time.
Oh, I'm sure it does. You just had to give that party at 31 last night that cost $11,000, not including the tips and favors for your guests.
It was $13,000. I stepped on a grape as I walked in. Besides, the guests were important people. That's good business.
Monty, you don't know good business from the man on the moon.
No, I don't I?
No, you don't. Why, it's all over town that O'Connor and Ginsberg stuck you with that 50,000 shares of Lumber and Fuel Preferred. It's dropped 7 points since you bought it. Oh, darling, why don't you sell it out now? Take your loss and save something out of the wreck.
Are you serious, Peggy? It's dropped 7 points?
Maybe more since this morning.
Oh, great, fine.
Yes, Mr. Brewster?
Get me O'Connor with O'Connors and Ginsberg, just as fast as you can.
Yes, Mr. Brewster.
Oh, Monty, now you're being smart.
Oh, you can say that again.
Hello, Brewster.
Oh, it's you, O'Connor.
Who else?
Is it true that Lumber and Fuel has dropped 7 points?
Well, yes, but I'll tell you the truth.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I want to give you another order.
You want me to sell you your 50,000 shares?
Sell them? Heck no. I want you to buy me 100,000 more. There you are, Peggy.
Monty Brewster, of all the... Well, that is definitely the last straw.
Oh, Peggy, darling, if you'll only play along with me just a little longer, you'll see. I'll be able to explain everything soon, and... wait a minute. Will you, Peggy, till I answer this phone? Hello, Brewster talking.
Hello, Brewster. This is O'Connor again. Say, you want to hear something?
Oh, don't tell me, O'Connor. Don't tell me. Let me guess. The market went to pieces, and I've lost everything.
Absolutely backwards. No, sir. The minute your 100,000 share order hit the floor of the exchange, it stopped the selling in Lumber and Fuel, and listening to this, Brewster,
The stock's climbing like a big dirty tree. And you know something? You made $100,000 profit. Why, you're a typhoon. And besides this, you're a financial lizard.
Oh, 100,000 profit. O'Connor, sell me out, please.
Huh?
I can't afford this.
Monty, the stock went up. You made 100,000?
Yes. Oh, this is terrible.
Terrible? Monty, it's wonderful.
Oh, hello. Now what?
Mr. Mikhailovich is here to see you, Mr. Brewster.
Oh, Mickey Mihailovich. Good old Mickey. Send him right in.
Monty, look, you've already given him 200,000 and then another 70,000. He's coming now for more money.
That's good old Mickey.
Oh, Monty, you've got to turn him down. That show of his doesn't stand a chance. If you give him another nickel, I'll never talk to you again.
Who just made 100,000 not taking your advice in the stock market?
Well, that's all well and good, but that was the stock market, not a musical comedy.
Well, there's no difference between the stock market and a musical show. In the stock market, you have plenty of bulls and bears, and in a show, they bear plenty, and that's no bull.
Monty, Tavarish! It is Mickey Mihailovich, formerly of the Minsk and Pinsk Little Art Theater. Now the genius of Broadway.
You're not kidding when you call it Little Art Theater. Your show has about as little art as anything that's hit the country since Snoods.
Miss Gray, my little blintz. I have troubles enough.
Troubles, Mickey? What happened in Philadelphia? Didn't the show go over?
Over their heads, maybe. What do they know about art in Philadelphia? So, unfortunately, we had to close the show.
You closed the show? Well, I like that. Who told you to close it?
Well, we didn't exactly close, Monty. We just ran out of customers. In fact, at the last two performances, it was the seats that walked out.
Out of 270,000, doesn't Mr. Brewster have anything left?
Certainly, the best part of the show is still left.
Well, that's better. What part is that?
Me in person.
Oh, Monty, this is awful. Now you've lost 3 times what you just made in the stock market.
Oh, you've been making more rubles in the stock market. Good, my brilliant friend. Now that I know what is wrong with the little show, we can fix it up and open again.
Mickey, that's a wonderful idea.
Monty, if you dare.
Miss Gray, you are being blinded by jealousy. Don't you realize that Mr. Brewster is just crummy with foresight?
Mickey, how much would it take to revamp the show? New songs, new material, new costumes, and put it on right here in New York?
Well, maybe for you, an old admirer of mine, I could do it for maybe 30,000.
30,000?
We'll make it 20,000.
That's utterly ridiculous.
Well, 15,000.
No, of course not. Do you think that Monty Brewster can afford to have his name attached to a cheap production?
Oh, Monty, can't you see?
Yes, I see. I see everything now. I see a whole new show. Brilliant, gorgeous, colorful. And the cost, well, it costs about, let me see, $300,000.
Did you say 300,000?
Yes. Do you think you can do it on that?
Well, I don't like to pinch pennies. It will be colossal. It will be sensational of the Broadway. Oh, wait a minute, Tavarish. To be on Broadway, you must have a theater. Theaters they have, but empty ones, they ain't got.
Well, that's something to be thankful for.
Oh, you think they can stop me? Once Monty Brewster has made up his mind, poof, it's done. We'll build our own theater. How long would that take?
Well, I guess we could build the Mickey Mihailovich Temple of Art and Entertainment in, maybe 6 months.
6 months? Oh, no. Cancel the theater. Cancel it. We'll do something else. Where else do they give shows?
Well, let me see now. I once gave a show in a barn. But that won't do, Monty. It smells so bad.
I'll say it smells.
Well, and then there was the time I took a showboat down the Volga with Olga.
Showboat, that's it. How much would a showboat cost?
Oh, maybe we could get one showboat for $5,000 a month.
Oh, too cheap. No class at all. Now, wait a minute. I've got to get an idea. I've got it. I know what we'll do. We'll rent a steamship, a luxury liner, something for around, say, $20,000 a week. Then we'll cruise down the coast, stopping at every port between here and Trinidad.
Oh, Monty, you're out of your mind. please, can't we talk about this?
Don't listen to her, boss. You have the greatest idea that had show business in 600 years.
Yes, I know that. And something else, Mickey.
Yes, Tovarish.
We can't expect the cast to leave their homes just on regular salary. Now, for the tour, all expenses are paid and everybody gets time and a half.
And I get double. And my laundry, too.
Yes, and if it doesn't cost me triple, $17,000 a day, I'm going to be the only ex-millionaire in New York buried in Potter's Field.
Now here's Bob Williams with a very important announcement of special interest to all smokers.
As we've done before due to wartime restriction, the cellophane wrapper on Old Gold packages will be removed for the warm months ahead. Cellophane is most effective during the winter months when artificial indoor heat tends to dry out tobacco. But during this summer, and for the first time since the beginning of the war, Old Golds will again have the special protection of aluminum foil, which was released in limited quantity for packaging. So, Old Gold's unique blend of many tobaccos, including its touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco, will still be doubly protected. Protected by aluminum foil and protected by apple honey, which helps guard Old Golds against cigarette dryness. Yes, the grand, fragrant aroma and swell taste of Old Gold will still be well protected to give you your full quota of smoking enjoyment. And if you're not already getting Old Golds wrapped in aluminum foil, they'll be coming to you in their new dress real soon. Distribution is just about complete. So keep asking for Old Gold and enjoy a finer tasting cigarette. And now back to Harold Lloyd and Act 3 of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Brewster's Millions, starring Dennis O'Keefe, Helen Walker, and Misha Auer. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, with Monty Brewster, Mickey Mikhailovich, and 400 people in the cast, all aboard the steamship Luxuria, Monty is finally finding out that if a young man really puts his head to it, he can spend some of his uncle's hard-earned money. Of course, the fly in the ointment is Peggy. Peggy, like any right-minded girl, has washed her hands of Monty, and the hands she washed no longer wear Monty's engagement ring. Now, in Monty's luxurious stateroom, Mickey is trying his best to console him and not having very much...
But, Monty, if she loves you, she'll wait.
Oh, sure. I've got 11 days left, and I still have $400,000. After the steamer, the crew, and the whole cast is paid right up to the time we dock.
That's bad?
Of course it's bad. Isn't money the root of all evil?
Such a root I'd like to cultivate. Tell me, my chum, why is it you want to throw away all these lovely clumps of greenbacks?
Well, you see, Mickey, I had a crazy uncle, and... Oh, no, I can't tell even you. An oath is an oath. But if I had just taken that million and forgotten about the rest... Mickey, what was that? It feels like we hit something.
Monty, quick, out of this door. The whole boat is leaning to one side.
Captain, what's happened?
We've run onto an uncharted shoal, Mr. Brewster. We've ripped off our propellers and rudder.
Lost our propellers and rudders?
Yeah.
Oh, good heavens. Then we won't be back to New York in time to meet the lawyer. Keep trying. Keep sending.
I got someone, Mr. Brewster. A Portuguese freighter about 10 miles away.
Well, did you ask them if they'd tow us to New York?
I did, Mr. Brewster. But if they tow us according to the laws of salvage, they're entitled to half our cargo value.
Salvage? What's he got? You coming in here and making laws up at the top? Say, wait a minute. That's wonderful. Ask them how much they'll take in cash, sight unseen.
Yes, sir. They say $300,000, sir.
Ridiculous. Tell them they've got to accept... Oh, wait a minute. Let me see what I've got left. Got $100,000 in cash, $309,355, and $1,000.24. Tell them that they've got to accept $410,355.24.
Yes, sir.
I guess I drive a hard bargain. Well, Mr. Jones, it's almost noon. Have you checked over the receipts?
Yes, I have, Mr. Brewster, and everything seems to be in order.
Monty, what is all this? Why did you bring me here? Who is Mr. Jones, and why are you grinning when you've lost every penny of your million?
Patience, patience, darling. You shall see. Well, Mr. Jones?
Well, according to the terms of your uncle's will...
Excuse me, Consular. Honey, would you answer the door, please?
Certainly, Monty, but I wish somebody would explain something to me.
Hey, Peggy! Peggy, is Money here?
Yes, Heck, he's in the living room.
Oh, boy, what did I tell him? What did I tell him? Hey, Money! Hey, I got great news for you, kid.
Hacky, I wish you'd wait until Mr. Jones and I...
No, I can't. I can't wait. Look what I got. I just sold the costumes and the scenery from that silly show, and I got you back $40,000.
Oh, you did? You did? $40,000? Hacky, I could kill you.
Don't hit me now.
Well, now, in that case, Mr. Brewster, you still have $40,000 left. And I guess I'd better be on my way to the Society for Homeless Cats.
No, wait a minute.
I can't wait a minute. There are only 21 seconds left until noon.
Yes, but they're mine. I still have those seconds left.
You can't spend $40,000 that fast.
Well, I can try, Mr. Jones. I certainly can try. Oh, wait a minute. You are the executive of the estate.
Yes.
And you're entitled to a fee.
Yes.
And no one has paid you yet.
No.
And how much would the fee be?
1/2%.
And how much is 1/2% of $8 million?
$8 million?
Quiet, darling.
1/2% would be $40,000.
There you are, Jonesy. $40,000 in fees, and I'm as clean as a whistle. And there's the whistle. It's high noon.
Monty, will you explain something about something to me?
Oh, I'm going to explain something about everything to you, darling, if it takes the rest of my life. And all of my $7 million.
Well, so ends the story of Mr. Monty Brewster and his several millions. Right now, Dennis, Helen, and Misha, our thanks to you for a most entertaining half hour. Now, next week, we're doing our radio version of that very fine Paramount picture, The Major and the Minor, starring Joan Fontaine and Sonny Tufts.
I'll be listening.
So will I.
Me too.
Good night, folks. Until next Sunday. See you then.
Brewster's Millions was presented through the courtesy of Edward Small Productions and is from the novel by George Barr McCutcheon and the play by Winchell Smith. It may soon be seen at your neighborhood theater. Dennis O'Keefe can soon be seen in the Paramount picture The Affairs of Susan. Helen Walker is currently working in the Paramount picture People Are Funny. Misha Auer can soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox 30th anniversary production A Royal Scandal. And now for a serious note to our listeners. Our all-out two-theater war this year will call for continuance of large-scale war production. Civilian supplies will be lower, the civilian buying power higher than ever. Therefore, we at home must do our part to hold prices down. So buy only what you really need when you buy, pay no more than ceiling prices, and pay your ration points in full. And save. Buy all the war bonds you can afford to help pay for the war and ensure your own future. Keep up your insurance. And now, until next Sunday evening, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and to give you more smoking pleasure. This is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, the radio version of the Paramount production, The Major and the Minor, starring Joan Fontaine and Sonny Tufts. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we are very proud to present the lovely and very talented actress, Miss Joan Fontaine, who incidentally can currently be seen in the Hal Wallace production for Paramount, The Affairs of Susan. Appearing with Miss Fontaine is that rapidly rising young star, Sonny Tufts, whose fine performance in the Paramount Technicolor production, Bring On the Girls, has assured him of a top spot among the nation's stars. But now, on with our play tonight, The Major and the Minor. According to Webster, a wolf is a dog-like animal of the genus Canis. Well, obviously, Mr. Webster never moved in the same circles as Susan Applegate. Like our little boy in the fable, Miss Applegate has done nothing but cry wolf, wolf since her arrival in New York, but with a lot of reason. However, from now on, things are going to be different for Susan. Just this morning, she was hired by the Resplenda Hair Conditioning Institute, an organization that boasts a selected and gentlemanly clientele, as you are about to discover.
Hello. I'm Mr. Osborne. Come in. Yeah. What's your name, pretty maiden?
Applegate.
Just Applegate? Nothing in front of it?
Miss.
Why, that's positively terrific. I always say, give me any girl with a sense of humor.
Is that what you always say?
No, sometimes I just say, give me any girl.
I can see you're very broad-minded.
Wonderful, wonderful. You know, Miss Applegate, I've got a feeling that this marks the start of a beautiful friendship. Yes, sirree. We've got to drink to that. What'll it be? Bourbon and ginger ale?
Mr. Osborne, aren't you forgetting something?
Ice cubes?
No, your scalp massage.
Now, Miss Applegate, mustn't be impatient. First, we'll have a little drinky-poo, then we'll have a little bitey-poo.
Mr. Osborne, you're going to have a little egg shampoo.
Poo. I am not.
What do you bet?
Anything you want to bet. And I won't lose either. Miss Applegate, if you put that egg on my head, I shall have to report you for this. You know what that means.
Yes, I know what that means. I'm going back to Stevenson, Iowa.
Train leaving on track 9 for Philadelphia, Wilmington, Baltimore, and Washington.
One day, Coach. Stevenson, Iowa, on the 5:25. Here you are, miss.
Thank you, and here you are. $27.50 on the nose.
$32.50. They boosted the price, lady, last February.
That's a fine thing for a great big railroad to do. Get you to come here for $27.50, and as soon as your back is turned, they raise the ante. Well, I guess I'm the world's prize idiot.
Look, lady, I don't know you well enough to debate that point. Next.
One ticket for Indianapolis, please.
What about the child?
He takes half fare.
How old are you, Sonny?
And Junior, tell the nice man how old you are. What do you think I am, a stool pigeon? He's 11.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. What's the half fare to Stevenson, Iowa?
Are you here again?
Yeah.
The fare, half, $16.25. Why?
Nothing. Oh, madam.
Yes?
Where's the nearest store that sells children's dresses?
Have your tickets ready. Tickets, please.
A casket, a tasket, a green and yellow basket.
Tickets, please.
Here you are, mister.
Half fare?
Uh-huh.
How old are you, miss?
12 next week.
So you're going to be 12 next week, huh?
Uh-huh. I'm going to have a party and a cake and candles and presents and everything.
When were you born?
Quite a while ago.
What year?
Oh, let me see. 1945 minus 12, 2 from 5. Put down 3, nothing count. Oh, 1933.
You look kind of filled out to be only 12. How do you explain it?
Vitamins.
Vitamins?
A and B and gland trouble. The gland trouble runs in the family, and so do I.
Hey, come back here, come back here.
I'm in a hurry.
Oh, that was close.
Hello. What's the matter, child? You lost?
Well, sort of, kind of.
Well, maybe I can help you. What's the letter on your mother's drawing room?
I'm not with Mother. I'm alone.
Well, where's your ticket?
The man took it.
Conductor? Well, suppose we ring him for him.
Oh, no, please. I don't like him.
Why not, child?
Well, he's a Jap spy. That's what he is. He's really like measles in Dick Tracy.
Oh, you poor dear. What's your name, child?
Susan, only they call me Susu.
Well, Susu, since you lost your ticket, you're going to sleep right there.
What? Oh, no, I couldn't.
In heaven's name, why not, child? There's an extra berth.
Oh, well, you're awful kind, but my mother told me, well, after all, you are a strange gentleman.
Well, permit me to introduce myself. My name is Kirby, Major Philip Kirby.
Pleased to meet you, Major Kirby.
Well, thank you. I'm assigned as an instructor at the Wallace Military Institute, and though not for long, I hope. I just spent a week in Washington trying to get a transfer.
Oh, gosh, all the way to Washington just for a transfer. I could have got you one from the streetcar conductor.
Well, now that we've dispensed with the formalities, suppose we go to bed.
Major Kirby.
Now, Sue, don't call me Major. It makes me feel positively ancient. Just call me Uncle Philip.
Uncle Philip?
That's fine. Now, have you got a nightie with you?
Yes, Uncle Philip.
Well, why don't you go in the washroom and change?
You sure it's all right?
Perfectly. Just sing out if you have any trouble with your buttons.
I haven't had any button trouble for a long, long time.
Well, hurry, dear, and Uncle Philip will tuck you in.
Oh, you really don't have to.
Nonsense, child. There's no trouble at all. It'll be a pleasure.
That's exactly what I was afraid of. Good morning, Uncle Philip.
Did you sleep well?
Uh-huh. Why is the train stopped?
Well, we're at my station. We just stopped here for 20 minutes, and I just want to say goodbye.
Oh. Uncle Philip.
Yes?
There's something I must tell you, something I want to explain.
What's that?
Well, maybe I better get dressed first.
You know, Susu, you're a very peculiar girl.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. Will you excuse me a minute?
Certainly.
Where's that lipstick? A casket, green and yellow.
Philip, darling, guess who's... Oh, I beg your pardon. That's quite all right. I must be in the wrong drawing room. Or am I?
I wouldn't know.
That's Philip's grip. I'd recognize it anywhere. I gave it to him for our engagement. And he has the nerve.
Shh, the conductor isn't supposed to know.
And neither am I suppose.
Why, Pamela, darling.
How dare you? And after I drove 37 miles over horrible roads to find out how my poor, lonely fiancé occupied himself on his trip home.
What are you talking about?
That woman in your drawing room, Philip.
Pamela.
Of all the cheap, revolting tricks. Well, we'll see what Daddy has to say about this.
Pamela, come back here. Pamela.
Is anything wrong, Uncle Philip?
Brother. Everything, Susu. Listen, child, I've got to ask you for a terrific favor.
Yes?
Will you come home with me?
What?
You see, that lady's father's the head man at the Wallace Military Institute, and after Pamela talks to him, he's bound to think that you and I... oh, you wouldn't understand, Susu, but it's awfully important. Will you do it for me, please?
I'd love to, because you're so sweet and so kind.
You dear child. Look, Susu, about your mother. You don't have to worry. I'll send her a wire.
Oh, you don't have to.
Of course I do. She'll be frantic. Now, how's this? Met your daughter on the train and looked after her all last night.
Stop.
I'm sure you will understand my reluctance to part with her.
Stop.
So I'm taking her home with me.
Stop.
As you can see, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Signed, Major Kirby. There.
I imagine that'll be a very pleasant surprise to your mother.
Certainly will be, Major. It certainly will.
Well, it does appear as though the major may be in for a minor surprise and the minor may be in for a major surprise. It's all according to how you look at it. Isn't that so, Bob Williams?
Why, yes, and many women have their own way of looking at things, too. Now, you take the case of the woman who's worked all day fixing up a swell dinner for company. Well, at the last minute, the company calls up to say they're not coming. So, does this woman get herself into a stew? Does she boil over and throw pots and pans out of the window? No, she just relaxes and says to herself,
Why be irritated? Light an old gold.
Naturally, because, smokers, an old gold has all the ingredients for real pleasure. Grand extra flavor, plus special protection against cigarette dryness. You see,
Old Gold's blend of great tobaccos, including a touch of tasty Latakia tobacco, is conditioned with the special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey. Made from the juice of fresh apples, it helps prevent cigarette dryness. So, for a better, keener, tastier smoke, light an Old Gold.
And remember, while we're producing all the cigarettes possible without sacrificing Old Gold quality, our armed forces get first consideration. At the same time, we're doing our utmost to assure fair distribution of remaining Old Golds. So, if you must be content with substitute brands today, be content to know that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may have Old Golds. And now back to Harold Lloyd in the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, The Major and the Minor, starring Joan Fontaine and Sonny Tufts. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
So, a reluctant Susan Applegate finds herself a guest at the Wallace Military Institute, at least for the weekend. Even Pamela has relented and, desiring to make Susu comfortable, has installed her in her young sister Sue Lucy's room. As our scene opens, we find Lucy and Susu talking.
Oh, Lucy, what a pretty room. And look at the teeny-weeny goldfish and their flopsy-mopsy tails. And look at this itty-bitty one. He wants his din-din.
All right, sister, let's can the baby talk.
Well, Lucy, what do you mean?
You're not 12 just because you're acting like 6.
Oh, really? I don't know what you're talking about. I think I'm going to swoon. I mean, I actually am.
It would be wasted on me, sister. I'm not a Sinatra fan. See all those books? Biology and anatomy. I'm a scientist like Madame Curie. And you expect to fool me?
Why?
Look at yourself. And talk about those adolescent adiposity.
Adolescent what?
Baby fat to you. Well, it's completely disappeared. How old are you anyway? 20? 25?
Oh, okay, Madame Curie. What's your price? I warn you, I'm a little strapped for cash. That's the reason for this get-up.
My dear child, blackmail as such holds no appeal for me.
You mean you're not going to tell your sister?
No.
I don't get it.
We scientists have a name for a girl like Pamela. I'll spare you the Latin. I don't think you'd understand it. But translated, it spells stinker.
She's awfully pretty.
So's a black widow spider.
And Philip's in love with her.
Which end all time the myth of male superiority. You know what Philip wants most in this world? To get into active service.
Well, who's stopping him?
Pamela. She's moved him and earth to keep him chained to a desk here.
I wish I knew someone in the War Department.
So do I. Anyway, I can't stand Pam.
Well, for Philip's sake, I hope you work something out. Who would that be?
Probably the surprise Uncle Philip promised you. Come in.
Miss Applegate?
Yes?
It has been suggested that the most intelligent member of the Cadet Corps convoy Miss Applegate on a tour of inspection.
Well, I don't know. I really...
May I assure Miss Applegate that she will find Cadet Lieutenant Osborne not only extremely witty, but plenty good-looking, too. In certain circles, he's considered very charming company indeed.
Well, all right. When will he be here?
Miss Applegate, I am Cadet Lieutenant Osborne. And over to your right, Susu, is the statue of General Ezekiel Wallace, founder of the Institute. A great man and a great soldier. Tired?
A little.
Then, why don't we sit down?
An excellent idea.
You know, Susu, had General Wallace been alive, he would have been in Berlin by this time.
Really, Lieutenant?
Of course, I have my own theory about the German debacle. Now, allow me to illustrate. Now, let's assume your lips represent the heart of the city. Now, the right flank of our army is represented by my right hand. An encircling movement develops.
Hey!
At the same time, the British second is crouched ready to spring. And before you know it, they take Berlin.
Why, you little devil!
Hot stuff, huh?
Cadet Osborne.
What?
Oh, Uncle Philip.
Major Kirby.
You may consider yourself relieved of this detail and report to your barracks.
Oh, very good, sir.
Hello, Uncle Philip.
Hello, Susu. Enjoying yourself?
Uh-huh. We were playing games.
So, so I noticed. Susu, maybe we ought to have a heart-to-heart talk. You see, you're a very pretty little girl.
Am I?
Of course you are. You've got... You've got nice eyes and good straight legs.
Major.
Susu, what I meant was, well, if a boy tries to kiss you, you ought to do something about it.
What?
Well, maybe if you made yourself a little less attractive, or you could bite him. No, couldn't do that. But if you were to... Susu. Do you know what you're doing now?
No, Uncle Philip.
Well, stop doing it anyway. It's not right.
Why?
Well, it's bound to give a man... I mean, a boy, ideas.
Well, is that wrong? Mother says ideas are a good thing for young people to have.
Not these ideas, Susu. They're bad for children, and they're even worse for a grown-up.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
That's the darndest uncle I ever saw. Say, what are you doing there?
I'm about to open this telegram Pamela gave me to send to Washington.
That's a federal offense, babe.
Too late now. Well, I guess little Lucy knows the score, all right.
Who's ahead?
Pamela. This wire is for Cornelia McWhirter. Her husband happens to be a brigadier general. He's the one Philip went to see about being transferred to active duty.
Well, not that I care, but what does it say?
Well, she wants Cornelia to tell her husband that Philip has an old football injury, which would make him a liability anywhere but here at the Institute. What tactics do you recommend, Professor?
The Russians did all right with their scorched earth policy.
That's good enough for me. You know, of course, this makes you a partisan in the battle.
I know, comrade, and when they catch partisans, they generally throw them to the wolves. What was that?
That was your escort.
My escort?
Well, didn't Philip tell you?
No.
Well, Saturday night is the night of the weekly school dance. They'll probably make you the belle of the ball.
You mean behind the 8 ball?
Susu, did anybody ever tell you the way you make with the feet is strictly out of this world?
Oh, Lieutenant, how you do carry on.
I'm serious, Angel. I've been looking for you all my life.
Well, I must have kept you waiting at least 14 years.
You know what I always say? Give me any girl with a sense of humor.
Is that what you always say?
No, sometimes I just say, give me any girl.
Now, where have I heard that before?
Listen, Angel, I've got visiting parent trouble tonight. Pop wants to meet you. Hey, Pop, come on over here and look what Junior found.
Well. Hello, my dear.
Hello. Oh, hello.
You know, it's a funny thing, but
Haven't I had the pleasure before?
No, I don't think you have had the pleasure.
Well, I could almost swear that.
Listen, Pop, I saw her first.
Your face is so familiar.
Well...
Oh, there you are, Susu. I was looking
Oh, Uncle Philip, this is our dance, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Will you excuse me, please?
Now, where did I meet that child?
You know, Susu, I was afraid you'd ditch me for a younger man.
Oh, I'd never do that. I like dancing with you.
You are a peculiar child. I swear, Susu, if you were only 5 years older...
Uncle Philip, this is my last night here, and there's so many things. Do you suppose that after the dance, I could have a few minutes alone with you?
Secrets, Susu?
Please, Uncle Philip?
All right. Suppose you make it for 10:15, right at this spot.
You won't forget.
Cross my heart.
Excuse me, Major Kirby. This telegram just came for you.
Thank you. Susu, if this is what I think it is, here, you open it. Bring me luck. Well?
This is to notify you that your request for active duty is hereby granted. You are to report...
Susu, do you know what that means?
Oh, I'm very glad for you, Uncle Philip.
Wait till Pamela hears this. She did it.
She did?
Yeah, she sent a wire to the general's wife. Pamela, it's come through.
What on earth are you talking about?
My transfer, it's here.
Transfer? But that's impossible. Oh, how nice. But aren't you forgetting something, Philip? There was the little matter of our wedding.
Well, we can get a license in the morning and be married tomorrow.
And maybe Susu can be the flower girl. No thanks.
I don't understand you, Pamela. Didn't you want me to get this transfer? You sent the wire to General McWhirter.
So I did, but I was obviously sabotaged. Susu, would you have any idea who's responsible?
Well, it really doesn't matter now.
Oh, yes, it does, darling. This is war, Philip. And in wartime, we hang saboteurs.
Now, here's Bob Williams with an important announcement of special interest to all smokers.
As we've done before, due to wartime restriction, the cellophane wrapper on Old Gold packages will be removed for the warm months ahead. Cellophane is most effective during the winter months when artificial indoor heat tends to dry out tobacco. But during this summer, and for the first time since the beginning of the war, Old Golds will again have the special protection of aluminum foil, which was released in limited quantity for packaging. So, Old Gold's unique blend of many tobaccos, including its touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco, will still be doubly protected. Protected by aluminum foil and protected by apple honey, which helps guard Old Golds against cigarette dryness. Yes, the grand, fragrant aroma and swell taste of Old Gold will still be well protected to give you your full quota of smoking enjoyment. If you're not already getting Old Golds wrapped in aluminum foil, they'll be coming to you in their new dress real soon. Distribution is just about complete. So keep asking for Old Gold and enjoy a finer tasting cigarette. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the third act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, The Major and the Minor, starring Joan Fontaine and Sonny Tufts. All right, Mr. Lloyd?
So it's an open declaration of war between Pamela Hill and Susan Applegate, and the battle is about to be joined. At H hour, 10:15, Susan is ready to go over the top. She stands at the door to the armory where Major Kirby is waiting for her. Her plan of attack is to reveal herself in her true colors, and very pretty colors they are at that.
Major Kirby! Major Kirby! Hello, Miss Applegate.
Oh.
I thought it wise to postpone your appointment with Major Kirby. I told him the excitement of the bell was just too much for little Susu. She had quite a tummy ache.
Oh, I see.
I wouldn't go yet. Maybe we can have a little chat. I had a very informative one before with Mr. Osborne. So, naturally, it comes as no surprise to me that the little caterpillar turns into a beautiful butterfly at 10:15.
All right, let's drop the cat and mouse stuff, Miss Hill. I make a very bad mouse.
All right, Miss Applegate. What do you think will happen to Major Kirby's career when they find out about that night on the train and his bringing you here to associate with 300 innocent children?
Oh, you know he hadn't the faintest idea. All right.
What are your terms? Unconditional surrender. Either you leave tonight without one word to him, or there's going to be a rip-snorting scandal where somebody cashiered out of the service. Somebody rather useful.
Thank you for putting it on such a patriotic basis.
And now, don't you think you'd better hurry if you're going to make the 11:45 train? And watch yourself crossing the campus. That's quite a costume you're wearing for a girl of 12.
You should be glad I'm not 12, Miss Hill. I was an awfully straightforward child. I used to spit.
What's the matter, lady? You look worried.
I am. I was wondering whether I could have missed the 11:45.
No, she'll be along any second now.
Thank you.
Yeah, there she comes now.
About 10 minutes late, isn't she?
Major Kirby.
Hello, Susu.
What are you doing here?
Well, I'm crazy about railroad trains.
Oh, you are?
Uh-huh. And you?
Well, I'm on my way to Stevenson, Iowa.
No, that's a coincidence. That's exactly the place I was bound for.
Why?
Well, I had a little talk with a friend of mine named Lucy Hill, and she convinced me that I ought to investigate the local talent. Seems to think I could do a lot worse than marry one of their hometown girls. And then my next stop is Berlin.
Well, if you're planning to visit Berlin, I might be of some assistance.
You know the town?
No, but I have my own theory about how it might be captured. Now, assume your lips represent the heart of the city. Now, the right flank of our army is represented by my right hand. A slow encircling movement develops.
I see what you mean.
And at the same time, the left flank of our army is crouching ready to spring, and before you know it, they take Berlin.
How can we lose?
Well, so ends the story of the Major and the Minor. And to Joan Fontaine and Sonny Tufts, our thanks for a most entertaining half hour. Next Sunday night, we are very happy to welcome Mr. Edward G. Robinson in a radio version of the Warner Brothers picture, A Slight Case of Murder. Good night, folks. Until next Sunday, see you then.
The Major and the Minor was presented through the cooperation of Paramount Pictures, whose current picture is practically yours. Joan Fontaine appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick. And now, until next Sunday evening, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and to give you more smoking pleasure. This is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
The National Broadcasting Company. From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies.
Tonight's play, the radio version of the Warner Brothers production, A Slight Case of Murder, starring Edward G. Robinson with Alan Jenkins. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For tonight's play, we have selected a nice, cheery little item entitled A Slight Case of Murder. It's a story that deals with a benevolent gentleman, a former bootlegger of some importance, whose tenderness of heart is equaled only by his firmness of mind. For such a role, whom could we have chosen but...
Me?
But Edward G. Robinson.
Well, I checked my guns at the door, Harold.
Good. Although we all know that in real life, you're hardly the kind of a person you've portrayed so often on the screen.
Well, which is rather a fortunate thing. Otherwise, think of what might have happened to the population of this country.
Yes. It's a relief to know that you prefer collecting musical albums rather than machine guns. However, in the play, you're Remy Marco, a man whose beer kept a lot of people from being thirsty during Prohibition. But when Prohibition was repealed...
I decided to go legitimate. I called the boys in and I said to them, "Boys, from now on we're going to be legit. From now on this ain't no still, it's a brewery, see? It's going to have real class, just like any business enterprise. So dump the artillery."
And did they?
Well, there was a little grumbling. The boys felt kind of naked without their persuaders, but they dumped the stuff. They dumped it, and we went into business making real beer.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing was I wasn't accustomed to doing things legitimate. Also, my beer wasn't so good, so after a while, I found myself in a kind of a hole. I owe the bank $40,000, and I didn't have it. You see, I'd send my daughter Mary to Europe to get a fancy education, and that cost dough. So when the bank threatened to foreclose on the brewery, I didn't have it.
What did you do?
Well, I got my wife and my daughter and the boys together, and we all drove up to a house I used to rent in Saratoga for the racing season. Mary had gone to her room, and I was talking to my wife Nora in the library.
Oh, it's swell being back here.
Yeah, it is a nice dump, isn't it?
For example, Remy, observe the architecture.
The what?
The way the joint is laid out.
Oh.
Hey, boss.
Yeah?
Mike, since you've been a servant, you ain't learned nothing. You call Remy sir, I'll bat your ears off.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Hey, sir.
Oh, what's the matter, Mike?
Well, I went into your bedroom to open up a couple of the windows.
Well, that was very thoughtful of you, Mike.
Yeah, only I don't think you can use that room.
Why not?
There seems to be some people in it.
People? What people? How many people?
Well, there's 4 fellas sitting around in chairs.
Did you tell them to get out?
Well, I'll tell you, I thought I'd speak to them about it, but them people are in no position to listen to much. They don't seem to be alive.
What, you mean they're dead?
Well, that's about what it comes to, boss.
I never heard of such gall in my life. What does the landlady mean by going away and leaving 4 dead people in the house? It ain't sanitary.
Now, wait a minute, Nora. Mike, what was wrong with those fellas?
Well, boss, somebody shot them.
Shot them?
Uh-huh. Right in that room. Interrupted their card game, too. One fella had a full house. They're sitting there just as natural as anything.
Well, you gotta get them out of there. I can't have people like that around the house. What did the neighbors think? What did Mary's fiancé, that Whitewood fellow, what did he think if he come in while they were there?
What would anybody think? We better call up the Board of Health and tell them we want to use that room.
Boss, I don't think you better do that. I don't think we want any outsiders in on this. You know who those fellas are?
Who?
One of them is Little Dutch.
Little Dutch?
Then there's Black Cat Gallagher, No-Nose Cohen. And the other's a feller I don't know. He must be a total stranger.
What difference does it make who they are?
Now, wait a minute. No, say, those are the fellas I had a lot of trouble with in the old days. They tried to see me a couple of times before. Carrying guns, too.
Were they mad at you?
Well, they used to own the brewery before I owned it. They claimed I never paid them for it.
Did you?
No. Well, that was before I was legitimate.
Oh.
Yeah, and the trouble with those guys was they could never get over the feeling they had some right to that brewery because they started it.
Well, they must have had a argument upstairs and shut it out. Yeah, now the worst of it is some people might get the wrong idea about them being found in my house like this. Oh, why can't people let bygones be by... Mike,
Get Lefty and Joe here. I think they would be interested.
Sure.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah?
Which one had that full house?
Little Dutch.
I thought so. Lucky Fink, that little Dutch. The boys nearly got the car loaded, Mike?
Yeah, one more stiff to go. Them bums. That's just the kind of a dirty trick those fellas would pull. Leaving themselves in that kind of shape around your house.
Yeah, that little Dutch never had no consideration for other people's feelings. Say, are you sure you boys didn't have a hand in knocking them off?
No such luck.
Hey, boss.
Got them all in the car, Joe?
Yeah, look, I got it all figured out. These must be the fellas who was knocked off. They knocked off that bookie's truck at the racetrack yesterday. Remember it was in the papers?
Yeah, maybe you got something there.
They knocked off the guy driving the truck, didn't they?
Yeah, and they didn't get no dough. Oh, boy, the joke was sure on them.
Then after they pull that job, they come straight here to take up that old matter at the Bureau with the boss.
Yeah, some noise. Reopening old wounds, and me legitimate for years.
They're all aboard, boss. The car's ready to go.
Well, thanks, Lefty. Now, let's take those people and throw them away somewheres.
Where?
Say, boss, you know that gentleman jockey, Mr. Brent?
Yeah?
I bet on a horse of his out at Belmont one day, and I think he pulled the goat.
I know he pulled that goat. Though I hate to say anything against a gentleman jockey.
Say, boss, how would it be like to leave one of these stiffs on his doorstep?
Well, that's fine. I don't care much for gentleman jockeys myself.
How about Little Dutch for Mr. Brent?
Oh, why not? We'll leave Black Hat Gallagher at Briggs' cottage around the corner. Joe Brigg welched on me when he was making book at Jamaica.
Hey, boss, there's a fella I don't like. He runs a restaurant downtown.
We can't take any downtown. We'll leave one on Colonel Jake Schultz's lawn.
Yeah, the Schultz Bureau guy.
Yeah, once he told it around, I was making chemical beer. Well, we'll give him no-nose Cohen. He's the ugliest.
How about picking a spot for that stranger? He ain't no Rose.
Hey, boss, can't I keep just one of them in the kitchen till later? I'll take them downtown myself. It'll be no bother for you.
Yeah, no, we gotta get him out right away. Nora's getting sore.
How about giving the little stranger to Marshal Preston, that blue nose, who's always wanting to make horse racing illegal?
Yeah. Well, come on, let's get started. Oh, so he wants to close down the tracks, huh? Well, okay, he gets the stranger. Mike, you're staying with the missus. Me and the other boys will make the deliveries.
Oh, boss, Lefty went last time. I never have no fun.
You heard me. Stick here. You're getting spoiled, always thinking of your own pleasure. Get going, Joe.
Okay. Hey, this is sure some swell driveway in front of the house. Hey, boss.
Yeah?
It's a state trooper turning in. He's heading toward us.
Well, you know what to do. Step on it. You missed him. What's the matter with you lately, Joe?
I don't know. It's a life I'm leading, boss. I was much better when I was illegitimate.
Now here's Bob Williams with an important announcement of special interest to all smokers.
As we've done before, due to wartime restriction, the cellophane wrapper on Old Gold packages will be removed for the warm months ahead. Cellophane is most effective during the winter months when artificial indoor heat tends to dry out tobacco. But during this summer, and for the first time since the beginning of the war, Old Golds will again have the special protection of aluminum foil, which was released in limited quantity for packaging. So, Old Gold's unique blend of many tobaccos, including its touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco, will still be doubly protected. Protected by aluminum foil and protected by apple honey, which helps guard Old Gold's against cigarette dryness. Yes, the grand, fragrant aroma and swell taste of Old Gold will still be well protected to give you your full quota of smoking enjoyment. Now, if you're not already getting Old Golds wrapped in aluminum foil, they'll be coming to you in their new dress real soon. Distribution is just about complete. So keep asking for Old Gold and enjoy a finer tasting cigarette. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, A Slight Case of Murder, starring Edward G. Robinson with Alan Jenkins. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, while Marco and the boys were out making their little deliveries, the state trooper they missed drove up to the front door of the Marco home, rang the doorbell, and when Mary answered it, he promptly kissed her, which, considering Mary, was the only intelligent thing to do.
Oh, Mary, darling.
Oh, Dick.
Hey, let's not talk.
Let's not. Mother is here now. Dick, what on earth are you doing in that uniform?
Well, remember you told me back in Paris that you wouldn't marry me unless I stopped living on my father's money and got myself a job.
Yeah?
Well, I got a job as a state trooper.
Oh, well, I'm not sure.
Mike told me there was a copper in here.
Oh, you're Mrs. Marco, aren't you?
What of it?
Oh, Mother, this is Dick.
Oh, forgive me for my harsh tone, Mr. Whitewood. But you must remember my shock, thinking it was the law. It was only you. How did you ever happen to take up trooping?
Well, I was stopped for speeding in Westchester one day, and
Did you beat the rap?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, where is Dad, Mother?
Oh, he should be back at any moment now. He went out. It'll be very interesting having a policeman in the family, I hope.
Oh, Mama, Oh, copper. Are you in this house on any business?
Well, no, sir.
Well, then get out of here. Get out! We got plenty of gall walking into an honest man's house. I don't have to stand for any coppers around me now.
Oh, but Father... Remy, he's...
I don't care who he is. I don't want no cops prowling my joint.
Remy, he's Mary's intended. He's going to marry her.
What?
This is Dick Whitewood, Father.
But you never told me your boyfriend was a cop.
He just became one, Father.
Well, he should have resisted that temptation. Coming around dressed up like that, scaring people.
Why don't you two run out and have your dinner with Dick's father? I'll square the beef here.
Oh, come on, Dick. We'll give Remy time to get used to the idea.
All right, but we'll be seeing you later. I'll bring my own dad over.
Say, Mary doesn't think for 1 minute I'm going to let her marry a copper. Why, we'd never be able to hold up our heads again.
Why, Remy, ain't you forgetting that we're on the side of law and order ourselves
Well,
now?
sure, but we don't have to have it right in the house.
Remy. Oh, Remy, he loves Mary, and Mary loves him, just like you and I used to be.
Yeah, but I was never no copper.
Well, don't hold no man's job against him, Remy. If he's so stupid he can't get no other work, let him be a copper. Come on, have your dinner, and you'll feel better.
All right, all right. Say, you don't suppose he gets a pleasure out of arresting people? You know there are coppers in this world like that.
How's the cooking, Joe?
Oh, all right. Only it's kind of dull.
If this legit stuff keeps up much longer, I'm going to kiss you guys goodbye and spend the rest of my days in an old lady's home.
Oh, cheer up, will you, Mike? I hit the boss up for something on our back wages, and he give us $50 on account.
Gee, I didn't think he was that low.
Even lower. Unless he digs up 40 grand by tomorrow, that guy Post from the bank is going to foreclose on a Bury. Then we're out of everything. Marcus should have never gone legit.
Well, he couldn't have kept Prohibition from being repealed all by himself, could he?
Hey, I've been looking at this paper here. There's an offer of $10,000 reward for each of those guys who held up the bookie's truck, dead or alive.
You mean those guys that we found
and delivered
are worth 10 grand apiece?
Yeah.
So what are we waiting for? Leave us go and recollect them. Gentlemen, leave us go to work.
Well, that soup's a long time coming up.
Lefty must be trying out a new recipe or something. Remy, I wish you wouldn't take this thing about the boys being a cop so serious. You like him when you get used to him.
Oh, I ain't got nothing against the kid. It's just that I don't like his advocation. Lefty. Lefty!
Oh, we better go see what's holding him up. Oh, there's nobody in the kitchen.
You're kidding. Oh, yeah, there's a note on the kitchen table. Let's see what it says. Dear boss, we have taken a half hour off. Signed, Mike. You know, I'm getting a little discouraged with Mike, Nora.
Well, you ought to be, after all you done for him and give
No,
him.
it ain't that. It's just that I can't teach him to spell. Look at the way he spells tooken with 2 O's.
just ain't got it in them to learn real grammar. Now, you and me, Remy. Oh, the phone.
Yeah, I'll take it, Nora. Hello?
Marco, this is Post.
Who is it, Remy?
Post, the guy from the bank I owe that dough to. How are you, Post?
I'm all right, thanks. I'm stopping at the Shoreford Hotel.
Oh.
Marco, the board of directors decided to call your note in.
Decided to... What, you came all the way up here to tell me that?
I have all the papers with me. Unless your note's paid by 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, we have orders to proceed with the foreclosure on the brewery.
Yeah, but you can't do that, Post. Look, that brewery's the only thing I got. Look, now, wait, it would be different if I didn't have the dough. I got it, but I need it for advertising, you know, radio. Hello? Hello? He hung up.
Remy, does that mean...
Yeah. We're broke, Mama. The brewery, the townhouse, everything. You know, I've been a sucker, a set-off for a bunch of tin-horn moneylenders. It was only too quick to dish it out when I was making dough, but pull back their ears now when I need it. They're holding a note for a lousy $40,000, and if it ain't paid by tomorrow, everything goes.
Well, Remy, we've been broke before. You've been in tough spots you always got out of. You'll get out of this one.
You bet I will. Trouble with me has been I've been playing the other guy's game. I've been trying to be legitimate, and it ain't my racket. I don't know the rules, so I've been behind the 8 ball. But beginning right now, I'm going to be illegitimate.
Oh, that's the doorbell. It must be Dick's own man.
Oh, Whitewood, huh? Okay, let me see. Now, here's where Marco goes to work. You know what I'm going to do, Nora? I'm going to ride outside there and sell that guy a half interest in the brewery.
Well, we got them all back to the house.
Yeah, lucky, too. I thought for a minute we was going to lose No-Nose Cohen when Colonel Schultz came along just then.
Yeah, that was a swell idea. Mike telling him No-Nose is a friend of ours who got lost on the jag and was just leaning up against his door, resting.
Yeah. Well, look, we can't keep those stiffs in here, in the car. Somebody's liable to come nosing around here.
Well, where will we put the stiffs, Mike?
Well, we found them first, I guess. Up in the boss's bedroom. They'll be more private there.
Well, so you're Dick's old man, Mr. Whitewood. I guess that's why you look like him, huh? Have a glass of beer.
I never drink, sir.
Oh, that's too bad. Like my library? Had some books put in.
Isn't that customary?
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course.
Mr. Marco, after meeting you and your wife, I'm deeply concerned, sir. I'm afraid
Oh, you mean about them getting married? That's all right. You can stop worrying.
Oh, really? But, Mr. Marco, perhaps I should explain that we Whitewoods came over on the Mayflower...
Now, don't apologize, Mr. Whitewood.
Apologize, sir.
I don't hold a man's past against him. Now, look, Mr. Whitewood, to prove it I like you, I'm going to let you become a partner in my brewery.
You are?
Yeah, for a lousy $40,000.
But I don't...
Furthermore, I'll tell you what I'll do. I got my picture on the bottles. When you're my partner, I'll put your picture on the cans.
Mr. Marco, this is ridiculous, sir. I have no intention of investing in any brewery and...
What? What's the matter?
My heart. I get these attacks.
Oh.
I must lie down.
Well, say, that's too... Well, I know. You go right on up to my bedroom and lay down there. First door to your left at the head of the landing. Now, you go on. I'll explain to the folks, and while you're up there, you think over my proposition. Go on now.
Thank you.
It ought to be nice and peaceful up there. Absolutely nothing to disturb you. Well, he didn't sound so enthusiastic. Maybe he...
Boss.
Go away, Mike, will you? I'm thinking.
But I got something to tell you.
It ain't important. Nothing is important except raising $40,000 for that foreclosure and...
That's what I want to tell you about.
Hmm?
You remember those 4 fellas we found up in your bedroom?
Well, sure.
Well, there was a $10,000 reward out for them. $10,000 for each of them, dead or alive. Dead or alive. 10 times 4...
Makes $40,000. Yeah, but we give them away.
No, boss. Me and the boys brought them back.
Mike, you're a good boy. Well, then all we got to do is turn him over. No, we can't do that on account of the cops might be suspicious of us. Where'd you park the stiffs?
Right in the same room where we found them, in the closet.
And you mean up in my bedroom?
Yeah. We figured they was accustomed to that room.
But Whitewood just went up there. He ain't well. Suppose he was accidentally to open that closet.
Nothing like that ain't liable to happen. Boss, don't look now. But is that Whitewood at the head of the stairs?
Help! Murder! Police!
That is Whitewood.
Oh, well, there are always two ways to look at a thing. Isn't that right, Bob Williams?
Oh, I think so, Harold. Now, you take the fellow who's planted his first victory garden. He set out rows of tomatoes and cool, crisp lettuce to go up with them. But instead of lettuce, up comes spinach. Well, either that fella can swear off gardening altogether, or he can just relax and say to himself,
"Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold."
Yes, sirree, smokers. An Old Gold sure brings you a harvest of real pleasure, grand extra flavor, plus special protection against cigarette dryness. You see,
Old Gold's blend of great tobaccos, including a touch of tasty Latakia tobacco, is conditioned with the special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey. Made from the juice of fresh apples, it actually helps prevent cigarette dryness. So, for a better, keener, tastier smoke, light an Old Gold.
And remember, while we're producing all the cigarettes possible without sacrificing Old Gold quality, our armed forces get first consideration. At the same time, we're doing our utmost to assure fair distribution of remaining Old Golds. So if you must be content with substitute brands today, be content to know that tomorrow, if you ask, your dealer may have Old Gold. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the third act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, A Slight Case of Murder, starring Edward G. Robinson with Alan Jenkins. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, if you're going to have corpses around the house, it's nicer to have them worth $10,000 apiece, which is what the corpses Remy Marco had were worth. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to have them found dead. People might think things, which makes it a ticklish proposition when Mr. Whitewood, who didn't care for Remy anyway, apparently found them in Remy's bedroom closet and came staggering out, screaming,
"Help! Police! Murder!"
What on earth is wrong? My goodness.
What's wrong? Father, what happened?
Remy, what's the old gent yelling about?
Mr. Marco.
Yes?
I went to the closet to hang up my coat. And, Mr. Marco,
Yes?
there are 4 of your friends in that closet with guns.
Well, can you imagine that? Well, can it be that somebody's intruding on Marco?
One of them attacked me, and the others in the closet shook their fists and waved their guns.
Boss, he thinks they're alive.
I know, I got an idea. Say, I just thought those people up there must be the ones who held up that truck.
Yeah, that's it, boss. Them there parties are the bandits.
Dick, bandits, do something right away.
All right. Where's the phone?
Over there, Dick. But what are you going to do with the phone?
Why, just this. Hello, operator. This is the Marco place. What do I want? I want a policeman.
But, Dick, you're a policeman.
Oh, I forgot.
Well, that gives me an idea. Young fellow, here's your big chance.
Big chance for what?
To become a hero.
Oh, right.
Boss, what did you think he's doing? Taking out his gun and standing at the foot of the stairs.
Hey, what do you think you're doing, Dick?
I'm guarding the stairway.
Get a load of that, boss. He thinks they'll all leave by the front door.
That's no good. When the other cops come, they'll find the stiffs upstairs already dead. I got it. Look, Dick, do you want to make a big shot out of yourself?
How?
Well, you go up to that room and order them to come out of that closet with their hands up.
But suppose they don't.
I lay 500 to 1 they don't.
Well, if they don't, or even if they hesitate, Dick, you start popping. Don't try to open the door, or they'll shoot your ears off.
Yeah, they're dead. Shot.
Don't you think it'd be wiser to wait for reinforcements?
Young man, you're wearing the uniform of your country. Anyways, your state. Do you want people to say you disgraced it?
He's right, my son. You're a Whitewood.
Well, come on. Come on, me and Mike will go with you. Mike, take his other arm, and we'll help him upstairs.
Okay, boss.
That's my son.
Don't apologize, Pop. You can't help it. Hey, Dick. Walk a little bit. Me and Rummy can't carry you all the way.
Well, here we are. In the bedroom. Closet door's locked. Mike, let go of him. Dick.
Huh?
Order them to come out.
Oh. Come out with your hands up or I'll shoot.
Well, they don't seem to be coming out.
Surprise.
What I better do?
Well, seeing it's a rented house, I kind of hate to do it, but you better shoot.
All right.
You hit the chandelier. You better try keeping your eyes open, Dick, and aiming a bit lower, say 7 or 8 feet.
Oh, no, okay, I'll try.
Attaboy. Maybe the closet door ain't quite as big as the side of a barn, but you can't miss. Go on, let it go.
Oh, what on earth? What happened?
Dick, are you all right?
Son!
Well, nice work, Dick. You know, something tells me you got him. Mike? Open the closet door.
Okay, boss. I think he got him, too.
Oh!
There goes one falling down.
Stiff number 2.
Number 3.
And number 4. Dick, you got them all.
Hey, boss. The kid fell down, too.
Just fainted. After all, facing a closet full of bandits is a strain. Mary, I give my consent to you marrying him. That boy ain't afraid of nothing. Much.
Oh, Dick, darling.
Mr. Whitewood, I will reconsider my offer to let you become my partner for $40,000. Mike, you sure we get 10 grand apiece for the stiffs?
Sure.
Mr. Whitewood, it will now cost you 100 grand to get your picture on the cans. Nora.
Yes, Remy?
After the cops cart the stiffs away, have the boys clean up the room. Oh, and Mike.
Yeah, boss?
Bring me a bottle of beer.
Your beer?
My beer. What do you want? What do you want to do? Kill me?
Well, so closes a slight case of murder. Right now, Edward G. Robinson and Alan Jenkins, our thanks to you for a most enjoyable half hour.
Well, it's been a lot of fun doing it again, Harold.
It was a pleasure.
Who's on the Old Gold roster next Sunday, Harold?
We're very happy to welcome next week Jack Haley and Martha O'Driscoll in The Nervous Wreck.
Well, I'll be listening.
And so will I.
Good night, folks. Until next Sunday. See you then.
A Slight Case of Murder was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of the mirth-provoking picture Roughly Speaking. The screenplay was written by Earl Baldwin and Joseph Schrank from the original story by Damon Runyon and Howard Lindsay. Edward G. Robinson can currently be seen in international pictures Woman in the Window. Alan Jenkins will soon be seen in Universal's Lady on a Train. And now until next Sunday evening, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Its tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and to give you more smoking pleasure. This is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play, The Nervous Wreck, starring Jack Haley with Martha O'Driscoll. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Nervous Wreck was first done as a Broadway play. It was then made into a motion picture whoopee, and very little of the original play was left. Last year, another version of The Nervous Wreck was made into a picture called Up in Arms. Again, very little of the original play was left. Tonight on the Old Gold Comedy Theater, we present the radio version of The Little That Was Left. And the Nervous Wreck is certainly a fine descriptive phrase for Henry Smith, who believes he has every known ailment and several unknown to science. Henry not only supports his mother, but a score of doctors, and has every medicine of every type that has ever come into a jar or a box. As our scene opens, it is early morning, and Henry is awakened by a knocking on his door.
Who is it?
It's your mother, Henry. It's time to get up. You know, this is a very important day in your life.
I know. Come in, Mother. What time is it, Mom?
Well, it's 5 o'clock. Your appointment is for 6. You'd better hurry and get dressed.
I just have to get washed. I'm already dressed.
Well, Henry, did you go to bed with your clothes on again last night?
Yes, Mom. I wanted to be sure that I was dressed warmly because it was very damp.
Oh, so that's why you're wearing your rubbers.
How's the weather this morning, Mom?
Oh, it's beautiful this morning, darling. The sun is shining, and it's going to be very hot. I imagine the temperature will be around, say, 100.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll only wear 2 sweaters.
Well, I'll go and get your breakfast ready, Henry. And good luck on your appointment this morning.
Thanks, Mom. Well, I guess I better get washed. I do hope that everything turns out okay. With all my illnesses, I hope I'll pass my physical at the draft board.
All right, men. Answer to your name.
Smith, Albert. Here. Smith, Frank.
Here.
Smith, Henry.
Coming, Doctor.
All right, Henry, are you ready for your examination?
Yes, sir, but I really don't need an examination. I know exactly what's wrong with me. Since childhood, I've been afflicted with neuritis, arthritis, dyspepsia, pink eye, and... Oh, shoo!
God bless you.
I got hay fever, too.
By the way, Smith, I noticed that you've taken everything off but your shoes. Why didn't you take them off?
What, and get athlete's foot?
All right, Smith, go to room 44.
But, Doctor, I haven't told you all my ailments yet.
We close at 6 o'clock. I haven't got the time.
Room 44. Here it is.
Oh!
Guess I need glasses, too.
All right, Jones. Put your left leg up. That's fine. Now put your right leg up. I still think it can be done. Sit down. All right, Henry Smith.
Right here, Doctor.
My, what a fine-looking specimen.
Thank you, sir.
I was talking about Jones, the man that just left.
Oh. Doctor, can't I at least have a sheet over me? I'm freezing.
Don't speak until you're spoken to. Sit down.
On that marble bench?
Yep.
Oh.
Now, I want to test your lungs. Now, just let me put this stethoscope on your chairs.
Oh.
All right. Now I want you to breathe deeply. Fine. Now exhale. You are alive, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Now I want you to flex your muscles.
They're already flexed.
Son, if you've got any muscles, they must be on the inside of the bone. All right, Smith, room 45. That door right down there.
Yes, sir.
Hand me that form, son.
Here you are, sir.
Lungs okay, reflexes okay, heart okay. Congratulations, son. You're in fine shape.
Doctor, those charts can't be right. I'm a very sick man, and I know all about my illnesses. I diagnose myself.
Oh, trying to take money away from doctors, huh? Practicing without a license.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Oh, you're sorry that I'm a doctor. I should have been a quest. I suppose I should treat people without knowing how.
Oh, no, you shouldn't treat people
I shouldn't treat them. I should let people suffer, huh? Go ahead, say it. I'm not even a good doctor.
But you're a wonderful doctor.
Oh, now you want me to be conceited. I shouldn't bother studying anymore. I suppose I know it all now.
No, you should keep on studying.
Oh, I'm just a beginner. I suppose I shouldn't have been a doctor in the first place, huh? Doctors are no good.
Oh, no, doctoring is a wonderful profession.
Wonderful profession, huh? People phoning me, ringing my doorbell all hours of the day and night, dragging me out of my house, leaving my poor, darling wife all alone. That's good, huh?
Oh, no, you should stay home. You shouldn't leave your wife.
Oh, I should stay home and look at that ugly old witch all night, huh? Come on, Henry Smith, come out with it. Say it. My wife is a miserable old hag. Kissing her makes you sick.
That's not true. Kissing your wife is a pleasure.
Oh, so you're the guy, huh? Fine. I hope you're satisfied. You didn't come here for a physical examination at all. You came here to argue with me,
Doctor.
to break up my home, to come between me and my wife. You need a psychiatrist. Go on in there and see the psychiatrist. My life is ruined. My family broken up. All because a moron comes in and makes a trouble.
That doctor needs a doctor.
Yeah, come in.
Doctor, are you the psychiatrist?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm certainly glad to see you.
Well, that's fine, Henry. How do you feel about going into the Army?
Well, I don't want you to think I'm trying to avoid the draft. If my country needs me, I'll be ready to shoulder a gun. But I think you should know there are many things wrong with me.
Such as?
Well, when it comes to placing a gun on my shoulders, that's very difficult. I have neuritis in both shoulders.
Is that so?
Yes, and of course, when it comes to pulling the trigger, well, I've got rheumatism in both index fingers.
Oh.
And I really couldn't march, sir, because I have fallen arches and flat feet.
Well, son, the Army isn't all marching. We have a motorized service where you sit down.
Well, sir, when it comes to...
Never mind. I'm just wondering, son, whether or not you're suitable timber for our Army.
What do you mean I'm not suitable timber? I want to fight. I want to get in the war. I want to go out there.
Son, do you always fly into those uncontrollable rages?
Yes. All my life I've been like that.
Well, I have a little remedy for this. Whenever you feel any of those rages coming on, just say 3 little words. Temper, temper, temper.
Temper, temper, temper.
Yes, it always works. Now, Smith, I'll have to consider your classification further. In the meantime, get dressed and go home. Yours is a very peculiar case.
There you go again. What do you mean mine's a very peculiar case? I'll have you know that...
Temper,
temper, temper.
Well, how'd you make out, Smith?
I don't know. They haven't been able to find a classification for me. How about you?
I'm 1A. And boy, I can hardly wait to get my uniform.
What a lucky guy. Oh, here comes my bus now. Hey, bus! Bus! If you don't mind, mister,
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I should have known that women were driving buses. Miss, can you let me off at Central and Monroe?
I'm sorry, I'm not stopping at Central and Monroe.
Oh, this must be an express.
Well, not exactly. You see, it's a private bus. I'm going to my father's guest ranch, the Lonesome Mule.
Well, I really don't want to go to any ranch.
Oh, nonsense. This is a health ranch. Why, you spend a couple of days at the Lonesome Mule and you'll feel like a new man.
I will?
Why, yes. In the immediate vicinity of the ranch, we have more than 20 of the world's most famous doctors.
20 doctors?
Uh-huh.
That must be a wonderful place. I'll try it for a few days. I can see myself now. My lungs full of fresh air, my muscles hard as a rock, a glow of health all over me. Just do me one favor, please.
What's that?
Stop at the nearest drugstore. I want to get a medicine kit.
Now here's Bob Williams with something of interest to all cigarette smokers.
Friends, the cellophane wrapper used all winter on Old Gold packages has been removed for the warm weather ahead. During this summer, and for the first time since the beginning of the war, Old Golds again have the special protection of aluminum foil. And that's important, for it means that Old Gold's unique blend of many great tobaccos, including its touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco for extra flavor, is now doubly protected. Protected by aluminum foil and by the special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey. Made from the juice of fresh apples, it actually helps prevent cigarette dryness. Yes, the grand, fragrant aroma and swell taste of Old Gold have all this protection, so you'll have your full quota of smoking enjoyment. So keep asking for Old Gold. Enjoy this finer tasting cigarette. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, The Nervous Wreck, starring Jack Haley with Martha O'Driscoll. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
So, with his medicine kit under his arm, Henry Smith is now comfortably settled at the Lonesome Mule Ranch. He has just finished a lunch of vitamin pills and is now sitting in the sun parlor, making light conversation with the young lady who drove him there.
And then after I left Vienna, I went to Paris.
Paris? Did you visit Fontainebleau?
No, but I saw Kranzenfesser. He's the best man in the world for chill blames. Then after that, I went to Istanbul, Budapest, Moscow, and the doctors all told me the same thing, that there was nothing wrong with me physically. It's all in my mind.
Well, Henry, maybe they're right. You see, when a man lives alone, why, he has too much time with his thoughts.
Oh, but I don't live alone. I live with my mother.
No, I mean a young girl. Someone who cares for you.
Oh, no. Who'd want to marry me?
Why not? You're attractive.
I am?
You've got a fine build.
I have?
And a very pleasing personality.
Really?
Oh, yes, I should think any girl would be proud to be your wife.
Oh, gosh.
Hello, Sally. Oh, I didn't know you had company. I'm Bob Davis, room 14. Who are you?
I'm room 29. I mean, Henry Smith.
Henry, Mr. Davis has been a guest here for quite a few weeks.
Yes, and I'm hoping to stay quite a while longer. You see, I sort of have a crush on Sally. Well, Sally, how about tonight? Do we want to take that moonlight ride?
No, thanks, Mr. Davis. I'd rather not.
You're not going to stand me up, are you?
Let's not discuss it. I've decided I don't want to go.
Now, see here, baby.
Mr. Davis, take your hands off me.
Mr. Davis, it's quite evident that Miss Sally here does not wish to go out with you tonight. I must ask you to desist in your unwanted attentions.
Why don't you go away before I sneeze and flatten you?
Don't you dare strike him, Mr. Davis. Henry's a very sick man.
Yeah, he does look like a talent scout for Forest Lawn.
I warn you, Mr. Davis, you're vexing me. I'll give you a chance to apologize, and I warn you if you don't...
Why, you little runt, I could knock you over with a wet cornflake.
Gentlemen, please.
Temper? Huh? I'm trying to keep myself in check. I'm just repeating what the psychiatrist told me.
Why, you little...
Temper, you asked for it. Oh, I guess I said it too fast.
Henry, you knocked Bob Davis out.
Did I? I mean, I did?
Why, I never would have believed it.
I don't know my own strength.
Oh, but look at your hand, Henry. It's bleeding.
Stop it quick. I can't afford to lose any blood. Besides, you see, I'm shaving tonight. Put your hand in my coat pocket, the right one.
The right coat pocket?
Yes, I always carry a package of Band-Aids there.
All right. Oh, there it is. Let me put the bandage around your knuckles.
Oh, thanks. Gosh, Sally, I've known you only one day, and it seems as though I've known you all my life.
Yes.
Sally.
Yes?
May I take you on that moonlight horseback ride?
Oh, yes, Henry.
Only we'll walk. Gee, it really is beautiful here on the desert.
Oh, I told you it would be, Henry. The air is so crisp and clean. Henry, don't you think you could take your overcoat off now?
I guess it's all right. I've got a top coat underneath.
And I do think, Henry, it's a little too warm for a muffler.
Well, all right, I'll take a chance. But I want you to know, Sally, I won't take my overshoes off. That I won't do.
Shall we rest here, Henry?
All right. Wait a minute until I put my coat on the ground. Sand may be damp. There we are. I'll sit right here.
Mm-hmm. Oh! What's the matter?
Cactus.
Oh, Henry, it's beautiful here, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, I come here often. It's so peaceful.
Do you come here when it rains?
Certainly.
Without an umbrella?
Yes.
You shouldn't do that. Scientists still haven't been able to isolate the cold germ.
Henry, is that all you can talk about? Germs?
Oh, I don't mean to, Sally, but you can't be too careful when your health is concerned.
Oh.
Sally, is anything wrong?
No, I just felt a slight chill.
Oh.
Do you mind if I just come a little closer?
Well, I guess it's all right.
Henry. Henry, tell me something about yourself. What you do, what your ambitions are.
Well, as for what I do, I guess you wouldn't call it very romantic. I have a private income. But to be patriotic, I work in a gasoline station.
A gasoline station? Isn't that hard work, changing tires and repairing cars?
Oh, I don't do that. I'm a specialist.
A specialist?
I just work on the gasoline pumps. Just last week, I was promoted.
Did you get a raise?
No, I didn't get a raise, but I was terrifically honored.
What happened?
They advanced me to the ethyl pump.
Do you have a girl, Henry?
I did have one once, but she left me for another fellow. Took me a couple of years to get over it.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Henry. Was it recently?
No, it was quite a while ago. She was 9 and I was 11. But I seem to have met someone I like very much now.
Oh?
Yes, it's you.
Oh, Henry, that's awfully sweet of you.
Sally, there's something I want to ask you.
Yes?
I've never asked a girl this before.
Yes?
What time is it?
It's 9:30, Henry. Why?
Holy smoke, I forgot to take my liver pills.
Henry, for once, try not to take them. Maybe it is all mental. Try to think about something else.
What?
Well, you could think about me.
Sally, I don't mind you getting so close, but you're crushing the cough drops in my pocket.
Oh, Henry, let me just come a little closer. There. Isn't that better? How do you feel now?
I feel strange. My heart is beating faster.
Why, Henry, doesn't that mean anything to you?
Yes, it does. I must take my digitalis. Listen to my heart beating. See? I told you, my heart. Listen. Listen to it.
Henry, that isn't your heart. There's someone coming on horseback.
Oh. I wonder who that could be.
So, there you are, you little runt. Thought you'd get away with hitting me with a monkey wrench when I wasn't looking.
Mr. Davis, please.
Not only that, but you stole my girl from me.
Please, I'm not your girl.
No, she's not. She's my girl.
Why, you...
I'm warning you, Mr. Davis. Temper.
I'm going to tear you inside out.
Mr. Mr. Davis, you stop this.
Put your hands up, Smith, because I'm going to let a right hand fly at you right now that will...
Bob Davis, you beast. You knocked him out. Henry, speak to me. Say something.
Oh. Where am I?
He's delirious.
Oh, I know. I'm on the air for Old Gold tonight. I'm getting money. I'm getting laughs. I may even get cigarettes.
He is delirious.
Well, that's how it is. 1 minute you're up, next minute you're down, just like a Ferris wheel. What's so funny, Bob Williams?
Well, I was just thinking, suppose you're taking a ride on a Ferris wheel and it stops working just when you're up on top. What's a fella gonna do then?
I don't know. Suppose you tell us.
Well, I know I wouldn't jump off. No, I'd just kind of relax and say to myself, Bob, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. Because, smokers, that's one good time to get that grand extra flavor of an Old Gold, plus its special protection against cigarette dryness. Listen.
Old Gold's blend of great tobaccos, including a touch of tasty Latakia tobacco, is conditioned with apple honey to help prevent cigarette dryness. So, for a better, keener, tastier smoke, light an Old Gold.
Easier said than done, perhaps, since quantity is limited. And limited for these understandable reasons. First, Old Gold quality is held a full 24-carat standard. Second, our armed forces get first call on all cigarettes we make. Yet we're doing our best to assure your share of remaining Old Golds. So if you must take substitute brands today, remember, your dealer may have Old Golds tomorrow. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the third act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, The Nervous Wreck, starring Jack Haley with Martha O'Driscoll. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
The time is just 1 hour later, and in his hotel room sits a very battered, bruised, and black and blue Henry Smith. By his side, looking at him with sympathy, is Sally. Though Henry has been vanquished, as far as Sally is concerned, he is still her champion. She is trying her best to console him.
Oh, Henry, you were magnificent.
Magnificent. I didn't even get a chance to hit him. The first thing I knew, I saw a fist coming toward me, and that was all.
Henry, it doesn't always matter whether you win or lose. It's the cause you were fighting for.
I guess so. Would you please pass me the arnica?
There isn't any arnica.
That's funny. I had a bottle of it in my medicine kit. Well, then let me have the mercurochrome.
Henry, there isn't any mercurochrome.
I'm sure there is some. I know I bought some. Well, I know there's a mustard plaster, because I bought some last night. It's right next to the Dr. Scholl's corn plasters. You'll find them there.
No, there isn't a mustard plaster either. You see, well, Henry, I threw away your medicine kit.
You threw it away? With all my medicines and everything in it? Well, I won't last 24 hours without it.
I think you will.
Sally, if you really love me, give me back my medicine kit.
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, well, I threw it down the well.
Threw it down the well?
Henry, darling, please believe me. All these ailments of yours are only imaginary.
Never mind. When does the next bus leave?
In about an hour. I have to pick up some new guests.
Well, wait for me. I'm going to pack my suitcase and go with you. I'm leaving.
Oh, but darling,
My mind's made up. I'm sorry, Sally, but I'm going home to Mother.
Henry, have you found out what's wrong with the motor yet?
Only that it stopped. I'm trying to fix it. I think a spark plug's missing.
Here comes a car. I'll hail it. Oh, that looks like Bob Davis's car.
Oh, if he catches me again, he'll murder me. I'm getting out of here.
I think it's too late to run away, Henry.
So, you thought you could run away with my girl, eh? Well, my back was turned, eh? You want to get another beating, eh?
Stop calling me A.
Bob Davis, you bully. You leave Henry alone. And put that gun down.
Please, Mr. Davis, don't kill me.
I wouldn't waste bullets on a mouse like you. I'll show you what I'm going to do with this gun.
Oh, you shot one of my tires. There goes another one of my tires. That's the fourth and last one of my tires.
That's a very unpatriotic thing to do. Tires are material of war. Temper, temper, temper.
Stay away from me, you runt.
Temper, temper, you fool.
Henry, you knocked him out again. And this time with your left hand.
Did I? I mean, I did? Mr. Davis, speak to me. Speak to me. Gosh, he doesn't answer. Sally, quick. We've got to get into his car. We've got to run away. Fast. I just killed a man. I'm a murderer. And that's what happened, Mom. There's a price on my head now. Do you realize what I've done? I've kidnapped a girl, I've stolen a car, and I've murdered a man.
Well, there, Henry. Everything will be all right.
Oh, but it won't, Mom. I can see it all now. Newspaper headlines. They'll throw me into jail. Probably for a murderer. Like me, they'll put me in a solitary cell. Solitary cell? That means I won't even get any sunshine. No vitamin D. That means malnutrition. I'll lose weight. I'll be so thin they won't be able to hang me. My head will slip right through the noose.
Well, don't you worry now, son. We'll get the best lawyer in town.
It's really all my fault. And all I did was want to help Henry. You see, I love him, Mother.
And I love you, too. But I guess that's all off now. What girl would want to marry a murderer? Oh, it's the police, I guess. Let them in, Mother. There's no point in my hiding.
All right, son.
Your name, Smith? I'm Sheriff Hawkins.
I know. Here are my wrists. You can handcuff me. I won't struggle.
An old fellow named Bob Davis, don't you?
Sheriff, please don't arrest Henry. He's innocent. He did it in self-defense. It's all my fault.
I admit it all. I'm guilty of kidnapping, stealing a car, and murder.
You're nuts.
How dare you speak that way to my son?
I just came here to tell your son that he's a hero.
Hero?
Yes. You knocked out Bob Davis. We've been trying to get him for years. He's one of the slickest hold-up men in the country. His real name is Charlie the Gap. I just came here to give you a check for $5,000 as a reward.
$5,000 reward?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, isn't he dead?
No, very much alive and in jail where he belongs. Son, I want to shake your hand. Why, you're the bravest man I know. Any man who could single-handed and without a gun face a desperado like Bob Davis is not afraid of any living thing.
Thank you, sir.
That's all right. And
He sneezed on me. Quick, my atomizer! My atomizer!
Well, so closes the story of the nervous wreck. Right now, Jack Haley and Martha O'Driscoll, our thanks to you for a most entertaining half hour.
I enjoyed it, Harold.
It was a pleasure.
Who's on the old gold roster next Sunday, Harold?
We're very happy to welcome next week Judy Canova in Scatterbrain.
I'll be listening.
So will I.
Thank you. Good night, folks. Until next Sunday. See you then.
Jack Haley appears through the courtesy of his radio sponsors, Seal Test. Martha O'Driscoll appears through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, producers of Salome, Where She Danced. And now until next Sunday evening, don't let little annoyances get you down. Why be irritated? Light an old gold. Its tobaccos are conditioned with apple honey to help guard against cigarette dryness and to give you more smoking pleasure. This is Bob Williams saying good night for Old Gold.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play is a radio adaptation of the Republic picture Scatterbrain, starring Judy Canova. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. They say that opportunity knocks but once, and if that's so, we're mighty glad we heard the knock and opened the door. For tonight, we have the opportunity and pleasure to present to you a young lady who has sung and acted her way into the hearts of millions of us all over the world, Miss Judy Canova. Welcome to Old Gold Comedy Theater, Judy.
Well, thank you, Harold, for asking me over, and I want to thank my 3 sponsors, too, for letting me visit you.
Your 3 sponsors, Judy?
Sure. Colgate, Palmolive, Pete.
I hear you. Well, on with tonight's play, Scatterbrain. Some discoveries are made by accident. Newton discovered the law of gravity by tossing an apple in the air, and Benjamin Franklin discovered electricity while flying a kite. But the discovery J.R. Russell, director of Perfection Pictures, is about to make is no accident. As our scene opens, Eddie McIntyre, a publicity man, bursts into J.R.'s office.
Oh, boss, you've done it again. This is without the doubt the greatest stroke of genius you've ever pulled.
Well, Eddie, I do manage to... What have I done now?
What have you done now? You've just made the greatest discovery of your career, J.R.
Yeah?
Listen to this. In a worldwide search for a girl to play Ruthie Bell in Thunder Over the Ozarks, you found Ruthie Bell in person. In Hollywood? No. On the New York stage?
Yes.
No. You found her pushing a plow on a farm. You took her right off a plow.
Well, you put her right back. The girl in Thunder Over the Ozarks has got to be an actress.
But, boss, this girl is an actress. She's been on the stage for years.
Then why is she pushing a plow?
Hang on to yourself, boss. Hang on. You're beginning to believe your own publicity. The only farmland this girl ever saw is Hollywood Boulevard and Vine Street.
Yes, but will she screen? Can we photograph her?
Oh, with a brownie, boss. With a brownie.
Then we've got something. And here's how we'll do it. You find a farm, plant the girl on it, and then phone me and tell me where it is. Then I'll take Nick Ratplitz along with me, and we'll discover her.
Nick Ratplitz, the big boss, the president of Perfection Pictures? Say you're not going to tell him the girl is a phony, are you?
What, and lose my job? Not a chance, Eddie. Now get going. Phone me when things are set.
Okay. Well, it won't be long now, Esther. I plant you, J.R. digs you up, and bingo, you're a star.
Boy, I can see it now. My name in lights. Esther Harrington and Thunder Over the Ozarks.
Yeah, and it can't be too soon. Well, this looks like the perfect farm to plant you in. Let's stop and see if we can make some arrangements.
Good grief, Eddie. Get a load of that girl in the yard. Is she real?
She sure is. She's the genuine article. A real farm girl.
You can say that again. Look at those sandals she's wearing. Her toes look like 5 hot dogs peeping out of a bird
Quiet,
cage.
Angel Puss, quiet. Here she comes.
Howdy, mister. My name's Judy Hall. What's yours?
Hello, my name is Eddie McIntyre, and this is Miss Esther Harrington. Say, it's a nice little place you've got here. Do you work it all alone?
Nope, I got another mule that helps me some.
Well, would you consider taking in a boarder? This young lady likes the climate here, and I thought that perhaps you might
Ain't got no room for boarders. I'm short a hired hand, though. Might use her if she wants to work for a keep.
Well, that'll be all right.
Now, just a minute.
She's pretty handy, and she's a good cook, too.
Eddie, if you think for a minute.
Well, golly, Mr. Eddie, I don't know. She's kind of puny, ain't she? Ain't got much meat on her, but after she gets fattened up a little bit, she might be able to help with the housework.
Well, fine. Then it's all settled. Now, Esther, you better go in and unpack. You're going to like it here.
I'll unpack, but I'm not going to like it.
Ain't you going to stay to dinner, Mr. Eddie?
Well, I'm afraid I can't, Judy. I've got an important phone call to make. But I'll be seeing you sometime.
I sure hope so, Mr. Eddie. I think you're nice.
J.R. Russell speaking.
Hiya, boss. This is Eddie McIntyre. Now, listen. I've got the girl planted on a farm near here, and when you see her, you'll swear she's Ruthie Bell in person.
Swell. I'll get hold of Nick Raptus, and we'll leave in the morning. Now, how do we get there?
Well, first you go to Pratt Falls. That's the country seat. Then you take a rural route 3 due east until you come to a fork in the road, and eventually you...
I'm afraid you're taking me on a wild geese chase, J.R. The girls we've seen so far look like Miss Dead Welly. I haven't seen one with shoes on since we left Hollywood.
Well, don't forget, Nick, this is primitive country. I say, oh, look. I think that's a well at that farm up ahead. Care to stop for a drink of water?
Of course, I need something to wash down the mud in my throat.
Okay, then let's stop for a minute. Don't seem to be anybody home.
Sure there is, J.R. Look over yonder there, pushing the plow.
What? Why, it's a girl.
I wouldn't want to bet.
A young lady. Oh, young lady, you over there with the plow.
You calling me, mister?
Yes, is this water in the well good to drink?
I reckon it is, mister. My grandpappy drunk it for 90 years off and on.
What do you mean, off and on?
Well, when he was off liquor, he was on straight water. And when he was off water, he was on straight liquor.
Nick, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Of course, J.R. Great minds run in the same canal.
In this... This girl is the type we've been looking for. She's primitive. She's perfect. By George, I think she is Ruthie Bell.
Right, J.R. She is Ruthie Bell.
Well, I don't know what y'all are talking about. My name's Judy.
Such diction, such naturalness, such bearing. Judy, do you realize who this gentleman is? This is Mr. Nick Raptus, the president of Perfection Pictures.
And this is J.R. Russell, the famous movie director.
No fooling. Gee, moving pictures. I seen The Birth of a Nation last winter at the county seat. Yeah, but I don't think moving pictures will ever take the place of medicine shows.
Look, Judy, how would you like to work in motion pictures? Come to Hollywood and be a great star.
You mean like Lillian Gish? Oh, you're fooling. What would you want me for?
I'm not fooling, Judy. We're going to make a great picture about a little girl in the mountains, a girl just like you. And the part is yours, Judy, if you want it.
Oh, I don't think I could. That is, well, gee, mister, if you ain't fooling.
He's not fooling, Judy. Now, look, you wire me to studio. Here's the address, and then you get to Hollywood. I'll have you meet the gentleman of the press.
Oh, shucks, that ain't necessary, Mr. Raptus. I always do all my own ironing.
All right, boys, there you are. You can take just a few more pictures.
Quiet, please. I've called you all here that you should meet the newest star of Perfection Pictures. Miss Judy Hall, who will play the part of Ruthie Bell in Thunder of the Ozarks. Judy, this gentleman here is from the press.
Howdy, fellers. Pleased to meet you.
Gentlemen, you're about to witness a scene that will mark a new epic in motion pictures. J.R., have you got the contracts ready?
All ready, Nick, and here they are. Here's the pen, Judy. All right, boys, get some pictures of her signing the contract.
All right, stand on the chair there, get a better picture.
Yeah, I want you now.
Ooh, land of Goshen. All them lights. Ooh, my eyes is all polka dotty. I can't see nothing but green rings.
Hey, kid, you're overdoing it. You're carrying this farm girl stuff too far.
Huh? What's that, Mr. J.R.?
I said put the brakes on. You don't have to go that far.
Oh, I ain't going nowhere.
You...
No. Say, maybe you fellers would like to hear me do a little hog calling. I won the hog calling championship at the county fair 2 years ago.
J.R.
Oh, hello, Eddie. When'd you get back?
Oh, just now. Look, come on out in the hall. I've got to talk to you right away.
Oh, okay. What's up?
Oh, you will find out. Come
now,
on.
folks, here's a sample of my hog calling. Piggy, 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 piggy. Piggy, piggy, piggy,
J.R., shut the door. I don't want anyone to hear us.
The girl is terrific, Eddie. And what an actress. What an...
Hey, what's the matter with you? Oh, J.R., I think I'm sick, and I think you're going to be, too. So hold on to something and brace yourself.
What are you talking about?
That girl, J.R., that isn't the girl I planted.
Of course she is. What's that? What are you trying to say?
No, J.R., don't get excited. There's been a mistake.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. I'm not in the mood to be kidded.
But can't you see, J.R.? I'm trying to tell you. You discovered the wrong girl. That kid's not an actress. Why, she's just a farm girl. Oh. Now, listen to that. There. Well, do you think she's kidding? Oh, you'll just have to get that contract away from her and put this other girl in her place.
Just as easy as that, huh?
Well,
Why, you imbecile, don't you realize she could sue the studio for $1 million?
But, boss...
See, piggy, piggy, piggy. See, piggy, piggy. By the pink-toed prophets, I'll never eat another piece of ham as long as I live.
Now here's Bob Williams with something of interest to all cigarette smokers.
Friends, the cellophane wrapper used all winter on Old Gold packages has been removed for the warm weather ahead. During this summer, and for the first time since the beginning of the war, Old Golds again have the special protection of aluminum foil. And that's important, for it means that Old Gold's unique blend of many great tobaccos, including its touch of rare imported Latakia tobacco for extra flavor, is now doubly protected. Protected by aluminum foil and by apple honey that helps prevent cigarette dryness. Yes, the grand, fragrant aroma and swell taste of Old Gold have all this protection, so you'll have your full quota of smoking pleasure. So keep asking for Old Gold. Enjoy this finer tasting cigarette. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the second act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Scatterbrain, starring Judy Canova. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Yes, sir, it seems there's been a mistake. Perfection Pictures have signed the wrong girl to a contract, and the director, J.R. Russell, and Eddie McIntyre, his publicity man, are up to their eyebrows in trouble. As we look in on them now, they are discussing the situation in J.R.'s office.
Oh, J.R., I didn't sleep a wink last night. I was so worried.
What did you use to worry with, Eddie? That thing you call a brain? Come in.
Miss Hull is ready for her test, Mr. Russell. You want to okay her wardrobe and her makeup?
Oh, yes, I suppose so. Test? Test, did you say? Well, I swan. Won't that just be bodacious? Stand back, you ornery varmints, or I'll plug you plumb
Ixnay,
full
boss, Ixnay, here she comes.
Golly, Mr. J.R., I got more war paint on my face than an Indian chief. I ain't seen so much paint since... What? Oh, there's Mr. Eddie. What are you doing here?
Well, I work here, Judy. I guess.
Yes, Judy, yes. Eddie here is responsible for your being under contract to me. He arranged everything. Didn't you, Eddie?
Gee, Mr. Eddie, I'm sure obliged to you for everything. This is my first time being an actor girl, but seeing as how you think maybe I can be one, I'm sure going to try like everything.
Yes, Judy. Sure, of course.
Say, I learned me a piece to speak from a test. Would you like to hear it?
No.
All right. It goes like this. He ain't guilty, Your Honor. He never done it. Jed Lucas never done nobody no hurt, and the one that says he did is a low-down ornery skunk. Yes, sir. You can't send Jed to prison, Judge. He's mine. If he goes away, I'm a-wanting to go with him. I love him, Judge. I love him.
Oh, brother. Why did this have to happen to me?
What'd you say, Mr. J.R.?
Oh, nothing, Judy. It's just that I'm overcome.
Oh, shucks, fellers. I didn't think I was that good. Say, I got me a song to sing. Maybe I'd ought to sing that, too, huh?
Yes, maybe your daughter, Judy. Bill.
Yes, Mr. Russell?
You take charge of the test, will you?
Ain't you gonna make it with me, Mr. J.R.?
No, Judy, I don't feel very well.
Oh, shucks, Mr. J.R. All you need is a saucer full of rhubarb and soda. Yep, now don't you worry about nothing. I got me a song that'll make them opera singers sound like a bunch of Missouri canaries. Well, so long, Mr. Eddie. I'll be seeing you.
Rhubarb and soda. What I need is a bourbon and soda.
No. Look, boss, look, I have an idea. Why don't we try a little psychology? Suppose, for instance, just suppose that Judy could be talked into sort of quitting of her own accord. Wouldn't that let you out?
Yeah, but who's going to talk her into it?
Oh, you just leave it to little Edward the 10th. I'm great on that psychology stuff, and before I'm through, I'll make her hate Hollywood.
You think there's a chance it'll work?
You know me, J.R. I never think.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Listen, you third generation of a line of imbeciles, if you don't put this across, you're through. Get it through. Now get going.
So you see, Judy, Hollywood is not the place for a girl like you. I want you to give up this idea of being an actress and go home. Go home where you'll be happy.
But, Mr. Eddie, I thought you was the one that wanted me to be an actor girl.
That was before I really knew you, Judy. But now that I see you as you really are, I can't stand the thought of you being here, wasting yourself.
Gee, Mr. Eddie, I never knew you even thought of me like that. Gee, you know, it's kind of funny. I was just thinking this morning about going back home. Thought maybe I'd made a mistake after all.
Oh, now you're being sensible, Judy.
No, sir, I ain't gonna do it. No. You know, Mr. Eddie, you talking to me like you just done kind of changed everything. I signed that contract and I'm a-sticking to it.
Oh, but Judy, you...
No, sir, I'm a-staying. I ain't gonna let you down. And just to show you I mean it, I'm going over and start my grammar lessons right now. Where are you going, Mr. Eddie?
Where am I going? I'm going to pieces.
All right, Miss Holt. Now we start with the grammar lessons. Und we commence from the beginning to start, right? Right. All right, commence reading here from the script.
Fade in, long shot. Exterior mountain road leading to cabin. Ruthie Bell, enter.
No.
Birds, twitter.
Yeah, no. Leave the beards. It's got nothing to do with you. The beards sing by themselves. Look, all what you just read, you don't learn that. That is not what you do. You got to say the stuff. You don't do nothing.
Yeah, well, how's the audience gonna know what I'm doing if I don't tell them?
Yeah, please, Miss Stuff here. Look, what we do, we forget all this here. We try something else. Jump over to scene 221. All right?
All right.
All right. Now, the part here is a conversation between two socially prominent women and one daughter. And you play the part of a very educated girl. Of course, you're only acting. All right, now, see if you can read it in English.
I'll try.
All right, now, look here. I am your mother.
You are?
In the script.
Oh, well, what do I call you?
Mother, of course, please.
Well, you know, mister, I never called my mom mother.
You never called your mother?
No. When I was a little one, I used to jump on my mom's knee and say, Daddy, tell me a story.
You called your mother Daddy?
Yep.
Well, what did you call your father?
Oh, we didn't call him. He had an alarm clock.
No. All right, go ahead. Start reading some more.
Mother, her nose high in the air. Nothing you can say will change our love. Listen to the beat of my heart. Knock, knock, knock.
Look, miss, you don't read what is in the brackets. When it goes like this, like a bow-legged couple of things, you don't read that. Listen to my heart knock, knock, knock. The knock is not in your heart, it is on the door. You know, knock, knock on the door?
Oh, somebody at the door?
Yes, that. No! Please, we are getting nothing pleasant. I tell you what to do. Read it again, please.
All right. The knock is at the door. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Sinatra.
Sinatra who?
Sinatra one you think it is. I got you on that one, didn't I? Caught you. I knew I'd catch you.
Sinatra one you think it is. I can't stand this. You hear that? I don't know who sent you here, but I can't stand it. I'm a director for 9 years.
Hello, J.R. Russell speaking.
This is Benton of the legal department, Mr. Russell. I have some bad news.
Bad news?
Yes, we've found a flaw in Judy Hall's contract. The marriage clause states that if Judy gets married, the contract is automatically canceled.
Oh, thank you. So there's a flaw in the contract, is there? Ooh, ho, ho, ho. Well, a flat-foot contract with a flaw, and a flat-foot contract with a flaw.
Oh, gee, Mr. J.R., you sure sound mighty happy.
Oh, Judy, it's the spring, the spirit of romance. Have you ever thought of marriage, Judy, dear?
Mr. J.R., you mean that?
No. Don't misunderstand me, darling. I wasn't thinking of myself. I was thinking of Eddie. You like Eddie, don't you, Judy?
I sure do. But, what do you mean, Mr. J.R.?
Well, only that inasmuch as Eddie is so crazy about you.
You mean Eddie's in love with me?
Gloriously, madly. Don't be surprised if he asks you to marry him.
Oh, gee willikers, I won't. I'll be tickled to death.
You mean you would marry him?
Oh, gosh. Oh, gee. Here he comes now. Hello, Mr. Eddie.
Oh, hello, Judy. Say, look, J.R., I've got to talk to you right away. Huh?
Mr. Eddie, have you got anything you want to say to me?
Why, no. No, Judy, why?
Well, I thought maybe if you wanted to come over to my house for a mess of good country cooked victuals, we could kind of get better acquainted and talk things over and everything and all that kind of stuff like that there, you know.
Well, sure. I'd love to come sometime, Judy.
You would?
Yeah.
Well, all right then. And whenever you come, I'll be waiting for you. Remember, Mr. Eddie, whenever you come, I'll be there waiting for you. Bye.
Goodbye, Judy. Hey, what's the matter with her? Spring fever or something?
Well, Eddie, we found a loophole in the contract. If Judy gets married, the agreement's automatically broken.
No kidding, boss.
Yep.
Gee, that's swell. Now, all you have to do is find somebody to marry her.
That's it, and I've already found him.
You have? Oh, boss, you're wonderful. I always said that you were the greatest. Hey, wait a minute. You don't mean that you want... No, boss. No, nothing. You wouldn't. Look, boss, you can't. I'm already engaged to Miss Esther Harrington. What will that make me?
A bigamist, Eddie, my boy. A bigamist.
Well, sometimes people just can't run away from their problems. Isn't that so, Bob Williams?
No, 'tis so, Harold. Now, you take a married couple getting ready for the Sunday stroll. Now, the wife thinks it would be awfully cute if the husband wears a purple and green suit, because those colors happen to match her new spring outfit. Well, what's a fella gonna do? Argue till he's blue in the face? Oh, no. If he's wise, he'll just relax and say,
"Why be irritated? Light an old gold."
Yes, smokers, you can't argue about that. A fine cigarette sure gives you lots of comfort and pleasure, especially today. But listen, you get no pleasure if your cigarette is hot, harsh, and dry. And so,
to help prevent cigarette dryness, Old Golds are conditioned with a special moisture-protecting agent we call apple honey.
made from the juice of fresh apples. In addition, Old Gold's unique blend of many great tobaccos is enriched with rare imported Latakia tobacco for delightful extra flavor.
Extra flavor plus extra protection against cigarette dryness.
That's Old Gold. Now, as soon as you can, try a pack. And look, when the missus makes you see red, why be irritated? Light an Old Gold. And now back to Harold Lloyd and the third act of tonight's Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation, Scatterbrain, starring Judy Canova. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, it's the following night, and Nick Raptus is giving a big party for his new star, Judy Hull. As our scene opens, the starry-eyed Judy is dancing with a very unhappy young man named Eddie McIntyre, and the band is playing Judy's favorite tune.
Gee, Mr. Eddie, I could go on like this forever. You sure do shuffle your feet good.
Well, thanks, Judy. You're pretty good yourself.
No fooling. Golly, when you say pretty words like that to me, I get duck bumps all over.
Huh?
Poor Mr. Eddie. I know what's the matter with you. Mr. J.R. told me all about it. But shucks, I'm going to take care of everything. I got Mr. Raptus to fix up a surprise for you tonight that's going to make you awful happy.
Yeah?
Oh, gosh, this must be it now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a wonderful surprise for you. I'm going to show you the task my newest star, Miss Judy Hull, made yesterday.
Oh, no. No, he mustn't. I've got to stop him.
Isn't that a swell surprise for us, Mr. Eddie?
Oh.
Say, do you know what it'll mean?
Hey, the end of the picture business.
All right, operator, start running the test.
Put on the skillet, put on the lead. Mammy's gonna make a little shouting bread. That ain't all she's gonna do. Mammy's gonna make a little coffee too. Mammy's little baby loves shouting. Mammy's little baby loves shouting bread. Mammy's little baby loves shouting. Mammy's little baby loves shouting bread. Two little pickaninnies laying in the bed. Heels cracked open like shouting bread. Biscuits good. So Bud said, but I'm from Walla Baba shouting bread. Mammy's little baby love a shouting. Mammy's little baby love a shouting bread. Mammy's little baby love a shouting. Mammy's little baby love a shouting bread. Every night before going to bed, I run to the cupboard for my shouting bread. Grandma's old can make a bed, but she's full of pepper making shouting bread. Matt! I like it hot. I like it cold. I like it hot. I like it cold. I like it hot. I like it cold. I can eat it when it's tender.
Wonderful, magnificent, superb.
Oh, hello, Mr. J.R. Thank you for the pretty speech, but 'twarn't nothing
Hi,
really.
nonsense, Judy, nonsense. You were sensational. Boss, I congratulate you. Things turned out right after all, didn't they?
Oh, the Russell touch, Eddie. I may not always be right, but I'm never wrong.
Oh, you mean you really think I'll be a success, Mr. Eddie?
Success, Judy, you can't miss.
Oh, gosh, you know what that means, don't you? It means that nothing can't never come between our love. Say, how about you and me slipping away over to my house where we can be nice and cozy and have a saucer full of tea?
Well, not right now, Judy. I can't because I've got something very important to do. Goodbye.
Where do you suppose he's going, Mr. J.R.?
I'm not sure, Judy, but I think he's leaving for China.
For China? Shucks, he didn't need to do that. I got a whole set of it over at the house.
From Hollywood, California, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program that brings you every week the greatest stars in the greatest comedies. Tonight's play is the Universal picture Hired Wife, adapted from the original story by George Beck and starring Joan Bennett and Robert Page with Edmund McDonald. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In selecting our cast for this evening's Old Gold comedy, we did something which is very unusual out here in Hollywood. We had someone read the script. That, of course, was a big advantage, and it told us that the girl we'd need to play, Kendall Browning, would have to be gay, charming, lovely to look at, and unusually intelligent. Now, you must admit, that is quite an order to fill, unless you have someone like Joan Bennett. The man who read the script further told us that Stephen Dexter had to be tall, masculine, executive, and that he must have universal appeal. So, since Hired Wife is a universal picture, and since Robert Page is a universal star, here he is, our own Stephen Dexter, Robert Page. Our play tonight, Hired Wife, is a story about a man and his secretary, a single man. And when you add together a highly eligible single man, the president and sole owner of Dexter Cement, and a secretary like Kendall Browning who completely runs her boss's life, or thinks she does, well, you get a situation that is more than likely to start like this. Kendall Browning is being called on by an old friend.
Jose, why did you come up here to the office to see me?
Kendall Carey, it is because, how do you say, because I want to touch you.
Touch me? Do you know what you're saying?
It could be I have used the wrong kind of English. What I mean is I want to bite you.
What?
No, not you, Kendall. I wish to bite your pocketbook.
Oh, so that's it. A little loan. Well, Jose, my amigo, for future reference, and I'm sure you'll be needing it, the expression is to put the B on me, except next time it won't be on me. How much of a bite is it this time?
Shall we say...
No.
Then maybe not so much.
Yes.
50?
No.
40?
No.
20?
How does 10 sound to you, Jose?
You offer me, Jose Antonio Francisco de Fragosa de Granzanda, 10 measly little dollars.
I do.
I'll take it.
Here, Jose, and now why don't you settle your financial problems and run out and marry some nice horse-faced millionaires?
Oh, I try. Believe me, I try, but every time I get ready to explode the question to ugly rich women, I get a cold in the feet.
Yeah, I know. Money isn't everything.
Si. Oh, amor. Tell me this, Kendall. You work for a very wealthy man, no?
Yes.
He is handsome, no?
He is handsome, yes.
He's got money, he's handsome. Why nothing happened?
Oh, Stephen's no woman hater. He has a mad moment now and again, especially in the spring. You know how a man acts in the spring, Jose.
Oh, si. In spring, young man's things turn to lightly love.
Well, that's close enough. When he gets those